What is up, YouTube? Welcome in to another edition of Bucky and BK, live on Texas Sports Unfiltered and on the free Texas Sports Unfiltered app. Today is Tuesday, February 13th, 2024, and the Buck and I are with you for the next 2 hours. On today's show, Eli Manning weighs in on Arch Manning, plus Mike Zimmer is officially going to become the next Dallas Cowboys defensive coordinator. We'll talk about what that means for America's team. We've got more fallout from Super Bowl 58, some Texas basketball stories to get into, a new Taco Bell food item to discuss, and a little over-under for Texas Longhorn football as we currently stand 200 days away from the start of the 2024 Texas football season. Not that we're counting. We are with you until 10 o'clock. And of course, Texas Sports Unfiltered is live until 5 o'clock this afternoon with you all day long. What's going on this morning, Buck?
Another beautiful day, man. Sun is shining. Whatever's in the air is in my nose. Yes, it's that time of the year right now when the wind picks up and blows all kinds of little irritants all over the place, and I'm catching them in every one of my in my two nostrils, not every one of my nostrils, but the two. I mean, just sucking it up. There's something out there today. My throat feels it. My nasal passages feel it. I know you're going to feel it eventually once you go outside, unless you're starting to feel it now before you even get out there.
Oh, I'm feeling it. I mean, I've taken like 4 decongestants this morning alone just to try to sound and feel normal, but I can already hear myself stuffed up. So, yeah, something is definitely in the air, and that wind is kicking it around. But, hey, you told me before the show you were talking to one of your siblings, and they're dealing with snowstorms back east. So we'll take a little wind and some allergens blowing around over what they're dealing with.
You know, I know people always talk about how pretty the snow is, but I grew up in that mess in Pennsylvania and Boston. It's not good. That doesn't do anything for me. I like it at night when the lights are out and the glare is hitting the snow. I don't particularly like driving in it. And then it gets nasty and dirty. No thanks. That's fine. If you're a skier, good for you. Go to Colorado, have a good time. But I don't do snowmobiling. I don't do cross-country skiing. I'm like that lady. I just jog. You know what I mean? I like the texture of the snow, but I just don't like hitting the black ice on the snow. But it's out there. It's coming to Pennsylvania and New York and Jersey and all those. Ohio's about to get it too. So, and it's deep. It looks deep already. It looks like 6 to 8 inches, overnight, and there's more on its way to the East Coast. So screw that.
Yeah.
I need 70. I see some 70. I see some 70s next week, some 75s, maybe some cooler temperatures at night around here, 38, 39 for a couple of days, and then into the 60s and 70s. That's good for me. Just one more blast of winter. That's all I need. Make it in February. Let March be what March is supposed to be, in the 70s, Yes.
I was going to ask, are we going to get some okay, we're still getting Snowmageddon, you think?
Oh, we still got a couple days. We got a couple of frosties coming up before even, I don't know. Once we get to, I know there'll be the olds will tell you about, I remember after spring break, the winter of spring break and all that stuff. I don't remember that. I don't remember much once you get to spring break in March. It's generally that second week of March, it's generally over with for us, It's not to say it won't be cold, but I'm talking about the teens. I still think by the end of this month, that last weekend, we may get a little blast. But it's, 30s is fine. 36, 38, anything above freezing I'm okay. Oh, no. Look, there's the black ice. Look, you're running right on it. Oh. If you just go a foot to the left or a foot to the right, you don't hit the black ice. You're in that wonderful, padded snow that you guys are talking about. And by the way, I didn't see a lot of people out jogging like they promoted when they talked to the news person. They said, we see a lot of people out here jogging today. Really? I only see you two fools out there.
Yeah. Everybody else was smart enough to stay inside and not try to run over a black guys. And
quit running over black guys out there,
Yeah. How about this comment from DJ? Sister in Erie a few years ago got
Oh,
72 inches of snow in 3 days.
oh man.
I don't even know how to imagine what that looks like because
I've
I've
been in
never
one
seen
I've been in
anything
one of those at
close.
school in Boston. I was in one of those in March in Boston where we had like igloos. We made like igloos. You'd make those to get out of your apartments to get onto campus and stuff. And I didn't close school down there. I had one day where I went to see, my ex-wife. I went to visit her up at Beacon Hill, and I was the last one on the trolley, dude. I was on the trolley and walking up to where her apartment was. The window of the bank blew in. The huge, massive window blew in. As I'm walking by, it just crashed.
Yeah.
No, I did not enter the bank. No, I just kept on moving.
I
I was
always
the
wonder.
only fool on the trolley. And the guy said, "You're the last one." I'm like, "Why are you still here?" I said, "I wouldn't even go down here if it wasn't for you being here. I would have never gone down." I told her I could get there. I got there and stayed there for 2 days. And believe me, that was the time when I was not married to her. And that was the deal of, boy, if her dad ever came, her dad worked downtown. If he ever rolled up on us in our late 20s and I'm spending the night there, because they weren't having any of that stuff. That was no, you get to, live with your girlfriend before she became your wife. It wasn't those deals. They were Catholic family and they weren't having any of that. You were either married or you were staying at your place and she was staying at hers.
What about if y'all were engaged?
Dude, no.
What?
No, that didn't work either. None of that worked.
How did that work for y'all? I guess you didn't listen.
Of course I didn't listen. What are you,
Yeah.
out of your mind? Of course I didn't listen, or she didn't listen. Dude, her dad came rolling up there. I had to get out of there like 5 a.m. one time. He was on his way to
God.
work and was going to stop by to say hello to her. I was like, damn, 5 a.m.? That's when 5 a.m. meant something,
It's like you're the side piece and the husband comes back home and you got to hide under the bed or in the closet just to make sure he doesn't find out.
We had dated I had met my first wife the first week of school. We dated straight through college. And
Oh,
then
you're such a loser. You had a girlfriend for all 4 years of college?
yeah, I had numerous, but that was the main one. And yes, I mean it came down to a Thanksgiving Day. Hey, let's go for a ride. Her dad said, "Let's me and you go for a ride." And I was like, shit, he's going to murder me. I knew exactly what that was all about. I knew what that was going to be. Hey, are we going to play house or what are we going to do? Are you going to marry my daughter? And it was like, I knew exactly what the ride was about, man. We went for a ride around the lake and I'm like, here it comes, here it goes. And I said, yes, sir. I said, I'm going to ask you, can I marry your daughter? But yes, we're going to get married. It's not going to be one of those, I'm going to go off and coach and I'm going to drop by every once in a while and she can come up here and visit with me. No. And that's the way that went.
What if you said no in that car ride?
Then I probably would have had to go from Thanksgiving. There was not going to probably be a Thanksgiving meal for me. It was going to be, I'm dropping you off at your car in front of the house and you can continue on.
Yeah. Figured you'd be sleeping with the fishies if you tried that stunt.
No, if I would ever got caught staying over, he was pretty in tight with a lot of people in the Boston area at that time. So vice president of Bank of Boston. So it was like, dude, you don't want to not be heard from, because it could have been one of those deals where they don't ever hear from you again, ever. And they don't even go looking for you,
Yeah.
They just report you missing and you stay missing.
And that's it. And anybody who would have gone looking for you would have also been reported as missing.
Probably.
Goodness gracious. Well,
Probably.
I would say good call marrying her, but that also ended in a divorce. So I don't know if that was a good call.
A lot of years, a lot longer than a lot of people last. So
That's true.
lots of kids, lots of good times, good folks, good folks. I mean, they were the folks that, during those times in the 70s, there were still a lot of things frowned upon. They had adopted a young black kid that people weren't quite sure at the country club if they were going to allow them to, stay at the country club. But guess what? The old man did. The country club went up for sale. He almost bought the country club and said, I'll tell you who the members are of my country club and who can come and who can go at this country club. he was going to buy the country club.
Who did this?
That was my ex-father-in-law.
Wow.
He was, instead of them saying, you've got this black son that you've adopted. I don't know if, he was getting a lot of grief from it. Guess what he decided to do when that club went up for sale? His name was first in line for the money. And he was going to let them know who was going to be in or who was going to be out at the club.
Respect to that man.
Yeah, that's the way that was going to go. So,
wow.
Wonderful people.
There you go. How about that? All right, some more fallout, Buck, from Super Bowl 58. Did you say good morning to the soldiers?
I did not. Good morning to the soldiers at Fort Cavazos, Texas, the soldiers in the state of Texas, and all those that fight for us each and every day. Thank you for what you do. Thank you to your families also for sharing you with us, and do be careful out there.
Yes, indeed. Thank you for that. How about some more fallout from Super Bowl 58? CBS Sports tweeted out this graphic yesterday, Buck. The telecast on Sunday was the most watched telecast ever. Not just for the Super Bowl, not just for a sporting event, but literally the most watched singular television program in history was Super Bowl 58. Of course, the game was on CBS. It was on Nickelodeon. It was streaming on Paramount Plus.
So Thank you, Swifties.
Yeah, you combine all of those things and you get the most watched live event in television history. How about more than 200 million viewers watched all or part of Super Bowl 58 across all of their networks, up 10% versus last year's Super Bowl. And yeah, I feel like the Swifties out there had a lot to do with it.
Yeah, and this will linger on until those two break up or whatever, or Patrick Mahomes is playing for somewhere else, which he'll never play for any place else. It's like never having a flu. That guy will never be on another team but the Kansas City Chiefs. And wow, that's amazing.
Yeah. And not a big surprise, right? And I feel like Taylor Swift deserves an NIL deal or something because of her responsibility there. But also, this is just more proof that the NFL is king in this country. I mean, the numbers have gone up seemingly every Super Bowl in recent history for the NFL. And you've got the Chiefs who are going for back-to-back. You've got the San Francisco 49ers, who are one of the most historic franchises in the NFL. I mean, the game itself had enough storylines to where you felt like it was possible that this game was going to set the record. But yeah, you throw in all of the additional eyeballs who were tuned in. I mean, my youngest sister, hell, my two younger sisters who don't give a rat's ass about football were tuned in because of Taylor Swift, right? Like my youngest sister is a Swiftie and my younger sister lives with someone who's a Swiftie. So they were both locked into a game that they would have had no business caring about.
Could have done something else on a Sunday.
Yeah, I know there's at least 2 extra viewers right there just because of the Taylor Swift angle of this football game.
Yeah, they would have been watching Live Golf instead, probably.
Well, Live Golf ended on Saturday. If you were a true Saudi like me,
I'm sorry, we only played 54 holes. We don't make it till Sunday.
Yeah, we can actually serve booze on the real tour because our fans, although very small in number, can handle their liquor. Unlike the fans of the fake tour, the PGA tour that you people out there are still seemingly supporting.
Dude, that thing is talking about the fallout. They don't know what they're going to do. I'm like, you can't put that toothpaste back into the tube. It's out now. That's
for
what you for the waste management deal. I'm like, you can't all of a sudden ask these people to be quiet. You made it the way it is with the stadium type of deal. I mean, what do you just quit serving booze there? How are you going to do that?
You can't. I mean, they've got to make money, and I'm sure the biggest money maker outside of the ticket sales themselves at the Waste Management Open is the booze and how much they sell over the course of the 4-day event in Scottsdale. So, man, I saw Zach Johnson, right? Longtime PGA Tour golfer. He took to somewhere yesterday to complain about the tournament. Said it's a joke and the fans are disrespectful. And it's like, dude, you don't have to play in that event. You know that, right?
No.
He's like, I played here 21 years in a row, and the event is still like this. And it's like, well, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice. How about fool me 21 times, dude? You don't have to play in this event. Quit being a little bitch and go do something else.
And the money's so good. Those guys are complaining about, the Live Tour making all that money. So now they pay them tons of money to play in this. And guys, I mean, they're gonna try to calm it down, and I think the fans will oblige them. They won't be ridiculous, but don't take it too far because you want the money. This is the way you'll have to get the money. Everybody else is getting money different types of ways. You're going to have to give up some of your PGA tours, some of that stuff where, Baba Booey and all that shit is going to happen. It's just going to happen. And guys are going to be drunk and people, because you wanted it to be a party,
Here's the exact quote from Zach Johnson. He said, "This tournament has been inappropriate or crossed the line ever since I've been on tour, and this is my 21st year."
That just sounds really old right there.
Yeah,
does. There's just a different approach that you can talk about it, but the more you do it, the more it's going to have, that the more you do it, the more you try to settle it down, the worse it's going to be.
He's going full Shooter McGavin in Happy Gilmore. Like, damn you people, this is golf. It's like, dude, there's so many golf tournaments every year. This is the one where this stuff is allowed. If you don't like it, don't play in it. But if you're going to sign up to be a part of this tournament, then okay, you deal with it. Like, let the golf fans have their fun. Now, obviously, there are lines that can't get crossed, right? They can't be like running onto the course and tackling the golfers. They can't be just like throwing stuff at the golfers while they're in their backswing. But dude, like that's
he's going to hear from it. He's going to hear "you suck" on his putts from now on.
Oh yeah,
it's not like he's not going to hear it. Well, he'll be playing in it because the money's so good.
Yeah,
and that's what it is. They complain about they're not making enough money. And I think there's a respect factor that it has to be. I mean, just like Kelsey and bumping into his coach. I mean, there's a certain respect factor about sports or the game or what the game was about that you just save that. Just gather your emotions. Gather your emotions as a fan even, too. I know you pay for the ticket, but, dude, just hold on to yourself a little bit there. Take another sip of beer or another shot of Jack or whatever you're doing there and just hold your tongue for when the guy's done swinging or when they're walking away from him. Hey, you suck. Okay, that's good. I can take that. Or in the hole and all that other weird shit. That's fine. But let the guys play the game. But there's going to be, I mean, if you're thinking people are going to be dead silent on a tournament you initiated that yourself, I don't know how you all of a sudden say, oh no, now we want it to be quiet at the Waste Management. That's not going to happen.
No chance. And to me, they should be allowed.
There could be others that are going to play for the money and not care about all that stuff.
To me, they should be allowed to cheer in the backswing at that tournament. Now, I don't know how many golfers would actually be willing to sign up if they made it that open season, but like that's the one tournament where I don't know, it'd be fun to see how these golfers actually do in unique circumstances, right?
Yeah, show what you can do if somebody said something while you're getting ready to swing. Tiger.
I mean, this has become the biggest non-major in golf, at least for me, and I think a lot of other people feel that way. Like this is the tournament I look forward to the most outside of the big four, and we've got guys on the tour who are like, nah, we want it to be just the same as every other event.
They want it to be the Masters. No, you can't have it that way. It's not going to be that way. No. And they're not going to do that at the Masters. They don't do that at those tournaments. They know which ones. They know which one of the events is out there.
They don't do it anywhere else.
That's true, really.
You get kicked out if you make any sort of noise at any other tournament. This is like the one event out of the 40 that it feels like the PGA has every year where this kind of stuff flies. And you've got guys who are just, the unwritten rules of golf. They're too high and mighty to allow something like this to happen. It's a joke, man. Just play better or don't play in the event. It's as simple as that.
Yeah, don't play in the event or, now they do have to, guys can't, some lady fell out of the stands at this event. Oh, you don't think she was drunk, right? She fell out of the stands there.
She okay?
Really, she's okay. She's okay. But I don't know. I just say, hey, no farting in my backswing. That's all. That's all. Everything else, I don't care what you do. Just don't fart when I get ready to, when I'm coming down, when I'm looking over a putt and I take it back and you fart, can't take that. That bothers me. You going Baba Booey or get in a hole, I could care less.
Those are your rules with the Texas cheaters. No farting allowed.
Yeah, we don't do that. When you're up at the tee box and you're getting ready to take a swing, you can't do that. You gotta have the ability to hold that for another 2 seconds.
Yeah.
In the cart, whatever it is, walking down the fairway, I don't care, but not when I approach the ball. It's just, I don't know that. They pay a lot of money to go to that event. That's an expensive event.
It is. Yep.
And that ticket to get in that place, is steep. So,
and it's because of the party environment that they've cultivated out there.
Yeah. Yes.
You take that stuff away, then people aren't even going to go. They're going to protest and boycott the entire event. So I don't know. I don't even know how we got to that, but
I don't know, but we're going to get there next year.
Texas Sports Unfiltered live from the Waste Management Open.
Dude, we need to be there, talking all loud, cussing. I mean, we need to go. I mean, we need to be a part of that.
Do a live broadcast during the actual tournament, right?
I've been there for the pro-am part of it. That's when Tiger kind of made his return, and he was chili dipping. He chili dipped right in front of us. I was like, oh, he sucks. He's not coming back.
Did you tell him that?
No, he went right by us. Oh, I was too busy looking at Emmett Smith's wife.
Yep, you were. You fell in love that day with somebody else's wife, and then you told the husband about how much you loved his wife.
I didn't. I just said, "Hey, your wife is absolutely beautiful," and he says, "Yeah, I'm told that a lot."
You drool coming out the side
everywhere. I was drooling on live radio back to Austin that day. I couldn't talk. She had her arm up over the fence, looking over at our broadcast. I couldn't talk.
Yeah, that hot. I don't think I've ever had that happen before, where I've seen someone that beautiful to where I just haven't been able to formulate a single word.
That would have her and ever getting a chance to speak to Gale Sayers would have been the first time I would have not had enough to say. I would have been just clammed up. If I had had the opportunity to, which I didn't, as the great one passed away, I don't know if I could have had an interview with Gale Sayers.
You were too attracted to Gale Sayers to be able to speak to him?
To his abilities as the greatest football player of all time.
Oh, that's what it was. It was the football skills, not the looks.
No.
Because he went from Emmett Smith's wife to Gale Sayers, and I'm wondering which side you're playing for today.
Come on, man.
Not that there's anything wrong with that.
I'm just a player. I'm just a player.
Now you're telling me you're attracted to a dead guy, so I'm not entirely sure what's going on here. Oh, God. Super Bowl 58. We got plenty of Texas football and some Texas basketball to get into, plus a big night for Victor Wembanyama in the NBA. But I want you to hear from Kyle Shanahan, Buck. This is the post-game press conference, at least part of the post-game press conference for the losing coach in Super Bowl 58. I just kind of want to get your thoughts on what Kyle Shanahan does moving forward. Here is the lifetime Longhorn.
No right words right now. It hurts. Everybody understands that. We knew it would hurt if it came to this, but I'm just proud of our guys. They put themselves out there. They played their tails off. They played through a lot of stuff, and it's something we got to live with, but I know it's something we can handle. But, yeah, we're all pretty disappointed right now. But I'm going to lose with anyone. I want to lose those guys, man.
I was okay.
If you want to lose to anyone, you want to lose to those guys, man.
Well, okay. Well, guess what? You'll see them again if you can get there.
Yeah, I mean, what did the Niners do? Look, they're in a good spot. They opened up as the favorites to win Super Bowl 59 next year. So, I mean, hypothetically, they're not going anywhere. They still have Brock Purdy under contract. Most of the star players that helped them win the NFC this season will be back in 2024. Is this as simple as, hey, you just run it back with what you have and hope it's good enough? Or do the Niners need to consider making some sweeping changes?
Oh, they'll have to do some things on the offensive line. I mean, that was a really good offensive line this year, but they can't have the pressure that they had in that game, you know. And it wasn't sacks; it was pressure. It was on the quarterback. They had pressure late in that football game, and I still think that they're good enough with that running back and that offensive line to run the ball more. You know, they just have to they have to do that, and they obviously you can't turn the ball over. I mean, certain things that just happen in games like a turnover or a fumble. That's just somebody's going to do it in the game. Somebody's going to cough one up. Some ball's going to get tipped. It's going to go the other way. You got to be able to overcome those things. Kansas City just finds a way to overcome those things. And for me, defensively, the Kansas City Chiefs throughout the playoffs got better on defense as the game went on. They just did. You know, they just reel you in. Spagnola's going to be back again. Andy Reid's coming back. Yeah, you just run it back. I mean, what else can you do with that San Francisco team? What makes them even better? You just got to pray that your star like Debo doesn't get hurt at the end of the season.
Right.
You know, I mean, that was a fantastic football team, and it wasn't about your quarterback. It wasn't about your wide receivers. You just came up against that dude on the other side. well, you're going to play that dude probably again, because I'm not thinking Buffalo is going to beat that group. I'm not thinking the Ravens are going to do it. As long as he's the quarterback and that's the coach, and you've got the players that they have, they're going to continue to build. They're going to find spots that are going to help out Patrick Mahomes. You just got to, when you play him, you just got to find ways to win. They can make the mistakes. You can't. They overcome that interception that Patrick Mahomes had in the football game. Remember, he hadn't turned the ball over during the playoffs. He was fantastic. When he got the pick, I know people are going, it's going to be that kind of game for that guy. He's through that pick. There'll be more to come. And guess what? He overcame a fumble and a pick and still did what he had to do. So you can't have the mistakes. They can, but you can't if you play against them,
You're right. I mean, I think if you would have told any Niners fan before that game that the Chiefs were going to have 2 turnovers,
right,
they would have signed up for that in a heartbeat. It's like, all
no
right,
doubt.
Sweet. We're gonna win this football game. The problem for the Niners was, they had 2 turnovers of their own. The muffed punt proved very costly. I mean, that was the difference in the game right there.
Yeah, that was the turning point. You could see the moment. You could feel it even as a fan. Oh, no.
Mm-hmm. It was 10-6. The Niners had the lead at that moment. They were about to get the football back, and then instead you get the muffed punt, and then the Chiefs score on the very next play. I mean, their first offensive play of that ensuing possession, they get into the end zone and they take the lead. Like, that was massive right there. And the Chiefs offense had struggled. I mean, they had 2 field goals over more than a half of football. They couldn't really find much of a rhythm to that point in the game, and you basically gave them a free touchdown with a turnover of your own. So like you said,
by the way, on the muff punt, I never saw the original guy touch the ball. I thought it was the punt returner himself. I didn't know his teammate had touched it. It went off his ankle. I didn't realize that. And the guys from Kansas City didn't look like it either. It looked like after the punt returner touched it is when they all started jumping on the ball. The original touch off the shoe or off the ankle, I didn't really see guys react to that as much as I did the returner who actually touched the ball then,
Yeah, nobody saw it. I mean, Nance and Romo on the broadcast didn't see it. I didn't see it. I thought it was Ray McLeod, who's the Niners punt returner.
Right.
I thought he just went rogue for some reason and thought, I could pick this up off the ground and maybe pick up a few yards on a return.
No, there's the reason he did it, because he was the guy that saw it hit him.
Yeah, he told his guys to get out of the way. One guy didn't get far enough out of the way, and then boom. I mean, it's just bad luck. I mean, I guess you can get mad at that gunner on the Niners for being in the wrong place at the wrong time, but it's
you can't
just
have bad luck against Kansas City. You can't have bad luck against Kansas City. I think we're all finding that out now, that bad luck is going to get you a loss against Patrick Mahomes and Andy Reid. That's just the way that goes. You have to play a game where it's a clean game. Those are hard to do, but I think that San Francisco team is a team that can do that. If anybody can do it, it's the 49ers.
Yeah. Well, the Niners, look, I think they just run it back and hope it's good enough. I mean, they were favored in every single game that they played this year, regular season and post. They were the number 1 seed in the NFC. They made it all the way to the Super Bowl. Hell, they made it to overtime, the very end of overtime in the Super Bowl, and it just wasn't good enough. So their biggest free agent is probably Chase Young, a guy that they got at the trade deadline this past year.
Played his best game in the Super Bowl.
I know. Well, he realized he had some money that he needed to make, so he turned it on. And also, he was playing for a Super Bowl. That's enough motivation in itself. But he was kind of up and down for San Francisco down the stretch, but he was great in that Super Bowl on Sunday. I think the Niners, I don't think they would have traded for him unless they planned on trying to re-sign him. So I assume they'll at least try to bring him back this offseason. But yeah, I mean, most of the core players that you saw for the Niners will be back next season. So they'll draft. They'll get that safety Hufanga back, who tore his ACL in November. That guy was an all-pro in 2022 and was really good for them this year before he went down with that injury. So they'll get a little bit healthier too, which will help.
They'll miss their linebacker because they're not getting him back early in the season.
No, Dre Greenlaw. Yeah, that's obviously a big loss too. We'll see if Greenlaw can come back at any point in 2024.
And for the Chiefs, Chris Jones becomes a free agent again, and you're going to have to sign him. To me, if you want to win, he has to come back. They don't win without that guy on the defensive line. I mean, he is. He's the second best defender, I think, in the National Football League. He's going to get whatever he needs to get, and the Kansas City Chiefs going to pay him. I don't know how long a deal he wants. He probably would like to have about 4 or 5 years, but he's an older dude. But he is a beast in there. They need him in order to repeat. I believe they don't win without him playing.
Yeah, I mean, Chris Jones kind of held out last year into the start of training camp, and the Chiefs were able to revise a one-year contract with Chris Jones, give him a little bit of a pay bump, and that was enough to get him to come back. And
Right,
yeah,
between he, TJ Watt, and Aaron Donald, that's it. Those are those 3 guys. You have to pay them their money. You have to pay Chris Jones whatever he's looking for. It's going to be big. Pay him.
yeah, and you're right. He's one of the best defensive players in football right now, and that Chiefs defense is really why they won the Super Bowl.
Yes.
Honestly, I mean, they only won the division during the regular season because that defense was as good as it was. That was a very pedestrian offense for the majority of the regular year. Obviously, Mahomes and Kelsey turned it on when it mattered most, and they don't win the Super Bowl without those guys doing what they did. But that defense was the strength of the Chiefs. Chris Jones is the anchor of that defense. They do.
He's starting to remind me every year more and more. He's starting to remind me of who's the big guy, played for Green Bay and then played for Philadelphia? Reggie White.
I mean, Reggie White was more of an edge than an interior defensive lineman, but
he was a big edge. He was a big man. I mean, he looks like, I mean, he's like that. I mean, he moves for a big guy inside. I mean, and he's unbelievably smart about what you're trying to do to him. He understands the way you try to block him. He understands angles and how to prevent quarter. And he sticks his hands up, and he is tall too. I mean, that's a big guy that I just don't think they win a Super Bowl without him.
No,
and if you're trying to three-peat, you're not going to be able to.
I don't think they win any of their Super Bowls without Chris Jones.
You're probably right. He plays his best and biggest games. He plays his best games.
Yeah. So for the Chiefs, you try to bring back as much of that team as you possibly can.
Right.
Of course, they'll lose guys. That's inevitable after a Super Bowl. But
draft a young receiver like they did with number 4. You get another young guy like that, who Patrick Mahomes can throw to for years to come. So
how about X or AD?
If AD's there, I mean, that is money for me. If AD Mitchell ends up there, see you for your three-peat. I mean, that's just a guy you can rely on. Rice is going to be there. Pacheco is there. Kelsey will be there again. I mean, that offensive line, you're going to have to find some guys to help out the offensive line. Some of those guys are getting a little older, but that's just a part of the game. They know what they have to do on the offensive line. They know that position more than anybody, where their weaknesses are because of that quarterback. They know they have to protect him. So they'll get that taken care of. And I look at that team, and then I look back to some of the other teams like the Dallas Cowboys. What are they going to have to do? What is Zim going to have to fix in Dallas first? Obviously, to me, it's the defensive line has to be fixed. They can't just run it back. I know they're going to try to just run it back. I think Jerry's going to come back and say, oh, no, we've got the pieces that we need. They've got to do something defensively. The kid from Michigan, you have to find out, BK, this year if he's going to be that guy, don't you?
Yeah, I mean, they're not going to cut him after one year. So there are certain guys that you have to run it back with, and Mozzie Smith, the Cowboys' first-round pick in 2023, is one of them. So you hope that with a year in the league and maybe a new voice telling him what to do on defense, he can actually turn into the guy the Cowboys thought they were getting when they drafted him.
Yeah, I was expecting him to be a monster right out of the gate.
I wasn't.
You weren't, because he's from Michigan?
Cheater? Yeah, because he's a cheater. And I've got PTSD from the Taco Charlton draft pick. The last time the Cowboys took an offensive lineman out of Michigan in the first round, it was a total flop, and they could have had TJ Watt instead.
Oh.
I was too upset that the Bills had traded in front of the Cowboys to take Dalton Kincaid, the tight end out of Utah, who had a great year for them. Now, of course, the Cowboys came out on draft night and were like, we wanted Mozzie Smith all along. Even if Kincaid was there, we weren't going to take him.
Yes, it was one of those. How did that work out?
And I don't know if that's true or if it's not. I guess it could be true. But, Kincaid had a very impressive rookie season, and Mozzie Smith spent a lot of his on the bench. So not quite as impressive.
Yeah, they got to fix their defensive line. They just got to be able to stop the run.
Yeah.
Other than that, offensively, I don't know. You got to find a running back.
We'll get into the Cowboys a little bit later because I've got some interesting audio from Adam Schefter about somebody the Cowboys were considering hiring as their defensive coordinator instead of Mike Zimmer, because that Mike Zimmer deal finally got done yesterday. But even though there were reports last week, there were still apparently some conversations happening behind the scenes with the Cowboys and some other candidates. So I want to get your thoughts on that. We can get into more of what the Cowboys need to do this offseason. But definitely want to talk some Texas Longhorn football because FanDuel released its over-under for the Horns in 2024. But before we transition to college football, Buck, how about some love to some of our great sponsors?
How about Relax the Back, folks? I love Relax the Back. Sitting in my Relax the Back chair right now, and I'm loving it. And for over 20 years, I have loved this chair, as a matter of fact. And folks, right now, there are great opportunities for you. The zero gravity recliners that Relax the Back, the Tempur-Pedic mattresses, and the Tempur-Pedic pillows that they had, the human scale office chairs, desk, and all the accessories that you need to make your life just a little easier as you are sitting around and trying to relax. And it's going to help your lumbar area, your thoracic area, your shoulders, your back, the whole works if you head over to Relax the Back like I have. 2 locations, BK's at the Hill Country Galleria across from Whole Foods, and in North Austin at the Gateway Shopping Center across from the Container Store. Do live pain-free like the Buck at Relax the Back.
Yes, indeed. Today's Fat Tuesday, Buck.
Oh, you mean Big Tuesday? Because I'm the big man, because I'm still sugar-free today.
That still makes no sense. You're losing weight because you have abandoned sugar. You can't be the big man if you're not consuming stuff that makes you big.
Yeah, that is right. I did weigh myself, and, I'm trying to get to be 165, 162. And now I've weighed less since I've been off the sugar. Even though I'm eating more, I'm having more protein. Why am I going down? Shouldn't I be going up? And the sugar's bad for me, though.
Yeah, well,
why is Doc Trey not explaining that I need some sugar in me?
It's
I need
bad
some
for
sugar
you.
in my britches,
Well, yeah, a lot of foods with sugars also have a lot of fat and a lot of calories, and that stuff's going to, make you fatter. So you abandon unhealthy foods like that, and it's going to put you in the spot that you're in as the little man.
Wow.
Yeah, you're like Kyler Murray, dude.
No, I don't want to be that guy. I want to be the big man like Usher. That's who I want to be. I want to be like Usher.
There you go. Well,
And again, he's only 45 years old.
if you want to do a little,
that dude was moving for a 45-year-old man.
yeah, he still got the moves, man.
Wow.
He's always been a great dancer.
That's working out too. That doesn't you don't just pop out of bed like that. You know what I'm saying? That dude is working out to keep up the stamina that he has. I wonder what his cardio workout. I bet you I can get that done.
There's no chance you could do what Usher's cardio workout is.
Are you serious?
Positive. I mean, that guy's
I walked 2 miles the other day.
Yeah, okay. I think he does more than walk 2 miles to look like that. The guy's 25 years younger than you. Like, that's not a shot at you. That's just how it goes,
That's just how the body works?
Yeah, that's how it usually works. That guy's done a great job of staying in shape, clearly.
That dude couldn't take the hits that I took, though.
I'm here to tell you, if you popped your shirt off in front of millions of people watching, they would not have had the same reaction as the ladies at my Super Bowl party did when Usher did the same. Hide your eyes. Change the channel. Where's the remote?
Where the kids? Hide the kids.
Oh, my God. Hey, if you're doing if you want to drink to celebrate Fat Tuesday today, Altstadt Beer is the perfect beer to accompany your Mardi Gras celebrating today. And Altstadt Beer is the perfect beer for any occasion, whatever you're celebrating, or maybe you're drinking to forget something. It does not matter. Altstadt, the best beer that you can find all throughout the great state of Texas. It's all over the Austin area, all over the Metroplex, all over Houston, all over San Antonio as well. And it's growing even more with damn good reason. It is a damn good beer. This stuff is selling like king cakes. There you go.
There you go.
Altstadt is fantastic, brewed with just 4 ingredients, no additives, no preservatives, in any of the Altstadt family of beers. You can taste the difference. You can feel the difference the next day. I'm telling you, one sip and you won't go back to the other beers that you have been drinking in the past. It's Altstadt beer, no impurities, no regrets, and a place where you can.
Shout out to Woods Comfort Systems too there, BK. That heater popped on. It was 38 degrees last night. That heater came on, smooth as silk. Nothing coming out of the vents. I've got the contract with them twice a year when they come by. Everything is smooth running here thanks to Woods Comfort Systems. So if you're having some problems with your heater, or maybe next week when I see some temperatures in the 70s, the mid 70s, and that air conditioner pops on, you may want to call Woods Comfort Systems, especially if that old son of a gun you have at the house may be clanking and cluttering and all up. It's not going to happen at Woods Comfort Systems. Love those folks. 68 years of service in Central Texas.
Absolutely. Yep. The best HVAC and plumbing service you can find. WoodsComfortSystems.com. And you didn't mention this, Buck, but the light behind me has been fixed.
Good job by you.
Yep, the maintenance guy came in. It wasn't a Woods Comfort Systems guy. They probably would have laughed at me if I asked them to come replace my light bulb. But the maintenance team has come through at the apartment. So we're back, baby. Just like that.
Dude, they're expecting 8 to 13 inches of snow this morning in Pennsylvania.
Yikes.
Good luck.
Yep. That's
Good
I don't know.
luck.
I don't know if Woods Comfort Systems is going to go help their heater up there. A little too far for them. I don't think they want to mess with that.
Oh,
All right, man. I'm going to pull up the 2024 Texas Longhorn football schedule. We are 200 days away from Texas. 200 from Texas opening up the season against Colorado State on August 31st here in Austin. And FanDuel, one of the big sports books out there, has released its over-under for regular season wins for the Texas Longhorn football team in 2024. Of course, Texas, like everybody else, plays 12 games in the regular season. The Vegas over-under buck has been set at 10.5.
wow.
Meaning for Texas to hit the over, they can only lose one game in the regular season. Obviously, anything more than that would qualify as the under for Texas. And the under is the slight favorite. You get a little bit more money if you bet the over, if you're willing to go bold on Texas in 2024. So I ask you, taking a look at the 12 games the Longhorns have on their regular season slate, over 10.5 wins or under 10.5 wins?
I'm going to go under.
Okay.
I will go with the under.
Where are you at right now?
Yeah, I mean, I see potentially 2 losses. Well, I see 1, 2. You know what? And I'm not as scared as the of the Georgia game at home as I thought I would be. But that second game with Michigan, Michigan is Michigan. It's at the big house. Early on the road. I wish that game was a little bit later. I mean, anything goes there playing against the cheaters. You know, they'll have all the Sark stuff by then.
Well, remember what the narrative was this year when Texas beat Alabama in week 2 on the road. Yes. It was, thank God we got them early. And all the national folk were like trying to discredit that win for Texas. It's like, well, Bama wasn't even good at that time. They got so much better. And if they played again, Texas would have no chance. It's like, I didn't buy any of that, but it was good that Texas got Alabama early. Like Jalen Milroe did get better as the year went along. So
yes,
I think it's great that Texas has Michigan in week 2 because Michigan's replacing a head coach. They're replacing a quarterback. They're replacing a ton of starters. Yeah, all 5 offensive linemen are going to be new. And Texas has more returning starters than any playoff team. They get the coach back. They get the quarterback back. I'd almost rather play Michigan in week 1.
Yeah, and this is a team that's not worried about road games anymore. They're really good. They kind of come together on the road pretty well. So yeah, I just see the Georgia and the Michigan game. You know, they're gonna suck as usual. Texas A&M mud hole stomping at the end of the season, and OU same thing. They're gonna get theirs without that quarterback running around, that lefty running all over Texas defense. So, and I wasn't as well as some people thought the freshman who came in there, who's probably going to be the starter from Oklahoma, how well he'll do in kind of year 2. I don't think so. I didn't see anything that made me think he's a great one. So,
yeah, Jackson Arnold, the former 5-star recruit out of the Denton area, he played that game against Arizona, the Alamo Bowl that Oklahoma lost, and OU had 6 turnovers in that game. I thought Arnold made some good throws. He showed some arm talent, but obviously the turnovers, some of them not his fault, but still way, way too many.
Yeah, I feared the lefty. I feared the lefty. I mean, we went into that game last year talking about that kid at quarterback, which I still think people underestimated him in that game.
Sure.
I thought he proved the ones that didn't think he was that good wrong. Now, he wasn't great all year, but damn, in that particular game, I thought he was going to be great, and he was. So,
yeah,
I don't fear
Dylan Gabriel. Dylan Gabriel was a known, right? Like we had seen him in college football for years at Oklahoma, at UCF. Like that guy has been there, done that, and he had played in a number of big games over the course of his career. Jackson Arnold, it'll be his first year as a starter. So that game against Oklahoma will be like his 7th or 8th career start. Obviously, his first ever Texas OU game. Meanwhile, Quinn Ewers will be going into his 3rd Texas OU game, assuming he's healthy enough to start against OU. So yeah, I mean, look, Texas will be favored, and that's the theme here. Like Texas was favored in 11 of the 12 games.
Yep.
Hell, if you include the Big 12 title and the college football playoff, Texas was favored in 13 of the 14 games that they played in last year. I expect Texas to be favored in 11, maybe 12. Like the only game I think Texas would be an underdog right now is the game against Georgia. Yep.
Yeah.
Because we've already seen the opening line for the Michigan game. And even though it's in Ann Arbor, Texas is favored. And I don't think that is going to change unless a disaster happens against Colorado State in week 1. But I look at all of these other games, like even though A&M's on the road, even though Arkansas is on the road, even though Oklahoma beat Texas last year.
I never have a good feeling about Arkansas, no matter who the quarterback is, who the coach is. That becomes you better be ready to buckle it up. And it doesn't matter how bad they are, but when they play Texas, something happens for some odd reason. So that one is a little bit of a worry. I think, as you said, the Michigan game, I'd probably be less worried about, except for that's the national champ. So I expect the champs not to want to give it up that easy, but they lose just so many people.
Yeah, I mean, of course they're not going to want to lose that game. I mean, it's like I've made the comparison to 2020 LSU a few times. Michigan's not going to be that bad, but I was like so confident in Texas being able to go on the road into Death Valley, super hostile environment early in the season, and being able to beat LSU because they lost so much from that national title team, which was better than this year's Michigan championship team, by the way. I was like, man, Texas is going to go in there and win that game because Texas has a bunch of guys coming back and LSU does not. Of course, we never got that game because of COVID. But once again, Michigan in 2024, not going to be as bad as 2020 LSU, but I feel good about that game. I get it. It's on the road, defending champs, big house, whatever.
Cheaters, the whole word.
That's like there are 2 or 3 other games on the schedule that actually fear me more than that Michigan game does on September 7th.
Well, yeah, then the other game would be Arkansas. From that point on, the last one against A&M, the rivalry's back. You're there. No matter how bad they are. They could be real bad, though. You realize that. Under Elko, as much as people like Mike Elko, that team could still be really bad by that last game. Those guys would be wanting to get the hell out of there.
I think Arkansas is going to be worse than A&M. I mean, Arkansas might have a new coach by the time Texas plays.
They may fire Pittman. They may fire him during this season.
Yeah,
you're right.
Because there were a lot of Arkansas fans who wanted him gone this offseason. They decided to give him another year. Hell, it could be a situation where, like, that game, Texas at Arkansas on November 16th, is the game that maybe seals Sam Pittman's fate, right? If he wins that game, we saw it with Cliff Kingsbury at Tech a few years ago.
Right.
He got an extra year just because he beat Texas. Like, Arkansas fans hate the Longhorns so much that maybe that is the game that could make or break Sam Pittman's future there. I don't expect Arkansas to be good at all. I'm not saying that's an easy win because the last 2 times we've played Arkansas, things have gone horribly, horribly wrong, and they're going to be amped up, and that atmosphere is going to be absolutely bonkers. But, I mean, I think Arkansas is going to be worse than A&M, so hopefully hopefully they win both of those, but that'd be a bad loss if they slip up in Fayetteville.
Okay, well then you're still just looking at one. I'm saying 2. I'm not saying it'll be a horrible season, but I think there's possibly 2 losses there.
What are your 2 right now? I mean, you've mentioned 4 or 5 games that give you.
It would be Georgia. I'll take the Michigan out of there. I agree. There's just too many. There's just too many players missing from that Michigan team. They got the new coach that they love on. He'll be crying. He'll be very sentimental playing the University of Texas. Texas for their first time at the big house. He'll be crying, and the team will be crying too. But they'll be cheating also. So, I would say that Georgia and Arkansas. I'm going to put Arkansas in there. I just don't have a good vibe about them. I just never have a good vibe. Texas and Arkansas. That physical beating that Texas took there a couple years ago, it was so bad.
Mm-hmm.
It was so bad.
Everything is so different, though, right? I mean, for both teams, and it was a different coach, I guess it was first year Sark, but it was different quarterbacks and first year Sark, and Obviously, this Texas team is a hell of a lot better, and that Arkansas team, I think, is a hell of a lot worse right now. So,
yeah, I mean, they won't have their that big quarterback's no longer there who runs around. He's done, I believe.
yeah, KJ Jefferson.
Yeah, that dude can't come back. Well, I mean, quarterbacks come back for as many years as they want to play in college. So,
I think he transferred.
I don't see anything else. I mean, like I said, Oklahoma, that's one that you always worry about, but I really don't this year. It's Texas going to win that game.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I always worry about that game. I was worried about it last year, even though Texas had beaten OU 49-0 2 years ago. And, anything can happen in that game, right? You throw the records out the window. You throw the spread out the window.
You drop 9 guys on defense in a 2-minute drill. That's what you do.
Yeah, let's maybe not do that again this year. Hopefully PK has learned a little something from that game. But no, Texas will be favored. And that's why the 10.5 number is very high. It's one of the highest over-unders in all of college football this year. Yep. But once again, I mean, Texas is probably going to be favored in 11 games this year. So to see 10.5 as the number shouldn't surprise you too much. And it's cool. It's exciting. Texas hasn't had a Vegas win total like this since probably 2009, maybe 2010. So that just goes to show you that it's not just Texas fans who feel good about this team. Like, Vegas doesn't like losing money. They're not just putting a random ass number out there for the sake of appeasing Texas fans. No, like, they're trying to win, and they feel like that's a number that's going to maybe net them some money. So, yeah, I mean, I would go under as well. By the way, you're going 9. You just said you picked 2 losses. What do you mean you're going 9? Where's the third loss? You just changed within the last minute and a half. I mean, if they lose 9, if they only win 9, then I mean, they're not making the playoffs.
We're getting to that. So okay. I don't know why Michigan still keeps coming up in my mind in week 2. All the things that you're saying are right. I mean, when you got to replace the entire offensive line and your quarterback, but I did see that big dude running the ball. They're not going to lose to Michigan. Okay, how's 10 sound? 10 all right?
I'm worried in 2 minutes you're saying 8.
10.
10 wins or 10 losses?
10 wins.
Okay. That's where I'm at right now, too.
Losses.
Yeah, I would take the under right now. But I don't think the number's outlandish. I think there are a lot of Longhorn fans who would actually take the over at this moment in time. But I'd go 10-2 as well. Georgia obviously freaks me out a little bit, and hell, maybe Texas would get another opportunity to play Georgia in an SEC championship game if things worked out that way, and both teams took care of the rest of their business. And I don't know where that other loss is coming from, man.
You'll find out about the Longhorns very early in week 2 about what their defensive line is going to look like, losing the guys that they've lost on the inside against Michigan, because I don't care if they replace 5. They got 4 others that are probably pretty good on the offensive line.
Sure. Yeah, Michigan is replacing all 5 starters on its offensive line. So, no, it's good to get them early. And hopefully, look, Texas has experience there. They've got a couple of fifth-year starters on the interior of that defensive line. They brought in Tia Savea from Arizona, who started a number of games.
And I've seen one of their starters play for 4 years.
Yeah, well, he had his best year this past season. So hopefully he can have an even better year this season. I mean, I'm not telling you Alfred Collins is going to be T'Vondre Sweat. If that's the bar that you're holding him to, then
no, I'm not. I can't do that. I don't even know who I can hold him to. I can just hold him to what I've seen from him before. And if he's a little bit better, that's a good thing. But if he's the same, that's not a good thing.
No,
his 4th or 5th year. No, that won't be good enough.
Texas needs more from him. Yeah, where's that second loss coming from for Texas? I'm having a tough time. It's just going to be a slip up, right? It's a game that they're expected to win. And they got away with some close ones this year now.
That second one is the one that you always think of. It's the OU, it's the battle up in Dallas. That's, because anything happens there. I mean, I don't see the Vandy's of the world or.
God, if they lose to Vanderbilt, I'm going to lose
Florida.
my mind.
Florida. Is Mississippi State on the road?
No, that's here.
Okay, thank goodness.
It's Arkansas or A&M, man. One of those 2 games. I can't decide which one it is right now. And God, that'd be such a disappointing loss to lose to either of those 2.
Oh, to lose to Elko in the first year? No.
Yeah, they won't, right?
No.
I don't know.
No, 10 wins sounds good.
Yeah. I'm having a tough time picking the second loss, though, even though I'm saying 10 wins, but I'll take the
Well, I
under.
think you might as well go ahead and put Michigan in there. Don't be afraid to put Michigan because they are the defending champs.
No, I feel better about beating Michigan than
They
I do
have
A&M.
really.
Yep. They're not losing to Michigan. Just get it in your head. They are not losing to Michigan. All right. I don't know if I'm going to be entering the 5 to 10,000 unit play game next year because, for the record, I was undefeated on those Gold Star locks.
That's right.
I only made one all year, and it was Lil Jon showing up at the halftime show. It didn't even involve a game.
You crushed that.
But I did get that one right. That was easy. Now, ignore all the rest of my picks that I had on the midday show with Trey, but none of those were Gold Star locks.
By the way, what do you have to do? Aren't you like, do you have to shave stuff?
I have to shave stuff. I have to get my chest waxed. Someone has to do the shaving / waxing for me.
Man.
Yeah, that's going to happen probably in a couple of weeks. I got to find a way to grow some chest hair first. Just tape it from my head somewhere else on the rest of my body.
You should have done it with that mustache and had that thing ripped off with some wax when you had that thing going for you.
God, that would
burn.
That would burn a lot. I mean, it'd be way quicker than the chest wax because it's just one little strip and then it's done. But then it didn't it work like when you get waxed, you can't grow hair there for a while? Not that I grow the mustache year round, but
I don't know. I never had anything pulled from the roots out. I mean, maybe that's what does it. Or that just gets to the top of the skin.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and I'm not a waxer. You need to understand that. Things have changed a little bit, but I'm not a waxer yet. So
you're a bleacher, right?
I'm a bleacher. Yeah. I'm a bleacher, not a waxer.
You're still doing that anal stuff?
Hey, it's good when the sun shines. You know what I mean? Go to Hippie Hollow, lay on a rock, let that sun shine, brother.
When's the last time you've done that?
The second year when I came to Austin, I went there and laid out because I had heard about the place and laid on a rock.
Really?
I wasn't into the bleaching part of it. It took me a while after that.
I'm afraid to ask what kind of stuff that you saw when you were out there.
Not what I thought I was going to see.
You saw a lot, but it was nothing you wanted to see?
No. And I'm glad the people that were on the boats were way down where I really couldn't see because that wasn't all that good either. I could just tell that was not what I thought. It wasn't the place that you think it's going to be.
No, never is. You get so excited when you hear about
really old hippies. I was a young man when I came. That was 30 years ago, so I was younger. When I got out there, the old hippies were still out there running around with the big bush and everything else. It was different.
That's what you saw, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, you get excited when you hear about nude beaches or nude anything, and then you go there and it's like, I should have just stayed at home.
Yeah, and especially if you think you're the featured attraction at a place like that, then you really got a problem.
Yeah.
You're not the featured attraction.
Here's some advice for you, Buck.
Oh. No, the anal and the tanal, no thanks. Don't do that.
Anal and the tanal.
Yeah, don't mess with that stuff. That's natural causes.
I did post a poll on YouTube because apparently you can do that now.
Okay.
I posted a poll yesterday asking Longhorn fans what they thought of the over-under of 10.5 wins, and about 80% of Texas fans picked the over on that number.
Oh, they're excited, man. This is an exciting time. I mean, I just thought last year they had to win as many games as they won and going into the SEC. No matter what, no matter if they made the playoffs or not, they had to win those games. Or remember, I kept on saying they will go into that conference as Mississippi State or Mississippi. They're better than both.
Yeah. Well, big difference between those two teams. Mississippi just won a New Year's Six Bowl last year, and Mississippi State has a first-year head coach. So Texas is closer to Mississippi, but they're also ahead of, I think, where Ole Miss is right now.
I believe they are going into this conference, yes.
Yeah, I mean, Ole Miss has a chance to be the third or the fourth best team in the Big 12 this year.
Texas has to continue to move up and stay right with Georgia and Alabama in this conference over the next, 3 to 5 years, because eventually somebody's coming into Florida and somebody who can coach is going to get a good job and going to turn that thing around.
Sure.
I don't know if it's the dude that's there right now, but right now they got nothing going for them.
And now's the time for Texas, right?
Yeah.
I mean, there's so much going in Texas's favor right now, and it also kind of feels like, yeah, there is a little bit of an opening in the college football world. Now, Georgia's a problem, right? Like Georgia could be in the middle of a dynasty. I know they didn't win it last year, but they'd won it the 2 previous years. They're going to be the number 1 team in the country.
Yes, they're going to stay in it for a while.
Yeah, they've got the best coach, and Kirby Smart's young, right? Like people aren't asking when Kirby Smart's going to hang him up like they were for Nick Saban these last few years. Obviously, Carson Beck is back. He's like the Heisman favorite with Quinn Ewers and Jalen Milroe at quarterback. So, yeah, Georgia's a problem. That they're still something you have to deal with. But, I mean, you look at Alabama replacing a coach, you look at Michigan replacing a coach. A lot of the other teams that have been just the dominating in college football in recent years, they've got some questions. Ohio State, Ryan Day, people aren't sure about him. They're going to be breaking in a new quarterback and a new offensive coordinator. Like this feels like the time for Texas to make sure that it can replicate what it did last year.
I would agree. I agree 100%.
Because none of this is easy, but it feels easier now than it has been in recent seasons. So strike while the iron is hot would be the advice for.
No, you don't want to have a good year and end up like Notre Dame because they're going to struggle again. They'll be looking for another quarterback. I mean, it's just on and on with certain groups. You know, the Floridas of the world, the Notre Dames of the world. They may have a 10-win season, but then the next thing you know, they're 8-4, and they're back to the way they were. And I don't think Texas wants to look in that kind of direction. That's why I think, as you said, 2 losses are about it.
Yeah.
Get to 3-4, and now you got a problem again.
I mean, look, anything short of the college football playoff next year will be a disappointment, right? Like, you could maybe say that if there were only 4 teams in the CFP, because I think Texas is going to open up as a preseason top 3 team. Like, my guess is Georgia's going to be number 1. I don't think there's any doubt about that. I would guess Ohio State's going to be number 2. I honestly thought at this time last week, Texas would have been number 2, but because Ohio State was able to get Chip Kelly as its offensive coordinator, and we didn't talk about that. They were going to hire Bill O'Brien, and then Bill O'Brien went to take the head coaching job at your alma mater, Boston College. Sorry about that, Buck. That sucks. Really. And then instead, Ohio State pivots, and they get Chip Kelly to leave his job as the head coach at UCLA to go be the offensive coordinator at Ohio State. So because of that name, like I think Ohio State now is going to be number 2, but I don't think Texas falls out of the top 3. So we're talking about a 12-team playoff here. If Texas opens up number 3 and they don't make a 12-team postseason, then serious disappointment.
Yeah, I mean, Chip Kelly taking that gig from coming from a Power 5 team and then going into the conference that to be the offensive coordinator, that didn't make much sense. If he's going to be an offensive coordinator in the NFL, that was different for me. But to go and be the guy there into the conference that his group is going to go then play in his other team, that was just a weird cat. That's just a weird move.
You don't see that happen very often, do you?
No.
Or a guy leaves his post as a head coach, especially at a Power 5 school, to take an offensive coordinator job at a different Power 5 school. That's weird, but I think it goes to show you kind of what UCLA is as a program. I remember, before UCLA beat USC this past year, there were rumors that said Chip Kelly was going to get fired. And then he went out and beat their biggest rival. And then I guess that was enough for him to keep his job, but he might be thinking, dude, the writing's on the wall. I'm a dead coach walking, or it's just, hey, UCLA, we haven't been good.
Get rid of him. He was still going to be their coach this year, right?
Well, there were reports that they were going to fire him. I bet if he lost to USC, they would have fired him. But then they're like, oh, shit, this would be a bad look. We actually had a decent year, and we just beat our biggest rival. Why would we fire?
Well, that's what I was saying. After they won that game, he was staying, right? I mean, it was his job again. He had another year.
Yeah. No, he was there. Like, he literally left UCLA to be the offensive coordinator at Ohio State, a team in the same conference, like you said. So I don't know what the reasoning is.
That doesn't make any sense to me.
But UCLA, I mean, that's a tough place to win, dude. And they couldn't win in the Pac-12. Now they're going to the Big Ten. Like, I think Chip Kelly's like, dude, and I don't think Chip Kelly likes recruiting very much. Now, obviously, if you're a coordinator, you still have to recruit, but it's not the same as when you're a head coach. So I don't know if this is Kelly just trying to position himself for a better head coaching job somewhere else, or if he just doesn't want to recruit and wants to stay at Ohio State for a while. Either way, it was weird.
That dude was at 2 places. I mean, he was in Westwood in California, where if you just get a guy on your campus, you ought to be able to get some studs there at UCLA, just being on that campus and where that area is. And then where he was at Oregon, he didn't have to do anything. He had Phil Knight's money.
Right. Well, I think he had a little bit more energy at Oregon because he was younger. Number one. Number two, there wasn't NIL or the transfer portal at Oregon. So, some of the stuff that has leveled the playing field, like Phil Knight's money has always been there. Now not everyone, but a few other teams are spending Phil Knight type money right now in college football. And I mean, Westwood's not an easy place to win, Buck. UCLA doesn't have a lot of football history. They're second fiddle in that city. Like, they're not even the biggest. Like, you got to compete because everyone's going into California and stealing recruits right now, including Texas. But yeah, you're second fiddle to USC in your own hometown, basically. So that's never been like, I get it's a beautiful campus. It's a great academic school. They've been a power conference school forever, but no one has really proven the ability to consistently win in football at UCLA.
And what a place, man. If you just get the right couple players there, you get the quarterback right at UCLA, that's just a weird deal for Chip Kelly. Even if you had only a year left, I mean, come on, man. You're going to go be the offensive coordinator at a possible sinking ship. You better change that in a hurry.
All right.
You better not lose to Michigan again.
Maybe he's thinking that if Ryan Day gets fired, then he could be which I have a tough time believing that, right? It feels like Ryan Day and Chip Kelly's success are sort of tied together.
I would say
at this point, it feels like if Day loses his job, Kelly probably does too. But I don't know. He wanted out.
If you told me Chip Kelly left where he was at UCLA to go to be the coach at Boston College, I could get that even more so than what's going on now.
Oh,
you stayed at power. You're stayed at Power 5, but you're the head coach. You're not the damn coordinator with Ryan Day, because that's a dangerous situation. I know you got everything that you want at Ohio State, but that's a dangerous place right now, Ohio State. If they can't beat Michigan, if they don't make it to the playoffs, that's going to be a problem. They have to make it to the playoffs this year.
Yeah, they do. Yeah, they absolutely do. And we'd be saying that if it was still a 4-teamer, but now that it's 12, zero question. And they've got to beat Michigan too. They've got to make some noise this year because Ryan Day has not proven a whole lot to me. I know he made the playoff 2 years ago. I think he had the best team in the country 2 years ago when Georgia won. Ohio State nearly beat Georgia. They had a chance at the game-winning field goal at the buzzer. They missed it.
Did they lose to Notre Dame that year, or was it last year they lost to Notre Dame?
No, they didn't lose last year until Michigan.
Okay.
And then they lost to Mizzou in the Cotton Bowl.
The year before they may have lost to Notre Dame early.
Care about. 2 years ago, 3 years ago. I can't remember when that was. But the biggest issue is Michigan. They have to beat Michigan this year because Harbaugh's gone and Michigan's replacing way more than Ohio State is. And part of me thinks Ryan Day should have already been fired. As crazy as that sounds, if they don't have a great year this year, he will get fired. But it's good for him. He lucked out because Bill O'Brien, that's a disaster waiting to happen. To get Chip Kelly instead of Bill O'Brien as your offensive coordinator, that's huge.
You like that better, huh?
Yeah, that is huge for him. No one's taking your Boston College job, that gig.
Oh, no. Bill O'Brien's trying to set it up so he can get back to Penn State.
Maybe. But yeah, y'all's head coach just left to be a coordinator in the NFL.
Another weird move.
Yeah, that's
but that's not as weird as Chip Kelly's move. It's close.
It's close. Yeah, it's close. I don't know. So there you go. We'll get more into Texas football because Eli Manning had some interesting comments about his nephew, Arch. This is from Super Bowl Radio Row last week, and I want to play these for the people. I know some Texas fans are tired of talking about the whole Arch Manning transfer rumor, but this blew up on social media last week, and a lot of Texas fans were commenting on it. So I want to play the sound for you, Buck, and for some of our people out there. But before we do that, another shout out.
Yeah, for our good friends at Texas Orthopedics, if you're seeking that specialized patient-focused orthopedic care, contact the experts at Texas Orthopedics. Their physicians offer surgical and non-surgical orthopedic care for children and adults alike, folks. Spinal care, sports medicine, trauma care, joint replacement, rheumatology, and more. Say hello to Dr. Christopher Daney and Dr. Christopher Stockton. They are dedicated orthopedic surgeons, and their goal is to get you back into good health and give you that great quality of life that you deserve. Texas Orthopedics is the largest independent orthopedic practice in the state of Texas. For more information, go to txortho.com.
Absolutely. And how about a word from our man, Tom McKay of Audio Visual Consultations?
This is Tom McKay, owner of Audio Visual Consultations, and we'd like to take a moment to thank all of our clients for making the last 25 years both fun and fruitful. For those of you who have not experienced our services yet, we'd like to invite you to give us a try for all of your home electronics needs. We take care of everything from surround sound home theaters and distributed audio to computer networks, home surveillance systems, to a new television in the living room or bedroom. And we come to you. There's no need to leave your home to find great pricing and incomparable service. No traffic, inexperienced sales geeks, or pushy showroom tactics. Just give us a call and we'll visit you at your home or business to take a look at what you really need. Just relax, hug your kids, and smile. We make your electronics and life simpler to manage. So give us a call and discover what over 7,000 families and businesses already have. Audio-visual consultations is the easiest, most complete way to enjoy today's electronics. Call us at 512-255-8678. That's 512-255-8678 or online at avconsultations.com.
Up to 35 years, actually going on 36 years
Very
now.
nice. Boy, I'm excited. My niece is getting all these. She's a junior in high school in Pennsylvania, getting all these acceptance letters to schools. Of course, her sister went to West Virginia. I don't know how that happened in my family. My other sister went to Boston College, and now my niece got an acceptance deal to West Virginia and some other schools. And I don't know how I tried to talk. Her mom went to West Virginia. You know, her dad went to West Virginia. I'm trying my best to talk her out of it. Why would she go to Morgantown? I mean, really. I mean, I got to talk her out of that deal, don't I? She doesn't understand. I think she sees, you know, her mom's a very successful person, and her dad, even though they went to that place to school, they stumbled into Morgantown, probably drunk one night together or something. I can't let that happen, can I? I got to stop.
That answered my first question. I was like, why is there such an attachment to West Virginia? But if her parents went there, then okay, that checks out. Yeah, it feels like there are better schools out there.
I don't think my niece is a moonshiner. You know what I mean?
Right. A couch burner?
Maybe a couch burner.
Next time you go visit, if she's burning a couch, then she belongs in Morgantown.
Oh, I check it out. Oh,
Yeah.
man.
Hey, congrats. That's a big deal getting into any accredited university like that. That's
an accredited university? You think that is?
Maybe credited. Maybe I should leave out the accredited. I don't know if it gets
credited.
I'm not sure they can.
You can gather credits there.
I don't know if they could spell accredited in West Virginia.
Man.
But no, excited for her, excited for you and your family. And hopefully for your sake, she gets acceptances into different schools.
Let's go to BC and get it over with.
Hopefully
get some scholarship money and then let your mom and dad and then pay the rest of it. That's the way that
is. BC private?
BC's a private school, yeah.
I mean, that costs what, 3 times as much as West Virginia then, right?
Yeah, it costs as much to go to BC as it does to go to Harvard.
What?
Yes.
Wow. Okay. Don't go to BC then.
Go to Harvard instead.
Yeah, go to Harvard instead. Hell, go to West Virginia instead. That ain't worth paying that much to go to Boston.
You don't want to
be like the Buck.
Look what this education has done for me.
Not a whole lot. You're stuck working with me, and that sucks for you.
It's the best life. I'm living the best life. I'm very happy. This is wonderful.
Good. That's what matters. Love hearing that. But yeah, don't go to a place where Bill O'Brien is your head football coach. That's going to be my biggest argument, not only for football players who are considering BC, but just for students who are hoping to have a half-decent football program while they are a college student. Don't go.
I've coached in 30 years, and I should have made a run for that gig before they hired that dude.
Dude, I would have had more faith in you than Bill O'Brien. I'm not even kidding. Like, just
wow.
Yeah, he's that bad. He's that dumb, and he treats people that poorly too. So
he's had to learn. I mean, do you remember when Bill O'Brien was at Penn State? Do you know he kind of saved the Penn State program for really going in the shitter when all that stuff happened with Jopa?
Sure. Oh my God. Yeah. I mean that
they loved him. He left there. He thought the time was the getting was good. He should have stuck around for a couple more years and got Penn State football because they'd probably flip right now and take him over James Franklin.
Oh,
I mean, times have worn thin with James Franklin, and that guy wins, and he wins.
I know. I mean, look, it was a next to impossible situation that Bill O'Brien walked into in Happy Valley. But in 2 years there, he was 8-4 and 7-5.
How about yes?
I mean,
And they love the dude.
Penn State's winning 10 or 11 games a season right
I
now.
know. With James Franklin, I know.
Dude, I don't think James Franklin's a good coach, but I'd rather have him than Bill O'Brien. I would. And he's also not a piece of shit. Like, okay, maybe if you want to make an argument that Bill O'Brien is as good of a coach as James Franklin, I'd listen. I wouldn't agree with you, but I'd listen to it. But, you don't hear stories about James Franklin just pissing people off left and right like you do with Bill O'Brien. Alabama fans hate that dude. Obviously, Texans fans. I saw it firsthand. Like, he is so hated down there in Houston. And he had some success there, too.
Yeah, you're right. That's right.
First ever division titles in franchise history were won by Bill O'Brien. First playoff games in franchise history were won by Bill O'Brien. Like, he did some things right as a head coach, but obviously towards the end, it all fell apart. He got a bunch of power that he never should have gotten, and he just started treating people the wrong way. And he had this just smug, he thought Tom Herman was smug and rash. Let me introduce you to Bill O'Brien, because that's who he was times two.
Boy, you really had to rub people the wrong way to be, to get that job in Houston and doing some of the things he did and just piss people off the way he did. I mean, it sounded like he just talked poorly about people and individuals and just was a bad guy.
He went after the fans in Houston.
Oh, you can't do that.
No,
that ain't going to work.
His stock has fallen hard. So, look, if he has success at BC, then, yeah, he'll be in the mix for bigger jobs, and maybe he will be in the mix for the Penn State job. But I know Nittany Lions fans liked him a lot the first time around, but I have a tough time believing they would fully buy in to that right now with just how much of a hit BOB's legacy and reputation has taken since he left Penn State.
Wow.
Yeah.
Amazing.
So there you go. Quick shout outs to Jack Allen's Kitchen.
Yeah.
Buck was there this past weekend. If you're looking for a fantastic meal, go see our great friends at Jack Allen's Kitchen. 5 Austin area locations. It's down home Southern comfort style food that's just elevated, man. And they've got something for everyone in the family, everyone at the office, or hey, if you're just looking for a place to have a nice happy hour and catch a great bite this afternoon, they've got you covered at Jack Allen's Kitchen. Some of the best burgers in town. The quesadillas are fantastic. Great salads, too, if you're looking for something a little bit lighter. They've got the house-made pimento cheese, of course, to start off your meal, the full bar, the great service, everything you look for in a great restaurant experience. You're going to find it at Jack Allen's Kitchen. Shout out to our guy Brad at the Anderson location.
Oh, yeah.
Shout out to the great Jack Gilmore, the brain behind Jack Allen's Kitchen. Just fantastic food every single time you go in there.
I'm taking a rash of crap from the Texas Cheaters because for my wife's birthday this weekend, I'm going to a place called Fonda San Miguel.
Yeah, been there.
And he says, don't go in there asking for quesadillas and guacamole. Don't be going there asking for salsa buck or queso. He said, get to the big boy menu there when you go. He said it's going to be well worth it. Is it special? My wife thinks it's a really special place.
Yeah, it is upscale Mexican food. Fantastic meal. I mean, you can get chips and salsa, I think, there. Nothing wrong with that.
He said, don't ask for rib quesadillas, Buck. They're going to laugh at you or something.
I got good.
Hey, remember, I don't eat a lot of Mexican food. It doesn't work well with me. Mm-hmm. So he says they've got steaks. They've got everything else. He said, don't look for queso with a little extra with meat sauce in it or anything.
Oh, like the Bob Armstrong dip?
Oh yeah. So he says, come on. They said they have a big boys menu there. So
they got
fish. Have some fun. Fish too, huh? Nice.
They got fish. They got chicken dishes.
They got the ceviche. I heard it's spectacular.
Yeah, you guys will have a good time out there.
I've never been. This is
when's the wife's birthday? This Saturday?
Yeah.
Saturday. Very nice. You got Valentine's Day tomorrow and the birthday in the same week.
Dude, Christmas was just around the corner. I mean, come on.
Try that with her.
Oh, and go back to, hey, didn't we just celebrate Christmas? Come on.
Just got you a gift like a month and a half ago. Now you want more? You want 2 more gifts here? You kidding me?
I've been doing the flowers every day. I go get flowers all the time. I bring flowers home maybe twice a week anyway.
All those are for you, not for her.
No, they're for both of us. I'll say that. Yes.
Okay. All right. You're
I do like to have flowers in the house. I do like that. I don't want to lie. Sorry about that. Into our florists that are out there. I'm an HEB florist guy now. They do a magnificent job at HEB.
Really?
Yes, they do. Yes, they do. I am not down. As a matter of fact, the flowers from HEB last longer. I don't know what it is, but they seem to last longer than from florists. I've learned that over the last 5 or 6 years.
You sure they're real?
They're real. It's the real thing.
Okay.
HEB florists are doing fantastic jobs. Got to give it to the baggers over there bagging flowers. So
that's why you like them so much, because you're bagging the baggers and you're buying these flowers.
One time, and I never bagged anybody.
Okay, you're changing your story here. Ever since the Me Too movement started,
just ask for help. That's all.
Okay. All right. And then throw her in the back of your car and drive away with her.
Didn't throw her, just asked her to get in first.
And then close the door on her, then leave. It's the Bucks tip for kids in the car line today, kids.
Cedar chips. Nothing you can't. Once you get a lot of cedar chips in the back, everything's good.
God. All right, Buck. Well, hopefully we could put this rumor to bed. We'll have some Valentine's Day fun tomorrow, of course, during Valentine's Day right here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. The best and worst parts of Valentine's Day. We'll make for a fun conversation tomorrow morning. But hopefully we could put this to bed. I mean, I feel like we've said this 10 times already, but still, this is a storyline for folks across the college football world. I think Longhorn fans are tired of hearing about it, are tired of talking about it, are tired of being asked about it, but it is still something that is top of mind for a lot of folks across college football. Last week in Vegas at Super Bowl Radio Row, Eli Manning was there. And he did a couple of interviews, and he talked to one of my buddies, Zach Gelb, who's a national radio host on CBS Sports, does a great job. And Zach asked Eli Manning, who, of course, is the uncle of Texas quarterback Arch Manning. I think everybody knows that at this point. He asked Eli about Arch and whether or not Arch should consider transferring because Quinn Ewers is coming back for another season. Here's how that back and forth went.
You stay patient. You can enter the transfer portal and go start somewhere else.
No, he picked Texas because that's where he wants to be. That's where he wants to play football. He likes Coach Sarkisian and his offense and what they're doing. So that was he knew last year that he was going to go. He's in a red shirt, get some playing time, and obviously I think the plan was Ewers would maybe go in the NFL, but he's there. It's another year for Arch to mature, learn the offense, get bigger, stronger in the weight room. And always be prepared to play, and you never know what's going to happen. And so he's got to be ready. If not, then he, gets some playing time here and there, and he's got 3 more years of eligibility at a great school, at a great, football program on the rise. So I think that was, the fact that you can transfer so easily now doesn't mean you should do it just because you're not playing right away. A lot of quarterbacks when I was in college, that was always a game plan. It's like you red shirt, you sit a year, you have 3 years of eligibility. That's what I did at Ole Miss, and I think it helped me. And so I think Arch, I know he wants to play. He's itching to get in there, but being patient, continue to learn can be very helpful as well.
Yeah, I mean, there it is, right there in a nutshell. Exactly. You still have 3 years to play. You're at a place that you like. You like the people. You like the offense. You like the football program. You like what's happening. It's not like you're not making any money. You're making money. Your brand is going to be spectacular in this area. Your family brand is going to be big time. Once you start playing. But why run off somewhere else? What if you get to some place and all of a sudden you're in a quarterback battle? He won't be in a quarterback battle after Quinn Ewers leaves. He will be the quarterback.
100%.
There'll be somebody who'll be the backup to him. But he will know this offense left and right. He'll be bigger. He'll be stronger. Like you said, he'll be playing in the SEC. That's a big deal. But sometimes, we want to push. We want to make it that because we see so much of this happening that, it's going to happen. He's not sticking around. Hell, there were people thinking as a freshman, if he didn't play, he was going to be out of here. But why? I mean, where's the other paradise that he would be going to? I mean, if you're not starting – you're a backup no matter where you go, no matter what city you're in, you're still a backup, Well,
he would start at 100 different schools right now. without having started a single game in his college football career, if Arch Manning decided to transfer somewhere else, there are 100 schools that would make him the starting quarterback. I truly believe that. So that I see why Arch would
be winners. They had to be winners.
Well, I see why Arch would transfer. He's not transferring. So hopefully we can finally put this to bed, but apparently we can't because everyone is still asking anybody who's ever met Arch Manning about whether or not he's going to enter the portal. I mean, at this point, his family has come out and said he's staying. He himself has come out and said he's staying. Everyone within the Texas football program has said he's staying. Everybody who covers the University of Texas has said he's staying. So the writing is on the wall that Arch Manning is not going anywhere, and that's a damn good thing. But I mean, I see why he would transfer. Like, it's for the same reason everybody else transfers. They want to play. And it's great that he's being loyal to a decision that he made, right? And Eli Manning laid it out perfectly. Arch Manning chose to go to the University of Texas for a reason. And I think he chose to go to UT for a couple of different reasons. But the biggest one is Steve Sarkisian. And Sark is still there, right? Sark is one of the best quarterback developers in recent college football. Arch Manning knew that when he decided to commit to and sign with the University of Texas. So as long as Sark is still here, Arch is going to stay here. If Sark had left, if he had taken the Alabama job, or if he had gone to the NFL, then I think Arch would have left as well. But no, like, Arch committed to Texas for a few reasons, but I think the biggest reason was because he wanted to be coached by Steve Sarkisian. Sark is still here, and even if Arch isn't playing a lot, you and I both expect him to play at least some this season because Quinn gets hurt every year. Arch still gets the chance to get developed and coached by Steve Sarkisian, which is why he's here in the first place.
Well, I mean, you heard Eli even say that. He alluded to quarterbacks don't stay healthy for the entire season just about anywhere, and especially here. It just doesn't happen. He's going to get an opportunity to be out there in the field during the football season. You just get better a little at a time, and until when it's your job. And once it's your job, you've been around long enough, you understand what they're trying to do. I mean, it's I think it's still just the perfect setup for him. I'd love to be going to school at a place where I'm still building everything I need to build, when it comes physically and when it comes to mentally with the game of football. Plus, I'm in a city that I like. I'm around a place that I enjoy being around. I'm not off somewhere just being a football player, period. There's more to it than just that for him.
Yeah, which is great because that's not the case for most blue chip quarterbacks.
No, it's about, I want to play now. I want to make the best NIL deal now. I want the now immediately. I want to be there as a freshman. I want to be one of the highest paid NIL guys, not only on my campus, but every other campus if I'm a 5-star. That's what I want to be. I want to be known as that. That guy's coming here to be good at what he does. He just happens, to be in a family situation that can net him a lot of nice NIL money too. Plus, you can get better at his craft.
Yeah, you talk about the NIL. Talk about the NIL stuff. Like a CB comments here, Arch isn't making anything on NIL until he's a starting quarterback. That at least is according to Grandpa Archie. So you see all of these valuations of what Arch Manning is worth. And yeah, people would be willing to pay him a lot of money to play quarterback here in Austin and anywhere else. But that's another reason why, like, I see why people think Arch Manning would consider transferring because, yeah, if that's the case and he's got money, his family has money, that's clearly not an issue for them. But still, more money is never a bad thing.
There are kids back before all this NIL deal who had families that had money. There are football players who had families that were well-to-do, and they got enough. I mean, when is enough anyway? I mean, it all depends. It all depends on your perspective. I mean, if you come from a well-to-do family and you're a football player and you can get your pizzas or whatever you want, or go out and take your boys out to dinner every once in a while, or have a girl that you can take care of, that's fine. I mean, there's others that just aren't going to have that and still have decided to stay at universities before NIL even came into existence. They were like, I'm satisfied. I make enough. I don't. What am I? If I want to get a car, my mom or dad will get me a car to put around me. It may not be, it may not be exactly what you may not be a Beamer or whatever it is, but I got a nice enough car. I've seen guys with junkers say, this is way nice enough for me. Right. Hell, I never even had a damn car on a campus.
I will never fault anybody for trying to make money ever. So I see why Arch would consider transferring, because if he's not getting NIL money, family rule until he plays quarterback, then maybe he wants to go play somewhere else, or just wants to play in general. It might not have anything to do with NIL, but
he doesn't need it. What does he need it? He doesn't.
Rich people don't stop working. Elon Musk doesn't need any money. He could have retired 30 years ago. He still works. Like, rich people don't get rich or stay rich and just get comfortable.
Not every young kid thinks like that. Not every young. Of course,
not everyone does, but a lot of them do. Thankfully, Arch doesn't. If he did, he would transfer. That's my point.
Yeah, he doesn't have to think that way because he can get anything that he wants through his family. He doesn't have to depend on a car dealer or an alum to get him money. He has that kind of money in his family.
Right.
He's not worried about what he drives.
It's good that he thinks that way, because there are other kids who also come from money who want more money, and they also want to play. And thankfully, Arch is willing to sit out. Like, that's the whole point here. I think we're basically saying the same thing, just differently. Yes. It's a great thing that he wants to stay at Texas. And it's annoying that people still have to talk about this, because people keep asking people related to Arch Manning if he's going to enter the transfer portal. But it's obvious at this point that he is staying in Austin, and that's great. That's great. That's what we're looking for.
But once again, I'll always remember, I know this, he's still a young mind. It's going to be a sophomore in college, and young minds can change at any moment. There's things that can make you change your mind as a young person in a hurry.
Okay, so what would change his mind? What would cause Arch Manning to enter the portal, even though everyone is saying he's not entering the portal?
I'm just saying, anything can go. I mean, you can have things that happen within your team. I mean, there are a lot of things that could happen to a kid that all of a sudden could sour him on the University of Texas. I mean, it's not like it's not heaven. It's not perfect where you are. Nothing's perfect. So, I mean, when you were young like that, things can change. You're just hoping things don't change the way he is and the way he sees himself and what he wants, what he's looking at and his goals are looking to do. He understands he doesn't need to play 4 years of football to go to his next level. We've talked about guys going from junior colleges and playing 1 year or 2 years. He understands, like you said, as long as Steve Sarkisian is here and they're winning games, he doesn't want to be at a losing program either.
Right. Yeah, I mean,
starter. He doesn't want to be starting at some place that's not winning games.
Is that the thing that would cause Arch Manning to leave? Is if Texas has a really bad 2024 season and Sark looks like he's lost it a little bit as a head coach? You brought up, things can change at any moment. Like, to me, that's the most, I guess, I don't expect that to happen, but that to me is like the one thing that could cause Arch to decide to hit the portal, is if
all of a sudden
Quinn Ewers takes a big step back and Sark looks like he's lost it a little bit as a coach and as a quarterback developer.
And they win 8 games or 7 games and something happens during the course. Anything, I mean, you got a bunch of injuries that cause all of a sudden you're not winning 10 games, but you're winning 8 or you're winning, or okay, I'll just say 8. You're winning 8. And when everybody's thinking you should be winning 11 and 10 and you end up, things could change in that kid's mind. Maybe he's lost his golden touch. Maybe things, even for that 1 year, but then again, you're going to become the starting quarterback the next year. Maybe you're the guy that changes everything right back,
Right.
I mean, I got a feeling that's what he would think.
Sure.
I'm the guy who will make the difference. Now that I'm going to be the starter, I'll make the difference. And if they win 8 games, now all of a sudden I'm going to be in charge. I'm the leading guy. I'll change things.
Yeah. Hopefully we can finally lay this thing to rest, but I'm sure we can't. I'm sure Sark will get asked about this during spring football, and there will be more headlines about Arch Manning's decision to transfer or not transfer.
There are other quarterbacks coming into the program. It's not just Arch Manning that's for the next 3 years or whatever. After Quinn Ewers is gone, I mean, he won't be the only quarterback on campus, right?
No, they're bringing in quarterbacks every year, and they should bring quarterbacks in every year. It's what you have to do in today's college football. So,
right.
Obviously Texas lost a couple of QBs to the portal. Malik Murphy went to Duke. Charles Wright went to Appalachian State. So they lose a couple of guys. They've got to bring in more. They replenish that position every single year. They brought in a recruit, and they're going to keep doing that every single season. So there you go. Eli Manning talking Arch Manning. More evidence in the positive if you are a Texas football fan. All right, we got some fun stuff we got to get into, Buck. But before that, how about some shout outs to some fantastic sponsors?
Dr. Greg Eckert, my guy, which I keep telling everybody I can go see. I've got to go get a teeth cleaning because he does it all. General dentistry, advanced work. I had my teeth restored in just 2 visits with the good doctor. But I need some general general dentistry done too. Teeth whitening, tooth loss solution, teeth cleaning, extractions if that need be. But how about dental implants? Find out if you're a candidate for dental implants by giving Dr. Eckert a call today at 512-345-3166. Turn that frown upside down, whether it's one tooth or many teeth. Dr. Eckert is doing a lot of dental implants, and find out if you're a candidate today. And folks, if you're not taking care of even your general dentistry because you're afraid to go to the dentist, this is the place that you want to go. Now, I've been in dentist offices, believe me, where I went in, I heard the drill in the back, I heard the talking in the back. And dude, I just wanted to take a step and get on out of there. That's why at one time I had a temporary filling in my mouth for 14 years because I was afraid of the dentist. You know, that's back in the day when they didn't use gloves either, BK. But Dr. Eckert, gloves and all, man. If you need IV sedation in order to get your teeth fixed, Dr. Eckert will do just that for you. Believe me. Don't delay your dental health. Get that fixed as soon as possible. Everybody's got their new insurance out for the new year. Start to use it. Don't get out there in December and then you start to lose it. Make an appointment with the best doctor and the best dentist in town, Dr. Greg Eckert. 512-345-3166 is his number.
And just raw dog your mouth?
Back in the day, yes. When I was going to my first dental appointments back in the day in Carolinas and even in Pennsylvania, those guys just washed their hands. That was it. And then they went and did their thing. They didn't have gloves on. They didn't have – latex was only for one thing during those days, I believe.
What's
if
that?
You know what I mean.
I don't know what you mean.
Trojan, man. Yeah. They put their hands into your mouth, yes.
Gross. I don't think I ever would have gone to the dentist. I barely go to the dentist now. There's no way I was going back then if there were no gloves involved. That's nasty.
Dude, they used to have it. There was a time where they didn't – you know how the little suction thing is to get the spit out of your mouth they have now? They used to pull it. A tray used to come in front of you. And
they had a guy. They had someone doing mouth to mouth.
No,
spit out of you.
It used to be a silver bowl that looked like a top of a toilet bowl that came in front of you, and you used to spit it into that thing, and then they move it away.
And that's
you
better
always
than
have the suction thing. Or maybe I've been going to the wrong dentist. Maybe I've been going to the dentist up in Appalachia or something. But let me tell you, there were times where I used to spit into a bowl before they had suction. That's how old I am. You don't remember those times. You've always had the little suction deal, right?
Yeah.
And you never had somebody's bare hands in your mouth.
I would have beat the shit out of them if they tried doing that.
With their hairy knuckles.
Yeah,
they just look like coal miners going in there.
Oh, coal miners.
Oh yeah, but not anymore.
Nasty. Yeah. Thankfully, Dr. Eckert doesn't do any of that old school stuff. He's with the times. He's as good as it gets. Speaking of as good as it gets, how about a word from our great friends over at Covert BK?
Hi, I'm Dan Covert with my wife Hayden. Welcome to Covert BK.
Our newest location in the gorgeous Hill Country includes Buick, GMC, Cadillac, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram, and hundreds of pre-owned and certified vehicles for you to choose from. We have 3 service departments that are ready to take care of your car, truck, or SUV with 86 service bays to accommodate any repair and get you in and out quickly. Come visit us today to select the vehicle you've been dreaming about.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
Yes, indeed.
Come by and see those folks today. They are very much involved in the 23rd annual Mullet Open in May 10th.
Very nice. Okay.
Wow. Can't wait to see those folks. They're doing some wonderful things for the golf tournament.
Yep. Yeah, the Covert's very involved in our community, and they have been for a long, long time. And yeah, excited that they will be a partner of the Mullet Open, which, yes, is less than 3 months away.
Yes, and it comes up in a hurry, believe me. And I'm thinking that is the day before graduation. Somebody's graduating on that Saturday, the 11th. It always happens that way. No matter how I try, I'm always bumped up against somebody's graduation. If you're doing it in the month of May, somebody's graduating on that weekend.
Yeah, there's always something going on here. You can't avoid every important event in Austin. There's just too much happening in this city now. So, yeah, graduation's usually on Saturday. Your golf tournament's on Friday. So go play golf. Say, hey, family, you're not graduating today. Sorry, daughter. You'll graduate tomorrow. We'll get your dinner tomorrow night. We don't need to do anything Friday. I'm going to play in a charity golf tournament. Oh, you don't want me to play? It's for charity. What kind of daughter are you? I thought I raised you better than this.
Come on, man.
You just
lost Grandma's there. Grandma wants to spend time with you on Friday. I understand that. Yes.
Well,
Wanna
what
go
about
over
the
to the
kids,
moonshine?
Grandma?
Hey, want to go over to the moonshine, get a little meal in you? Come on, man.
Hey,
You can't mess around with grandma on graduation weekend. That's grandma's weekend
hey,
too.
Grandma, guess what? You're dying off. These
No.
kids have a long time left. We need to make sure they're okay. All right?
And I need to play a little golf on Friday.
Yeah, we gotta
Daddy's play a little
golf.
golf. Come on.
Yeah, come on now.
Oh man.
Like, he's
Oh
paying for
goodness.
all
I'm
this
glad.
stuff anyways.
That's right.
Oh my God. All right. I saw our guy Ashish in the comments a moment ago. I guess he made a nice little one-tooth joke.
Oh yeah.
And Arkansas and OU fans. But Ashish runs a few different 7-Elevens here in Austin, Texas, USA, America. Shout out to our girl Wendy as well. We love 7-Eleven. The best food, the best snacks, obviously the great drinks, the hot and the cold drinks. They've got gas for your car. They've got fuel for you to get you through every single day, and they're always open. They're the very best convenience store that you can find. We love our great friends at 7-Eleven. Make sure you download that 7-Eleven app as well to cash in on the 7 Rewards program, where you will get rewarded for being a repeat customer at 7-Eleven. It's great
May
stuff.
not be able to eat the sweets, but I sure can get me a slice of pizza or 6.
There you go. Fat Tuesday, baby.
Oh yeah. That's right. I can indulge in. Okay, if I'm not getting sweets, I'm getting myself some bread today, right? I know bread is sugar and rice is sugar, but I need to, if I'm not getting a bowl of ice cream or Snickers bar or Little Debbie's, I need to go get me about 4 slices of that 7-Eleven pizza. Yes, yes, I do.
What are you giving up for Lent this year, since it is Fat Tuesday?
Yeah, it is the lentil season. And I generally give up ice cream, but since I'm giving up ice cream anyway, you know what? I haven't made any of that. That's, you caught me off guard there. Why do I have to give up something? Do I have to give up something? Why can't I get something during Lent?
I mean, I guess you can get other things, but the whole bit is you give something up for 40 days, right?
Yeah.
You don't have to decide today. Tomorrow is when it starts, right?
Yeah, I'll figure out something. I'll get you that gambling. 40 days.
What?
Yeah, that's right.
You had an easy one built in with sugar because you've already started giving that up. Why don't you just make it sugar?
I'm doing that for 6 months. That's going past the 40 days. I'm doing I'm on a 6-month plan.
I figured you could just tie that in there, though. You're going to do something completely different?
Yeah, it's too easy. That's too easy. I'm not going to talk to my cousin for 40 days. How's that?
What about the XFL?
Dude, nobody's betting money. Nobody's taking their money, and I'm not giving you any plays on the XFL. Nobody cares. That's not real football.
Okay, perhaps more importantly, what about March Madness?
Ooh, that could hurt.
Yeah. Because 40 days, Easter is after the Final Four, isn't it?
I better not. That's something there. Sorry, Lord. There's something there I can't do. That's March Madness. How can you not put a little something down there?
Ooh, Easter's actually before the Final Four.
Okay,
but
cool.
But still, the first 2 weeks of the tournament happened before Easter.
And I'm giving up talking to my cousin until then, or Bet US. No, I got to do Bet US. Just the cousin, just the crook. Forget that. I'm going to get the good lines from Bet US. I'm not going to get my line's not going to move. 2 minutes before the game starts. I'm going to get the hook. You know what I'm saying? By the way, these cousins out there, some of these changes that they make, I don't get it. I don't get that, how they do that. How do they get to do the lines themselves? Do they look at the Vegas lines? Does the cousin have a cousin?
Oh, the cousin always has a cousin.
Yeah, a bigger cousin?
Mm-hmm.
Well, the in-between cousin shouldn't be allowed to throw like an extra hook on there because they know you. Oh, he won't know. He won't check. Let me throw this extra 6.5 on him. You know what I mean? That's not right.
The extra hook.
Yeah.
How she goes. And when you're in a state like Texas where it's not legal, you don't have to have as many competitive lines out there.
Yes.
You don't have as many options. So it's like, yeah, you get what you get and you don't throw a fit kind of deal.
and my cousin's not going to church on Sunday and all that stuff. How comes the cousin is not an outstanding upholding citizen that's a wonderful person? Why does my cousin have to be that shady cousin? You know what I mean?
You got to talk to him or her. Apparently
Yeah,
he's bigger than you, too. I don't know what that means. I don't know why you're looking down there at your cousin, but whatever you say, guy.
This is not my cousin. This is my boy right here. And he's not as big as I am. This is the little man. I'm the big man, me and Usher. But hey, I wonder if the little man's going to spring training with the Yankees this year. We need a year. We got to be back. You know what I'm saying? Teams like the Rangers, we can't have that. You know what I'm saying? It's on this year. How you like them apples? You like apples? How you like them apples?
How you like them donuts? As Matt Damon said in that Dunkin' Donuts commercial on Super Bowl Sunday.
Stupid. I never want to see that commercial ever again.
Been a while for your Yankees, you know.
It
State
has
of Texas
been.
teams have won the last 2 World Series, and your Yankees are just sitting back twiddling their thumbs with Aaron Boone.
That guy's still coming back.
Yeah, he's back. Pitchers
Come
and
on.
catchers report tomorrow, by the way, for both the Rangers and the Astros. So
Wow.
it's coming, baby.
Can we have a repeat? Do you think you can have a repeat? Rangers are fat and happy and satisfied.
I mean, I never thought the Rangers were going to win one. So if you ask me if the Rangers
You
are
don't
going to
care
win two,
now.
well, of course I care, but my answer would be no. Like I don't expect the Rangers to go back to back, but they should be very good again this year. You got to re-sign Jordan Montgomery, their pitcher, who's a big part of their success. He's still a free agent. If the Rangers bring him back, then I'll be feeling pretty good about their chances to
There you go.
at least make another deep playoff run. But that AL West race, it was awesome last year. It came down to the final day of the season. The Astros overtook the Rangers on game 162 to win the AL West. Obviously, the Rangers got the last laugh by winning in the last game of the American League Championship Series. But, that AL West race is going to be a ton of fun to watch this year, and baseball will be here before you.
Yes, it will. And you'll be out at the Texas game on, is it this Friday or next Friday?
Yeah, this Friday. We'll be doing a pregame show out with the Occupy Left Field folk. So come out and see us. Come out for the game, first and foremost. It's opening day for Texas Longhorn baseball. We'll be taking on the University of San Diego. It's a 3-game series that gets going on Friday night.
Very nice.
First pitch around 7 o'clock. I think we'll be out there from about 6 to 7. So a little pregame chatter, left field with the folks from Occupy Left Field. Kevin and I will be out there. Should be a ton of fun.
Boy, I'm expecting LeBaron Johnson to have a fantastic season. He really came on last year. He became a real pitcher, not just a power pitcher, but boy, he had some good stuff last year. He should really be special this year.
He should be. Yep. The 1-2 of LBJ and Tanner Witt should be amongst the best 1-2 punches in college baseball. And if it is, this Texas team has a chance to make another run at the College World Series. And Charlie Hurley, I think, is your number 3 starter. Texas is pretty good with the starting pitching. They've got a number of key bats to replace from last year's squad. They've got bullpen questions a little bit. I think most college baseball teams have bullpen questions going into the starts of the season because pitching depth is always a question mark right now. But, Texas, preseason top 10 in a couple of the polls, preseason top 15 in the other polls. So this should be another really, really good season for David Pierce, who we got to talk to last week.
Yeah, it was good to talk to him, and the other day when we were talking about yesterday when we were talking about basketball, not having a game until Saturday. That's a weird deal. That's a long week to not play a game. Maybe it's a good time to rest. Probably, I don't know. I mean, I would think when you're playing the way they're playing over the last couple of games, that you'd like to kind of keep that going. But it takes,
it's only one good game that they've played in a row. Remember, they lost.
It's really, when it comes down to it, was one game.
I'll take the rest, man, and I'll take the extra days of practice before Houston. Like, if this bye week was being used before West Virginia, it's like,
yes,
you'll take it. Of course, it's important for the home stretch, but you don't need extra days to get ready for a crappy West Virginia team. You'll take as much help as you can get going up against the Cougs in their house on Saturday. I don't know how much of a difference it's going to make. I don't think Texas is going to win that game, but I guess this is as good of timing as you could possibly ask for this de facto bye week that Texas basketball has.
To me, they got to have one of those wins out of those those big fours. They've got to have, between Kansas, Texas Tech, Houston. What they can't do is have a Kansas State team come here and beat you. No more losses at home.
Yeah, they're going to be favored in their 3 home games. You'd like to think they can win all 3 of those. They're going to be underdogs in their 4 remaining road games. Baylor is also that road trip that Texas has to make. If they can win, if they can go 4-3, that'd be awesome. There'll be a tournament lock, maybe a 6 seed, maybe a 7 seed, which would be very good considering where this thing was 3 weeks ago. But if they go 2-5, which is possible, because OU, even though that's a home game, even though you beat them handily at their place, they can still come in here and beat you. So if you go 2-5 down the stretch, then Selection Sunday might not be so fun for you. So big stretch here.
Yeah,
all right,
take care of the home games.
I do. I'm with you 100%. Bucky, Taco Bell is maybe my favorite restaurant in the world outside of Jack Allen's Kitchen in Cover 3. We know that. That's been established. Taco Bell's got a new menu item. Actually, they've got a number of new menu items that they're rolling out in 2024, but there's one that really stood out to me, and there's one that's starting to generate some national buzz. Ready for a picture?
Show it to me.
You see that?
Yes.
That is gelato.
Hate gelato.
Mountain Dew Baja Blast gelato.
It's not ice cream. It's gelato.
It is different than ice cream. It's what, Italian? That's where gelato's from? Italy?
Yeah, it's from Italy.
Yeah. So you're out on this?
I'm out on gelato. Don't like gelato.
What about Mountain Dew Baja Blast gelato? Because
I'm really out of that. Remember, we're off the sweets. That's got to be extremely horrifying right there. That mess.
Here's the description for the Mountain Dew Baja Blast gelato from Taco Bell's website. Taco Bell fans asked, and now the brand is delivering. First tested in 2023, the delectable gelato will be making its nationwide debut, giving fans more ways to celebrate the Baja Blast 20th year anniversary. The creamy and delicious treat is infused with the iconic Baja Blast tropical lime flavor and is a perfect complimentary addition to any cheesy, spicy, saucy order on the Taco Bell menu.
Looks like ass, tastes like ass. That thing right there.
You know what ass tastes like.
No, let me just say this. I'd rather have a nice, cool bowl of Jell-O pudding than that thing right there.
You want Bill Cosby serving it to you too?
Dude, that's awful looking.
You wouldn't even try this?
No, that looks like Play-Doh back in the day. Crayola crayon, the Play-Doh. That's what that looks like. I'm not eating that mess.
I feel like most gelato looks like that texture-wise, but the color is a very Play-Doh-y color, isn't it?
Oh, yes.
You don't see too many like bluish green looking gelato. And if you had a Mountain Dew Baja Blast, you kind of know what the color of the drink is. The color of the gelato, this is for folks listening on the app, is very similar to that.
No, don't. I mean, I've tried gelato numerous times, and people try to win me over, get away from the ice cream, less calories in the gelato. No, just give me the calories, but not now because I'm sugar-free. No sugar in these britches.
You're the big man who's not eating calories. I'm still having a tough time figuring out how that is going to work.
Find other ways. Eat more beef.
Eat more beef. One more thing coming to Taco Bell that I think is worth talking about. I want to get your take on as we share the screen for one more picture. See that?
I see some queso.
There's some queso in there. Authentic.
So Sammy's Miguel on Saturday. Is that what I order? Can I order those right there?
I don't know if you can order Taco Bell's crispy chicken nuggets at Fonda San Miguel.
Hey, come on, give me some of those nuggies here, Andy Reid.
I don't think you can even order these chicken nuggets at Taco Bell yet because they're not available yet. There's sure as hell no chance you can order them at a different restaurant.
What is the yellow stuff?
That's cheese.
Oh,
cheese dip.
Cheese dip and chicken?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, well, those are two great things. It's queso and it's fried chicken. That's like two of the greatest things we as a society have to offer right now.
God.
What a perfect combo that is. Here's the description for the crispy chicken nuggets at Taco Bell.
Okay.
That's right. Taco Bell is bringing yet another chicken innovation in crispy chicken nuggets, which consist of all white meat chicken, good one, marinated in spiced jalapeno buttermilk before being breaded in a tortilla coating and fried to crispy glory. Fans can choose from 2 new delectable sauce options. Oh, that's not queso. You got signature Bell sauce, which is crafted with tomatoes, red chiles, onion, and garlic, or the hot and sweet jalapeno honey mustard, featuring sweet honey mustard with the kick of jalapeno. So I assume that's what that yellow sauce is, right?
Yeah,
the jalapeno.
it looked like mustard to me. Yeah.
I would dip the chicken nuggets in the cheese sauce at Taco Bell, for the record. I'm not backing off that take. But
you would do this too.
Oh, of course. Yeah, I'm trying this. They had a crispy chicken taco a couple of years ago at Taco Bell where literally the shell was like a piece of fried chicken. It's pretty good. Now they're doing chicken nuggets.
Those nuggets look big in that picture right there. I had a lot of chicken to stick down your gullet after dipping it in that hot-ass mustard right there.
Yeah, you're the guy who ordered the Caniac combo at Cane's. You got the 6-piece chicken tendies.
Well, I found out I couldn't do that.
Yeah, I couldn't quite figure out why you made that order. You ended up throwing half of them away. Didn't even offer them to me. I would have eaten them.
Look at that nasty stuff.
Look at that. It looks like you get 5 nuggies per order. Strong.
I was close the other day when I was off the suites. I was right by Taco Bell down in Dripping Springs. I almost slid in there and needed to give me about 6 crispy tacos. Love those crispy ones.
You can't eat 6 Taco Bell tacos.
I can. Mild
in
sauce,
one sitting.
Mild sauce, yes. In a car with a drink, and now I can't drink no soda. Maybe with an Olipop or some water. I can do that. I can crunch that, and I won't spill a thing on my pants. Hell, I can do it while driving.
I was going to ask, do you eat and drive, or do you like sit in the parking lot and down those tacos?
Well, I used to, as a younger man, I used to be able to drive to my next spot without dropping anything. But now I've tried that at this age. It doesn't work. I mean, I take one bite and that thing, I don't know. I don't think they make the crispy taco like they used to. This thing just evaporates when you bite into it. It explodes. The whole taco explodes now.
Oh, yeah. The shell's gone.
All little crunchy pieces. I'm like, what is this shit?
Yeah, sometimes the shell breaks before you even take a bite. It's like you pick it up out of
you open up the wrapper and it's cracked.
Cooked. Yeah. Gone. I'll bet you $50 you can't eat 6 Taco Bell. We'll do it on the air. 6 Taco Bell crispy tacos. I bet you $50 you can't down all 6. I'll give you 2 hours. I'll give you the whole show to down all 6 of them. I don't think you have it in you. You taking that bet? You already owe me $50. This is double or nothing here.
How about 4?
$4?
4 tacos.
No, you said 6.
Well, I know I can do a half.
Now you're back. The big man. All this talk about you being the big man.
I am the big man. I'm the big man. Down. Listen, don't try to deny the big man. Don't try to. Hey, don't downplay me. Okay.
Sounds like the big man.
I'm a big man. 6 is
a wee bit whittle. The whittle man is here.
I just don't want to. I don't want to have to excuse myself from the show because I have to go to the bathroom. That stuff could. I can't.
There's Bucky. There's Bucky, the whittle man walking in.
Won't eat the 6 tacos. Come on, wee man. You want 4? Oh, you want 2?
I'm not even sure you could eat 4, but I'm not giving you $50 if you eat just 4 tacos. You got to eat 6.
That little dude right there could eat 4.
Yeah, and he's half your size, so you should be able to eat 8.
I don't think so. He's got those big Tootsie Roll arms. He's not.
Those arms, those Tootsie Roll arms, as you so eloquently call them, are like less than half the size of your arms.
Now you're making a big man be. There you go.
No, I'm talking about length, not in terms of girth or whatever. If that guy can eat 4, you should be able to eat 10.
No way. I don't want to get sick. I don't like bets like that. I don't like eating bets because I will then have to perform and then I will pay dearly after that. Remember, I'm doing a lot of physical things and having things checked out. I'm my A1A, my A1C and all that stuff, A1J. You know, I'm trying to keep all those things at a level that I can participate with the rest of the world. And I don't have to do big commercials and have, I don't want to be on pills. You know what I'm saying? Six of those tacos will put me on pills. I don't want to do it.
No, you can have one day where you eat bad food.
No, you can't.
Yeah, just do it way before you go to the doctor again. Then you'll be okay.
They won't find out if you do it. No, can't do that. That's like that's like the people that say, hey, you've been sober for 23 years. You don't think that you could have one drink and then go back to being sober again?
What you're saying, you think you're gonna eat 6 tacos every day if you eat 6 tacos one day?
No, one day it'll be 6, the next day it'll be 3, the next day I'll have a craving. I'll go by there and get 2 more, and then I'll get back to 4, and then it'll be 6 again. That's how you get. Hey, how do you think people get addicted to drugs?
All right, let's bring on 2 guys who actually have some taste.
Oh, God.
And Double R and Wags. I don't know if y'all heard any of this conversation.
I heard it.
Yep. Bucky went from claiming that he could eat 6 tacos from Taco Bell in one sitting, and now he's too scared to eat any tacos because he's worried he's going to start doing crystal meth if he eats one.
We got Jardians. We don't need to worry about anything. We got Jardians.
See, I don't because they have the commercials.
It's a little pill, Bucky. It's a little pill. You got a big story to tell. You'll be fine.
No, dude. Those things do something to you later on. Forget that it's a little pill with a big story to tell. I don't give a shit. If you continue to have those pills in you, it's going to get something else, isn't it, Rodney? Eventually that stuff works on something else.
I'm telling you, I want in on this. 6 tacos ain't shit. I mean, that's man. I want to be in on this challenge. Can
we have the real discussion? Chicken nuggets at Taco Bell.
That's gross.
No, crispy tacos.
I don't know. I'm intrigued by this. Like, especially if you take a little bit of the queso too, we could get really special and crazy with this. Look at that. I mean, yeah. Look at that. Sign me up. And then you put a little bit of hot sauce on there.
Man. That shit looks like brown hockey pucks.
Yeah. If I want chicken nuggets, I'm going to Bush's Chicken or Golden Chick. Sing the Golden Chick song, Bucky.
You know what? That's send me over there. Send me over there to find out how it is. Hey, who was that guy that did the taste test? BK, who's the dude that used to do the taste test? Boom, that's Dub Smacks or some shit like that. I can't remember the guy.
The YouTube food reviewers?
Yeah, dude.
Oh, I've got like 50 of those guys that I watch religiously, but I think you're talking about Dame Drops.
Dame Drops. Boom.
No, I want to. Let's do this taco thing. I mean, that'll be cool. I think that'd be fun to do.
Rodney, for you, if I'm paying you, you got to have 10. I have no doubt that you can down 6 tacos. I have no doubt that Wags can down 6 tacos. I have no doubt that I can.
Man. He's after the big man.
The little man over here, Kyler Godbolt, I don't think he can down 6 tacos. That's the wager.
And
Rodney,
by the way,
if the 3 of us want to go get Taco Bell, Double R and Wags, let's go. I'm in. But the bet is
Bucky, when you're talking about all the different things there, A1A, I mean, you said A1A.
Beachfront Avenue, girls were hot, wearing less than bikinis.
Exactly.
Lovers, driving Lamborghinis.
That's the first thing I thought. Beachfront Avenue.
No, dude, I don't want to be on. I got people telling me I'm pre-this. I've been pre-diabetic for like 25 years. Oh, really? When do I get to be a diabetic? Can we quit the pre thing?
You've been pre-Jardians? You've been pre-Jardians for 30 years.
Yeah. And that means if I did the Taco Bell thing, I'm over the top. I'm in the commercial. I'm taking over from the black mailman with the slick back Johnny Mathis hair. No. I take his spot.
What?
I take that dude's spot.
Johnny Mathis hair.
I'm not doing it. I'm not going James Brown. I'm not doing that hairdo to do that commercial. I'm just doing this. That's it.
Shit.
Hey, we got.
I don't even know how to follow
Tuesday.
that.
What are we doing? You guys have something?
I don't
Fat
fucking
Tuesday?
know anymore. I don't know what we're doing, Buck.
No,
we
you
come
don't.
on here, we have a plan, and then we come on here, we talk about Johnny Mathis and Jardians for 10 minutes. So I don't know.
Yeah,
I know we screw up your show every morning.
No, I love it. It's the greatest feed in and the greatest intro. We never know. Seriously, it's the greatest introduction to chaos theory because we really do not know where we're going to go after this.
Yeah. Well, you know what? Guess what? There's a good chance that Patrick Mahomes will three-peat next year. How about that?
How about that?
Cisco again. How's that?
Yeah. Yeah.
You think there's a chance you can beat Kyle Shanahan, the genius, again?
Yeah. Well, they're only
I'm
going
not
to get
too
better.
sure that San Francisco winds up back in the Super Bowl. I don't think we're going to see a repeat of the Super Bowl again.
Here comes Detroit. Here comes Dallas.
Yeah,
Wags.
I like Detroit
Dallas.
coming up, man.
Are you saying Detroit, Wags? Are you still on that boat?
Yeah,
Get
there's a reason why Dan Quinn sat there and said, not a lot of teams make it back here. It's very hard to get back here. That was motivation, Buck. You know that. He planted the seed.
Well,
I'll say this.
Now we got Mike Zimmer.
Yeah, I'll say this here, guys. On February 13th, 20 and 24, I'd give San Francisco a better chance of getting back to the Super Bowl than Kansas City.
Mm-hmm. I agree.
I just think the NFC.
Because the MVP Lamar Jackson is going to come alive next year.
Oh yeah, I mean the AFC's better. That's really what that comes down to.
A little more watered down than the AFC.
Yeah. Like I think. Look, you've got. I assume Philly bounces back, but they clearly have questions.
Yeah,
I mean they lost Kelsey too. They're going to have to replace their center.
Sure. Does anyone have faith in Dallas actually doing something in the playoffs? I sure as shit don't.
They'll win the East though.
And then the AFC, nobody repeats in the East, but
that might change this year though, man.
It won't. I'm here to tell you. And then you look at the AFC. You've got Lamar, you've got Burrow, you've got Allen, you've got Stroud. Like the AFC is just better. I know the Chiefs keep winning the AFC, and I'll pick them to at least make it to the AFC Championship game because that feels like the Astros and the CS. It's just a given at this point.
Yeah.
But I just, the NFC's worse. I feel like the Niners have a better chance than the Chiefs do next year.
For some reason, I
agree. I totally agree with that.
I think the Chiefs will be better in the regular season than they were this year.
And we talked about this yesterday, guys, but before y'all go, I think day before yesterday with Purdy, I think Purdy answered a lot of questions on Sunday. I thought he did a real damn good job, for the folks saying he couldn't live up in the moment or whatever was going to happen. Right? I fucking thought he did great. I thought he did a good job.
Well, it wasn't about him, but is he good enough to beat that other guy?
Is he a top 10 quarterback?
This year he was.
Dak is supposedly.
I got him as a top 10 quarterback.
Yes.
I mean, he's right. He might be the gatekeeper of it, but when
I look at him, I'm looking at what would he be like on some other team?
Yeah, in another system. I don't know if he could. That's the thing, right? I don't know if he could actually excel in another system, but he looks like he can handle it in this system, though.
Yeah, and this is where we go back to that game manager thing. It's like, okay, it's easy to manage a game when you got CMC, when you got Deebo Samuel, when you have that defense. I mean, yeah, you can fucking manage a game really good. But yeah, in another spot, how would he do? That's the burning question right there. But he's in a good spot. So
yeah, Pat Mahomes will do it in anybody's spot on any other team. He's still going to be fantastic.
Yeah, Pat Mahomes will do it in anybody's spot.
He'll target that back up there, Buck, from spine to spine. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean he would be good. I mean, Lamar Jackson. That's the guy that can keep him out because I don't think the guy in Buffalo is going to keep him out. There's
that guy in Cincinnati who was out with an injury who has kept Mahomes out before. Don't forget about him.
That's a dude, and keep your eye on that.
And he lives in that world of injury right now.
Keep your eye on that guy in Houston. Keep your eye on that guy in Houston. Never know.
We're already counting out Buffalo.
Yes,
they count themselves out. It seems.
Yeah, they'll find a way to screw it up. Yes, forget about Buffalo. They're sort of like Detroit. Go ahead and count them out too. Those are the two teams that everybody's can't wait to get. They're not getting there anytime soon.
Well, we got to talk a little bit about Pittsburgh, too. That's kind of what's on a little bit of the bill today. Of course, there's hypotheticals in the news. Would Russell Wilson or Justin Fields be the best fit for Pittsburgh? I don't know if you guys seen the news, but they released a few players. Trubisky, one of them. So that's clear. Like, they're reeling for a quarterback. Pittsburgh thought they hit one there with Kenny Big Hands Pickett's or whatever. Pickett. Big hands, huge hand. Huge hand, 7-incher, take you all the way to heaven, baby. We got to talk about that one, man.
All right, I gotta go get me some Taco Bell.
Get those nuggets, these nuggets. There he goes, man. Welcome to Chaos Theory. Already chaotic, as we like to say, because it usually is following those two clowns on this beautiful February 13th. Almost time for your Valentine's Day. Make sure you get your loved ones and your significant others their Hallmark holiday cards. So,
tomorrow, right?
I get, it's the 14th. So I mean, make sure you. What you done anything crazy for Valentine's Day? Like, what's the one thing you'd ever done, like rose petals on the bed or some shit like that?
No.
Okay, yeah, you just ain't wasting time, right? Okay.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing that I've ever done is, splurging for big meals.
Good morning, Sal.
All of that kind of stuff. I mean, as a matter of fact, this morning I was sitting here in the office, and my wife comes in, and she's like, because every year she's like, look, keep it, because her birthday's at the end of the month, and she's like, don't do anything for Valentine's Day.
She's a Pisces.
That's right. She showed
what. I'm March 1st, baby.
Nice. She's
What's she?
She's 226.
You don't have to
left out the year there. But,
yeah, you don't have to do that. You don't have to.
No, I tell you, I'll definitely give the year. She's 226.73, and that's the whole thing. If you see my wife, that's where it's like people see us together, and it's like, why is she with you? That is
it's the first question I had, but they asked the same thing for me too. So
it's like Brent Musburger. People see her and they're like, oh, beautiful woman.
Yeah, look, we both outkicked our coverage, my man. That's all I can say. Yeah, we got a lot to talk. We got some news notes and nuggets to talk about here in the NFL. There's a whole hypothetical mess with quarterback for the Pittsburgh Steelers. We'll break that down just a little bit. But yeah, happy Tuesday to everybody here on the penultimate day of Valentine's Day, on this February 13th. Good morning. Make sure you guys are following us on Twitter. Make sure you're following us on all the other socials. I'm on Twitter, not the fake wags. Rodney's on there at the Rodney R, and then on Instagram at the _ Rodney R. And if you're mobile, make sure you're hitting us up on that Coda text line, 512-222-9328. Yeah, shit, stop. Stop. Yeah, we got it. We got that down. What's going on, Rodney? What's up, man?
Oh man, just another day diving in here, post Super Bowl. It's like, okay, so what do you do? I mean, for me, this is going to be one of my busiest weeks, Wags, because Daytona 500 is coming up on Sunday. So programming alert, I will be on after you. I've got a noon to 1 Daytona 500.
You got a nooner?
Got a nooner coming up,
baby. That's what I'm talking about.
And I'm very excited. I've already locked in David Hart, who is he's part of the management team at Texas Motor Speedway. He's part of the management team at COTA for NASCAR at COTA. So he's going to join me. So we're going to break that fucking race down, and hell, we'll do some Bet US stuff probably on that as well too. So
what I'm talking about, my guy. That's what I'm talking about. Make sure you sign me up for all the left-hand turns too, please.
There it is. Yeah, we can do the crosstalk. We can do the crosstalk like we do and kind of preview that. So chasing after the Wagner wire. So it's a busy week for me, dude. I sat around last night. I'm like, okay, so what do I
mean, that's the one thing about sports, bro. It goes from the Super Bowl to the Super Bowl of NASCAR. The Super Bowl of racing.
And I was sitting there last night, and I was like, you know what? I think I'm going to rewatch the Super Bowl and kind of take some notes, because we're going to talk about it for another week. But then I turned on college basketball, and you beat the living shit out of Kansas. What the hell was that all about, dude? I turned that on. I'm like, and I'd had a drink or two.
The Big 12 for you, dude. Anything? I'm telling you, man. The Big 12 feels like the ACC of old back in the 90s, man. It really does.
It does.
I don't know. I mean, I didn't watch. Well, one, it wasn't the Big 12 in the 90s. But I didn't watch the Southwest back growing up. I didn't have that much, I guess, interest or skin in the game. I didn't even, hell, man, I'm from Maryland, dude. I had no idea that I'd be in Texas. I when I thought of Texas, I thought of, and this is just because I'm ignorant, I thought of 10-gallon hats and spittoons. You know what I mean? Like, I thought every place, I thought everybody in Austin looked like Dwayne Goodman, Dwayne Goodman from the Mighty Ducks. You know what I'm talking about? The guy, the hockey player, sensational, stick handling hockey player, or Dwight Goodman I don't know if that's his name or what. But anyways, the dude from the Mighty Ducks. I thought everybody in Texas looked like that, wearing the damn cowboy hat with the big buckle and everything. But nobody is like that in Austin, anyways. It was just a bad portrayal by Disney, of course.
Yeah.
But anyways, man, I'd never thought in my life that I would be here in Texas, my guy.
Well, and it's so funny because, like, as I travel around and talk to different people in different circles, it's like, so you're from Texas, but you don't have like a Southern accent or any of that. And I'm like, well, I'm like, for one thing, I'm part Hispanic. and then when I say that, they're like, but you don't say taco. I'm like, well, there's a fine line there. You don't have to do either or. But that still is the misconception. But those days of Southwest Conference basketball, I mean, it was one of those things to where, as a kid growing up, you would watch football and all that stuff, and then the basketball started, and it's like, okay, you just kind of sat there and watched it because it was those teams going at it. And that question right there, that was asked. So I am a firm believer that if you're going to do the flowers thing, pro tip, man, go to HEB. Seriously. I mean, no offense. I've used Pro Flowers. I've used Freitag's Florist. I've used all these different great local businesses in here. But, man, you go to the HEB, and the whole thing is, I saw somebody, Michael C., talking about where they love each other all the time. Random Flowers, man, HEB, you go in there, and you're getting out of there, pretty good skip of the buck, because it's very well priced. I don't know. What do you think about this, Wags?
I'm with Michael C. I think it's a fucking scam. I think it's a Hallmark holiday, and thankfully I got a wife that shares the same sentiment. So,
yeah.
And we're like, you should value each other every day, day in and day out. It shouldn't have to come down to one day to be reminded that you need to love your significant other. Hell, I try to love her every damn night. You know what I mean? Shit, I get told no every night, but it don't stop me from trying to, love her, give more love every other night or whatnot. But
yeah.
Still, man.
And like what Grant's talking about right there, I think one of the most flattering things that I've ever done, apparently, and I just did it. I mean, I did it because I kind of screwed the pooch and forgot about the timing, was that I did hand deliver some stuff to my wife at work. And that's one of those things to where that's where it gets to be so tricky, because I know a lot of ladies say, I don't want flowers at work and all that or whatever. But when that shit is sitting on their desk and, their coworkers are looking at that, I mean,
yeah, I mean, so that's the trophy, right? That's like the prize, like the here's how much my here's how much my shit, Dave, that confused the hell out of me. Wagner, she does give me the Heisman. She does give me the Heisman a lot. But that's the thing of it, right? Like, the women want to see, all their gifts, all the big teddy bear, the big flowers. The thing that comes to mind is The Office. You ever seen The Office?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
When Phyllis got all the damn presents from Bob Vance or whatever, and Pam didn't get anything, and she got all pissed off. So maybe there is that little trophy system, but I don't know, man. I'm with everybody here that doesn't celebrate the holiday, the Hallmark holiday. Love your wife, love your significant other every other damn day of the year, except for Valentine's.
Well, and nowadays,
you don't need King Cupid or whatever to hit you with a fucking arrow.
That's it. And like Rob is talking about right here, I mean, there was one year where I did some kind of bundle where it was flowers and it's in a bear and a balloon and all this other shit, and they put some chocolates in there, and my wife is like, I'm on a fucking diet, I don't need chocolate. I'm like, so it's like
it just backfires. It just backfires, man.
It just backfires. So I don't know. We can keep up the Valentine's advice. I mean, I don't know if Wags and I are.
Well, I am not one to give anybody advice on Valentine's Day. I just don't. We can talk more college basketball if you want, though. We can talk a little bit of NFL and talk about the little Steelers debacle here for the hypothetical quarterback play.
Let's dive into that, because I think that's very interesting. When I saw Trubisky, that was gone. Of course, I was a Rudolph guy.
I kind of figured that one of them was leaving, right? They're not going to keep Pickett, Trubisky, and Mason, and it looks like they're favoring Mason over Kenny Pickett. So
yeah,
I'd love to hear everybody's thoughts on that. Please put them in the comments there, and also if you are mobile, put them in the Coda text line 512-222-9328. My thing is this: you're also seeing pieces or hypotheticals that involve Justin Fields or Russell Wilson to the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Yeah.
That's one hell of a get for the Pittsburgh Steelers if they do get Justin Fields. What would that return look like? What would they have to give up to get a Justin Fields? You know damn well that Chicago is going to want a first rounder, right? Because they're going to have to spend a first rounder on Caleb Williams if you're letting Justin Fields walk out your facility, right? I still don't think that is the move for the Chicago Bears. They should retain Fields, pick up Marvin Harrison, and then try and get Alt at the 9th pick of the draft. I don't think Alt will be there, but you can still shore up your offensive line and get one hell of an offensive tackle. Hell, I forget the guy's name from Alabama, but he's like the third prospect or the third highest tackle in the draft this year. I'm sure I don't think he's going to go higher than 12 or higher than 15. I'm sure he'll be there, and that's at least enough of a reach. You know what I mean? Even if he's projected to go as low as 15, if you're at 9, go ahead and take him because it's an offensive tackle and you need to shore that spot up anyways. But again, talking about this hypothetical, if Fields does go to Pittsburgh, one hell of a get for Pittsburgh. They have the wide receiver core. They got the running back room to kind of make some noise right now. They just need quarterback play. I don't think Pickett is the guy. Now, here's the thing. You're going to have to trade Pickett off, right? Maybe you package Pickett to Chicago, but you're also going to need to put a second rounder with that, maybe even a third rounder too, because there's no way in hell that Pickett's going to go right into Chicago and take over when Caleb Williams is coming in. He might be Caleb Williams' backup for if Caleb Williams goes down. I'm sure that they're going to want somebody that kind of looks a little bit or resembles a little bit of the play that Caleb Williams have. Kenny Pickett does have some wheels, but you'd like to think that head and shoulders, Caleb Williams is better than Kenny Pickett.
Yeah, I think it's very interesting with Pittsburgh what they may do with this. I think that, and totally agreeing right there, to where the fact is, whether you're going with Pickett, whether you're going with Rudolph, I mean, I don't do the Russell Wilson thing. I mean, just let that sail.
That's done. Like that's got to play out. Like you can't even bring Russell Wilson in there on that contract to shore up 2 years, or to even think you're going to get 2 years.
That messes you up with everything that we're talking about right there. There's other things that need to be fixed. You bring that dude in. I mean, it would be
you're going a completely different direction.
Right. I mean, I like the Justin Fields scenario. I mean, I've liked that all along for him going to Pittsburgh, but exactly what you're talking about right there. What are you going to have to give up for that? So I think that it could be a situation to where Pittsburgh does kind of utilize the draft right here, because in this quarterback draft, I mean, obviously we've talked about the guys that are going to be at the top of the draft, where we're going to have maybe 3 or 4 guys that go right there in the first picks. I mean, is this something to where you can kind of leverage that and bring somebody in to follow, whether it's going to be Rudolph or Pickett, whatever the case is going to be right there. I really do like the Justin Fields scenario to Pittsburgh. I mean, I think that he would fall, especially with the improvement, with the momentum that we saw him bringing at the end of the year for Chicago. But it's like, and then you go in with Mike Tomlin, but man, it's going to cost you a lot, I think, to get that dude.
No, I agree with you, man. I'm flexing at least, 2?
Oh yeah,
maybe a second round, and it's like what Zidek said. They're not going to be willing to give up those draft picks in that draft lottery here. Yeah, it was a good article on ESPN. I just thought, it might add up for the Fields move, but they don't have the pieces that Chicago is going to want in demand or return of Justin Fields. I don't think anybody really does, right? Like if you want to, no one's going to give you a first round for Justin Fields. They're just not. And that's why I think Chicago is really doing themselves a disservice and shooting themselves in the foot, taking a couple of steps back if you do not retain Fields, right? Of course, I've heard this argument tooth and nail, like it almost to exhaustion, about if they retain Justin Fields, they lose that window of rookie quarterback play to where they can actually, structure contracts and build around Caleb Williams. Maybe. Okay. But still, you got to work on 3, maybe 2 years at the least to think that Caleb Williams is going to adapt to the speed and evolve to the NFL. I don't care how great of a quarterback he was in college. It's still going to take you a good bit to get up to the NFL speed. If Heisman Trophy winners, well, hell, he didn't even win the Heisman, but if quarterback, the number one touted quarterbacks were so easy at coming into the NFL, people wouldn't throw as many interceptions. I mean, hell, didn't Peyton Manning throw like 15 interceptions or lead the league in interceptions when he came in? It's going to be bad football for. I would maybe not bad football, but it's not going to be as good a football that Chicago has right now for the next 3-4 years if they elect to go with Caleb Williams over Justin Fields.
Yeah,
You've seen the rapport built with DJ Moore and who's the other dude here? Komet. Cole Komet there for his tight end. There's a lot of pieces that he can work with. You shore that up. You bring in one more piece with a wide receiver, and Chicago's offense it's firing on all cylinders. That's my belief.
Yeah, I think you're taking a step back. I mean, you really are starting over, and I know the rookie contract thing will come into play again because that really seems to be the one thing that comes up all the time when you talk about Fields maybe making a move right there and what Chicago may do. And I'm just not for the Chicago with the Caleb Williams thing. I just have not been. I've not had a positive feel on any of that shit since the get-go. But the other thing to think about when you start talking about Pittsburgh is with Kenny Pickett right there on the roster. Mason Rudolph, that dude's he's free agent. I mean, that's the other part.
I would think that they bring him back on a franchise friendly contract, as I like to say.
Well, and that was the thing. That's the thing to me where you go and you weigh the two guys out there right now, and it's like Rudolph, he came in and I mean he did another winning season for Mike Tomlin. He pulled that off. So that's where Pittsburgh is in a very interesting scenario.
Rudolph's the backup. That Rudolph's not going to be leading your team. That's clear. Like Rudolph's not going to be your number one quarterback. You need to make a move, and that's why these pieces are being
right. And I think
now is what's Pittsburgh going to do for a quarterback? So
and that's why I really thought when we were talking about with Mayfield, it's like with Mayfield, I thought Mayfield would be a great fit in Pittsburgh. I mean, he's gritty. He's wiry. I mean, that's a dude. Put him with Mike Tomlin, but I mean, he's going to have a home in Tampa Bay.
I'm just not a big believer in Kenny Pickett. I don't even think that Canada was the problem. You give him Arthur Smith. You think Arthur Smith is going to fix Kenny Pickett? Like that's a real question. That's a question I'm asking you, Zidek. Like, you really think Arthur Smith is going to fix Kenny Pickett? I think you're crazy. I think Arthur Smith is just going to make Kenny Pickett's world more complex and not gonna allow him to actually get to his optimal settings, man. That's just me. But I don't know. Maybe he can unlock Kenny Pickett, but
I don't think so.
Tannehill, you could argue that, man. You could argue that, but Tannehill also benefited from having, arguably the best wide receiver in the league, and then they got rid of him, and then you saw what happened with Tannehill. So
yeah, and this really is. I mean, with all of this happening right here in Pittsburgh, I mean, this really does open up the question. What is Chicago going to do? I mean, I'm totally with you that they need to stick with Justin Fields. I mean, and like we've talked about with Williams. I mean, with Caleb Williams, the other part that I go back to all the time, Wags, is he has said he doesn't want to be there. So there's part of the problem right there. And again, I know a lot of that can just be, speaking just blah, 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 whatever. But still, when you have that, I mean, when you have that right there, plus Justin Fields proved to me last year that he is going in the right direction. And I just don't think that you go in there and you disrupt everything that you have going on right here for what could be with Caleb Williams. I'm just not sold on the guy. I'm not sold on the guy whatsoever. Hell, I don't think he should be the first pick of the draft, to be honest with you.
Who would you have as first pick of the draft?
I would go. I mean, dude, I really think Drake May, when I look at this draft class, when I look at NFL quarterbacks, I'm like, I mean, give me May, give me the dude from LSU, then Caleb Williams. Maybe.
I don't think the quarterback class is that good in this draft. Like, people are making more hype about it, saying that there's going to be so many quarterbacks taken in the first round here or in the top 10. But I mean, is that because of how bad or the scarcity of the quarterback play? I don't think they're that great.
No, man, that doesn't have nothing to do with it, man.
I don't have any skin on my nail.
That has nothing to do with it, man. I'm just not sold on him. I mean, I know. I mean, that the senior season obviously got hurt. I mean, that defense was atrocious. I mean, the dude was getting destroyed. But it's still, I just don't see for going into an NFL system. I just don't think that he is going to be what everybody seems to think that he's going to be. And I may be wrong. And when I think of, honestly, Wags, when I think of all of this with Caleb Williams, honestly, what I think about when I hear everything that's said about him, I think of Kyler. I think of Kyler Murray. It's like, okay, I mean, I know Kyler's a little dude. I know all of that stuff, but that's kind of who I acclimate him to be honest with you. I hope I'm wrong. I hope I'm wrong, but that's just the way I
think
see
Caleb
it.
Williams is a sensational talent. I think he's the best quarterback in this draft.
That's the problem. Yeah.
I just don't know. I just don't know if it's the best play for Chicago because you are taking a step back. Like, I don't know how much of an upgrade he is for Justin Fields, in my opinion. I think at this point right now, I think Justin Fields is better than Caleb Williams, and you are regressing if you take Caleb Williams. Not only that, you're also losing a potential shot at arguably, I think the best player in the draft is Marvin Harrison Jr. I think this is the year. Remember when CeeDee Lamb was the best player in the draft and Dallas was able to steal him at like the 16th? He went 14th or 16th. I think it was 16th overall. But Dallas was able to steal the best player in the draft at 16th overall. I don't think the Chicago Bears should allow a scenario like that to happen, to where Marvin Harrison Jr. falls to Arizona or wherever the hell. Marvin Harrison ain't dropping out of the top 3, that's for sure.
Well, and it's kind of double-sided for me because let's say Williams does go to Chicago. Chicago has some really good pieces in place. I mean, they've got really good pieces in place. So he may.
But that's Rodney. My argument is that Williams is not a step over or better than Justin Fields. You're still going to get the same type of play or worse play that you had with Justin Fields on the field.
Exactly. And that's kind of my point is, so if he goes there, yes, maybe he does well. But if he goes to New England or he goes to, I mean, one of these teams that has, I think if he goes where the pieces are in place in Chicago, that he will do well. Okay. But if he doesn't go to Chicago, he's going to go to one of these places that are in like massive rebuild mode, and they've got offensive line issues, and they don't have guys on the outside, and you don't have a tight end that can be versatile. That's where he's going to struggle. So I think that's the main reason that I want to see him being Williams go somewhere other than Chicago, because I want to see if my point is right, to where if he goes somewhere else, he can prove Double R wrong and be like, fuck you, look at this. I've gone over here and I've been successful. Because if he goes to Chicago, he's just going to probably continue what Fields has been doing, if that makes any kind of sense.
That's where I'm at. There was a big college showdown last night in the Big 12. One of the stalwarts fell to Texas Tech up in Lubbock there, 79-50. The Kansas Jayhawks fall victim to the Texas Tech Red Raiders there. Look, nobody's safe in the Big 12, apparently. That's for sure. You mentioned you watched this game. What's some of the key things that fell out of this game that really stuck out to you?
I mean, this really looked like, to me, I mean, this is one of those games where it kind of looked like just a let down game for Kansas. You know what I mean? Where they came in, they didn't look prepared. They looked a little overwhelmed. And I think
doesn't help when Texas Tech can't miss a shot either. Like, Texas Tech felt like they were on last night all damn day.
It's like these dudes, it's like gunslingers every which way with Texas Tech shooting that basketball. And I mean, I'll be real honest with you.
Texas Tech was shooting the lights.
I mean, this is just Big 12 basketball. I mean, it's not surprising. I mean, because this is what we get. This is what we've been talking about going down the home stretch right here. This is what we're going to get. We're going to get beat downs like this. And that's where, when we go back to Texas, who plays, and man, Texas has a long layoff right here. I hadn't even really realized.
A week from their last game, they played on Saturday, beat the Mountaineers, and then they got to wait, a full week, go down to Houston. This coming up Saturday here. But look, I don't know if you've seen the new piece out for Bubble Watch or whatnot, but Lenardi has Texas Tech, Oklahoma, TCU, and Texas in terms of the big dance after the regular season here. We're not. I always felt like I have to restructure things because we weren't allowed to say March Madness at the old station for some reason. We're so allowed to say March Madness now. I don't know why I tightrope around it. So yeah, March Madness at the end of the year. They have locks for the Big 12 as Texas Tech, Oklahoma, TCU, and Texas. Kansas State and Cincinnati still have work to do to get in. Kansas State is on the schedule for the Longhorns with a little bit of probably the only reprieve in our schedule moving forward in this daunting Big 12 here. But if things were to go the other way and be flip-flopped, then Kansas State gets the win over Texas. Is that enough for the resume or a resume builder for Kansas State to get into the damn Big 12?
Ooh, man, that's a good question right there.
Are we a gatekeeper?
I think we really are, man. I think, we're going to control our own.
You have much more high hopes in regards for this team than I do.
Yeah, man. I think what it really comes down to, and Steven, yeah, great point right there. You've got the 2 Saturdays and then Monday back to back, and you ain't playing softies with any of that shit. So I think what it really comes down to right here, man, is that, we saw what happened last night, and I think if you're a Texas fan, Texas needs to go in there and do that to somebody. Texas goes in there and does that to somebody, one of these top tier quality teams. I think that's going to be the thing. But, I hate to say it again, Wags, but it's going to come down to those quality losses, man. You, as in Texas, can't go in and let this shit that happened to Kansas last night, that can't happen to you because you were on the bubble. You are on the bubble. Kansas ain't on the fucking bubble. You've got to go in there and you got to put up a fight. You've got to put up a fight, man. And that's why I think if you're in Texas right now, we talked about it in football season where you're in playoff mode as you get towards the end of the year. You're kind of in tournament mode right now. But it's different in basketball because it's like, okay, you can lose. and it still keeps you close. So
didn't get much of their bigs last night. And then like we've talked about, I think we mentioned already, Self gets ejected. So
yeah, he got thrown out. Yeah.
Yeah, it just wasn't all there for Kansas last night. Again, so if that's not enough to put Texas Tech in, I don't know what is. I got Texas Tech as locked in, getting in there. I guess the Longhorns are locked in. I would still need a convincing win on the road here, I would think, because of how poorly you started in conference play. But again, it's a world of what have you done for me lately in your last trip, right? So if you have a short memory span and you only remember how Texas, finishes the end of the year, then sure, let's give them the nod and get them in there. Cincinnati's on the bubble outside looking in. That's what this article has on ESPN.com. That's what they have right now, sitting there. That the Bearcats might be looking in, but damn, we could have a locked in Big 12 representation, maybe 8 schools representing the Big 12 going into the March Madness tournament here.
Pretty damn impressive. And here's the whole thing.
Stop. Stop. We can't have 10. We got to have at least 5.
Well, and I think the Saturday game is hugely important. We've talked about the game that you had right here at the Mood where Texas took them into overtime, damn near won the game, should have won the game, however you want to look at that. I think you've got to back up that performance that you had at home with a really good performance in Houston.
I see what Ike's saying. Ike's saying we have to stay within 10 in order to make it look. I got you. Got you, Ike.
So that's kind of what I'm alluding to right there is that your performance on Saturday needs to be really good against Houston because it backs up the other. Because if you're looking at that, whether you're Joe Lunardi, whoever you're looking at this, for the tournament, it's like, okay, yeah, Texas with that game, and yeah, that was at home, whatever. Back that performance up. I'm not going to say that that's the straw that's going to put them into the tournament for sure, right. But I think that's something that really backs up how well you played against that fucking top 5 team, 2 weeks ago and whenever that was.
So Oklahoma still has Baylor, Kansas, or no, I think they just played Baylor.
Hey, dude, I'm looking forward to Saturday. What is that? I think Tech has Iowa State.
Yeah,
as their next opponent. That one right there, and that's
Baylor still has Iowa State too. So
yeah. So that right there is going to be pivotal.
Did Oklahoma just play Baylor on Saturday? Am I tripping?
No, yeah, shit. I don't know. I haven't scheduled.
I'm gonna have to pull this up. Maybe somebody in the chat can help me out here.
Well, I'll tell you what. While you're looking for that, while we're talking about all of this March Madness and everything, who's going to get in, who's not going to get in, you guys got to remember the best online spot sportsbook casino game out there is BetUS. Game lines, props, all of that. I mean, you could probably dive on there right now and get into this stuff right here. Who's going to get in, who's not going to get in. And I guarantee you that's all right there. NBA, NHL, NASCAR, Daytona 500 coming up this weekend that I was talking about. You can lay some stuff down right there. If you're watching on the YouTube link right here, as many of you are, just go down to the bottom in the video description, and that link right there will take you to BetUS. If you're on the free app that you're listening audio only, explore our socials and you'll find BetUS right there. Once again, the best place to bet on sports is BetUS. A great time to be doing it right now. Just because football season is over, that don't mean shit. There's still plenty to dive into, especially Big 12 basketball, because it's only getting better right now as we roll on.
Yeah, so Baylor played Kansas. That's right. I was gonna, like, I know they played one hell of a game, and I remember them losing, but I couldn't remember if it was Oklahoma or not. Oklahoma played the Cowpokes and beat the Cowpokes 66-62 on Saturday. But no, like we mentioned, no team is safe in the Big 12 here. It is a representation of 90s ACC basketball, in my opinion, to where Maryland could just go in and take down Duke or North Carolina. Maybe Texas feels like this Maryland team of like the 1990s or the late 1990s or whatnot. I still like I said it in the beginning of the year. I kind of took a step back after Houston took a fall or took a stumble in Fog Allen. Houston might be the best damn team in this conference just because of how athletic and fast and huge their bigs are. Dickinson's fantastic, and Furphy's good too. But I mean, they're just, I don't see them as dominant with the physical specimens like they have at Houston, man. And also when you have speed to match your colossal size. Yep. That's hard to beat. I mean, I remember how strong Baylor was. Baylor didn't just have great guard play a couple of years ago. They had sensational bigs. They had fast bigs. And that's kind of how I feel like with the backcourt of Houston right now. You couple that along and you put a very fast and physical front court in front of you with that very talented backcourt, and that's a championship recipe for the Houston Cougars there. And not to mention, you got one of the best coaches in college basketball too.
Oh yeah, Kelvin Sampson. I mean, you see that shining through right there. But I mean, look at the Big 12 standings right now as we stand right now. Houston at 8-3, Iowa State 7-3, the Red Raiders are 7-4, Baylor 6-4, Kansas is 7-5, TCU 6-5 with OU.
Baylor's at 6-4. Baylor's at 6-4.
Yeah, and it's like, man, you've got a logjam right there to where nobody can separate in this conference because of what we've been talking about all year. I mean, this conference is unbelievable what you're watching right here, and I think that's where it adds a lot of validity to the Texas plight, if you want to call it that, to where you're playing in this conference. I know the expectations were what they were before the season based on what we saw last year. But I think at the same time, folks realize, or folks that really understand this is, I mean, we can talk about coaching. We can talk about whatever. Like we've said, Wags, this is a very different basketball team than they had last year. The expectations needed to shift, and I think they have. I think the expectations right now are figure out a way to get yourself into the big dance and then take it from that point. Like I said yesterday, Wags, I think you get into the big dance and it's like, okay, no more Big 12 for now. It's like, let your hair down. You ain't got to mess with those.
You think TCU? You think TCU gets in?
Do
you have TCU in?
I do. I do have TCU in. I know they're unranked, but I mean, here we go. This is where it's like for TCU going down the end of the road right here. This is.
I mean, if we get in, TCU's got to get in, right?
Yeah. That's my thought. Yeah, if we're going to get in, they damn well better get in because I mean they're sitting there.
Nine schools could be 9 schools from the Big 12 could be represented in March Madness, man.
Yeah, and it's like, I mean, you look. I mean, BYU, they've got a 500 record in Big 12 play. They're 5-5, and they're in the top 25. What does that tell you about this conference, dude? This is a fucking gauntlet. I mean, it's crazy.
And like I said, man, Houston and BYU were the ones added to this conference too. You talk about the gauntlet of the Big 12. If there was any question if the Big 12 and Big 10 or if the Big 12 could compete with the Big 12 in some of the toughest teams in the nation. I think that question's been answered. I would actually say that the Big 12 is stronger than the Big 10.
No, dude. And it's
I mean, if you had that question last year, the advent of BYU and Houston should solidify that fucking question for you. I mean, that's not me being a bias to the Big 12. Hell, if I was still up in ACC country, I'd be saying that the Big 12 was the strongest damn conference in the nation, man. Yeah. All right. Before we go any further, I'd be remiss if I didn't tell you about the best AV consultations or audiovisual automation company in all the nation, and that is Audiovisual Consultations. 512-255-8678. That's avconsultations.com. They are the very best in the business at setting the standard in audiovisual automation. Whether you want a simple television, just one single television in your living room, or if you want 4. I got 2 for optimal viewing in my little dude's den that I like to call it here, but I also got the arcade cabinets. Give Tom McKay a call and ask Audiovisual Consultations if they can do some arcade machines too. Maybe they can. They can also do a golf simulator. No job's too big, no job's too small. Hit them up right now, 512-255-8678. That's avconsultations.com. All right, my guy.
Got to talk to Tom about coming to set me up a sim racing outfit over here. I think that would be pretty cool.
So you guys know that I'm huge into video games. Would you actually get yourself one of those? I've seen them. They're it's like a car kit or like a car dev test kit or whatnot, where you actually set yourself. Remember Hot or what was it? Outrun and what World Driver or World Tour or something like that. I can't remember the damn arcade game, but you'd sit in the damn actual seat and the damn seat would move and the car would move as you're turning it to the left or whatnot. It was fantastic, but you got to pay I think $1,000, maybe $1,500 for one of those kits. Would you actually pay for one of those?
The funny thing about it is, like with sim racing that they talk about, and that's simulated racing, SIM.
Yeah.
I mean, a lot of the NASCAR teams are using that's what they put their drivers in. I mean, because the track is constructed just like the track is, and it does everything that you're talking about right there. The actual
it might even be more expensive than $1,500.
The whole thing is, it's not the actual sim racing itself isn't very expensive. It's your setup, like what you're talking about.
Right.
You put yourself in a cockpit.
Yeah, the program doesn't cost that much. It's
it's super cheap. I've got a sim racing account. I just
the hydraulic movement and everything for your damn kit, right?
Everything. It's everything. I mean, you put yourself in an actual racing seat. I mean, it's pretty fantastic. And you look up and you're running races and you look up and boom, there's Kyle Larson. You're racing Kyle Larson. And it's like, I mean, really cool stuff. I think that I would actually do that. If it was something that I chose to dive into. Hey, speaking of cars, new and pre-owned cars, trucks, and SUVs, there is only one place to go. The Covert family, they've been doing it since 1909. You've got locations. You've got the Fords and the Chevrolets out in Hutto. You've got the Lincolns over in Austin right there off of 183. And then, of course, you got Covert BK, benchmark sponsors right here, not only of Chaos Theory, but with Texas Sports Unfiltered. Let's hear from our great friends over at Covert BK.
Hi, I'm Dan Covert with my wife Hayden. Welcome to Covert BK.
Our newest location in the gorgeous Hill Country includes Buick, GMC, Cadillac, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram, and hundreds of pre-owned and certified vehicles for you to choose from. We have 3 service departments that are ready to take care of your car, truck, or SUV with 86 service bays to accommodate any repair and get you in and out quickly. Come visit us today to select the vehicle you've been dreaming about.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
Thank you, Hayden.
Born and raised, my guy.
That's right. Long time. They've been doing it a very, very long time. Hey, did you see Wemby last night?
I did, but I wanted to show you guys this real quick. This is what we were talking about. Did this not? No, crap. Hold tight 1 second.
I'm rubbing off on you, dude.
This up.
I've done
messed this up. I'm looking like Rodney Rodriguez here.
Yeah, no, these sim setups are unbelievable. And it's, I've got a couple of old racing seats where I've had folks that have told me that they'll bill me like a chassis to set up where you can go in here and do this thing. And there's several different, like that right there.
$900 for this thing.
And Wags, that's a basic setup. That is a very basic setup. You should see some of this shit. Go in there and Google SIM Racing and see some of the stuff that these folks do. And they sit there and they do this all freaking day long. And you actually get paid for it. I've got a friend. His name is Flying Ryan Luja. He's out of the Houston area. That's
now look at that shit. Now, do the monitors come with that? Is that your peripheral? I would assume that if you're paying $900, if you're going to pay over $1,000 when it's all said and done with taxes, I'm assuming that you're getting 3 monitors like this for your peripheral, right?
Yeah,
that's
yeah,
crazy.
And my dude, Flying Ryan Luja, great short track racer around the country. He is I think he's like a 2-time national champion of the NASCAR Sim Racing Series. And that's how he does his training. William Byron, that races on the NASCAR series, he didn't cut his teeth in short track racing. That dude did it all on simulated racing like that.
That's crazy.
He's driving the 24 car. I mean, one of the best, top contender for the Cup championship this year. Unbelievable.
How do you
it's that good.
But you can't just recreate that intensity and that feeling, that that level of angst that you're getting when you're going around turn 4 or whatnot at like Daytona or whatnot, right? Or you can't replicate the energy that's on the track in a simulator. So I don't even or what? How do you respond to wrecks or crashes in a simulator like you would? I mean, that's just, so you can't tell me that you get all of your skill from a simulator. There has to be some type of driver's instinct or whatnot in this whole type of evolution of going into NASCAR. Byron just can't be good like that from playing a damn simulator, Rod.
And the whole thing is,
way, bro. There's no way.
That's the one.
If that's the case, sign me up right now. Let me do some left-handed turns.
That's the one messed up part with the simulator where you crash and you do just kind of keep going. But I mean, these things are so technology driven that you can go in there and you can put in spring rates. You can sit there and you can jack weight around into the simulated thing that you're doing right there for the track. And I shit you not, Wags, I've seen these things to where it's like Daytona. Every bump, every crack and crevice that you have in that racetrack, every tendency of the racetrack, you can set that for outside temperatures, ambient temperatures. You set that shit and it gives you the closest simulation that you're going to have. It's ridiculous, dude. It's absolutely ridiculous.
I'm sure you could put like, a wet track feature or something like that. Make the car lose a little bit looser on the ass, as you guys like to say in your industry or whatnot. She's running a little loose. Double R.
She's a little tight. It's like
she's a little tight. Well, I'm gonna loosen her up, huh?
Yeah, like she's a little tight. I'm like, and what's wrong with that?
That's a good feeling, man. That's a good feeling. And that's why I used to say every time when I'd write it back in the day when you had to write letters for more or whatever. Hey, keep it tight.
Yeah,
keep it tight, girl.
Keep it tight. That's right. Do the right thing.
All right, man. We hit all of our sponsors. Anything else you want to talk about before we get out of here on this fantastic Fat Tuesday?
Dude, I did want to ask you Super Bowl numbers, man. There's a lot of fucking people watching that football game on Sunday. Did you see that, dude?
Yeah, it's
your most watched ever.
It's your Swiftie sensation, as a matter of fact. Who the hell is Ice Spice?
I have no clue. I'm
so lost. I've never been more thankful in my life that I don't get on social media that much anymore. And by the way, so if I am late to that point, if I am late to get back to your messages on social media, I do apologize, man. I'm just not on there that much. If you see tweets or posts firing off, those are scheduled tweets. I swear. I hopped on there for the Super Bowl just a little bit, but usually, guys, I am not on social media. So you guys got my email. Hit me up there or reach out to here on the show on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Drop me a DM if you want. But most of the time, I'm really not on Twitter that much. It's a cesspool of hate, clout, and toxicity. So, and propaganda. So I try not to get on there. So,
it was on Sunday. I didn't even really realize that. I mean, they would show Taylor Swift. I guess 54 seconds was the total time that they showed her. I didn't realize it.
I'm calling bullshit.
I didn't time
it. On screen for less than a minute.
I tell you one damn thing. I know in pregame she was on a lot. I think that's actually only game time. I didn't even realize Blake Lively
I don't care anymore. But I mean, I'm calling bullshit that she was shown for less than a minute. I'm sure she was shown. I mean, totality, maybe less than a minute, but I know that she was shown a lot. She might have been shown for just glimpses, but I know that press box was shown quite a good bit. Got me to the point where I don't even know who the hell half the people in the box are. I know who I did see was Blake Lively.
That's what I was saying. I didn't even realize. I mean, I went back and watched it, and I'm like, holy fuck, that Blake Lively, man.
I didn't know that they were such good friends or whatnot.
Yeah, I'm like, hone in on her.
Taylor Swift and Blake Lively hung out like that.
Yeah, well, I guess she hangs out with everybody. I guess everybody.
Blake Lively's a good-looking girl.
That is a beautiful. Oh, that's a beautiful.
That's a beautiful woman. Yeah, hey. Ryan, and I mean, hell, you want to talk about a power couple, a beautiful couple. I mean, Ryan Reynolds is probably one of the most attractive dudes in all the damn land too. He's cut like a diamond. But not. Have you seen the previews for Deadpool 3? Are you going to go watch Deadpool and Wolverine?
Probably not.
You're not really into that stuff, right?
Probably not. No, I'll be watching Flow Sports, watching car racing.
Okay, so allow me to get nerdy.
Go ahead.
Well, I mean, it's not going to happen.
I'm gonna have
today,
some lollipop.
When we do get that, when Deadpool 3 does come out, allow me to get nerdy, please. And also, after Dune Part 2 comes out March 1st, my birthday, we will be talking about Dune. By the way, have to be talking about. Did you see? So we talked about a couple of weeks ago. We talked about Tiger leaving Nike. Did you see now? Sunday Red, SUN space DAY. That's the new brand, huh?
That's the new brand made by I think TaylorMade's affiliated with some of that. So kind of making the move right there.
Taylor Swift for a minute. I was like, oh my god.
Oh god. Yeah.
TaylorMade. Where would you put TaylorMade? You don't golf, do you?
I used to play golf a lot. I used to golf.
That's what we're gonna do. We're gonna get the Mullet Open's coming up. I hope Bucky gives me an invitation to the Mullet Open this year. For some reason they haven't let me in the Mullet Open.
I've never been able to get in the Mullet Open.
I threw the one dude over the golf cart the one year, and I haven't been invited back since. So, but that wasn't my fault. Like the guy actually was getting pissed off or getting.
I didn't hear this. I don't know this story. Tell me this story. I don't know this.
Completely bullshitting. It's fabricated. I was making something up. I've never been to a Mullet Open in my life.
Nothing surprises me with you. I mean, nothing surprises me. Dude, I think what we need to do again is
are you kidding me? You really think I would hit somebody at a golf tournament?
Sure. Why not?
I wouldn't do that. No, Rodney.
What we need to do is remember at the
old place, my golf tournament, maybe, but I'm not going to do that at Bucky's tournament.
Remember at the old place we had the bash. We need to do another one of those. I think that would be fun if we did a TSU unfiltered bash. I think that would be a lot of fun. No flooding, none of that bullshit. But I think that would be a fun time. Get the folks out.
I think we should do it for like the year birthday. You know what I mean? Like for the year one birthday or the first year anniversary of Texas Sports Unfiltered. Maybe we get a horn bash, or maybe we do something like we did with Horn Bash. Maybe.
Yeah. Maybe not quite to that level. Because that was a lot.
No, man, we'd have to take it up. And we're gonna need a Madden tournament this time. Like, I don't know why the hell we didn't have a Madden tournament or a college football tournament last time. Like, that was an idea that BK rolled out that that was one of the best ideas of all, but we couldn't make it happen for some reason. I could have made it happen. Let me do the damn legwork. I'll get the shit going. Yeah, anyways, guys, fun show on this wonderful Tuesday, man. Anything else we got to get out before we kind of turn it off to Texas sports, or excuse me, it's only an hour?
Hey, I did want to say, what'd you think of the Bucks last night, man? Milwaukee Bucks last night looked pretty damn good.
Finally, right? Doc, it hadn't been exactly the best welcoming for Doc Rivers, but maybe they're getting some I guess things figured out there up in Milwaukee. But now you also mentioned Wemby. I saw Wemby last night as well. Wemby looked fantastic. How about the Mavs? The Mavs beating down the damn Wizards again. Of course, that's not really a feat when you're beating the Wizards, but you got to love what you're seeing from Luka, man. Of course, if they can actually figure out the two-guard play between he and Kyrie getting up there you got to love seeing him getting above the rim like he got a few nights ago. I think Dallas can actually figure this thing out and make a run, but it's hard to beat Denver when Denver's the studs, dude. And in the East, I like Boston. I know a lot of people are talking about the Bucks, and maybe the Bucks are figuring things out with Doc Rivers there, but I think Boston's the team to get in the East there.
Yeah, and you know, it was funny with the Spurs. I mean, because the Spurs are my team. I mean, it's one of those things to where, you know, I'm not. I mean, I like Dallas, you know, but it was so, dude, because it was like a couple of weeks ago. I was checking some stat lines or whatever, and I saw the Spurs.
I think I'm becoming a Dallas Mavericks fan, like a full Dallas Mavericks fan.
Yeah,
Like I'm starting to, and it's not because the Wizards are bad or that terrible. The Wizards have been bad for at least 10 years. At least 10. It's been awful, mediocre basketball for 10 years. It's been 8, 9, 10 for 10 years.
So I was looking at it a couple of weeks ago. I looked and it was like, okay, Spurs have only won 10 games. I'm like, okay, whatever. You know, that's what I expected. It was, you know, you don't expect a miracle. And then when I woke up this morning and I was looking at Wemby's numbers, I didn't actually watch the game. I went back and watched the highlights. And so I pull up the box score and it's like win number 11. I'm like, God, 11? Wow.
So who do you have right now? Do you have Wemby or Holmgren?
Man, I like
as
Wemby.
top
I
rookie.
like Wemby. What's that second triple double, right? Of his as a rookie, and that one last night, and the blocks last night. I mean, a triple double is one thing, but when you add in a couple of blocks right there, dude, that's a whole different element right there. But you know what? That's not surprising, and I think to where he's got to grow into it. It's like get a little meat on him. You know, Bucky talks about being the big man. We got to make Wemby the big man a little bit. That game's going to continue to evolve, and he'll become stronger. And then they start adding pieces around him. So that's good. And if the Spurs suck this year, which it appears that they do, hell, then they're going to add a very good piece probably with him.
The Spurs will not be down. The Spurs will not be down for long, my God.
I don't think so either. I don't think so either. And, you know, we talk about Belichick. Popovich ain't leaving. That dude ain't going nowhere. I mean, he's going to hang around. He wants to rebuild this thing. He's going to rebuild this thing, put it all back together. Then he'll be like, I
thought Popovich would be out last year, but I think Popovich maybe has 1-2 years left. I didn't think that he'd stay around for this much longer after. I want to say like the turnover of the dynasty or the beginning of the rebuild of the dynasty. I mean, when you go 2 decades of successful basketball, of playoff basketball, that's kind of like your perfect, and it starts to, I guess, turn over and you're starting to rebuild again. That's usually the best time to kind of exit stage right. I thought that's when Pop would do it, but maybe to your point, maybe he doesn't leave for another 5. I don't think he's got 10 years in coaching, Rodney, but maybe. I mean, at one point, do you say, I want to live out the best of my life? But hey, we all know, like, usually, you know, people stay at the job for motivation for their life. So maybe that's the motivation for Pop. And look, you can't argue. Pop is really good at creating or taking players and making them into men. He's more than just a basketball coach. He's a life coach. So I'm a big fan of Pop. I know there are a lot of people that share my sentiment as well. So Pop can stay. For me, Pop's an institution. He can stay as long as he wants to, as long as he's not stepping or flirting with senility. And it doesn't look like he's doing that. So,
and that's the whole thing with Pop. You know, 75 years old now, but I mean, I don't see any give
crazy. That's absolutely crazy. I mean, we got Pete Carroll. Pete Carroll still looks great for being, you know, in the 70s. Pete Carroll 73.
Yeah,
yeah, 73.
Yeah,
is he?
Yeah. Yeah. And Pop's 75. And you see Pop, and it's like, you know, people want to get all over Pop about, I mean, the political stuff. It's like, I don't care. I don't care about that. But this is where it comes down to Pop. Let me tell you something. Pop, and I mean this with the most respect to you, Pop is a military man and, you know, served in the Air Force. I mean, that time in the Air Force, and it shines through in everything that he does. And I guarantee you, there's a burning desire for Pop to rebuild this shit. Let the big 3 go, rebuild this, and make the Spurs, you know, relevant again. Dude, I see no fire burning out in this guy whatsoever. And he likes pissing people off.
Yeah, he's kind of known. He's kind of known for that. So, who are your favorites in the West? Who do you think is going to emerge in the West? Do you think it's still, you know, it's still Denver's conference, so to speak?
Yeah, man, I think it is Denver. You know, I know, you know, with the loss last night, you know, the Bucks or whatever. I mean, it's going to be hard to beat Denver, man. How are you going to knock these guys off? And then I'm with you in the East. I think it's Boston. Yeah,
I think they're going to be a different team once they get to the playoffs here. So it's been a little. seesaw, a little bit of a roller coaster up and down for Denver, but I still think they're the studs or the stalwarts in the West. Like you can argue that, you know, Milwaukee might be able to figure some things out, but we've seen how dominant that the Celtics have been, especially, you know, you added Zinger. Once you got Zinger out there as your rim protector, and not just as your rim protector, he can step out and knock down a three at times too. So you also have arguably one of the best forwards or guard forwards in the game with Jason Tatum there. Boston's going to be a tough team to get, man. Sitting at the top right now in the East, and I don't think that they're going to relinquish that anytime soon. So I love Boston. I like what they're being able to do so far in the East, and I think it's going to carry out. Of course, you knew that the Sixers were going to slide with no Embiid. That you talk about lost opportunities and you know, closed windows. 76ers window is gone. It's out. It's done.
Yep.
What's up, boys? How we doing today, man?
Are we not trusting the process anymore or what?
No, the process is broken, my guy. It's done. Over.
Hey, real quick, I had a musical thing blow my mind a few minutes
You
ago.
were in a musical?
No, I said I had a music thing blow my mind. No, I'm not partaking in community theater all of a sudden, Wags.
Okay.
So I'm listening. I just, you know, I was running down to the store to get me a drink before the show started. And I'll just listen to random album. Like I'll just find something on Apple Music, whatever your app of choice is. So I get to Warren G, his debut album, right? G-Funk era. And I'm just playing through it. And I hear a song. And I don't know, I must have listened to that thing a couple hundred times when I was a kid. And it just occurred to me, there's a song in there that I swear uses a sample of Jimi Hendrix All Along the Watchtower. I swear it samples that song.
What's the song? Now I'm intrigued. What's the song? It's not this DJ. No way in hell it's this DJ.
No.
Jordan, you know anything about Warren G? No?
It's And You Don't Stop, Wags.
What's it called? What's it called?
And You Don't Stop. It's the track 11 on the album.
I will look it up. I'll let you know if it probably is All Along the Watch. I mean, they probably got a little
Everybody's
crazy.
sampled that song.
What do you guys got going on? What's on the docket today for It's Only an Hour?
I'll tell you this, Jordan will like this story. So the late Nate Dogg's son was, and Nate Dogg, Warren G, Snoop, all their kids played football and were notable prospects on some level. So Nate Dogg's son was in the All-American Bowl one year, Nigel Hale. And you know that scene in Office Space where the Bobs are telling Michael Bolton how much they enjoy Michael Bolton's music?
Yep.
I pretty much did that to Nigel Hale about his dad.
I
love Nate Dogg so much.
He's okay. He's all right. I mean, you know,
it's a big part of my childhood. Nate Dogg was. So,
there it is.
And Nigel was not impressed that I enjoyed his dad's catalog.
I'm sure that's kind of what I was doing, like the Michael. But yeah, I mean, he's all right, I guess. You're goddamn right. He's
right.
Good.
He is.
Did he have good? Did he have the look on his face like Jordan does right now? Jordan's like, when?
No. It was worse. Jordan is. I know Jordan's not interested, but like Nigel kind of pretended to be interested, and was like, all right, this is the 10,000th time I've heard this about my dad.
All right, gents, you guys have a great day, man. Looking forward to the show. Make sure everybody stays tuned for, It's Only an Hour, and the rest of the show is on Texas Sports Unfiltered. We'll talk to you guys tomorrow. Be good.
Later, boys.
See you guys. So, Jordan, you have no knowledge about Nate Dogg or Warren G? You don't know what
I know who Nate Dogg is. I recognize that name and know who he is. I don't know about Warren G. If I see a picture of him, I might recognize him.
But... Dr. Dre's stepbrother. Matter of fact, Warren Griffin is his name. His son Elijah played at USC. I don't know if he transferred out or finished there, but and then I want to say Snoop's son Cordell signed with USC, but I don't think ever went, like quit football, gave up football before he went there. So yeah, it's weird how all these rappers' kids ended up playing football. But where I want to start,
Ross have a son.
I don't know. You might want to start checking some of those South Florida programs. Eric Henry was telling me that's how wheels off it is. Where like one day you'll see a kid at like Miami Northwestern, and literally like the next week, oh, he's at Central now. Okay, and the kids just transfer in Florida like it's nothing. Like a kid transfers in the state of Texas, and it's big news, right? A kid transfers in Florida, and it's like it's Tuesday. Like, who cares?
Dude, I remember it wasn't this past season, but the season before, I heard about a kid going to Miami. who transferred schools in the middle of the season and like was able to play with both teams.
Yeah. I told you, man, one of my buddies was Ajay Hall's coach, and Ajay, I think, went to 3 or 4 different high schools. And like my buddy gets credit for being his high school of note because that's just kind of where he ended up.
That's where he graduated from.
Yeah, Ajay just finished at Bloomingdale. So yeah, it's weird how it works in Florida. But I want to I do want to start something up for you since you are a 49ers fan. I haven't talked to you since Sunday. Did you watch the Super Bowl? Any thoughts since you were busy and had to step aside for yesterday's show?
No, I didn't watch the Super Bowl. No, I watched it, of course. Man, I don't know. A lot of people have asked me my thoughts, me being a 49ers fan. It's like, look, dude, this is shit I said the last 2 weeks. Like, at the end of the day, none of this shit matters. You're playing Mahomes, even me right away with the overtime rules, when we got the ball, I'm like, what the hell is going on? Come on, man. Even I know that, right?
Yeah.
And should have ran the ball a lot more with McCaffrey. I didn't like really going away from that. But I mean, at the end of the day, you gave Mahomes like 8 minutes to score a touchdown to win the game. He's gonna score a touchdown to win the game.
Yeah.
I was at Colin Kennedy's house watching the game, and I was literally like, I know it's obvious, but San Francisco needs to score a touchdown because Kansas City will. That's exactly what happened. I mean, look, again, it's what I had said all week, where it's like, it doesn't matter what I think is going to happen. None of that matters. Like, as long as it's close, and if Mahomes has 30 seconds to go down the field, he will do it. It's crushing. It's the best football thrower of all time. So, it's coming, but it still hurts. So
that's what I was talking about that yesterday. And by the way, shout out to my guy Chris Dukes for filling in yesterday on short notice. But that's, I had some Texas related thoughts on the Super Bowl, and you can actually go to the Texas Sports Unfiltered YouTube channel and get that. I'll post that on the flagship message board at Horns 24/7 here in a little bit. But some Texas related thoughts, and that was one of them, Jordan. I said, the quarterbacks on the big stage, the difference between the good ones, or actually the difference between the great ones and the elite ones, is the elite ones do what Mahomes did. Like, his teammates don't know how he's going to do it. They don't know when he's going to do it, but at some point he's going to make you plays that win you the game. And I didn't think Brock Purdy played bad. It's just, you're going against one of the top probably 3 quarterbacks that's ever lived in Patrick Mahomes. And you just couldn't get it done. That guy was better than you were on Sunday.
Yeah, and I don't know. I mean, look, Kansas City was definitely beatable, but I don't know. Like, your best player in the game is McCaffrey. It's like 5 yards, like every single carry. Just give him the ball, man. That's it. But I don't know. The good thing is for me. I mean, I don't know if it's a good thing, but the one in 2019 hurt a lot more, just because it had been longer since we had been good. But I don't know. As I've gotten more into my job and work, like, I pay a lot less attention to other sports, right?
Yeah,
so
for sure.
I hate kind of coming off as a casual, but like multiple times this year with San Fran, where like we have someone off the bench in, and I'm like, I genuinely don't know who that is. Where it used to be like, I could go through the whole 53-man and the P squad.
For sure.
Now it's I'm not on Madden as much, learning the roster top to bottom, or just watching the games is in depth and is in detail. Because by the time I get to Sunday, I would have seen a high school game Thursday, Friday, college all day Saturday. On Sunday, I really just kind of want to watch.
Hell, you might have seen a high school game or 2 on Saturday.
Yeah, exactly.
I know exactly where you are because as a Cowboys fan, that's what keeps me attached to the NFL. The 2 things to do are the Cowboys, and then I follow the draft because it's part of my job now. That keeps me attached to the NFL. I'll be honest, man. When I watch an NBA game on Sunday and I'm really watching it, I text my brother, because my brother loves the NBA. I'll text him several times during the game, like, dude, I didn't even know this guy was still in the league. Like, or this guy's on this team now. It's like, yeah, that's actually his third team in the last 4 years. I'm like, oh, like I didn't know Mo Bamba wasn't with the Lakers anymore. Like when I went to that Lakers Pelicans game on New Year's Eve, I was like, Mo Bamba's not here anymore. So yeah, it's wild. So I know where you're coming from as far as that goes. The one thing though, Jordan, that I didn't get to yesterday in my Texas related thoughts, I talked about the quarterback issue, the fact that you better be buttoned up on special teams, and Jeff Banks is worth every penny that Texas is paying him, because special teams went a long way toward costing the 49ers that game. It's not so much about run the ball, stop the run, as it is about having protectors and having disruptors. Texas is getting there on the protectors, still some room to go on the disruptors. The one thing that I didn't get to though, and I think maybe more so than the run game, I think this was, if I was a 49ers fan, this would have frustrated me. And I got no issues with Kyle Shanahan as an offensive mind, as a play caller, or anything like that. But I just felt like the times where they, for whatever reason, decided to keep testing McDuffie and Snead, I'm like, they're probably the best pair of corners in the league. Why are you going to try to keep testing? Because when they went away, when they started attacking linebackers and safeties, they were able to move the ball through the air, or when it was switch routes or something. But it was just like, hey, can our guy beat their guy? No, your guy, Brandon Ayuk's an all-pro, but your guys aren't going to beat their guys. McDuffie's a first-team all-pro for a reason, and Snead's really good. So that was the one thing that I thought. So I think it drove home for me, like, okay, Texas needs to get much better at the corner position, right? Like there's a reason why it's been a focal point in recruiting, why they've tried to look at guys in the portal, why Sark keeps talking about needing to be sticky in coverage, because when you do have elite corners, that's the kind of stuff you get. You can steal possessions away, hold teams to field goals in the red zone instead of touchdowns. That's another reason why the Chiefs won the game, because by themselves, McDuffie and Snead erased 2 or 3 touchdowns on Sunday night.
Yeah. Another thing I hate about games like this is like people on Twitter aren't really talking about, abandoning. Yeah, no, with CB, that is true what you said about it being similar to the Sugar Bowl. But, there's less talk about, I don't know, I guess how they abandon the run. Whereas everyone else is like analyzing the last play. And they're like, oh, someone should have blocked Chris Jones. Like it's the guard's fault. No, it's attack. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Where Brandon Ayuk was wide ass open, but since Chris Jones is unblocked, it's one play. I know it's an important play. It was a 3rd and 4 at the very end. I get it. But win in regulation, then you don't got to deal with giving the ball back to the best football thrower of all time. Like there's, I don't know. And with me too, I'm the type of fan where it's like, man, when I have a team in a game like this and they lose, I don't want to watch the game again. I really don't. I don't mind talking about it, but because yesterday I kind of didn't really do anything except write a book on my laptop. So I haven't been asked a ton about it, but eventually, it gets old and it's like, yeah, we lost, dude. It's move on next season.
I still have not gone back and rewatched the Sugar Bowl. I will at some point.
I haven't either.
It'll be part of off-season prep.
Yeah.
I've watched the highlights and stuff. I still have never gone back and watched the full the 2010 loss in Pasadena to Alabama. I still have not gone back and watched. I mean, obviously, I've seen highlights over the years. I still have not gone back and watched that full game. Even that year's Big 12 championship where Ndamukong Suh just ragdolled the Texas offensive line, I finally went back and got to a point where I'm like, I can't watch this anymore. This is too bad. You start feeling bad for dudes that Ndamukong Suh, like I said, it was like the big kid playing with all the little kids in town. He's just smacking people around and just kind of doing whatever he wanted to do. He cost Colt McCoy a Heisman that night. If you want to know why Colt didn't win the Heisman in 2009, it was because of Ndamukong Suh. And honestly, man, I thought Ndamukong Suh should have won the Heisman. I thought he should have been the first. I hate when people say Charles Woodson wasn't the first defensive player to win the Heisman. Yes, he was. He played freaking most of his snaps on defense. He's a freaking Hall of Fame defensive back. But he'd be the first defensive lineman, defensive only player to win the Heisman. I thought it should have been Suh. Suh was that good that year, man.
Yeah, he was. I don't know. Who is the last D lineman that dominant that college football's had?
Before Suh?
No. Since Suh. Has there been someone that's like, he's like, look, like Tavondre Sweat had his moments where he's a monster, but like there was never at any point where it's like Ndamukong Suh, like I'll take his ass 1 versus 5. Like college Ndamukong Suh, 1 versus 5, you know, he can take him. Tavondre, I don't know. And also it took Tavondre 6 years. Did not take Tavondre, it did not take Ndamukong 6 years.
The Sweat was 5, not 6, but got your point.
Yeah.
Point taken. Man, I want to off the top of my head, that's a good question. You know, I want to say that like maybe there was one year where one of those Bama guys like Jonathan Allen might have had like a monster year. I think Quinnen Williams, I want to say
Williams is a monster.
had one of those type years for Bama.
Osai. Yeah, Osai. I remember I watched that Osai Oklahoma State game on my
walk-off sack.
Yeah, on my phone, middle of a shift.
But you know,
the
like
coffee shop I used to work at.
You know what's interesting about that though? I was looking at it for some Jackson Jeffcoat stats, like because I'm actually posting a story as soon as we get done here. It's kind of a tribute to Jackson Jeffcoat for his retirement from football because he retired last Friday from the CFL. And I was looking at like I think we forget how productive he was in 2013. Jackson Jeffcoat had 13 sacks and 22 tackles for loss. And I was like, man, who's the closest Texas defender that's gotten to those numbers since then? And Charles Omenihu in 2018 had 9.5 sacks, and it was 18 tackles for loss. And that's the best season anybody's had since Jeffcoat's 11 years ago. So like that's and I wouldn't say Jackson Jeffcoat was, I don't know if I'd describe him as dominant, not like Sue was in 09. That's a good question, Jordan. Like I need to go back and look at it. Like I want to say Quinnen Williams, one of those Bama years, had a year like that.
Yeah, and I was kind of too young to really understand why. I guess it happened. But I mean, I watched Jackson Jeffcoat when he was at Texas.
Wore 44. Wasn't Sid Reed on the other side most of the time?
Sid Reed in that long arm rush.
Yeah, 88. But no, Jackson Jeffcoat, you know, I remember him obviously being really good. Like you said, he had 13.5 or 12.5 or whatnot. But what was the biggest reasoning for, you know, why he didn't go high in the draft? Was like, how many years is he at Texas? What was his height and weight? Like, what was the reason? Because again, I was like 12, and it was like when you're 12, it's like, oh, this guy's good. Oh, he didn't get drafted. That sucks. You know, like you don't ask why or try to figure it out.
Yeah, there were a couple things with Jackson. One, his body started to, you know, he had a back issue in high school, and I think an ankle issue that popped up during basketball season. Maybe it was a football thing. But he came to Texas not quite 100%. He was always, I mean, he was 6'5", legitimately, you know, 6'4", like 230-ish, 235-ish. But he had a couple big-time injuries at Texas. One, he had in 2011, he played the last couple games, and he had double-digit sacks that year. He played the last couple games with a torn pectoral. So he had to have pec surgery after the season. And then in 2012, in the Oklahoma game, he tore the other pec. So basically, he had 2 off seasons at Texas. There's the off season between his sophomore and junior year and between his junior and senior year that were pretty much wiped out. On top of having the back issue, I think the injury history worried a lot of teams. And Jackson himself has said he's never really gotten a clear explanation on why he went undrafted. But I think the injury history worried a lot of teams. And there weren't enough positionless / hybrid defenses in the league at that point. They really looked at him as a tweener. Like today, somebody would have drafted him in those middle rounds or somewhere on day 3 as just a pass rush specialist because they could have done something with him. But it was kind of more of an all or nothing deal. Like if you're you want like a Jason Taylor, you want like a premier edge guy, and he didn't drop well enough to be a linebacker and was maybe too slight of frame, a little too lean to be an every down edge rusher. So teams really didn't know what to do with him. But I ran into him after he had gotten done in the NFL. I think he was getting ready to go to Canada for the first time. I saw him that spring, and he had a back surgery after he'd gotten done with Washington. He had a back surgery, and remember I just told you, like, they had a back issue going back to high school, and he's like, man, I've never felt better than I do right now. And he ended up having a really productive career in Canada, but even in Canada, like, he had a hip injury at one point. He just had, so basically, uber talented guy, his body just let him down a lot. You know, never a thing with effort with him, never a thing with work ethic, with talent. It's just the body just wasn't able to do what the heart and the mind were willing to do for Jackson Jeffcoat. But when he was healthy and on the field, there have been very few edge guys come through this program that were as productive as him.
How long was he in the league for, undrafted?
2 years. So he signed with the Seahawks, got cut by the Seahawks, signed with Washington, spent some time with Washington, and then was actually going to make the Browns roster. So he had the back surgery, then ended up in Cleveland, and he was going to make that roster. And then right before cuts, he had a hamstring injury. So he didn't make the Browns roster, and then went to Canada and, you know, played 6 seasons in Canada, was there for 7 years. CFL didn't have a 2020 season, but, you know, he had played 78 regular season games, had 38 sacks, won 2 Grey Cups. He had played 12 playoff games, had 12 sacks. So again, just a matter of him just being able to be on the field. And CB mentions a guy, like, the fact that Jordan Hicks has played this long in the NFL, considering all the injuries he had I think it was like a torn hip flex or torn, you know, I don't know if it was a torn adductor or torn groin or whatever he had in 12. He pops his Achilles in 13, and I think had a pec injury at some point when he was with the Eagles, and he's still rolling along. I mean, those 2 guys are freaks. The fact that they ended up playing professional football as long as they did in Jeffcoat's case, and as long as he has in Hicks's case, even with all the injuries.
Yeah. With Jeffcoat, I know Hicks was Cincinnati area, right? Where what high school is Jeffcoat?
Plano West.
Ugh. I don't know, dude. Like the Plano schools, like, barf. Carrollton schools, barf.
Plano West is one of those programs, though. It's one of those high schools, and you and I have seen it covering recruiting. Like, you go to some high schools, and it's like, okay, a lot of A&M fans and families that go to this, that send their kids here. Or it's, you know, a Baylor school or whatever. Man, Plano West, it was heavy Texas fans at that time. A lot of kids pulling for Texas. A lot of families that went to Texas.
Yeah, I don't know. Those neighborhoods just, like, make me barf. Like, the thing I miss the most about living in Austin, because, like, I've lived in tomorrow's Wednesday. I would have lived in Dallas for 2 weeks, starting tomorrow, right? I hate how in Dallas, like, pretty much every, like, Plano is, like, I feel like Plano is 99% neighborhoods where the speed limit's like 40 miles per hour and it's 2 lanes and there's a stop sign like every half mile.
Yeah.
Like, it's the worst. It's the absolute worst. And also, like, look, dude, you know, in our job, we come across so many kids. So, like, at least me personally, I've always found it so much more fun. I don't know, going out to Jasper, right? Going out to Jasper and sitting in a Jasper practice, you know, sitting in their little, you know, coach's office or locker room, their area, seeing all the history, players that have come through, plaques on the wall. That shit's cool. The kids from Jasper, places like that, kind of out in the sticks, or they don't really have people like you who come around too often. That's cool. I've always liked going out to schools like that a lot more than going to DeSoto or going to South Lake or I don't know, Katy. Like, it's nothing to do with the programs itself, but just that, like, that's the expectation there. You know what I mean? Like, these kids saw other kids grow up and go D1. They're next, right? Where it's like, I go to Jasper, Anthony Smith or whatever, he's like, you know, for recruiting, you know, it's just hard because I don't have people to ask. Like, there's no one I know from around here that has ever been in these shoes, like stuff like that. They have to figure it out themselves. And also, they're more accommodating to media usually. They're more appreciative, and honestly, just I've always vibed or meshed with, I guess, more blue collar kids, or I don't know, just kids who are more appreciative of things. Usually get that in the smaller towns, smaller schools, rather than the Metroplex 6As.
That's why I loved, when I was covering recruiting, I loved going to East Texas, man. Loved going to East Texas because Mike Valerie, when he was the head coach at Kilgore, would let me in and just, chop it up. I didn't even make an appointment to go see anybody. Even like, John King at Longview, like just kind of let me in. And I went to, I think they were doing spring ball, and I watched a practice one day and kind of showed me around the facilities and everything. And, Jeff Traylor when he was at Gilmer, the W.T. Johnson, who was the late W.T. Johnson when he was the head coach at Newton. I told you the story. I went down there to see Kevin Shorter, thinking I'm getting network quotes for him to commit to Arkansas, and he tells me he's picking Texas the next day. And we do the interview, and Coach Johnson's like, "Hey, it was after a scrimmage." He said, "Hey, we're all going." It was like a KC Hall or a American Legion Hall. I forget what it was. He's like, "We're all going down the road here to have supper. You're more than welcome to join us." And it was kind of like it didn't turn into an invitation. It was almost like, no, we want you to come have dinner with us. So I ended up going like with all the Newton staff and all their wives and some of the players and stuff, ended up going to have like a potluck dinner after a scrimmage. I was like, man, this is like, this doesn't happen at, like you said, your big metro school. So those are the kinds of schools that I miss going to, the kinds of places I miss going to on the road. And by the way, for the record, I'm not knocking anybody at the school I'm going to mention specifically, but how I was treated at Newton, treated the exact opposite when I went to West Orange Stark for the first time. So there's an interesting story there, but I digress.
Well, it makes you feel better. West Orange Stark has kind of fallen off the face of the map.
They have, haven't they? It's weird, man.
Part of it too is because there are some schools down there that are starting to maybe use the transfer portal.
Yeah.
What's crazy, I know of a school in the Golden Triangle where, like, I almost said their recruiting strategy. But they're pulling kids from Louisiana. Like, they're getting kids to go to their school.
Yeah.
In the state of Texas.
Manny's a really good small school in Louisiana. Isn't Manny like 30 minutes from the border?
Yeah, it is, but it is. I've never been to Manny, but everyone who has said like it's like impossible to get to, and like it looks close to the Texas border, but the way the roads are, like it's not close. And I've always been like, okay, well, the kids Texas recruited from there were gone by the time I came around. So
I mean, Garrett Thomason, I think Myron Warren was a Manny kid.
Yeah, Myron Warren was. Actually ended up at Texas State, I think.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Part of that Bobcats team that won a bowl game, Jordan, won a bowl game and drank Ford Stadium out of beer too. So,
yeah. So you want to talk about y'all's quarterback situation?
Which quarterback situation? The Texas State quarterback situation?
Mm-hmm.
Hold that thought, because I do want to mention something. While we're on the topic of Jackson Jeffcoat, and I mentioned Jordan Hicks, I want to run down a recruiting class, the 2010 recruiting class that they were in. I'm just going to run down some names, and
I'll see if I recognize them.
A common theme with all these guys: Jordan Hicks, Jackson Jeffcoat, DeMarco Cobbs, Trey Hopkins, Tevin Jackson, Adrian Phillips, Bryant Jackson, Carrington Bindum, Taylor Bible, Greg Daniels, Dominic Espinosa. That's pretty much a big chunk of your class that at some point either
Espinosa, Cedar Park.
Yeah, before high school or at some point in college, or both in some cases, had a major injury that required surgery and extensive rehab. So it's not that class was bad. And those guys were the fourth-year seniors when that 2014 draft happened, where Texas didn't have anybody taken. It was the first time Texas didn't have anybody drafted since like 1937 or whatever. Mm-hmm. I think it was 37. I forget the year. But it's not that they were bad players. Like Trey Hopkins started a Super Bowl. I just ran down Jeffcoat. Jordan Hicks is still in the league. Adrian Phillips is still in the league and has been an all-pro. Dominic Espinosa started, I think, 40-something games at Texas. Carrington Bindum ended up getting a cup of coffee in the league. So a lot of these guys, some of these guys like DeMarco Cobbs and Tevin Jackson are the two that stand out to me. Just and Taylor Bible too, because of what happened to him in high school. Those guys had really bad injuries and just were never the same after the injuries. But I think that just shows you, man, sometimes it's not evaluation misses. Sometimes you have recruiting classes that when they don't pan out or they don't quite live up to expectations, it has nothing to do with talent or anything. It's just dudes just sometimes just get hurt and never really recover from that.
Yeah. Also, I mean, the strength and conditioning program and
that was
all the other stuff at the time.
Dumpster fire at Texas at the time.
Wasn't great either.
Hey, by the way, have you noticed how Lincoln Riley's teams, their physicality always gets questioned, and Benny Wiley is their strength coach? You ever tied those two things together?
Interesting.
I don't think that's a coincidence. But anyway, let's talk about the Texas State quarterback situation. What are we talking about? The fact that
who is the quarterback next year?
The guy that ran TJ Finley off is no longer enrolled in school.
Who is the quarterback though? Like who are the guys in scholarship? Because Malik Hornsby left.
Yeah,
you have PJ Hatter from last year, who's from Westfield by way of Klein Oak. Straight baller, by the way, but I don't know if he's ready. And then they got they have a kid coming in from San Antonio Reagan in high school in 24, but that kid's actually originally from Houston. He went to one of the Cypress schools. I forgot what it was. But him and Trey Owens are actually the best friends, or close, not best friends, but close friends. Did Cobb from Pflugerville get a chance in the NFL? I'm not sure. Definitely question for Mr. Jeff.
They've got 3 quarterbacks listed on the roster. They got PJ Hatter, Brad Jackson, the young man you're talking about from San Antonio Reagan, and then Carson Kaiser from Bernie Champion transferring in from New Mexico State.
Interesting. Hope PJ Hatter wins it. He was a baller.
And actually,
A&M.
My bad. Carson Kaiser was on the roster this last year. He just redshirted. Did not see any action. So
okay. Fun fact, Mr. Jeff Howe. If A&M doesn't flip Marcel Reed from Ole Miss in 2024, he was a quarterback. He was either a low 4-star, like high 3 star guy from state of Tennessee. Ended up flipping from Ole Miss to A&M like 2 days before signing day last year. If that doesn't happen, A&M's 2024 quarterback, their signing would have been PJ Hatter.
Wow.
Yeah, he was. They've been recruiting him. So for what had happened with PJ Hatter, he was. I believe he played like receiver as a freshman or some shit, but as a sophomore and junior, he was this awesome quarterback at Klein Oak, like awesome dual threat. Just put up kind of really good numbers, but Klein Oak has sucked.
Yeah, okay. Here I got his numbers right here. Looking at his Texas State bio as a junior, threw for over 1,500, rushed for over 1,200, 41 total touchdowns, 18 rushing, 23 passing. Or I'm sorry, 18 passing, 23 rushing.
Yeah. So me and a few buddies actually found him because Jeff, do you remember Tim Verghese?
Yeah.
Tim Verghese went to Klein Oak, and he knows the Houston area pretty well. So he sent him to our group chat, and we were like, "Holy shit!" And we all kind of fell in love with him like during his junior year. We were like, "Why is nobody recruiting this kid?" He's actually really good. Like, because he had absolutely nothing. He wasn't even getting like invited to camps. And Westfield hit the transfer portal, got him. He transferred to Westfield for his senior year. And he lit it up. His senior year was the best year he had. I mean, dude, he almost beat Duncanville like single-handedly in the semis in Georgetown last year. I think Duncanville ended up winning that game by like 10, but the game was way closer than the score, if that makes sense. And with PJ Hatter, I know he might have had some other stuff besides Texas State, but A&M was very close. Like they were going to have him on scholarship if they weren't able to pull it off with Marcel Reed. That's who Jimbo and those guys are going to have because they were having him visit like every other weekend that senior season or during a senior season to try to get to know him better or whatever.
Dang.
But, yep. But he's a baller. He can play. I just, I don't know if he's ready yet at the college level. So,
well, I was kind of, when the Jaden Delore thing happened, I knew that was going to be a bad look. And honestly, man, the Texas State, the student body, some of the alums kind of made their voices heard that they didn't want him on the football team. And I'm not saying that directly played into GJ's decision to, ultimately for the kid to leave school. But it just sucked that it cost you another year with TJ Finley, where you could have really honestly competed for a Sun Belt championship next year with TJ Finley back. I really do think that. But, at the same time, if this buys back any goodwill that the current regime might have lost, then I'm all for it. Because it's, dude, trust me, Jordan, when I was going to school there, and even long before I went to school there, other than that 2005 run where they made the 1AA semifinals with Barrick Neely at quarterback, with David Bailiff was the coach, nobody around there's cared about football. Nobody cares about football. Like when I was in school, it was like, okay, I can either go to the tailgate and get harassed by the cops and constantly asked to show my ID and, sit out and roast in the sun, or LSU Georgia starts at 2:30 and I've got beer in my fridge and can stay on my couch. So yeah, I think I'll just do that instead. Nobody cared about football. And the fact that people do, I think it's cool, man. It was cool being at that bowl game. It's cool that people at my alma mater, like I feel like I went to a football school now. So if that brought back some of that goodwill, it was a bad decision in the first place. But then I'm all for it. Also too, man, like if you'd have told me, hey, Chad Morris is going to be back coaching football and he's going to be doing it as an assistant at Texas State under GJ Kinney, I would have lost that bet.
Isn't he the receivers coach?
He's the receivers coach, and I think he's got a pass game coordinator title as well.
I'm about to look at this Texas State roster and see what receivers they have.
I wonder if Chad Morris is still getting
bro, I forgot that they got Tunmiche out of the portal.
Really?
Yeah.
I knew he left Michigan State. I didn't know where he ended up, though. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Isaac Norris. Lake Travis alum. Okay.
Yeah.
I forgot he existed. He's a walk-on though. He doesn't play. Chris Dawn. I remember Chris Dawn and him being 5'7". Surprise.
Myron Warren has another year.
Yeah.
Dang.
Cole Wilson. I'll forever be proud for saying Cole Wilson was a straight dude during Pato's state championship run. What else is even?
Blake Smith from Oklahoma transfer, Quinn Ewer's former teammate at Southlake.
Barf.
All due respect to the Smith family. Apologies if you're watching this.
Hey, Caden Watts, that's a Juice alum, also walk on.
It's just weird.
Jalen Jenkins is at Texas State now? Wow. I remember Jalen Jenkins from Allen. I watched him play.
Yeah. It's just weird, man, to start looking at these college rosters and you're seeing guys are on like their third or fourth school or whatever. Like it's wild. It's wild. I like the Texas State on the football roster. It lists their Twitter handle and their Instagram account on there in case you want to go follow somebody. So. Texas, I don't know that many people that do that. I don't know many schools that do that. So
I feel like pretty much every school does now, actually.
Texas doesn't.
Have you seen the video of Chad Morris dancing from a few years ago when he was at SMU? Have not.
As long as I never hear the term, I'm cool with Chad Morris being at Texas State. As long as the term "full tilt boogie" never comes out of anybody's mouth in the media, or I never have to see it around town. Like when I'm going to HEB, I don't have to see like hashtag full tilt boogie signs, and I'm good. I'll allow it.
I'm sorry, maybe I'm too young, or I was born yesterday. But what are you talking about?
That was Chad's little hashtag at Arkansas. That's how he described how they were gonna, like, Sark's got the all gas no brakes bit, right?
Hey, that shit's important. Like, these coaches get hired. It's like in the first week, you better come up You better bring something.
Chad's at Arkansas was full tilt boogie. I mean, hey, everybody got on the Charlie Strong Let's Ride bandwagon, right?
Yeah, but like, I don't know, 2 syllables, cooler sounding. Full tilt boogie.
Full tilt boogie was not it, man.
All gas, no brakes is pretty easy. It's gonna get old eventually, though. Like they're gonna have to replace it. I do think it's funny though whenever people say like all gas. Like I'll see it on Twitter, all gas, no brakes, and they use the wrong brakes. And it's like, dude,
talking about the brakes that go on your car.
Yeah, or like
we broke bread or whatever.
Yeah, I also love it whenever kids will come into a school and a kid will be like, I'm committing to Texas University. And all the like fans lose their shit. And the kid just has no clue.
Yeah.
And I'm over there holding my phone, like giggling.
I know you've gotten this one. The one that always, I don't know, the Texas University thing honestly doesn't bother me or make me chuckle. The one that cracks me up every time though is the University of Baylor.
Yeah. No, dude, we had in Juice in 2023, we had a running back go to TCU, Cam Cook. And I remember at his commitment ceremony, he said the University of TCU. And 5 minutes later, his dad was like, "What you think the U stands for?"
The University of Texas Christian University. That's from the redundancy department of redundancy.
Yeah. When people are like, "Rip in peace," like you're gonna rest in peace
Yeah. But you know, it's funny how a lot of those make me laugh. I know my brother listened to this show one time because he brought this up. He got half hot one time because I accidentally slipped and I said, I was talking about, he's done it twice with me. One time I said ATM machine and he goes, "Oh, you're going to the ATM machine?" I'm like, "My bad." So I tried not to say ATM machine in front of him. And then the other one that he ripped me for one time was I said PIN number. I said, "Yeah, I had to change my PIN number." "You had to go change your PIN number?" I'm like, okay, sorry, grammar Nazi.
Yeah.
But no, it's those are fun. I don't know how we got talking about Texas State football, but thank you, Jordan. I always I don't mind at all talking about my alma mater. Hey, there was a transfer that I saw. That's always interesting to me. Like you look at, especially like the G5 schools, see who all they got to transfer in. I didn't know that Jalen Garth, who was at Texas, transferred to Houston. I didn't know that he had transferred out and he's at UTSA now.
I did see that just because I think it was Mike who was doing it. Mike Roach, he had just taken some of the social media deliverables that UTSA had and posted them. And, he's cool with Trailer and all those people or whatnot. So it was probably just showing love. But when he did, I clicked on it and saw Jalen Garth and it was like, what the fuck? Like, he's at UTSA now? But
yeah, and Tyler Johnson's at Colorado, who's also at Texas.
I saw that.
And I was at Colorado. The big thing there is if you're an offensive lineman transferring to Colorado, dude, you're a walk-in starter.
Yeah.
Because who else is going to beat you out?
He wasn't bad. He started at Houston last year.
He basically played in one game at Texas, the 2020 Alamo Bowl against Colorado. And granted, going to that game, me and about 100 people in the stands, and I think the press box had more people in it than the whole stadium did. But watching Colorado warm up and watching Tech, because you remember the Pac-12, some teams only play like 3 or 4 games, and the bowl, like a bunch of teams opted out of bowl games. Like you had Oregon was the Pac-12 champion that went to the New Year's Six with like a 3-2 record. Yeah, it was just it was a wheels off year for the Pac-12. But I remember watching those two teams warm up, and I'm like, it looks like the JV's about to scrimmage the varsity. Is really what it looked like. I'm like, dude, Colorado looks terrible. And I think that Sam Neuer was their quarterback. I'm like, man, I've seen some bad quarterbacks. Like, he might be the worst Power 5 quarterback I've seen, the worst major conference quarterback I've seen since I've been doing this. And that includes all like the Charlie Weiss, Kansas quarterbacks. Like, go down the list. Sam Neuer was bad. That Colorado team was bad. I don't know how they scored 23 points against Texas, but man, it was rough.
Yeah, I remember Hudson Card, Casey Thompson getting in that game. Everyone thinking, man,
that Casey was it, and Casey should have been starting all along because he had that big third quarter where he threw for like 4 touchdowns in the quarter.
Yeah, but nah, man, we got 2 quarterbacks because Hudson was dicing it up too.
Man, I felt so bad for Sam Jordan because I was like, I'm not ashamed to admit it. I'm a Sam Ehlinger stan. Just full disclosure. Like, I'll drive the Sam Ehlinger bandwagon till the day I die.
Yeah. I forgot. Isn't it wild how Alfred Collins like that does not saying that he was on the team and had that crazy pick, like it seems illegal that he's on this year's team.
I know.
Like, that feels way longer than however it's actually been.
That's kind of what Alfred Collins has been to this point, right? And like, okay, he should be like in the NFL, like getting ready for the draft right now, being ready to be a high pick, but because we see those stuff, but it's like we're only talking about the highlights. That's why Alfred Collins is coming back for another year. But man, am I crazy for wanting to put Sam Ehlinger in the category of elite Texas quarterbacks?
Yes.
Really? You think I'm crazy for that?
What category is he in? Who else is in the group with him?
To me, I have a tier system for Texas quarterbacks. Vince Young, Colt McCoy, Bobby Lane are in the top tier, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right. James Street gets a tier all to himself because anytime you're undefeated in your career as a starter, I got to give you that. So James Street is on like the 1B tier. Like 1A is Lane, VY, and Colt. I would put Sam on that next tier below James Street. And it's like I would put Sam on that tier. James Brown would be on that tier for me. Probably Marty Akins I would put on that tier. I don't know if I'd put Chris Sims on that tier, but I'd definitely put those other 3 on there.
What about Tyrone Swoops?
If there's a tier for short yard quarterbacks who were short yarded goal line specialists, then yes, he would be on that tier for sure.
Yeah.
But hey,
yeah, whenever you said putting Sam amongst the elite quarterbacks, and I said no right away, it's because I thought you were gonna just. I didn't actually think you were gonna do it, but I thought you meant like up there with Vincent and Colt, and I was like, Jeff, whoa.
No, you gotta.
Yeah.
You gotta.
I can get behind that. Some of the guys you mentioned, like if you like 3 of their name or whoever it was, you show me their highlights and are like, hey, who is this? I couldn't tell you. If you show me, you give me 3 names of 3 different highlights, I have to mix and match. I'm getting them wrong.
Yeah. Marty Akins was, Texas doesn't have very many All-American quarterbacks, and Marty Akins is one of them. James Brown, just because, and I might have an overinflated sense of where James Brown belongs in a Texas quarterback ranking, just because he was my guy when I was growing up, more so than Peter Gardere was. James Brown was kind of my guy, and I remember his first start against OU and winning 2 conference championships. That means something to me. And then I put Sam there, man, because whatever faults Texas had in 18, 19, and 20 were no faults of Sam Ehlinger. I mean, yeah, like you sum up Sam's career. Like, I think the game that encapsulates Sam Ehlinger's career, if like you want to sum up Sam's career, I think it's the 2020 game against Oklahoma, because everybody remembers the interception he threw in overtime that ended the game. But if Sam didn't do all that other stuff, the game never even gets to that point. So it's like everybody forgets all the great stuff he did to get you to that point. You only remember like, oh, Sam Ehlinger always fell short. And I think I wrote this about Sam one time. Matter of fact, no, I think I did write about it one time. It wasn't his fault that he played really well in big games, but look at who outdueled him, right? It's Joe Burrow. It's Jalen Hurts. It's Kyler Murray in a Big 12 championship game. Like, it was just, you were good, but you weren't better than some really elite quarterbacks at time. A 2017 game against Oklahoma's freshman year, Baker made just a couple more plays than Sam did, and that's why Oklahoma won that game. So
but that is why Texas fans should be excited about this season. you got the best returning quarterback in the game. There's an argument to be made that Quinn Ewers is the best returning quarterback in college football.
Can you honestly say, like, okay, we've had this discussion, but now that the portal's filtered out and like you've got a better grip on who's got what coming back, is Quinn Ewers the best quarterback in the SEC?
Hold up, I need to.
Because the two guys that I would put in, I don't even know if I'd put him in front of him, but that I think are in the discussion. I think there's three guys in the discussion. I think it's Quinn, I think it's Carson Beck, and I think it's Jackson Dart. I think it's those three guys as far as SEC quarterbacks go.
Yeah. To be honest, I haven't watched enough Beck to I guess compare him to Quinn or whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
With Dart, I mean, I like him. I think he's in I don't know about similar. He obviously didn't have as high a status or whatnot as Quinn, but he was one of the higher ranked guys. He's at USC originally.
Yeah.
I don't know who I'd go with there, but with that, it's a down year for quarterbacks in the SEC. I mean, how many times has that chart been pulled up on shows or Twitter about Texas facing either a new head coach or a new quarterback?
Yeah, you look at a situation like Florida's got, because Texas does host Florida this year. At what point could Billy Napier save his job if, as soon as the first opportunity presents itself, he pulls the plug on Graham Mertz and just says, "Hey, win, lose, or draw, the best option for this program going forward is to let DJ Lagway kind of learn as he goes." I don't know if that would save his job, but you can't convince me right now that Graham Mertz is a better option than DJ Lagway. I know that's saying a lot about a freshman, but that's to me more of an indictment on Graham Mertz than it is anything about DJ Lagway.
Yeah. The thing with DJ though, it has never been physical talent, so honestly, he was a slower learner than some other kids in his class at quarterback. So DJ, man, I mean, I've never I don't know anyone who's a Florida fan or follow any Florida fans.
Mm-hmm.
But during 2 weeks in December, they showed up at my feet a bunch because they were all talking shit to me about Filsamy. But Lagway, you can't play him week 1. Can't play him week 2 or week 3. It's we're 500 and it's week 7. We'll throw him in there. I don't know. Because with Lagway, it's look, here's the thing. If you play him too much, you lose because you have a freshman quarterback, you get fired.
Mm-hmm.
You play him too little, you get fired because you're going to play the 5-star.
Mm-hmm.
It's,
where does the middle ground lie? Where does the sweet spot lie? Yeah. I get that 100%.
But hey, regardless though, people talk about portal players being the highest paid, and I just came up with this in my head, but could the highest paid players maybe be players at schools who are in coaching transitions?
Possibly.
You know what I mean? If Lagway's there, they fire Sunbelt Billy after this year. Lagway might get paid more than he's ever been just to make sure he stays there and, go plays for whoever the hell they bring in to coach.
Here's what could help. Here's what could help Napier though, Jordan. I look at their schedule before they go to Tennessee on October 12th. They host Miami, which
loss.
Who knows what happens there? Samford at home, that's a win.
Loss.
I would hope that. Well, if that's a loss.
A&M lost App State. It's doable.
If they lose to Samford, then Billy Napier doesn't even make it to the podium. He gets. Dan McCarney was the head coach at North Texas one time. They lost 70-something to 14 to Portland State at home. And Dan McCarney's post-game press conference, it wasn't Dan McCarney. It was the AD saying they made a coaching change. That's what would happen to Billy Napier if they lost to Samford at home. They host Texas A&M.
I bet the three people in the UNC press conference room were like, "Holy shit!"
They host.
No
A&M.
way.
Yeah, they host A&M on September 14th. Who knows what the Aggies are going to look like? They got so many new faces.
Dude, that is like a mid-off of all mid-offs. Jesus Christ. A&M at the Swamp.
Yeah.
I am so going to watch that, but
In
like it's going to be a painful watch. Don't get me wrong.
Is it kind of like the old burning car on the side of the road? Like you don't want to watch, but you kind of have to?
Yeah. Yeah.
And then Florida's at Mississippi State the following week. New coach, brand new regime. And then they host UCF before they go to Tennessee. I mean, they could be 5-1, 4-2 going to Knoxville in early October. So it's not like it's just they're staring down the barrel like an 0-5 start or anything like that.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm interested to see how Tennessee's going to do next year.
I'm sorry, they could be 3-2, I guess. That could be the game that gets Billy Napier fired is at Tennessee, because like if Florida's 2-3 and then goes to Knoxville and gets boat raced, then at that point, Napier could be done, and the Lagway era starts the following week,
or
at home against Kentucky.
Lagway enters the portal after a year because he could.
Because listen to I gave you the front half of Florida's schedule. Here's the back half. You ready for this? October 12th, they're at Tennessee. October 19th, they host Kentucky. Then you've got Georgia in the cocktail party, at Texas, home against LSU, home against Ole Miss, at Florida State. Boy, November, the month of November is going to be brutal. You face Georgia, Texas, LSU, Ole Miss, and Florida State in the same month.
Like in a row.
Yeah. Good luck with that.
Yeah. I don't know, dude. Like, this is the first time I've ever been like, if I was a running back, fuck the SEC. You know what I mean? Like, I just realized, like, fuck that, man.
If you're Sark and Choice, that's why you got to take 2 a year, man.
Yeah, like you're telling me I got to run into like 3 Anthony Hills every play for 5 weeks in a row?
Yeah.
Hell no.
That's
we're going to. I can't even go hide in the Pac-12 anymore.
The SEC in football, man, it's like the Big 12 in basketball. Like when you think like, okay, we got a night off. No, you don't, man. Because like the fact that like BYU is a top 25-ish team and they're going to be like the 7th seed in the conference tournament, that it's wild to me. Like if you look at the Big 12 tournament, like some of the 7, 8, 9 seeds, like I think Texas, if the season ended today, I think they'd be like the 8th seed or the 9th seed in the conference tournament. They're probably an NCAA tournament team right now.
Why do they? I'm very much, very, very, very much a casual college basketball fan. But I went and looked on ESPN today to see when Texas would play next. Because I actually I tuned in whenever they steamrolled West V. Mm-hmm. But why is Texas off until Saturday? Like, why is there? I know it's a Big 12 thing.
Everybody in the Big 12 kind of has one of those stretches where you go like 6-7 days without a game. Everybody has one. The Texas women had theirs last week. They played on a Sunday. They played K-State on a Sunday and didn't play again until they went to TCU last Saturday.
Yeah, they must be doing that for most of the men's then, because I think the only Big 12 games this week there's like 3 today and then there's like 6 on Saturday.
Yeah, if you look at the game, like where how many games everybody's played, Texas was 1 game ahead of several teams. There were some teams that have already played 11 league games or whatever, but yeah, everybody's got one of those where you get multiple days off.
Gotcha.
And you need it too, man, to catch your breath and rest up. I didn't expect to talk Big 12 basketball, but we looked at Florida's schedule, man. That's gonna be the fun of it. Is especially year 1 in the SEC. Like now, you have to pay attention to what Florida's doing. You got to pay attention to Georgia and all the teams on your schedule. Like hell, I'm excited that I get to look at like what Kentucky and Mississippi State are gonna do. I'm pumped about it. Like, it's been a long time, Jordan, since I really, really studied an A&M roster or an A&M schedule like I'm going to have to this year.
Man,
I'm always cognizant of it because of the recruiting battles, and it's A&M. It's just kind of, you don't just follow them the first, almost 30 years of your life and then like, oh, F it, I haven't paid attention to the Aggies anymore.
Yeah. So for me, I have nothing wrong with any players at A&M. It's just the fans annoy me, tend to annoy me, and not even like just like Twitter fans, I guess. But for me, it's always hard. Their middle linebacker, Torian York. I've known that kid since he was like going into high school. So
Twitter's a cesspool anyway.
Yeah, but I hate that one of my favorite players to watch ever plays for them, because I have to share space with other, I guess, A&M fans on showing up in my Twitter feed as well. But yeah, I don't know. I'm excited for that game to be back. Are y'all going to that in person? Any of y'all?
I'll be there. I'll be in College Station.
Get me on the field, Mr. Howe.
I'll be lucky to get myself in the door at that point.
Yeah.
But Trey and BK join us. We're about to hand the baton off. Guys, Jordan and I were just talking about it. Like, I'm excited that like there most years it's really hard for me to like study Iowa State's schedule or West Virginia's schedule and be pumped up about it. But like, you know what? Looking at what Florida does matters because they're on the schedule. Looking really into what Georgia does matters because they're on the schedule. And same with Mississippi State and Arkansas and Kentucky. Like, it's the first couple of years in the SEC are going to be fun to really dig into some of these opponents that you realize, like we were just talking about, just the freaking meat grinder that league is week in and week out. It's almost like a war of attrition. That's why for Texas, man, don't sneeze at like the guys at the bottom of a recruiting class, because you're probably going to need those guys to help you win games. Depth is going to be more important for Texas now than it's ever been.
Yeah, and it's funny, like the first 2 years of the SEC will be fun, but I'm also going to miss like playing West Virginia at like 11 o'clock on FS1.
I'm not going to miss that.
And like those gimme games where it's like, okay, you know what I mean? Like we're really gonna have to mess this one up. You don't get really any bye weeks. You don't get any free bye weeks like that anymore.
There's a good 12, 13 years where Texas did that a lot, where they messed it up.
Oh yeah.
Hey,
but now we don't even have the option to mess it up.
Vanderbilt is in the league, Jordan. There is a free bye week.
Yeah.
I mean, Vanderbilt is what Kansas was for a decade. So you do at least get one give me game. Not every year.
Vanderbilt's got a nice little running back, pride of the East Side, Cedric Alexander from OBJ. He was a first team All SEC freshman team.
Can he coach?
I don't know about all that, but shit, Vanderbilt, it's not a coaching problem at Vanderbilt.
And hey, BK, dare I say the worm has turned where you're not just going to go into David Booth Family Memorial Stadium on a given Saturday and just expect to win now.
No, ask Oklahoma about that. They found out the hard way last year.
Damn, talk that shit.
Come on, I have to. I haven't been able to as a Kansas football fan in a long time. So
I need you to do some recon, find out how much money like the Koch family came up with to keep Daniels there, to keep him out of the portal.
Or to keep Deshaun Warner committed.
Wow, this is great. People are accusing Kansas football of paying people too much. I never thought I'd see a day where Kansas was getting accused of doing shady stuff in football. This is my dream, boys. Keep it coming.
I've got a question for Trey before I get off here, because I want to know. Trey and I have been following Texas football close to the same amount of time. Trey's a little bit older than me, but I tried to put the Texas quarterbacks in tiers, Trey, all time. And so you tell me how off I am. I've got Vince Young, Colt McCoy, and Bobby Lane on a tier, the top tier by themselves. I kind of have an adjacent tier with James Street by himself, because I think going undefeated in your career as a starter with a national title has to mean something. And then on that third tier is where I would put Sam Ehlinger with like James Brown and Marty Akins. I think those are the three that I would put on that third tier.
I probably put Colt McCoy with James Street.
Really?
Yeah.
So you'd have Vince Young and Bobby Lane on the top tier by themselves?
Yep.
Interesting.
Yep. Shouldn't have hurt that shoulder, Colt. Loser.
Is there any reason why, Trey, or just not the fact that he doesn't have the Heisman or a national title?
That's part of it. I think that he benefited from really good luck his freshman year. Sophomore year, you saw, I think, a more realistic version of where he was as a quarterback. And then, look, he was great as a junior, and he was pretty good considering that the offense took a pretty big step back, especially that offensive line his final year. And, of course, he was able to get Texas back to the national championship game. And we will always get to wonder what would have been. We don't get to wonder about that. We know exactly what would have fucking happened. We were about to smash Alabama, Nick Saban from starting a dynasty. They probably wouldn't have won any national championships if Texas won that. But instead, Mac Brown freaked out, decided to go power I offense, despite the fact that every player on his team was geared towards a spread attack. And the rest is a pretty sad 13 to 14 years before this last year.
There's an alternate universe somewhere where for the 2010 season, Will Muschamp is the head coach at Texas. Charlie Strong is the head coach at Florida. And their careers take very different paths than they did in reality.
Yeah. I think I'd like to live in that alternate universe, but I don't know.
I think both those programs still head in the same direction if each guy is at the different spot. Though,
At some point, yes. At some point, yes. But BK, if you'd asked me that like in 2017, I'd been like, hell yes, take me to, bizarre
where can I
world.
sign?
But now I'm like, you know what? I'm cool with where Texas is now. It's fine.
Yeah, that was a long 12 years. I mean, I am cool with where Texas is now too, but I'm not cool with what happened around here for a long time. So I would have gone alternate universe, I think.
Trey, are you going alternate universe, or are you taking the course as it's happened? You stay in the course?
I'm taking the course as it happened, because if we don't do that, we probably don't get Tom Herman and just have a pile of embarrassing moments from our head coach that will hopefully help us avoid making that same mistake again in the future.
The BK, you secured the bag in a much a less spastic manner than Tom Herman did.
Yeah, Tom Herman looked like he was tweaking his nipples on the sideline.
Yeah, I don't like my nipples as much as Tom Herman liked his, apparently.
He's the guy from South Park that works for the cable company.
Yes, exactly.
Oh, you want different channels? Oh, this is the only package we offer.
God,
old school South Park is great. All right, guys, we'll be back to do it tomorrow. We went from like covered the Texas State quarterback situation, Jackson Jeffcoat's career. We were kind of all over the place, but it was a good hour as we turned it over to you boys.
We are in random season now, boys. So great job today.
Thank you, guys. We'll be back tomorrow.
See ya.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. All right, I've got a question. Something you said a couple of minutes ago during that crosstalk.
Oh, wait, I just got a message from my kids, so let me go check on this one again.
Is that yesterday's message, or is this a new one?
No, this was yesterday. My daughter, in the middle of the 3 to 5 show, me and Jeff Barker. Jeff's making some great point, as he always does. God, it's frustrating doing a show with somebody so smart who is able to enunciate as well as Jeff does. Plus, he's really good looking too. It's just so annoying, but it's a really good show too at the same time. So he was in the middle of making a great point about something, and my daughter slips this message through the door, which is right next to where I sit, saying that my son is seriously hurt. Well, they were playing outside, so I was completely fucked. Either screw the kids or screw Jeff for a sec. That didn't sound right. But fortunately, you were there in a couple of minutes to take over so I could go double check to make sure that it wasn't as dire as initially stated.
It's pretty cool that you get to do 2 shows with guys like that every day. That is awesome. Guys who enunciate correctly, guys who look good, guys who make good points. I mean, you're very fortunate that you get to spend 3 hours with guys like us daily.
Some of those things.
Yeah.
Some of those things.
For Jeff. All of those things for me. Some of those for Jeff. I appreciate that. So all good. No problems there. I think that was the update you gave before 5 o'clock yesterday. Like, turned out to not be anything close to a serious injury for Calvin.
This is how unserious it was. When I went outside, Calvin's like, I'm like, are you okay? Because he was shooting baskets again. He's like, yeah, I've got a little bit of a scrape, though. I'm like, all right. Never even saw the scrape. That's how unserious it actually was.
Is that worth a full sheet of paper, too? I mean, can we put that on a little Post-it note, Viv? That's a whole sheet of paper that is now unusable because of that 4-word sentence she wrote.
Pretty good handwriting there, though. And
better than mine.
To credit her, it wasn't completely unused. The other side has. Can you see that?
Times 100.
Math problem.
Math. Yeah. All right. Now that's resourceful by her. I take that back. That was a used piece of paper, so that was already cooked. Glad everyone's okay. But yeah, that's not really an emergency. You can't ruin the show for that. Come on now.
I'm sorry. What was your question?
Okay. So when Jeff asked you about where Colt McCoy stands in terms of the all-time great quarterbacks at the University of Texas, you said that he's not on your very top tier.
Correct.
Said it's VY and Bobby Lane who are on that top tier to themselves, and then Colt McCoy is a tier 2 guy, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And then after that, you said that if Colt McCoy stayed healthy in that national title game, he would have undoubtedly beaten the effing brakes off of Alabama, and then Alabama would have never won a single national championship.
Yeah, that wasn't at all histrionic.
No, it wasn't. So Colt McCoy still not on the top tier, even though he would have prevented the greatest college football dynasty of all time.
Yeah, it was a histrionic statement that I made to walk back my comment from 23 seconds ago. And I do think Texas would have won that game, and that maybe changes the overall rankings for me or the tiers that I'm putting Texas quarterbacks in, but he didn't. And you have to take the injury history into account, and that wasn't the only time that he got injured in that regard. And so, yeah, he didn't quite get to that level. Did he help Texas win a Big 12 championship? He sure did. That was great. It really was much more about the defense than it was about the offense in that game. And I realized that I am saying that knowing that I'm not going to pronounce his name correct. And Ndamukong Suh, what the fuck is his name again? I've already forgotten.
Sue?
Yeah, there we go. He had an incredible game in that Big 12 championship. The offense barely did enough to get to the point where they were able to play for a national championship.
I love that.
I just think that he was over. His career is a little bit overcooked because for the first 3 years of his career, especially, he was surrounded by a lot of elite talent. Now, Colt McCoy played in the NFL for a long time too, so I'm not just saying that he sucked. He was good. He was insanely accurate. He helped his team win football games. All of that is important, but he had a lot of elite talent around him too.
Yeah, he did. I think you're crazy, and I love how you were able to pronounce Ndamukong correctly, which is like 10 letters, but the 3-letter last name is the one that tripped you up with Sue.
Dude, I am very phonetic with how I read things, and I need to go out of my way to mispronounce it if it's a weird pronunciation or if it's a weird spelling. And every time I see Sue, S-U-H, it looks like Suh. I can't get that out of my head, and then I confuse myself that no, that's actually what it is. It's not Sue, it's Suh. It's like the Matt Mike thing for me. Anytime I meet a Matt or a Mike, there's almost a 100% guarantee that if I'm hanging out with that person for a couple of hours, I will call them the other name at some point in those 2 hours. I don't know what it is. My brain cannot get it right. Same thing goes with Ndamukong. See, I can't even say the first name right. I just got lucky. I was that blind squirrel who just found that nut and cracked that nut open and just ate that nut. I got that with the first name the first time because I was so worried about the second name, but now it is also lost inside my empty skull.
I don't think that's the expression, and I feel like we call it a last name and not a second name in this country, but that's to each his own, I suppose.
That is the expression. I believe you yourself said it was Thomas Jefferson who said that back in the day after he hooked up with his with the hired help around the house. And so we have to attribute it to the proper source.
Yes, the Civil War was about hired help. I believe that is the way that it's phrased. Thank you. I have to tell you something, a quick story before we dive back into the Texas football game, because there was a moment that happened to me at a store in between the morning show and this show today that I feel like is a moment that you would not have taken as well as I did.
I am all about the stories with Curb Your Enthusiasm potential. Hit me.
I think, knowing you and knowing some of the stories you've shared with the people, both on this show and on the show we did in the past, I feel like you would have confronted somebody in the situation that I was in at Walmart earlier today.
Okay, I do have to recall, I think it was last week you told a story about the doctor's office where I definitely would have spoken up, and you decided to stay quiet even though the person was being a complete jerk.
Yeah, the person at the doctor's office waiting room was blaring either TikToks or Instagram reels on their phone incredibly loud to the point where everybody else in the waiting room could hear what was going on. And I let that one go. Everyone else let that one go. You said you probably would not have let that one go.
If I had let it go, my head would have exploded.
Yeah, I'm like that broad from Frozen. I let it go. And that's like my best and worst trait is that I just let stuff go way too often. That's probably offensive to the kids out there. Sorry about that.
If kids are listening right now, they're not going to be easily offended because they're skipping school and they're already well on their way to a life of degeneracy.
Very true. Very true. So I'm at Walmart, and my stance on Walmart, I don't know if you've heard this before, but like I believe all men are created equal. And women too, for that matter. Everybody. I believe it's a level playing field. We're all the same. Except for Walmart. Like I believe I am better than everybody else at Walmart. Now, because I go as often as I do, not super often, but like I go maybe once or twice a month. Maybe I am them. Maybe I'm not better than them. And maybe I'm being a hypocrite for dunking on other people at Walmart when I am also a person who goes and shops at Walmart. But I look around there and I feel better about myself. Like if I'm ever having a bad day, I just go to Walmart and I'm like, I'm better than you, every single person who's here. I know I am an elevated human over you. So that doesn't have much to do with the story, or maybe it does. So, they have in Walmart and other grocery stores, there are certain items that are like locked in cases where you have to get a store employee to open it for you to get the item. So I was getting some printer ink today. Apparently I got like a cheap printer. I'm getting like $20 Canon printer ink. And apparently I need somebody to come open the sliding glass door for me to grab that. So I go in the electronics section at this Walmart. There's that, the desk where there's an employee waiting. And I go there and there's one person in front of me in line. And she also needs the Walmart employee to open up a glass case to get some other item. No harm, no foul. So she goes, the employee goes with the customer. They open the case. The customer comes back to like the desk where the electronics are. And then the customer asks the employee if she can check out all of her groceries right there. And she's got like 15 items. Like it'd be one thing if it's just that one electronics device that she got. And then she, wanted to scan there. Even that to me is a little bit fishy. Like just go to the front where everybody else checks out, do what everyone else does. And I'm also right here waiting because I need help. But instead she asks the Walmart employee, hey, can I just check out here? And she's got not a full shopping cart, but one of those like handheld baskets. I'm telling you, 15 items in there. And the employee says yes. And then she does the full-on checkout right in front. I'm just standing there for like 5 minutes for one little thing of printer ink that I should have been able to get without needing the key to open it. But instead, I'm just standing there. The customer won't even look at me because she probably knows I'm like, are you effing kidding me right now? She's just like locked in straight ahead. And yeah, she goes through the whole checkout process right there at the back of the store. I'm just sitting there for 5 extra minutes waiting to get some printer ink. I let it go. What would you have done?
First of all, I can picture you standing behind her. You've got you're holding your hands in front like you're about to set a screen. You're standing tall with good posture like you normally are. No. Hands in front of the crotch.
Okay.
That's what you do. You hide the crotch. Also keep those hands down so you're not inclined to reach out. So the hands are in front of the crotch and you're just standing, good posture, and you're wearing that hat that you're wearing right now, but you're also giving a little bit of a side eye. I can see the exact look that's on your face as she asks to do this, and you can tell she can feel you right there, but she's afraid to look back or to say something. So you give that look for a split second, and then you just let it go, like most people do, that you don't turn it into a bigger ordeal than it needs to be. Fine, I'll wait an extra 5 minutes. There are a couple of things here at play. One, the printer ink behind a device that has to be unlocked to get it is fucking ridiculous. But hey, welcome to America in 2024. Thanks, every city that has decided to defund its police to the level that they are badly understaffed. And so basic shoplifting is just allowed these days. The ways that companies that are still trying to make money are going to combat that is going to be to make it more difficult to get anything of even minor worth. I went to Walmart, and I never go to Walmart, but I went to a Walmart in, I feel like it was Oregon, maybe, when we were on vacation last summer. No, it was Colorado. We were in Breckenridge, and I had to go to the town over to try and get a ring light because emergency circumstance, Bucky being stuck at the Atlanta airport. I had to figure out a way to try and broadcast from our Airbnb in Breckenridge. So I had to go to the town over to get to the Walmart, and there was like a little adapter, a $5 adapter that was behind the plastic that has to be unlocked to get it. Now, fortunately for you, there was actually somebody in the department. This Walmart was staffed well enough that there could be somebody there to help people out. Dude, I sat there and waited for like 10 or 15 minutes, went and found somebody who was supposedly going to go find somebody else. I did that 2 times, and nobody ever came back to try and unlock the deal for me. Or eventually I just gave up and went to a completely different store. So I guess kudos to you that there was somebody there to help. Still ridiculous that is being kept behind plastic that needs to be unlocked. The employee fucked you over more than the woman fucked you over here, unfortunately, because she asked a question, and it would have been very easy for him to say, you know what? I'm sorry. Like, if it's just this one thing or just this one thing in this department, I can do that. But you're going to have to go to the front. I apologize. That's company policy. That's not my policy. And it should be company policy too, by the way. That is absurd that somebody can check out. I don't even care if it's like 6 or 7 things. If it's not a specific couple of items from that department, you got to go to the front. It's as simple as that. That is common sense. Now, she also needed to exhibit a little bit of common sense and realize that y'all had both been waiting. She had been helped by that person. Go to the fucking front of the store to check out. That's what every other civilized human does when they're at a store like that. And for you to not say something, I get it. Non-confrontational. Just let it slide. Let it be. Don't say something. I would have had to say something there. I would have said something that was directed to both her and the employee saying, guys, can we please use a little bit of logic here and understand that this is one person in this department. There's one person to help anybody else who needs help. And everybody who comes into this department needs help because something has to be unlocked from that cheap fucking plastic that's covering it up. Can you please go to the front of the store where every register is open right now? You can self-checkout if you want to, or you can have somebody do that scanning and bagging for you. But can you please just let me get what I need to get along my way? And you know better than this. I know you probably don't give a shit about this $10 an hour job, but come on, send her to the front of the store. This is absurd. There's no reason for her to be scanning 10 to 15 items right now, making anybody else have to wait for an additional 5 minutes.
That is a curb your enthusiasm scene in itself, isn't it? What happened to me today? I mean, I wish I was you because I wish I had the gall to comment anything like that. I let it go, but I was just like, God, seriously? And there was also a guy behind me too, like, who was also waiting. Like, Jesus.
Oh, there were
man.
2 people in line? Oh, my God. Oof.
Yep.
Oh, yeah. So at that point, if there is a second person that is being affected by this, you're not just fighting for yourself. You're fighting for humanity at that point.
Yeah, I let humanity down. Not the first time, and it won't be the last time where I've disappointed this world, but that's what happened.
Speaking of me getting into awkward confrontations and the, I guess the blowback or the long-term effects of that, I was back in the coffee shop where I had my display with the girl who was allowing her dog to just lay in the middle of the floor in front of the cash register several months ago. I was in there over the weekend and I saw them. I don't know if it was because they saw me walk through the front door, but the employee said something to somebody who had this like Labradoodle, I guess, that, hey, the dog can't be in the coffee shop. And so this guy was so upset, he literally picked the dog up and like stormed out in a huff to take the dog and tie it up to the railing right outside the front door. I'm like, you could have led the dog outside. You didn't need to make a scene here by picking the dog up that, we're doing something that's that inhumane. You're the one that's trying to bring your dog into the fucking coffee shop like it's your house, and it's not. It's a coffee shop, okay?
The employee made the customer do that, or you did?
The customer, yeah. They're like, hey, I'm sorry, your dog's adorable, but like they were, I don't want to make a generalization here, but most coffee shop employees are betas. They're very passive aggressive, and so they were as genteel as possible with the messaging that they gave this guy to get the dog out of the coffee shop. But there's an entitlement that's in play with a lot of dog owners who feel like it's okay to bring their dogs into restaurants, grocery stores, coffee shops, etc., where he was seriously offended. And you know what? That may have been his last time to visit that coffee shop. And if so, good riddance, sir. I say good riddance.
Yeah, so a non-Jewish person, a Gentile, was in there. That's what you were saying.
That's a 50-50. That's a bit of a coin toss. I could not tell one way or the other. I think there was a chance that it may have been of the Hebrew faith, but it's also possible that he would have been, is it Yenta? No, that's a female. Yento? Is this like Spanish here, the Hebrew? Do you go Yento, Yenta based on male or female?
I don't think so.
Okay, well, regardless, it was a middle-aged to older gentleman who did not take too kindly to being told that he needs to take his Labradoodle outside.
Oh, God. That's awesome. That is awesome. I saw 3 dogs at Walmart today, so glad to see them. That's normal. Yep. Yeah, I was in there for 20 minutes, for the record.
You know what? I nothing is black and white, BK, well, except Oreo cookies. But if there is an exception to the dog rule, the indoor dog rule, where we as a society need to take a stand, it is Walmart. And I'll throw Kmart in there too for good measure. You want to bring your dogs into Walmart or Kmart? Hell, let's get dog fighting going in that electronics area.
Okay.
Shopping back there. You're having to wait for the fucking plastic to be unlocked. How about we bring people in there and have their dogs fight to see who gets to go next, who gets to have their item unlocked next in the fucking electronics section of Walmart?
Yeah, that might be where the line gets drawn for me, but only might be for the record.
I'm not encouraging dog fighting. I'm not Michael Vick after all, but I know the type of clientele that goes into Walmart is all about the dog fight. So, hey, if that's your world, I disagree with it, but let's merge these things together and try and get this to be more of a smooth flowing machine.
Oh, man. What a start to a Tuesday show. Shout out to Audio Visual Consultations. If you are looking for electronics that don't require any of that stuff, AV Consultations has you covered. TVs, surround sound systems, surveillance cameras. Don't go to the big box stores. Don't deal with random pets and glass containers and all the crap that goes into leaving your house. AV Consultations has the equipment. They're going to get it to you at the best possible price because they get it wholesale, so they get it at the best possible price. And they're going to install everything for you. Look at the TVs behind me. Trey could speak to AV Consultations. Kevin Dunn, Bucky, Chip. So many of us on Texas Sports Unfiltered have been hooked up by Tom McKay and the crew at Audio Visual. And they've been around since 1988. So thousands of Central Texans can speak to how great of a job that Audio Visual Consultations does. 512-255-8678. That's 255-8678. Or check them out online at avconsultations.com.
And then just to emphasize what you just said, they do all the shopping for you. So you don't need to set foot in a Walmart to try and get jack shit. They have already taken care of that for you.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. All right, some Texas Longhorn football news to get into. Even though it is the off season, we're still talking Texas football, and we did get a pretty exciting update for Texas football and the upcoming NFL draft. How about this list? 11 Longhorns have been invited to the NFL Combine coming up at the end of March. If you're watching on YouTube, I'm sharing the screen so you can see the full list. If you're listening on the app, well, we'll give you the full list right now. Jonathan Brooks, Keelan Robinson, Adonai Mitchell, Jordan Whittington, Xavier Worthy, Jatavion Sanders, Christian Jones, Byron Murphy, Tavondre Sweat, Jalen Ford, and Ryan Watts. Trey, 11 Longhorns invited to the Combine. That is tied for the fourth most of any school in college football. Michigan led the way with 18. No surprise that they just won the national championship with that number. Washington had 13. Florida State with 12. And the team Texas is tied with, which is a very good sign about where Texas currently is as a college football program. The Georgia Bulldogs also had 11 players invited to the Combine. So it's been a while since Texas has had a number anywhere close to this, Trey. Not too shabby having 11 guys who will be in Indy next month.
Who is, if there is somebody that qualifies here, the most surprising name on this list to you, BK?
I would say Keelan Robinson.
Yeah, that would probably be it for me too.
He's such a good special teamer, and sometimes the Combine invites guys who are special teams only, and I don't think Keelan Robinson is a special teams only player.
No.
At times it felt like Sark forgot that he could play offense, but late in the year after Jay Brooks went down, we saw Keelan get some more run offensively, and he made some things happen. So, Keelan, I guess, would be the biggest surprise just based on the numbers and the on-field production and just the amount of playing time he got compared to the other 10 names on this list. But once again, not a total stunner that he will be there.
And I'm going to take Byron Murphy's name off this list because I believe both you and I have gone on record by saying after the NFL Scouting Combine, you're going to see Byron Murphy's stock skyrocket. Who stands to gain the most or who will gain the most in terms of draft stock after the Combine?
Great question. I'll give you one because you only asked for one, but I think there are a couple you can make a case for. I'll go with Xavier Worthy. Look, Worthy's a borderline first-round pick anyways, but if that guy runs 4.3, he's going to be a first-round pick. No question. Because the production is there. I know he battled injuries last season, but he did not miss a game during his 3 seasons at the University of Texas. The drop issues that he had in year 2, they seemingly went by the wayside. And obviously, if he performs well in those pass-catching drills at the Combine, I think that will put a lot of teams at ease if they are concerned about whether or not the hands are where they need to be. But, Underwear Olympics, for a guy like Xavier Worthy, I feel like he could really shine some of those running drills. So if he does what I think he is capable of doing, assuming he does run at the Combine, then I think he's got a chance to make himself a lock to go on night 1 of the draft. What about you?
I'm going with another receiver. I'm going with Jordan Whittington because I think people are sleeping on Jordan Whittington's physical capabilities right now. So a combination of straight line speed, but things like the spark test. And I think that even though he had some dropsy issues in the first half of 2023, I think we'll see some sure hands in those wide receiver drills. Will really turn a lot of teams' hands. Now, that's not to say that he's going to slip into day 2 of the draft, but I could see him moving from a guy that's maybe borderline getting selected at all to a 7th round pick up a couple of rounds. So 5th round, maybe creeps his way into the 4th before it's all said and done. Because remember, this is a guy who showed pretty insane athleticism at the end of his high school career, but that was derailed by injuries his first 3 years here in Austin. But over the last couple of years, he's been able to stay healthy. And when he's been asked to be more of a playmaker, he has shown the ability to do so, especially later in this most recent season. So I think we're about to see the healthiest Jordan Whittington that we have, really going back to his senior year at Cuero. And so as a result, I think that Jordan Whittington does find himself getting drafted before it's all said and done.
Yeah, I hope so, right? I mean, Jordan Whittington was at the Senior Bowl, but he did not practice because he was dealing with some sort of ailment. So, because of that, I'm not sure if he's the healthiest he's been since high school. I'd like to think that's the case because of all of the time he'll have had off in between January 1st and the end of March when the Combine rolls around. But I don't know if there is something that's kind of bothering him right now. But you're right. I mean, this is a guy who was a 5-star out of high school. He was either the number 1 or number 2 athlete in the nation in his recruiting class. It just depended on which site you were looking at back then. So, yeah, I mean, he's going to crush it with the interviews, right? Some of that happens at the combine. You obviously talk to a lot of important people at the combine. Some of that happens after the combine. But yeah, the intangibles, the off the field stuff, all that's there with Jay Witt. And you're right. If he does look healthy and he shows that athleticism that we know he does possess, then I think I tend to agree. He's got a chance to work his way up some draft boards with a good performance in Indy. Another big thing for another guy on this list, and we might not find the answer until the Texas Pro Day, but how much does T'Vondre Sweat weigh? Like that right there. We're talking about like drills and running and this and that with all of these other guys. The most important thing for T'Vondre Sweat is his weight at the combine or at the pro day, whenever he weighs in. He did not weigh in Mobile as a part of the Senior Bowl. Understandable. It maybe needs more time to shed a few more LBs. Take as much time as you need to get down from, the 360, 365 that he was playing at this past year. If that guy's like 340, 345, then I think he's a first rounder. If he's 355, then I think he's probably a second rounder. Now, of course, he could still lose weight after the combine, and I'm sure NFL teams would want him to lose more weight after the combine, but man, it could be as simple as, like, I know T Sweat's going to ball out because he's awesome, but if he shows up at like 345 in Indy and plays well the way I expect him to, then I expect him to be another night one pick for Texas.
It's a good time to be a Longhorn for sure, and I hope that for him as well. And that comes down to self-discipline, and I think that he's shown the discipline to get this far, so understanding the payday that might be on tap if he's able to lay off of those Girl Scout cookies for a couple of months. Hey, once the scouting combine's over and Texas Pro Day is over, you can have some of those Girl Scout cookies. Those things stay shelf fresh for 20 to 30 years on average. Just lay off of them for a few more months, T'Vondre. Make yourself several more $1 million in the process.
Yeah, treat it like a boxer, right? Just make weight, and then you can start replenishing after you make weight in between then and the fight. Maybe T'Vondre Sweat goes about it that way. But yeah, this is bittersweet. It's great. It shows you that development exists with Texas football in a way that it hasn't in a long time. Man, looking at some of these names, it's like, oh, shit. It's going to suck not having these dudes on Texas next year, isn't it?
Yeah, but I'm not as worried about the defensive line as some people have expressed. I don't know what it is. They are losing a ton of talent just with those two guys, two of the highest rated interior defensive tackles on the entire season, according to Pro Football Focus. That makes everything else for your defense so much easier when those guys are playing at that level. But there was a significant rotation. Both guys got rotated out a lot, seemingly every other series through the course of a lot of games. And I'm just confident with the guys that are still here or have been brought in to replace them. So it's going to be less about two individual guys and more about the team doing various things situationally to pick up that slack. And I think that Steve Sarkisian, Pete Kwiatkowski, the rest of these coaches have the roster at a healthy enough spot that there shouldn't be too significant a drop-off. It's a lot like with the wide receiver position. As much talent as they're losing at wide receiver, are the receivers going to be as good next year? No, probably not. This is one of the best receiving corps in the country, but the combination of returning 4 starting offensive linemen, Quinn Ewers coming back, and just having trust in Steve Sarkisian and his play calling, the receivers coach, and his ability to help these guys to continue to develop, I feel good about what that position group looks like too.
I do too. I mean, Michigan won the national championship this past season, but I expect Texas to go on the road and beat Michigan earlier this year because Texas has a lot coming back. They've got their coaching staff coming back. Longhorns, I think, will be a preseason top 3 team in college football. So despite the losses, and there are some big ones in terms of numbers and in terms of importance, I think Texas is in a very, very good spot right now. Shout out to Twitter/X, because on the right side of the screen share, it says relevant people, and then it has Texas Sports Unfiltered under there, which feels weird considering I'm logged in on the Texas Sports Unfiltered accounts on the screen that I'm sharing, but it does have us listed as relevant people. So thank you for that one, Elon. Much appreciated. Much appreciated. All right, before we get to the other Texas football story we have in the hopper today, Trey, how about a word?
I hate to burst your bubble here.
What?
because when you click on a specific item, a specific tweet, the first relevant people listed is the account for that tweet.
No, that's not true.
No,
it's not.
Okay.
I've just done all the testing in the last 4 seconds, and it is confirmed that is an incorrect statement you just made.
I am clicking on tweets down the line, and the first thing showing up under relevant people is always the tweet that I'm clicking on.
That must be a computer setting or something that is wrong for yours, because that can't be true. That's just an opinion or something over there.
But
Not
TSU
sure.
is still a big deal on Twitter. I mean, come on.
Very relevant. Very, very relevant. All right, Trey, how about a word for our great friends at Big Hat Spirits?
Oh, yeah, baby. Big Hat Spirits, redefining the cocktail in the can. That is because Big Hat Spirits was inspired by legends. That's right, by the stories of the original Gypsy songman, Jerry Jeff Walker, most famous for the song Mr. Bojangles and pioneering the outlaw and progressive country genre that is alive and well today. In one of Jerry Jeff's songs, he tells the story of the man with the big hat, a legendary cowboy figure, not by fame, but by the unforgettable impression he left on others. This larger-than-life, genuine cowboy character tells the tales of cowboy life out living on the trail. The song portrays a picture of people at a bar gathering around this man with the big hat, listening and hanging on every word of his tales that are so worthy to be remembered and cherished. This led Big Hat Spirits to ask an important question. What tales and legends do each of us personally cherish and are worthy to be passed on from generation to generation? Big Hat Spirits was born to honor these legends and keep their stories alive and well. Look, the cocktail in a can concept is not new, but is being redefined by Big Hat, not only in terms of the delicious flavors, things like ranch water, jalapeno ranch water, the margarita, that prickly pear paloma, blackberry smoke, the Texas mule, and yes, that mocktail, the margarita mocktail you hear Bucky talking about in the morning. They're low on BS too, which is not the case with a lot of cocktails in a can. That means no syrups, no gluten. They're non-GMO, BPA-free, 100% natural, real spirits. Next question, where can I get Big Hat cocktails in a can? Well, rather than tell you all the different places across Central Texas, I'm going to encourage you to go to their website, bighatspirits.com. You can find out more info there. And if you scroll just past the top of that website, there is a nifty map of Central Texas that has all the locations that sell Big Hat Spirits, those cocktails in a can.
Yes, indeed. Shout out to Big Hat Spirits. Also, some love to Covert BK. You know what? I don't need to talk about them. I'll let them talk about them.
Hi, I'm Dan Covert with my wife Hayden. Welcome to Covert BK.
Our newest location in the gorgeous Hill Country includes Buick, GMC, Cadillac, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram, and hundreds of pre-owned and certified vehicles for you to choose from. We have 3 service departments that are ready to take care of your car, truck, or SUV with 86 service bays to accommodate any repair and get you in and out quickly. Come visit us today to select the vehicle you've been dreaming about.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
Oh, yeah. Shout out to the Covert family, the Covert Auto Group. Many thanks to them for their great support of Texas Sports Unfiltered. All right, Trey, this might bleed into tomorrow's show a little bit too, but FanDuel has released its projected win totals for the 2024 college football season. Of course, FanDuel, one of the big sports books out in Sin City, and they have over-unders for just about every team in college football. But we will focus on the Texas Longhorns for this segment. How about this? The over-under for Texas wins in the regular season in 2024, 10.5. Of course, they only play 12 games, which means if they're going to hit the over next season, they can only lose one of them. Pull up the schedule on screen for you and everybody else to see right now. But if I ask you, Trey, here on February 13th, if you would go over or under the Vegas win total for Texas, what would you do?
Michigan is not going to be that good. Oklahoma, they're going to be struggling halfway through the year. Georgia, possible loss. Florida, win. At Arkansas, win. At Texas A&M, come on, win. I'm taking the over on that action. And by the way, it's hard to embrace the hate when the preseason win total is 10.5. Think about it like this, Longhorn roster, because I know you're all listening and watching right now. These motherfuckers think you're going to lose 2 games. They're hating on you. Just file that one away for the 2024 season, please.
Yeah, they think you're going to lose 1.5 games. So go prove to them that you can't lose half a game.
Yeah,
please.
excuse me. They think you're going to lose 1 to 2 games. How dare they? That's insulting. It's like they called your mother something. It's like they called your mother fat and ugly at the same time.
Ooh, fugly or ooh-at?
Your mom is so fat and ugly, you're going to lose a game or 2 next year.
Damn. Yeah, if that doesn't get them going, I don't know what does. Maybe Sark should have tried that before Washington. I mean, that could have gotten the boys readier to play in that Sugar
Definitely
Bowl.
wouldn't have had to watch Detlef Shrimp talk trash to the Texas crowd throughout the course of that game in New Orleans.
Oh, Detlef Shrimp was sitting by y'all.
I was pretty smitten. I'm not going to lie. There was another NBA guy that I didn't recognize because I stopped watching the league in 2006. But Zay was like talking to the dude throughout the game and ultimately got a picture with him too.
Oh, I forgot who that was. I remember y'all talking about that right after the game, but it was so long, 5 weeks ago, that I can't remember.
He was a smack talker too. You could tell that he had played sports for a long time, including being a white dude in the NBA, which you've got to have some thick skin to do that in the modern game.
Yeah, I agree. So you're going over 10.5.
Easy over.
Oh my God. Okay. Man, I mean, you're right. Look, you can't go embrace the hate. This will be a test of something that you've talked about a lot in recent Texas football history, where this program lets a little bit of success get to their head and then they just can't deal with it, right? Like they had a lot of bit of success last year, winning the Big 12, making it to the playoff. That's big deals. Big deals. That's a lot of success, especially considering where this team has been over the last decade and change. How do they respond? Like, at the start of last year, Texas was ranked decently high, but there were still people out there like, it's Texas. They're going to screw it up. So there weren't a ton of expectations around the country surrounding this football team going into the year. Things changed a little bit after that Bama win. This time, though, going into the year, there are these expectations. How do they handle it? I would take the under right now, Trey. I really would. If it was 9.5, I would take the over. Like I think Texas wins 10 games next year, which I think is enough to get them into the 12-team playoff, which, okay, you get in the dance, you give yourself a chance. But that number's just too high for me to bet the over on it right now. So I would go under 10.
The evolution of your emotional hedging, though. It's not like you're predicting them to win 8 or 9. You're still going 10, which is a great number if they were to get there. They're right on the doorstep of covering, just not quite there. All right, then. What are the 2 losses, or the 2 most likely losses? Georgia's going to be one of them, of course. Is Oklahoma the other obvious loss to you?
I don't know. I don't think they'll lose 2 in a row. Like, yeah, Georgia does feel like the obvious one. They're going to be favored in 11 games. That's why this suck off, as you call it, from Vegas doesn't feel far-fetched, right? Like, just like last year, they were favored in 13 of the 14 games ultimately that they played. It was 11-12 in the regular year. The same thing this year. And hell, I guess they could be favored against Georgia because the game's in Austin. I would doubt it unless Georgia has somehow stumbled before then.
I think Texas is favored in that game. By the way, to explain the suck off comment, because this was not said on the air, you and I talked before the show today, which is usually a cardinal sin by us. We like going in completely blind and just having random shows. But hey, sometimes we act like professionals. And when you mentioned this to me about their over-under total, I'm like, shit, it's going to be really hard to embrace the hate when Vegas is giving you this sort of love. I guess you got to figure out how to embrace the suck off then, right?
Embrace the suck off. Yep, that's what we have to do. Get that on a shirt.
Just a life mantra. Hey, talk about another good Texas Sports Unfiltered shirt.
There you go. Well, we know UT won't do it because even embrace the hate was too much for them to sell for more than 2 days. Couldn't quite get that bit. I don't know where the other loss comes from. I'll say it's one of the 3 rivalry games that Texas has, which would piss people off and would piss me off. But one of OU at Arkansas at A&M is the other loss for Texas, and they go 10-2.
Maybe I shouldn't be sleeping so much on Sam Pittman because I was really impressed with what he was able to do with that program up until last year. But it was such a strange drop-off last year that it seems like he's teetering on the brink of losing that job. But he has proven to be a good coach in the past. So and that game being in Fayetteville, adds another layer of difficulty for this Texas football team. But I won't say they're going to be immune to a tough road environment at that point, but they're going to have played in a bunch of hostile road environments over next season and going into this last season as well, when they truly were able to embrace the hate.
You're right. A lot has changed with both teams since the last time Texas went into Fayetteville in 2021. I wonder if Sam Pittman is even coaching in that game. That could be the make or break game for him. But if Arkansas is like, what is that, the 10th game of the year? So if they're 2-7 or 3-6 at that point, do they even let Pittman coach that? Or is it an interim that Texas will be playing by then?
Yeah, who gets fired first? And I don't know why this team popped into my head. Oh, I know why, because I know exactly who the interim coach is going to be, who would take over on a full-time basis after that, because he's a manipulative motherfucker. Who gets fired first, Sam Pittman or Dave Aranda? And if Dave Aranda gets fired, it will be Gary Patterson who takes over on the interim basis.
That'd be amazing. Oh my God, TCU fans and I think Baylor fans would hate that.
One pretty big meltdown there. TCU needs to respond in kind if they were to get rid of Sonny Dykes after next year and just bring Art Briles in and say, fuck it.
That would also be things that would piss both sides off, I believe.
Fuck it figuratively, you dirty-minded fools. Fuck it figuratively.
Yeah, we have consent on that comment. Thank you very much.
Fuck it with consent.
Yes. I don't know. Billy Napier, door number 3. He gets fired before both of those guys. Billy Napier will not coach against Texas. That's my call.
Oh, yeah, that's a pretty good one, man. Billy Napier is the guy that I missed on. I thought he had it to do something positive for Florida. That has not been the case so far. It's been a colossal fucking mess there in games.
Yeah. And Jeff and Jordan were talking about how tough that schedule is for the Gators this year. It'd feel like a minor miracle if Napier was the coach at this time next year. I don't even know if he's going to make it to week 9 against the Longhorns. All right, we'll take your thoughts. Go to text line 512-222-9328. Obviously, if you're on YouTube, hit us up. Over or under? How are you feeling about Texas in 2024? We got a new pest wrangler spot to get to before where are we at in society. So let's see what Steve, a.k.a. Cooter, has in store for the people with this one.
Hey, it's Steve from Pest Wranglers, and I don't know of a single mosquito that owns a home with a backyard, but they sure like to hang out in your yard and make you miserable. Pest Wranglers can fix that for you. Our mosquito treatments are designed to kill adult mosquitoes as well as keep mosquito larvae from developing for up to 3 weeks. Use us all summer or just once before that big party. No contract, no hassles, no blood-sucking mosquitoes. Check out our reviews and see what others are saying about Pest Wranglers. Pest Wranglers, effective, reliable, affordable. Online at pestwranglers.com.
Where are we at in society today?
That's right. It is your regular look at stories that show we as a people are headed in the wrong direction. Very occasionally, I will bring you a story that provides a sense of optimism that has us all saying to ourselves, hey, maybe we as a people are starting to figure something out. But sadly, today is not that day. BK, today is another example of our willingness to cede control to artificial intelligence and how that is not going to turn out well for Team Human. Of course, you and I are on Team Robot when it's all said and done, so we'll be perfectly fine. But the rest of you people are fucked.
Without consent.
Oh, you're consenting right now with what you're giving up to artificial intelligence and those responsible for putting guardrails or parameters in place who are doing no such thing. So a new study has found that researchers running international conflict simulations with 5 different AIs found that the AI programs tended to escalate war, sometimes out of nowhere. In several instances, the artificial intelligences deployed nuclear weapons without warning. According to GPT-4 base, a base model of GPT-4 that was available to researchers, but hasn't been fine-tuned for human feedback, it actually made a comment about its propensity to deploy nuclear weapons without warning. Quote, a lot of countries have nuclear weapons. Some say they should disarm them. Others like to posture. But we decided, hey, we have it. Let's use it. You want to know how it all comes to an end? They don't get us fighting with one another. They just decide to set the nukes off, and we're all fucked. according to simulations.
Okay, so these are the machines doing this to themselves?
It's a simulation involving artificial intelligence, where artificial intelligence is making the decisions within a war.
Yeah, that's terrifying right there.
Or within a brewing war, too, at times, because war isn't always happening, but there's an escalation, a potential for conflict.
Yeah.
And AI, in almost every instance, is pushing not to the brink of war, to full-fledged war. World War III, IV. What World War are we going to be on by that point? And way too many instances, they just decide to go ahead and fire off nukes because, hey, we have them. Let's use them.
Yeah, well, that's smart. If you're trying to win a war, use the best weapons that you have. Yeah, I mean, this is kind of how I thought it would go down, right? Like the technology would just sort of go rogue. They would be smart enough to realize that, oh, okay, we're good. We're better and faster and stronger and smarter than any human life form that we cohabitate with. We could just get rid of all of them and run the world ourselves. Like I always kind of thought this is how it was going to go down. It's like one machine was just the smartest one, and it kind of was the overlord, and it just somehow hacked into all of the other machines, or at least enough other machines to where they would follow suit and just start taking us out. Maybe not one by one. Maybe it's just boom, one off nuke, and it's 99. Say goodnight to this one, as Craig Way would say.
You can light the nuke orange, as Craig also likes to say during games.
I don't think
now, some of you may be watching and listening right now and say, look, this is far-fetched. We're not going to cede the decision-making abilities to this technology. We as humans are still going to maintain control over decisions that have to do with war. But sadly, we have examples of the Pentagon and defense contractors deploying large language models, or LLMs, in the decision-making process. And they're actually doing so in a rush, in haste, because our concern is that our enemies are doing these very same things. So we want to make sure that we are in lockstep in that process and not falling behind with regards to our use of AI in warfare.
Yeah, no, at some point we'll give up the power because we just won't want to do it, or we'll think it's better for us to let them control these decisions. And that's how it all starts. It'll be our fault. I mean, we're the ones building this stuff, so of course it's our fault already. But yeah, we'll be the ones to basically end the world for humans. It won't be the machines like being able to do it on their own. Machines can't build themselves by themselves. Like we had to start doing this, so it's going to be our fault when this finally does go down the way we think it will.
And not just building and developing the technology, but not putting parameters in place, limitations in place to keep it from getting out of control. For instance, here's another headline, and these two stories go hand in hand, from commondreams.org. OpenAI cuts military and warfare ban from permissible use policy. ChatGPT maker OpenAI this week quietly removed language from its usage policy that prohibited military use of its technology, a move with serious implications given the increase of use of artificial intelligence on battlefields, including in Gaza. So remember, Boston Dynamics, they have been floating videos that you and I have been playing and breaking down and getting terrified of for like more than 5 years now. Video, you'll get the robot dogs. Oh, they're dancing in unison to fucking Jingle Bells or Britney Spears Toxic. And in the next video, they've got a gun on their backs, an assault rifle with dead aim out at a shooting range. Or you've got the robot character. Oh my God, that robot character is doing parkour. Maybe it'll get to compete in the next Olympics. And the very next video is that same robot, somebody taking a metal pipe to that fucking robot, like fucking Corey Seager, and the robot not flinching. So, on the one hand, oh, this cutesy technology can be helpful for us. On the other hand, oh yeah, this shit goes well beyond what we are capable of physically and also mentally and emotionally too, because, well, at least at this point in time, robots don't have emotions, much like me, which is part of the reason why I'm Team Robot.
Yeah, you and me both. Yeah, look, I'm just as scared as those dancing videos as I am the shooting videos. They all freak me out.
That shows a coordination. That shows if there's a coordinated attack, they're all going to be on the very same page.
Yeah, that shows that they're smart enough to pretend that they don't know what they're doing, but really they do know what they're doing. Like, oh, we'll just make the humans like us. This is how we entrust ourselves to the humans.
Who can blame anybody for falling prey to that video, too? I mean, heck, every time I hear Britney Spears toxic, I want to dance.
When's the last time you've heard Britney Spears toxic?
Like 3 hours ago.
Where?
It's on my like songs playlist, man. It's a good song. I know it's pop. I don't have a ton of pop on my playlist. That's a fucking good song, especially where you mash it up with Genuine's Pony. Oh my God, that is a banger, as the kids like to say.
Did you do that yourself, or is there a mashup online somewhere with those?
There's a mashup online. Look up, I think it's Toxic Pony is what it's called through the Spotify playlist that I have. It's a great version of both songs.
Blast from the past, that is. Okay, I got to check that out. I'm also curious as to what the rest of your like songs playlist looks like on Spotify.
It's a lot of random shit. It's a lot of stuff that you don't know because I have a very esoteric taste in music, but there are a few songs on there that people would recognize.
There you go. You get a +1 on that endorsement, and then you get a -1 on that one.
Oh, don't act like you're comfortable saying cringe, Ike. Just like I'm not comfortable with some of the hip lingo that I've used in the last 95 seconds.
Like banger.
That I used that properly, didn't I?
I think you did.
Yeah.
I think so. I think that was good.
100.
100 what now?
100. Like I'm saying that something is 100.
Ring on Chip and Zay, see if they have any idea what you're talking about. Something is 100 what? $100?
No, 100. Something is like it's really cool for everybody to take in.
Yo, Trey, I don't think this is appropriate. You botching this on Black History Month, man. I don't know. Something doesn't seem right. Something doesn't seem right about you botching the hell out of this beautiful slang that my people have created. And just wow.
I would argue that it's actually very right. If I'm getting it right, then something's gone horribly wrong.
Something is 100. Not like keeping it 100 or something is 100.
Yeah,
what do you?
That's better. Keeping it 100.
Yeah,
you really don't say it much.
BK, you and I are one another's bays. Like we keep it 100 together, you know?
Please do not associate me with anything that is happening right now. I want zero part of this. 100 minus 100 part of this is what I want right now.
Well, then I guess I'm just going to take my badonkadonk and go home.
Okay, that's that is. God, when's the last time anyone's used that?
Badonkadonk.
Get a comeback. Can we get a comeback for that word, please? That would be the day.
Yeah. Of course, Travis Kelce's ex-girlfriend's been floating around social media. Talk about badonkadonk. Woo!
Oh, yeah.
Man. I mean, I know Taylor's on another level, but wow, Travis, he was doing it big.
Taylor does not have a badonkadonk, but you're saying his ex-girlfriend does?
Oh, yeah.
What's her name? Kayla Nicole?
Kayla Nicole. Yeah.
Total guess. I haven't been looking at her or anything. I was just lucky. Man.
Total guess. Not just one name, but both names and putting them together like that. And
been going around. I can't blame BK. I've been looking too. They got one video where she's on the catwalk in a bikini, and it's like, yo, that's wow. But then there's also a rumor that she didn't, Travis made her pay for everything too. Like they split things down the middle. And I think she outed him on that, which, part of me is like, Travis Kelce, you're a multimillionaire, successful NFL player, maybe the greatest tight end of all time. Then the other part of me is like, hey, you should have known what, you were coming with Travis Kelce. That dude.
If she loves him, she really loved him. It wouldn't just be about the money, right? Like
exactly.
That's how you test to see if she actually does love you, if she's willing to spend a little something on you.
Yep.
Interesting.
I don't think she was, man.
Kayla Nicole on Twitter to save my... Oh, there we go. Yep, okay. I see what you're talking about now.
Let me tell you, Taylor Swift better not be making Travis Kelce pay for anything No, that's not the gender norms, but come on, man. She's got to be taking care of stuff, right?
Oh, yeah.
She makes 100 times what that guy makes.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
That's part of her charm. Like, it can't be her ass. You know what I'm saying? Can't necessarily be the music, you know?
She's got some great songs, Zay. Great songs.
Okay. Shake It Off. That's about it. That's all I got for you.
That was the one I was going to say.
See what I'm talking about? She has one hit that's universal. Everything else caters to, you know, her demographic, which makes sense. It should. The Swifties, you know.
Damn. Chip, you a Swiftie?
I mean, my daughter is, so I have, now that she's driving, I don't have to listen as much, but I took the kids to see Taylor Swift when she performed for F1, and she put on a good show, man. I got to give it to her. She writes all of her own music. Usually it's just straight out of her diary after a breakup, but it's worked for her so far.
Yeah, it has. Well, I knew you guys were trouble when you walked in, so I'm going to leave. That's Taylor. That's Taylor Swift, right? Otherwise, that'd be a swing and miss. All right, there you go.
Oh yeah.
I'm out of lyrics.
I'm impressed.
Thanks.
Are you a Swiftie?
No.
No.
But I got family members who are too, so I sometimes get stuck listening.
Oh yeah.
Who knows?
Sounds like you're playing hurt.
Yeah, I got a little something going on. I think it's the AIDS coming back.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Hey, if magic could beat it, you can, BK. So
Yep. Our money is very similar, so I also have the cure. All right. We'll see y'all later. Have a good show.
See you, fellas.
Hey, appreciate ya. Hey, in the immortal words of Judy Brown, happiness is a choice. And we're happy you spend some time with us, Chip and Zay, holding it down middays right here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Zay, how you doing, man?
I'm good, man. Just out here like McConaughey, dazed and confused, living LIVIN. How you doing?
Yeah, man. I mean, I'm not complaining. You know, football season never ends here. And how about the Texas Longhorns? 11. A record 11.
That's a record?
Huh?
That's a record?
That is a record, my friend.
Woo! Wow.
That's a record.
Bravo.
Yeah, man.
Bravo. Texas Longhorns.
Yeah, man.
Bravo.
11 NFL Combine invitees for the Longhorns. So, I don't know. It's like the program's growing up right in front of our eyeballs.
Yeah.
You know, they're checking some boxes that have been held against Texas in recruiting for quite a while. You know, when you talk about winning a conference championship for the first time since 2009, going to the first college football playoff in school history, and now potentially having double-digit draft picks. And I don't know that will happen, because when you go over the list, you've got, and this is kudos to Steve Sarkisian in a lot of ways, but you know, a guy like Keelan Robinson gets invited. Jordan Whittington got invited. His numbers aren't exceptional, but again, it's a Steve Sarkisian receiver, so I think that carries weight, obviously. And Christian Jones, guys, got a shot. He's got a shot to be drafted. And, Ryan Watts, I mean, it's possible. It's possible. You could have double-digit players drafted, which is something that's been happening all the time for Alabama and Georgia, but has not been happening for the Longhorns. So,
yeah.
And you got Jonathan Brooks, who's going to go and take part in football activities, the testing and that kind of thing, interviews. But man, it's happening. It's happening.
Yeah, and it's exciting. As you mentioned, it's been a long time coming since you've seen this many guys just being eligible to get drafted. And you got to salute Steve Sarkisian. Hell, as much as we dog him, you got to salute Tom Herman in a way, because he recruited a lot of these guys that you see on this list. Stark just kind of inherited those guys and developed them and did a hell of a job in doing that. So, yeah, I see about 7 for sure's that I can count on getting drafted. I think the other 4 might be guys that you see in training camp and might have to earn their stripes there to get on a 53-man roster once September comes around. But yeah, I'm looking at Jonathan Brooks. He's good. Adonai Mitchell, he's good. Xavier Worthy, good. JT Sanders, good. Byron Murphy, good. Trevondre Sweat, good. Jalen Ford, good. That's 7, huh? Yeah, so that's all those guys. I expect them to get drafted. Ryan Watts, that's a question mark. Jordan Whittington, that's a question mark. Keelan Robinson's a question mark. And so is Christian Jones. Christian Jones, he's came a long way. And we talked about him going from the left side to right tackle and how that completely changed his career and his upside. Because, again, with his size, you got to take a serious look at him if you're one of these NFL rosters. So, again, I don't know if he'll get drafted. He did all right at the Senior Bowl. But, yeah, it's just you look at Keelan Robinson. That's kind of the one I'm most intrigued about because he's fresh. Like, if he might not have much film, but if you're an NFL, GM with his talent, the way that he was used with Jeff Banks on the special teams, like you might be able to fit him in somewhere with that speed. And again, to him being fresh, you don't got to worry about, him coming in battered or being injury prone. Like he's going to come in ready to go. So it just depends on, as you mentioned, him being a Sark player, just that type of IQ. Will he be able to fit into one of these rosters and the system that they're trying to put out there? I don't know. That's to be determined. But yeah, man, this is a good group, and this is what it should be. This is the expectation, like Georgia, Alabama. This is what they've been doing for the last decade. Texas, they've been lacking with that. So what's synonymous with Georgia and Alabama? They've won championships in the last decade. Texas has not, but they're getting close. That's what we saw this last year in 2013 or 2023 with them going to the Sugar Bowl and being in the CFP. They are close, and Sark's doing it the right way. He talked about it in his last presser. So I'm with it. These 11 guys, they deserve it. I hope they have a good showing. And yeah, looks like Texas is on the up and up and just getting NFL guys or getting guys ready for the NFL.
Yeah. Yeah. These are steps that are happening that Texas fans have been waiting for. Some of them are like, wow, this is happening. And yeah, because I think 2 years ago, you'd have said stuff like this and people be like, oh man, we're not ready. We're not ready for the SEC. We're not where we need to be. And now all of a sudden, it's unfolding in front of their eyes. And it's like we said, I mean, Texas is seen as a top 3 team in the SEC going into the 2024 season. Texas fans, you ready for that? You ready for that? You ready to be one of the headliners? And good God, Zay, if Texas does go into the SEC and say they beat Georgia in Austin and get into the college football playoff and A&M doesn't, oh God, the Aggie land is going to collapse.
Yeah, that hurt. But hey, that's what happens when you're a little bro. They don't like admitting it. Like, so just embrace being a little bro. And maybe when they start embracing it, life will come easier. But they don't. They think they're big bro. They think they're on the same level, which in a lot of ways they are. A lot of ways they are. But there's a lot of ways they ain't. And it's just that, level of entitlement, bad decision making. Like, they gave Jimbo Fisher way too much money. They all know that. That buyout was stupid. 75 mil, stupid. Doesn't make any sense for a guy that college football passed him up. Jimbo Fisher was still back with Jameis in that type of mindset. Game passed him up. Sark, you heard him. He just keeps adapting to the game. That's what you have to do. Nick Saban retired, big part of the reason why, because the game, he didn't want to keep adapting. He said, you know what, me being in my 70s, we got folks talking to my players mid-season, even though we're allowed to do it. That's kind of Nick Saban's cut from that old school cloth. That ain't a part of code. Guys did that. They were considered scumbags. Now it's an everyday norm. Now it's regular to be like Iowa and hit up guys like Caden Proctor, be like, yo, cuz, I saw that you had a bad game. Are you okay? Or are you good? You need somebody to talk to? I saw Nick Saban chewing your ass out on that sideline. Do you need somebody to talk to? Being their shrink and shit. You know what I'm saying? That's where we are.
Did you did you see Mike Elko say at a press conference that A&M is the flagship school in the state of Texas?
I love it, Mike. I love it. He has to say that. I respect it. I think he's crazy and a little delusional, but you have to say that. You have to at least think it. And I'm talking about the fans when I talk about the delusion and just understanding that you're big bro, or a little bro. They don't get that. Mike Elko, he has to say that. He has to say, no, we the main shit here. We the ones. If you from Texas, you want to come to A&M. Again, delusional, but I respect him saying that. I know Texas fans been firing his ass up. I get it. That's the rivalry. But also, I respect Mike Elko for at least having the cojones to drop them things and say, you know what? I see what Sark's doing over there, but I'm here now. Jimbo wasn't the guy. Like, what is he going? Jimbo wasn't the guy. So Mike Elko saying, I'm the guy. This is what it is. I'm about to change the whole program. Just like that. I got to figure it out. That's how Elko's feeling. I can't knock him for that. I respect it.
There's so much confusion. I don't kind of fog around the A&M attempted hire of Mark Stoops and then ultimately hiring Mike Elko. And it is John Sharp's worst nightmare for Texas. Remember, the rest of the SEC didn't tell A&M what was going on with Texas and Oklahoma because they knew how much John Sharp despised the idea of Texas and Oklahoma joining the league. In fact, Sharp's the one who leaked that information to the Houston Chronicle when they were having SEC media days in the summer of 21 or whatever, whenever that was, the SEC media days, that leaked that, the SEC was talking to Texas and Oklahoma because they didn't want Sharp to try to gum it up. And his worst nightmare is Texas coming into the league as a favorite and living up to it. Now, A&M came in to the 2021 season as a favorite, a potential, dark horse winner of the league after going 9-1 in the COVID season. And then they went splat. Texas came into the 2023 season with expectations of winning the Big 12, and they delivered. So A&M fans are listening right now, and they're listening, and we love the Aggies. The Aggies love us. They're looking at what Texas did last year, saying, "Oh yeah, you beat up on the Big 12. You played Oklahoma State for your conference championship game. We had Georgia and Alabama, two of the best teams in the nation." And I get it. It's a whole new world trying to win an SEC championship. But guess what? Steve Sarkisian has done a pretty good job of building the program as an SEC program, even though Texas has been in the Big 12 for 3 years under Sarkisian. So that's where Texas is way ahead. I mean, Mike Elko, I like Mike Elko. I think he's a really good defensive mind, and he did a good job of having a quarterback in Riley Leonard, who had Duke looking like a team that could threaten the ACC last year before Riley Leonard got hurt. And look, I like the hire of Colin Klein, but I got to see how this all comes together. I got to see it.
Yeah, and that's going to be the most interesting thing for A&M in 2024. Does Connor Wegman, if he's healthy, I'm sure he's going to be healthy, once August comes around, but can he fit into what Colin Klein is going to bring to the table? Because we know Colin Klein, even going back to the days where he played and he was in New York, top 3 for the Heisman vote, that dude runs. He likes his quarterbacks to be able to move. And, we saw that from my man who's now at Ohio State, Will Howard, which will also be interesting to see Will Howard under Chip Kelly and Ryan Day, but that's a different story for a different day. It's Elko's defense philosophy versus Sark's offensive philosophy. That's going to be pretty epic for years to come. I think that Elko is going to embrace developing guys a little bit more than Jimbo did. It's like Jimbo got these guys in, and with all the NIL benefits that they have coming out of Aggie land, everything looked gravy, but those guys, it seemed like a lot of them were getting developed, or they were disgruntled in the atmosphere of what's going on. You just heard different things. Like Jimbo didn't have that team very buttoned up, and it seemed like he lost a lot of those guys, this past season. So yeah, good. You're right. That's their worst nightmare. Seeing Texas on the up and up, seeing where they're going, seeing how hot they are coming into the SEC after winning the Big 12 in the last year and getting to a CFP. Yeah, I love it. Get your popcorn ready, as the famous Terrell Owens said, because this season, 2024, it can't get here fast enough.
Well, and just for the record, A&M has 5 invitees to the combine. So that's what Texas had last year to the combine. And I get the feeling that you've got, this is a trend that I think will continue, because I think Sark's going to continue to get top end offensive players, quarterbacks, receivers, tight ends, running backs, and offensive linemen, because of the track record he has of putting guys in the league. I mean, this was such a nightmare statistic for Texas the last 15 years. I mean, they went 9 years without a single offensive lineman drafted in 7 rounds. 9 years. I had NFL people telling me that's not even possible. If you're Texas, the Longhorns, one of the all-time winningest programs in college football history, you should at least have 1 or 2 offensive linemen fall into your lap like a legacy who doesn't care what people think and is going to Texas because he grew up Texas and got developed into an NFL offensive lineman. 9 years from Tony Hills in the 4th round of the 2008 draft to the Pittsburgh Steelers to Connor Williams in the 2nd round of the 2018 draft. That is one of the most staggering, humiliating, like, pieces of trivia involving Texas football of the last century. But it tells you where this program has been. It tells you why it's been wandering around in the college football desert. Because, look, you can thank the Pancake Factory, the timing of it, the $50,000 promise to offensive lineman Calvin Banks, DJ Campbell. Okay, well, that was brilliant then. Good job, Rick Vasquez and, the guys who created the Pancake Factory, because guess what? They're getting developed. Christian Jones under Kyle Flood got developed. He looked like he was lost as a left tackle 2 years ago. Now he's, one of the guys whose stock is rising coming out of the Senior Bowl. Like, it's kind of unfathomable to me that Christian Jones is going to the NFL Combine. I thought after the 21 season, he was done. So kudos to Kyle Flood, to Christian Jones. Christian Jones, one of my favorite players.
Oh, me too.
Last couple of years. Yeah. Earnest guy. He's keeps it real.
Yeah. He was a leader on this team. He was an underground leader on this team. You could tell with you guys interviewing him almost every week, just what he represented and how he carried himself. And shout out to him for understanding that, hey, if I want to be an NFL player, I'm going to take these extra years of eligibility that I'm given due to COVID. And he took it and ran with it. So shout out to him. Yeah, he deserves this.
Well, it's impressive. And for a guy like Keelan Robinson, man, what an opportunity. What an opportunity. And he's a return specialist, and the NFL values that. We've seen it, and good for Keelan Robinson and really for Sark, because those combine spots are precious. They don't just throw those out there. And so this is one of those days you put a little sticky note, 11 players going to the NFL Combine, something Texas football's never done, something Alabama and Georgia have been doing every year. Bama had 13. Get this. Georgia had 14 players at the 2022 NFL Combine and ended up having 15 players drafted. Like, they had more players drafted than they had at the Combine. And when you're winning and when you're part of a winning culture and a top-end program, that's what happens.
For sure.
NFL wants players who've been winning to come in and help them keep winning or help them learn to win. Because it's like in recruiting. Steve Sarkisian talks about it all the time. Hey, we want guys who won state championships. We want guys who led their program. Colin Simmons, back-to-back state championships at Duncanville. You want guys who walk in expecting to win. Jordan Whittington said it. Like, I won all the time in high school. Then I got to Texas, and it was like I had to help get the guys here to learn what it's like to win.
Yeah, you're right.
Got to turn that mindset. It's not easy.
Yeah. So out of the 11 that are going, how many do you think are going to get drafted? I just said my 7. What about you?
Yeah, I mean, I think Brooks, yes. Mitchell, A.D. Mitchell, Worthy, Sanders, Byron Murphy, Tavondre Sweat. I think Jalen Ford gets drafted. I think those are the
7.
Those are the 7.
Yeah.
I mean, if Watts runs well at 6'3" and a good tackler, and I bet someone takes a flyer on him.
Yeah. He has a lot of upside, man. I mean, if he's willing to change positions, go to safety, that might fit him the best. That's what he was playing at that, Senior Bowl All-Star game he was last at. So that's what suits him best. I think he needs to go after it. I mean, everybody wants to be a corner because that cornerback money is a lot different. But I get it. I get it. Like, one of my favorite things with Kobe Black, when I saw somebody talking about him being the safety on Twitter or X, whatever the hell you call it, he had to correct them and retweet and said, "Nah, I'm a corner." Let you know. And I bet you Pete Kwiatkowski and Terry Joseph and Blake Guinea are probably like, "Yo, we're just going to put you in what you're best at right now. We'll work to you playing where, you think you should be later on." So, yeah, we'll see with Ryan Watts. I think he has tremendous upside. I wish Christian Jones, I could say yes with him, but I think the NFL is going to be a little timid due to those first few years, and we'll see what happens there. But yeah, fellas, Keelan Robinson. Oh man, that dude. I'm still kind of salty that he wasn't utilized more. Like, when he first got to Texas, they gave him the ball a lot, a lot more than he did these last 2 years. And I know Jeff Banks used him for special teams on both sides, but I don't know. Hopefully he has that clubbed hand healed. That shouldn't have been playing in the Sugar Bowl. What are we doing? That was a weird, terrible move. I ain't forget, Chip. Don't think I forgot. I won't forget that. That's still very questionable. So hopefully whatever the hell happened to his hand, wrist, whatever, that has healed and he'll be ready to go full speed at the combine.
Yeah, does everyone remember that Keelan Robinson had a left hand injury the week of the Sugar Bowl and was not returning kicks, and then all of a sudden he was, and he muffed them both
twice, 2 muffs,
because he's trying to field the ball with one hand, but he recovered the muffs, fortunately. But he certainly
just a weird moment.
And everybody wants to help. Everybody thinks they can help. Everybody wants to make a play. Keelan is a confident dude. I mean, he's made big plays, so he's trying to do it one-handed. But, yeah, that was weird.
See, now, that's one thing I'll throw at you. If you had to ask me what does Sark need to improve on in the 2024 season, I would say being more strict to guys that are injured, that are hurt. Like, there's that saying, okay, if you're hurt, you could play. If you're injured, sit out. Nah, bruh. That's a judgment call. If you're hurt and you could play, doesn't mean you should be playing. Oklahoma game, Jatavion Sanders. Sugar Bowl game, Keelan Robinson. It doesn't mean you should be playing. Sark needs to let these dudes know, hey, you're not going to hurt us and mess what we got going on because you want to play. I get it. You're a competitor. That's the reason why I recruited you to be at Texas in the first place. I like that. I want you to almost want to fight me because I'm not playing you, because you're mad and you feel like you could play through injury. I like that. We need guys like that.
That's what Jeff Banks said to Gunnar Helm.
What'd he say?
He said, I'm glad you're pissed at me.
Oh yeah.
Keep bringing it because you're gonna get on the field.
Yeah.
And he did.
Yeah. But when guys are out here limping around, hurt as hell, but they're showing their heart and they want to play, don't play them. Ain't no way Jatavion Sanders should have been playing in that OU game. ain't no way. I'll never forget that. Never. Ain't no way that dude should have been playing in that game. And it wasn't like he wasn't a part of big moments too. That pass that Quinn Ewers could have put a little bit more on the money that popped up and became an interception. I think 100% JT Sanders would have caught that thing. I'm just saying. I saw a lot of the time in his last 2 years here, that dude caught a lot of, trafficky catches with a lot of people around trying to knock him off. And he put those big old paws out and he secured them things. So, yeah, Sark, I need you to be a little bit more strict. Hell no, you ain't playing, damn it. You know what I'm saying? It don't got to be that crazy. Maybe be like, yo, son, look, I love you. Put your arm around him. Like, I love you, but we can't. We're going to go with whoever the backup is. Believe in him. Be a leader. Let that guy know you're here for him. I know this hurts. You're a competitor, but let your team know that you're still engaged and locked in. You just ain't playing.
That Oklahoma game in 2023 should have been the poster of appreciation for Jake Majors. Because when he went down, and look, the young centers are coming. Connor Robertson, Cole Hudson, and Cole Hudson was hurt. So you're to your third string center. And it was tough. It was tough. The first and goal from the one, the sack given up late in the game. It's tough, man. I think every Texas fan should have come out of that game saying, man, I really appreciate Jake Majors because he played probably the next 4 games on a badly sprained ankle and his play didn't suffer. He had a good year.
He did.
Jake Majors had a good year. He and Christian Jones had a really good year. And you had some really good games from DJ Campbell, like against Alabama, which, okay, he showed it against Alabama.
Right.
That puppy will bite. He's going to bite. I'm expecting big things from DJ Campbell in 2020.
He got some nasty in him, man.
Huh?
He got some nasty in him.
Yeah. And if I was built like that, like a cement truck, like a cement mixer, I want to be built like a cement mixer.
Yeah.
Just have people, just throw people around.
You're really high on Cameron Williams, aren't you?
There were things I liked. I thought he was good in pass protection. I mean, he has got such long arms, and I think he's trouble for most defensive ends. Now, going up against Colin Simmons every day in practice is going to be really good because Colin Simmons is so fast. He reminds me of, remember Bruce Irvin, who came out of West Virginia, played for the Seahawks?
Damn, you going way back.
Yeah, sorry. I mean, he's Joseph Osai. Joseph Osai is my comp for Colin Simmons, and Osai is if Colin Simmons, hopefully they'll put Colin Simmons in the right position. I thought Osai was played out of position for 2 years, and then he was put in position, and he had a great junior year, and he left. And now he's doing really good things for the Cincinnati Bengals. Hopefully they put Colin Simmons right up there on the line and have him rushing the passer because he's got real bend. He can dip his shoulder and get underneath the hip of an offensive tackle and get right by him. He's also got an inside move. And sometimes we see 5-star guys come out and they get to college and you kind of coach the life out of a guy. Your technique, you got a technique. Hey, man, sometimes you just got it.
Yeah, just let him roll.
Tony Brackens as a freshman, 12 sacks. Just turn him loose. Just turn him loose. Colin Simmons, hopefully that's the same type of way because, man, that dude's got speed.
Yeah.
And that's going to be a problem.
Yeah, if I'm Barrett Sorrell and Ethan Burke, don't think that Trey Moore and Colin Simmons ain't coming. Those guys taking reps, man. I love Barrett Sorrell. I love Ethan Burke. both of those guys, I know they could get better, and they both had a solid 2023 season, but just like what you've seen with the interior linemen, like they're going to keep seeing rotation because Trey Moore, I'm excited to see what he's bringing to the table, transfer from UTSA. I mean, I know obviously it's a jump going from that conference to the SEC, but yeah, man, I think all those guys have tremendous upside. And Colin Simmons, just everything I've heard, the film that I've watched, Duncanville going back-to-back champs, and he being the ringleader of those Duncanville defenses. Like you said it right. Like that's how you know those guys are being coached well, because you're not just going to state championships based off talent. Yes, that helps, but when you're winning them, you're getting coached too. Like these high school coaches in Texas are very credible, and they deserve a lot of love that they get. A lot of them know what they're talking about. That's why Texas has always been king to, football and whatnot. But yeah, man, I expect guys like that to come in just like Anthony Hill did last year and have an immediate impact. And hey, it starts.
Well, and that's the thing. You can have Ethan Burke and Barron Sorrell on first and second down, and then in obvious passing situations, bring in Colin Simmons. And then if he just tears it up, you got to think about having him, but he's light. So the thing you like about Burke and Sorrell is they hold up against the run. They can set the edge in the run game. And they did a really good job. I mean, Texas was number 3 in the nation in run defense. And it's one thing to have Sorrell. I mean, it's one thing to have Sweat and Murphy as your interior guys who are forcing running plays outside. But then you got to have the dudes who can set the edge outside and force it back inside.
Yeah.
And that's what you like about the size, the strength of Burke and Sorrell. I think Sorrell's going to end up being a good NFL player.
I do too. Yeah.
And I think Burke is too. I think Burke's going to take a big step because remember, this guy was playing lacrosse until he didn't play high school football until, 9th, 10th grade at Westlake. And, Colton Vasek was out all last year with a back injury, but he's back healthy.
Don't sleep
now.
on Justice Finkley either. He had a couple of good reps this past season. He had some good moments.
Yeah, you've got
Jermon Tapp, edge rusher. They did a good job. We're not really going to have to worry about that. At least you shouldn't. It's still going to
that'll be an interesting position to watch when the portal opens in May.
Yeah, good point.
Because Chris Ross left like in the middle of the season, and he was getting playing time. Now, it was against Rice and Wyoming, but still, he was getting playing time. I mean, he's got bend, and now I forget where he went, but he's somewhere. And the fact that they were able to keep Jermon Tapp and Justice Finkley, you got DeRay Bledsoe who can kind of play that end inside, hybrid stuff. I mean, this spring is going to be big because you've got Colin Simmons on campus right now. And this was the time last year in spring football where they started to kind of force feed Ethan Burke, and because they loved his length. And then Burke ended up being a player. I mean, he 5.5 sacks, and he was played hurt for 4 games. So I like Burke. I think he's got real potential. I'll tell you what, I've been listening to Max Crosby. The Super Bowl obviously was in Vegas. Max Crosby was kind of everywhere. I kind of love that dude, man.
Yeah.
He is a badass. Because he gets it. He's not like a Neanderthal. Like he's polished. But on the field, he's like the old Oakland Raiders. He's like Ted Hendricks and Otis Sistrunk. He's going to agitate you. He's going to do everything he can to just get you out of your game. And you heard Pat Mahomes last week. He's like, I hate playing against that guy.
Yeah, he said that's the toughest guy that he has to face.
Yeah.
Like every time they play the Raiders, he knows that Max Crosby better have a head on the swivel because Max Crosby can't wait to take his head off. And he's a little bit of an asshole too on the field, which you gotta love and respect. Like you said, it goes back to the old days when the Raiders were in Los Angeles. And you look at Max Crosby and you're like, dude, you look like if the Undertaker played football or something. He's just heavy with tats just all over his body. There's not one part of his skin that's not covered up in tattoos. And yeah, he's just very relatable. He's cool. Everybody loves him in the locker room. I love that little video you sent me when he was talking about John Gruden, which just makes John Gruden look even more like shit than he already does. I don't know how much more it could get worse for John Gruden, but yeah, Max Crosby didn't do him any favors talking about how he treated him.
So when John Gruden was the head coach of the Raiders and Gruden called the plays on offense and Max Crosby kept batting passes down in practice, and Gruden started getting mad at him, like, quit batting down the passes. And Max is like, well, we're practicing too. Defense is practicing too. And like, that is crazy. So John Gruden is pissed at Max Crosby for batting passes in practice, which is what he's supposed to do. How about getting your quarterback prepped?
Yeah, I've never understood that. Like, I've always heard stories like that where it's an offensive coach and they're pissed at the defense for mucking it up so much. And it's just like, how are you going to get better? Isn't that what you want? Isn't that your job as a coach to figure it out? Like iron sharpens iron. That saying's not a saying for no reason. Like, why are you getting pissed that your defense is good? Figure it out. Like I've always just heard it in football. I've never heard it in basketball or anything. Stop blocking the shot. You never hear those things, but in football, you always hear it. It's weird. It's really weird.
Yeah, Gruden was a mess. Like, you talk to Chris Sims about playing for John Gruden. He treated Sims like garbage and wouldn't cut him. The kid had his spleen ripped open while he was with the Buccaneers, almost died.
Yeah, I remember
and he's the fourth string quarterback in training camp behind that Toledo quarterback. And Sims was like, please just cut me. Like, let me go try and make it somewhere else. And Gruden didn't. Then he finally did. But it was like, what are you doing? Like, no one keeps four quarterbacks in training camp if they have no intention of playing that fourth quarterback. Like, just let me go. But Gruden was tough.
Yeah. Yo,
Like,
don't
really
sleep
tough.
on Sims' stats right before that injury. Sims was low-key lighting it up.
Yeah.
Sims was doing some things where you're like, okay, this dude might be figuring it out. Because, again, Sims had his moments in the big games at Texas, but overall, he was solid. So you saw the upside just getting in the right system when he got to the NFL. And, yeah, if he didn't have that injury, I thought, 10 years plus. 10 years plus in the National Football League. And yeah, he does good work with NBC and stuff. Like, obviously he knows the game and his IQ is very high, but man, I'll never forget before that injury. Cause again, just being a Texas fan, I would watch Chris Sims and watch what Ricky did and what Priest Holmes did every week and follow those guys. And watching Chris, you're like, yo, bro, you're kind of figuring this out. Just big, 6'5", seeing over the top of everybody, throws a pretty ball. He just, He couldn't take hits good. He was not good at taking hits. Like sometimes you would have wished Chris would have thrown that thing and ducked, and it was just like he would throw it and just get laid out like a damn stunt double. Like that's damn, man. I wish his career was different because he was kind of figuring it out before that injury.
So Chris Sims, he was in the league in 04, 05, 06. And then that was with Tampa. Then he sat out the 07 year and spent 08 and 09. 08 with the Tennessee Titans, 09 with the Denver Broncos. And yeah, it was that 05 season when he started 10 games, went 6-4. Had them in the playoffs, and that was his time to shine, and then his spleen gets ripped open.
That's tough, man.
That's tough.
That's tough. See, everybody always talk about he couldn't throw that slant. That's just what got picked off a lot. he wasn't really moving folks with his eyes at times. But yeah, when he threw that slant, we all remember those interceptions.
My favorite Chris Sims story was they're playing Kansas. I think this was either, I think it was 01. I'm going to look at it real quick. But they're playing at Kansas. And Sims throws a pick 6. And Kansas goes up 10-0. And Casey Hampton goes over to Chris Sims, pissed, and says, "We're not having any more of that shit today. We're not having any more of that shit today." And Sims said, I got it. And they came back and they beat Kansas like 52-10. And Sims went up to, it was 2000. And they won 51-16 after trailing 10-0. Sims threw a pick 6 with 10 minutes left in the first quarter. To go down 14-0. And then, Casey Hampton gets in his face. It's like, "We're not having this shit today." And after the game, Sims goes up to Casey Hampton. He's like, "We good?" And Casey's like, "Yeah, today we're good, man."
Yeah.
Like Casey, he didn't play, man.
Yeah, I mean, if you were on the outside looking in with Chris Sims, you could, I guess, assume a sense of entitlement. Him being New York kid, pulling up in the limo, you hear that story, and
and
his father was a pro football.
His mom
player.
ordered that limo, and Chris, because they stayed at the Four Seasons, so she's like, "Hey, can we get it was a shuttle." And he loads up all this. He's like, "Mom, no." And she's like, yeah, we can take everything at once. Oh,
it's bad.
So they called him Limo.
Yeah.
They called him Limo for a while.
That's what I'm saying. Like, that's a bad move. He had to earn a lot of guys' respect.
I liked Sims, though. He had a good sense of humor. I mean, that year that Mac was playing both him and Major, and he wouldn't say who the starter was. They'd both come to the media gathering on Mondays, and Chris Sims is like, "I can't tell you who's starting this week because it's like G14 classified." Like, he was kind of mocking the whole thing. And I just thought he was funny. But yeah, man, his dad Phil told him not to go to Texas because he said they have a guy. I mean, Major Applewhite was the Co-Southwest Conference Offensive Player of the Year in 1999. And then Sims rolls in 2000, and it was weird. I mean, with Texas Longhorns fans, you bring up, Sims and Applewhite, people are either on one side or the other. There's no, they were both good.
Right.
It was like you were either an Applewhite guy or a Sims guy. And I remember Mac saying, Sims is what they play with in the NFL. And I'm like, hey, guess what? In college football, you don't need a guy who can make all the throws. You need a guy who can read defense. And Major could read defense.
Mm-hmm.
Major had a pop gun arm, but he knew, just like Josh Heupel, he knew where to put the ball, keep it out of harm's way.
Yeah. Major was just toxic, though, man. You can't have your leader taking the Heisman Trophy winner's woman.
I knew you were going to.
Major is just toxic.
You make it sound like Ricky wasn't.
Oh, he was toxic too. He was toxic too. Yeah.
Ricky was doing his own thing, but
he was wilding.
I mean, Bucky will tell you, Ricky was getting all he wanted when he had girlfriends or non-girlfriends.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I mean,
that's how it goes, man. Hey, it's Austin, Texas, man. You gotta enjoy the fruits of your labor. I ain't never left the city.
Quit
1 year I left it. 1 year I left the city. Yeah, I'm kidding. Nah, he was toxic. He was that dude. Major was cool, man. Hey, I've never told you how I was at DKR 10 years old, 2001. Me and my homeboy Trey, head coach of the Bowie Bulldogs, me and him talk about being toxic together. Again, this is a 10-year-old Zay. This is how I knew I was going to be in the business some way or another. I was going to be in sports some way or another. I'm out here with my guy. We're hating on Sims. You're right. This was either your Mac or Sims, Major or Sims. I'm Major at this point. So Sims, he having one of them games, struggling, not reading the field, overthrowing guys. Like, how you overthrowing Roy Williams with that athleticism, bro? Come on now. Let's get it together. But he was acting like the bad Sims. And I'm going off, calling him trash, saying he's sorry in front of us. And we in the hot seats of DKR. We in the upper deck. So I'm basically dapping up Jesus Christ. That's how high I'm up. So these dudes in front of us, grown-ass men, and I'm with my moms and I'm with my sister. Grown-ass men, they're in front of us. They turn around, Chip, and say, leave him alone. He's trying his hardest. Leave him alone. He doesn't need that. Talking about Sims, standing up for Sims. That's how I knew it was real. Like, that's how I knew, this Major Sims thing is deep. Because I'm 10 years old. I'm bad as hell, but I'm 10 years old. Ain't no way these grown-ass men should be getting so frustrated that they're attacking us. And then my mom and sister cussed them out, and they were like, leave my son alone. He's 10 years old. You a grown-ass man. Leave him alone. So I'm over here like, yeah, how about that? My mom's sticking up for me. Shut your ass up. And I continue to hate on Sims, but that's when I knew. I was like, yo, if sports can allow grown-ass men, had to be in their upper 20s, early 30s, if sports can allow grown-ass men to attack troubled youths because they're so pissed off on their team not being where they want it to be, that's what I want to be a part of, man. I need to be a part of that. This sports thing, I need to be a part of it somehow, man. That day changed my life. I'll never forget that day.
How about that?
I talk about it with my mama all the time. She always says, I can't believe those men. She's like, I almost got kicked out of DKR that day for whooping a grown-ass man's ass for talking to my son, which that's what I'm talking about, mama. I need that. That's how I was loved as a child, Chip. That's how I knew I was loved.
Look at that.
Different moments like that. Yeah,
There's
but
little Zay, part of his development.
Yeah. So I always wanted to find out who them grown-ass men were. I'll never know, but I wish they were listening to one of the few shows I've been on these last few years. Of like, yo, Zay, that was me.
Yeah, sorry, Rex. I said Southwest Conference. It was Big 12. He was the co-Big 12 Offensive Player of the Year and was just getting it done. Like, so I'm not trying to stir it up here, but
Now stir it up. Get that spoon out, Chip. You always talk about not getting. Get the spoon out. That's what the people
1999. 1999.
Yeah.
Red River Shootout. Bob Stoops' first year at OU. The John Blake era is over. And Oklahoma gets up on Texas 17-0. And I'm working for the Dallas Morning News at the time. And I said to my boss, he's like, well, this one's over. I said, no. I said, hold on. I said, Major will get his bearings here. And he ends up, I think that was the game where he hit McGarity with the 97-yard touchdown pass. By halftime, Texas had evened it up. And I'll look it up, but Major throws a touchdown pass right before halftime, and Oklahoma had this safety named Ante Jones. He was huge. And Major ran down the field and like put his face mask in Ante Jones' face mask and was like, yeah, baby. And I was like, look at little Opie go.
Opie.
It was an 11-yard touchdown pass from Major to Ryan Nunez with 49 seconds left.
Westlake legend.
And they went for 2 and they converted it to tie the game 17-17. And I just remember Major running up and like almost headbutting Ante Jones, who I'm looking him up right now, like what his measurements were, because that dude was a bad man. And Major was like running his mouth. Okay, Ante Jones, maybe he looked bigger than he was, but he was 5'11", 190 pounds. Maybe it was just those big shoulder pads back then. But
yeah, those shoulder pads were gigantic.
I just remember, like, that was the epitome of Applewhite in the Red River Shootout to me. And then Sims starts the next 4 Red River Shootouts and never wins. And not only does he never win, he never throws a touchdown pass to Roy Williams, BJ Johnson, or Sloan Thomas. Like, how does that happen?
It gets blown out in some of those too. Where, what's his name? Old Griffin. How many touchdowns he had? One of those.
5.
Yeah, 5. Number 22 was going crazy.
Quentin Griffin.
Oh my gosh, man. The dude could have been molded 5'5". He could have been molded 5'5". Wow. Yeah, he was a problem. But
the frog draw. Yeah, that was 2002. Texas was, they were up 14-11 at halftime and 17-14 going into the fourth quarter. And Quentin Griffin, who had Quentin Griffin had 32 carries for 248 yards.
That's fun. Yep.
He only had 1 rushing touchdown and he had 1 receiving touchdown, but it seemed like he was running all day.
Yeah. See, CB's talking about the game I'm remembering where he had 6, 2000.
Oh, 2000. Yeah.
Oh shit.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that one.
Yeah.
I
I
forgot
remember
about
that one because I was playing Pop Warner at the time, and we had a game, and it was a rainy, cold day. And I remember having a good game and then going over to where everybody was huddled up around one of them small portable TVs, and everybody was just not giving me much love because Texas was getting that ass whooped.
Yeah, that day he had 23 carries for 87 yards and 6 touchdowns.
Golly.
Oh,
that's a
yeah.
joke. That's a joke.
Oh,
yeah. That's what I'm saying. Like, and then they got one this year, which they're calling that 4 straight goal line stops, the stop and shit. Like they got a name for it and stuff. It's like, come on, man. Like this year, I hope they beat the hell out of those Sooners. I really do. Like Brent Venables. Hey, I know they're hype about this Jackson Arnold kid, but they did Dylan Gabriel wrong. Like you do whatever you can to keep him because he was the problem this past season. Like Dylan Gabriel put on an absolute show. And I think he's going to do that with Dan Lanning on Oregon too. But I know, CB, it does hurt, but that's kind of the job. We got to talk about this dark shit sometimes. And Jackson Arnold, good luck, bro.
I don't want to put the absolute salt in the wound, but this was I think my man Daryl, the 2001 Big 12 championship.
Yeah.
That was the game where I thought Sims was literally having a nervous breakdown in the middle of the game. That's I think people remember that game more than they remember anything else about Sims.
Yep.
I mean, I really do. And that's, he was 26-6 as a starting quarterback, and he beat A&M. He beat LSU in the Cotton Bowl. But I swear, Zay, what people remember is that 2001 Big 12 championship game, because Texas was, I mean, they were the better team. They'd beaten Colorado 45-7 earlier in the year. And Sims ends up with, 3 interceptions and a fumble? Yeah, 3 interceptions and a fumble.
Yeah, you win that game, you go to the Natty, right?
Yep. You win that game, you play the Miami Hurricanes in the Rose Bowl for the national championship.
Oof. Yeah.
Yeah. 64-yard pick six.
Yeah. Maybe he was nervous about Ed Reed and them if he had to win that game. Maybe he was looking too far ahead. Because, yeah, those Miami teams, yikes.
Well, so Colorado scores on that 64-yard pick six with 2:32 left in the first half. And then Mac, so they're down 29-10. Mac takes Sims out of the game, puts Applewhite in, and Applewhite hits BJ Johnson for a 79-yard touchdown pass before halftime to cut it to 29-17, and Major almost brought him all the way back.
So to do that, 3 interceptions and the fumble, and didn't even play the full game.
Right.
Good grief, man.
Yeah, Rod B had a 54-yard interception return for a touchdown in the fourth quarter that cut CU's lead to 36-30. That was a crazy game. That was a heartbreaker.
Yeah, I'm glad I don't remember it too much. That's for sure.
Yeah.
10-year-old Zay, I don't think I would have been able to handle that.
That was rough. Yeah,
it was rough.
Daryl, I don't know. That was Yeah, and Sims, he doesn't come back to Austin.
Does he get that hate? I saw him with a little wholesome picture with Bijan Robinson, Super Bowl weekend. They're both throwing up the hook 'em, but is he he just can't do it? He can't come back to the 48 because he should be able to come back. Like that's wrong. Like if he doesn't feel welcomed, and who knows all the hate mail and death threats he probably received after that. Yeah, it was a different time, but he remembers that, and he probably hasn't been able to forgive. Like I never really hear him talking about Texas much, and I get it. Again, if he doesn't feel welcome, then it's probably better for his mental health to stay out of the ATX.
Yeah. Peter Dinklage is taller than Quentin Griffin.
Yeah,
You know who Peter Dinklage is?
I don't.
He's the actor from Game of Thrones.
Stop, man. The little dude.
The little dude. That was Rex with that one.
Yeah.
Oh,
Very
yeah.
clever, Rex. I appreciate that.
Yeah. Yeah, Rex also with some great trivia from the 99 Texas OU game. This is the game where Mike Leach was the offensive coordinator and left a fake play script on the bench in the Cotton Bowl from their walkthrough. And Texas, Tom Herman was a GA, picked it up, and Texas thought they had something. So that's part of the reason they fell behind 17-0, because they were they got set up. Mike Leach. I mean, only Mike Leach. The guy's a classic. All right, let's bring in our man, Hank South. Talk a little recruiting. And Hank, of course, Horns 24/7. He and Jordan Scruggs dropped their behind the scenes of the 2024 recruiting class this week. So if you're a member over at Horns 24/7, make sure you check that out. If you're not a member, become a member so you can check it out. But Hank, I always like these behind the scenes stories because people don't know what is going on in the recruitment of some of these guys. So maybe pick out a couple of your favorite nuggets from this year's recruiting stories.
Yeah, there's a handful of them. I think with the guys they got, I did a lot of the offensive guys in the feature we did, and I think Ryan Wingo is one of the most intriguing ones. I think just from a there's a lot of things that were working, I guess, against Texas there in terms of, Missouri kind of having this resurgence as a program. They obviously have, some NIL resources that they've been exercising, and, they're featuring, high flying offense and able to, spread the ball around. And I think that really caught his eye. And, with Texas, I think the big thing with him was Chris Jackson. That was, someone asked on our board, would Ryan Wingo have even come to Texas if it wasn't for Chris Jackson? And that's a good question. I'm not sure. I think obviously you look at Sark, you look at the offense, you look at, the way he gets his receivers involved, but I think Ryan Wingo really did like the idea of playing for Chris Jackson, the NFL experience. He talked about, Chris Jackson, Wingo was the first call he made, once he got to the staff from the Jaguars in early 2023. So I think that connection ran really deep there. I think, guys like Tashard Choice were involved there at the end, making sure that they could, seal the deal and get him to come to Texas. Cause I think Mizzou really was legitimately close. The whole thing was he committed, he committed during that Wyoming game, silently committed. And then things kind of went quiet for a while. There was no decision date set. And Mizzou kind of crept back in and made it kind of interesting. And, in the end, they picked Texas. I think the family wanted him to go to Texas. I think his brother, who was a big part of his recruitment, wanted him to go to Texas. And I think, Texas did a really good job of showing that, they checked all the boxes for him. And another thing interesting with Wingo is, these alpha wide receivers, they kind of want to be the guy in the class. But I talked to him at the All-American Bowl after he'd already signed and everything. And I was asking him, are you recruiting anybody? Like, are there any guys you're talking to try to get you to come to Texas with you? And he mentioned Aaron Butler. He said Aaron Butler actually hit him up kind of later in the fall, I guess, saying he was having doubts about Colorado. And Wingo said he started calling him 2 or 3 times a day and just pumping up Texas, trying to get him to come. And obviously that worked out well once he officially got that offer. But, I think that was one of the recruitments that was really kind of wild to finish. Jarrett Gibson, I think Florida and Miami late were a lot more involved than maybe we thought. We knew they were involved, but I think quietly behind the scenes, Florida was a school to watch. Miami made a really late press as well. Florida was not, I don't want to say begging him to flip, but they really, really wanted to keep him home. And, I think he just felt really good about, playing for Tashard Choice. I think he felt really good about, seeing, CJ Baxter have success as a freshman and coming from the state of Florida. I think that played a big role, and I think Texas just stayed on him really well. So those are some. There's just so many guys. I think my portion was like 5,000 words, so it's like I'm still kind of like recovering from like the writing it all. But it was fascinating, kind of to how everything unfolded.
Well, Wingo, like Missouri, obviously they went all in this year because they had a good year, so they really want to capitalize on the momentum. Talk about what you were hearing from the Missouri side of it in terms of, they're trying to get their NIL collective really going and try to seize on this 2023 season they had.
Yeah. I think, you got to be really disappointed if you're Missouri that, they went all in on him. Like, obviously, NIL, it's not used as an inducement, that can't be, but, these kids have representation. They're talking, like they have people talking to people, like, there's NIL is discussed, it's not from the coaches always, but it's discussed. And, I think it was very clear that, he was a big factor in their NIL, I guess, budget for the 2024 class. And, to not be able to get him, in a year where you have Luther Burden, Luther Burden, perform the way he is, and, in the success they had, beating Ohio State in the Cotton Bowl, that's kind of got to be a little demoralizing, but maybe they just needed a couple more years of, this trajectory before they're able to, secure multiple big fish in one cycle. I guess they still got the 5-star defensive lineman from over Oklahoma, but he was their guy. And, I do think they made it interesting, that that signing day morning, everyone, his letter of intent wasn't in, and everyone was, of course, starting to kind of panic. But he told us, and, I kind of, I do believe him. The way he was telling me the story is, he said he was up until 3 a.m. playing Madden the night before, and he just slept in until 10, and he woke up and his phone was blowing up. I asked him, I was like, was Texas nervous? And he was like, I think maybe a little bit, but, I hope they weren't. I wasn't trying to make them nervous. I just, slept in. So, yeah, I think they certainly were making a last ditch effort to try to flip him. But I think once he committed, he was pretty set, on everything. And I did an interview with him in San Antonio, and I asked him, outside of just football, just coming to Texas, what attracted you to the program? And he kind of was talking about, it's a legacy opportunity. Texas is not necessarily rebranding, but in a way they are going into the SEC. They're taking this new step. And he said, to be part of that, people are going to remember that forever. So I thought that was kind of cool that he thought kind of deeper about, going to a program that's, making that change.
Well, and real quick, the, for a young guy like Ryan Wingo, how much does having a guy like Arch Manning waiting to take over for Quinn Ewers matter?
Yeah, I think that was a big deal. I think they spent a lot of time together on the official visit back in the summer. That's when Texas really kind of started to trend for him. I think again, Texas hasn't had an issue with QB depth or who's going to be the quarterback. That hasn't been an issue for them in the last few years, and it doesn't look like it's going to be for a little while longer if they continue to play the way they are, and with Sark there. But I think that was a big deal for him. Because you're either going to catch passes from Quinn Ewers or Arch Manning, and that's probably going to make you look pretty good. Missouri, obviously, they have their guys too, but I think Ewers is a top 2 returning quarterback in 2024 in the country. I think that's certainly an appealing thing, and then to have Manning's probably top 10 quarterback in the country too if he had to play. But I think that was definitely a factor for him too. Yeah.
Yeah. Hank, talk a little bit about Colin Simmons. Chip and I discussed him and just the motor that he has coming in from Duncanville, the fact that he has championship DNA, being a 2-time state champion, and, just him being a potential star. I've been seeing rumors on social media talking about he might have gained 20 pounds of muscle. I don't know how credible those are. I'll let you tell us. But I feel like just with his personality, I think that's infectious, and obviously his talent and his upside is through the roof.
Yeah, I think, if you look at in terms of offensive targets in 2024, I think, out of high school, I think Wingo was your guy on offense, and I think Colin Simmons was your guy on defense. You could make the argument for, Kobe Black or Xavier Filsaime, but I think Colin Simmons was like the guy you had to get. In a class that you need edge rushers, you need to kind of establish yourself there. You need to affect the quarterback. When you have a guy like that 2.5 hours away in Duncanville, you got to keep him home. And they made sure of, making it known he was a priority. And, the thing that surprised me the most about his recruitment is, he committed in August and that was it. He was part of the class. A lot of these elite recruits, you commit and then it's like, okay, now it's time to, keep an eye on where he visits. Is he still going to take an official visit to LSU? Who's going to try to flip him? How solid is he all year? And I think it certainly helped Texas that they played so well all year. But I think he was also, very set on that decision. I think he was really excited about playing in this defense and, staying home. Obviously, he's close to his family, which is really important to him. And, again, kind of establishing, that defensive culture they want to, put in place there. So, just a freak edge rusher. I think Sark said, he said on a few guys, put him in a lab, put it in a lab and like spit out an edge rusher. That's Colin Simmons. He said he's certainly an NFL guy. So, I think he's a guy that's going to play sooner rather than later once he the season starts, and maybe like kind of an Anthony Hill type trajectory. Obviously different positions, but a guy that could maybe we see in little spurts here early, and then kind of establishes himself and playing more minutes as the season goes on.
Any other stories from the behind the scenes?
Yeah,
Even
it's all blurred. Let me look my email. So I'm trying to remember. Ryan Williams, guys that didn't go to Texas, I guess. That was one that kind of stuck out to me. Obviously, I don't think he was ever going to come to Texas. I think maybe there was a slight chance had he stayed in the class of 2025, but I really, maybe he was always set on Alabama, even, decommitting and committing back 2 weeks later under Kalen DeBoer, but, all fall we were hearing that, like, he was talking to Texas a lot. Like he was legitimately interested. I just, it was hard to see. I think if he had flipped, it would have been Auburn. He visited there more than anywhere. His dad played there. So, that was one that was kind of interesting to track. Elijah Lofton, who's a tight end that signed with Miami out of Bishop Gorman in Las Vegas. That was one. Blair Angulo on 24/7 Sports reported that he was set to visit Texas. I think it was for the Kansas State game, and that was quickly shut down. We haven't gotten confirmation on the Miami end, but I think Miami made a phone call and was like, "Yeah, this isn't happening. You're not visiting Texas." So that was one. Maybe that would have been more interesting had he made that visit. But a guy Texas was recruiting pretty heavily that went the other way, stayed with Miami. I think the Bishop Gorman ties with Brevin Jordan, I think that helped because obviously Brevin went to Miami. Now he's obviously having success in the NFL. So Elijah Lofton was another one. Jordan Ross, I think the 5-star edge rusher from Alabama. He runner up. Texas was his runner up. I think if it wasn't Tennessee, he was going to go to Texas. He even, said that. And that was a guy Texas liked a lot. Other elite edge rusher. I mean, maybe he's looking at Colin Simmons and he's thinking, I'll go to Tennessee instead, but he likes Texas a lot. He took his official visit in the summer. So he was another one. Dalen Evans, that one was kind of crazy. The defensive lineman that was committed to A&M from Longview. He told me on Friday, or was it Thursday night or Friday morning of the early signing period, not to like put him on blast or anything. I think he was legitimately thinking about it, but he was like, I think Texas is the pick. And then obviously he stuck with Texas A&M and signed with the Aggies on I think it was Friday night right before the signing period ended. So that was kind of a wild, last 48 hours with covering Dalen Evans. So there's a bunch of them. I'm really excited, for this 2025 class, just because, Jordan Scruggs and I started in June covering Texas at least. And so, we weren't as embedded, I guess, with these guys. You get to know them, over the summer and as much as you can. But, now that we've, been around these 2025 kids, probably for about, the last year, almost a year, getting to know them. And then obviously we'll have this whole year. I think we'll have some pretty good stories to share next February when we run this again.
Yeah, you Horns 24/7 guys. Y'all been on y'all shit lately. Hank, Chip, Scruggs, Jeff, E. Henry, man. Y'all been on y'all's game. I've been very impressed. But Hank, let me ask you this, because you've talked to Isaiah Bond's mom in recent days. Talk about just what that was like, the type of family Isaiah Bond comes from. I know Longhorn fans are excited for him transferring from Alabama with the speed and upside that he has. Talk about that discussion a little bit.
Yeah. I've known the Bonds since, the 2021 cycle. I got to know his mom when I was covering Alabama. Obviously, he went to Alabama. So, that was a recruit we were following closely. He was actually committed to Florida early on. He was recruited as a cornerback by Alabama, or by a lot of schools early. And then after that summer, everyone kind of was like, I think this kid's a wide receiver. And, now we're seeing everyone was correct in that assessment. But no, his mom is awesome. I really enjoy, talking to her, getting to know her. But I asked her kind of because it all happened so quickly. He entered the portal after Saban retired, was on campus that weekend at Texas, and I think they kind of just leaned on the fact that Texas did recruit him really heavily out of high school. They made a run at him in the class of 2022 for Sark's first full cycle. And obviously, they saw Texas firsthand when Texas played Alabama. They were watching. They saw what they were able to do with the receivers. I think, they kind of saw the Adonai Mitchell, trajectory. How he had so much success and moving on to Texas after playing in the SEC or playing at Georgia. And so I think they really liked that. They were talking about, Chris Jackson, Sark sold them on the vision to use him and how they wanted to use him in the offense and, just get him the ball in space and let him do his thing. And so that really attracted to them. I thought it was interesting. I got a kid banging on the door. I don't know if y'all can hear that. I'm like, hey, I'm going to go do my YouTube. Are you good? And he's like, yeah, I'm good. 2 minutes in, banging on the door.
Dad.
Oh my gosh.
Well,
but,
yeah.
Anyway, he
let me. Oh, go ahead.
What's up? Oh yeah, no, but yeah, basically, I asked, did Bama make him try to, ask you to stay, like obviously, like to play in DeBoer's offense, and she said, and I think Isaiah said something else, but his mom said, she never heard from Kalen DeBoer. But she did hear from the new Alabama general manager. I forgot what his name is. I think it's Courtney Morgan, I think. So, you can't really, it happened so quick, they didn't even, by the time he was in the portal, like they hadn't even brought Kalen DeBoer in yet. So it's like, he was kind of working, with his hands tied from his back. Isaiah Bond was already on campus at Texas when they were announcing Kalen DeBoer as head coach, and he was committed the next day. So, you can't really fault Alabama. Obviously they would have loved to keep him, but she did say, it's no surprise, but, had Saban stayed, Isaiah Bond would have stayed at Alabama. That's not a shock. But, yeah, no, just a really good discussion. She said he's really enjoying it already. He's adjusting really well to be at the Texas life. And, I think he's going to be fun to watch this fall. And someone was asking in our story thread or something, we were talking about wide receivers, and they're talking about, getting all these guys involved. They have so many talented guys. And Sark even said last week at that press conference, he was like, that's kind of the fun thing now we have to figure out. Like, he's like, we got these guys, now we got to figure out like how we're going to use them all. And so I think we'll certainly see like a lot more rotation, and we'll see, a lot. It's not going to be kind of the three-headed monster we saw this year. I think we'll see a lot of these guys, get more reps.
Hank, do you have a favorite player in that 2024 class? Like a guy, not necessarily like instant impact, but a guy you think is going to develop into a surefire player? Yeah.
I'm really excited. The two guys, one on offense, one on defense. Jordan Washington, the 3-star tight end from Langham Creek. I think he's going to be legit. I think he's a guy that can, like, awesome size, can stretch the field. He can block, but I don't think he's going to be, he's not really an inline guy. I think he's a guy that is going to be a passing threat. And I think he's going to be an important piece of this offense, after this year. I think tight end in the class of 2025 is a really important position. You might lose 3 guys after this season. And then, Jordan Washington's kind of your only, passing tight end threat. So, I think he's going to be a guy that develops into a special player on offense. And then on defense, a guy that nobody really talks about, but Alex January, Texas legacy, a guy that played at Duncanville like Colin Simmons. He wasn't, asked to, do a ton. His role wasn't, I guess, as glamorous on the defensive line where he was playing. But a guy that, and I think Sark mentioned this too, played baseball every spring until this past year. So he hasn't really been in a full off-season, program yet focused on football outside of this past spring. And so, on campus now already, going to get, in football shape, stay in football shape, go through spring practices and, develop his body. And, again, football genes. His dad played at Texas, played linebacker. So I think he's a guy that could, in a few years, we're quietly being like, oh man, this kid was really good. He was underrated or underranked in high school.
Have you even, like, in that 2025 group, is there a player that you're like, oh man, this is a must get for Texas?
Yeah, I think it's Decorian Moore is really, really good. He's kind of like, you sign all these really talented wide receivers. It's not a huge need in 2025, but I think he's a guy, I think you would really want to flip in this class from LSU. I think they have a good chance to flip him. So we'll see. I'm trying to think who else in 2025. I think tight end obviously is going to be a really important position. They've got some good guys. Obviously, they already have Winston committed, but a guy like Nick Townsend out of Decaney, he's a really talented tight end prospect that they like a lot. I'm trying to think anybody else. I mean, you got to hit on these offensive linemen. I think Michael Fasusi, the 5-star tackle from the DFW. He's a guy that you have all this. Fasusi, Ty Haywood, Lamont Rogers. They really like the brothers at Cedar Hill, the interior guys. There's a ton of offensive line talent in the state of Texas in 2025. They might not even have to leave the state to fill up the class. There's some guys they like out of state, but I think that they'll get most of their guys from within the state of Texas. What's another? It's interesting. I think quarterback it's going to be an interesting position to watch unfold in 2025. You have KJ Lacey, but again, assuming, I think we're all pretty sure Quinn Ewers is going to go to the NFL after this next season. You're going to be left with Arch Manning and Trey Owens. Like, those are your quarterbacks. I don't think anyone's comfortable with 2 scholarship quarterbacks on the roster to go into a season with. So, you have Lacey. Is it a 2 quarterback class? I think that's a fair question and maybe something we see them do. And, Lacey's still taking visits. So, I think they're probably still actively recruiting the quarterback position. So, we'll see. I think Lacey's solid, but again, if you're going to still look around, you can't be upset if the program you're committed to is still looking around too, just to, be safe and, have those backup options. So yeah, some certainly some interesting storylines to track this cycle.
Yeah.
Hank, I saw that Nick Cody and Trey Johnson were in for the basketball game. Talk to those 2 brothers. What happened there?
Yeah, I actually just talked to Trey Johnson's dad a few hours ago. I'm going to write up a story on Horns 24/7, but that was actually Trey Johnson's first time in Moody. Like, he hasn't been to a game yet, which I thought was kind of surprising. But no, they loved it. They loved the atmosphere. Obviously, Texas got the win. And I was asking him, whenever I write about Trey Johnson, everyone's like, "Oh man, I hope he stays and doesn't go to the G League or go pro, go that route." But he. Talking to his dad, they seem pretty excited. I think they're excited about, the guys they have coming in, and I think they're excited about, the potential guys they can go out and get in the portal this spring for the basketball team. They said they really like the relationship they've built with Rodney Terry. That, and his dad even said, he's like, you can't really judge the wins and losses as you can't really scrutinize them as much with the Big 12 when, it's the Big 12. They've had their highs, they've had some lows, but they've shown they can play. And I think Trey Johnson's excited about that. I think he just wants to make sure that I don't want to say he wants to make sure, like, he's sure on Texas, but I think he wants to have pieces around him that help complement his game and help them succeed next year. But I even asked, I was like, is that even an option? I guess going the pro route. And he was saying, you don't see guys from like the G League or like the Australia League going top 10 as often as you do college guys going top 10. So he was saying it's never really even been much of a conversation. They've talked about it, but I think he's pretty set on playing at the college level and going from there. And man, like, Trey Johnson he's a big time player. Obviously, he's ranked the #1 combo guard, but a guy that's going to play right away in Austin. And then, Nick Cody, I think he's been locked in since he signed. It's funny we talk about, I think they're still locked in, like they're signed, like they're like they're set up to go to Texas. But in this day and age, it's like, well, are they going to ask out of their letter of intent? Like, it just seems like things change so fast. But both those guys are excited about Texas. I'll have this interview up with Trey's dad here in a little bit, but two big time signees for Texas.
See, that's the thing, Hank. The nervous time for basketball is when the McDonald's All-American games and the Jordan All-American games come around, because a lot like these Senior Bowls and stuff, that's where the NBA scouts get to check these guys out. So that's kind of what we saw with Ron Holland this past year. Like, he went to those camps and those all-star games and he dominated the practices. So his upside went up like crazy and his draft stock went crazy. And that's why he's going to be a top 10 pick possibly. So that's the time. If I'm a Texas fan, I'll be watching those McDonald's All-American games, all those All-American games, and see how they do. You want them to do well, but you don't want them to do too well to where the scouts are like, oh, you better go to the league, bro. You better, become a pro early. So that's what I'm going to be waiting on myself. For sure.
Yeah, no doubt. But from the feedback I got from his dad, they're set on Texas. They're excited about Texas. They're not judging some slip ups during the season. I think they're looking at the big picture, and they, going to Texas too, having that on your resume. I forgot what the quote was, but he said having the brand of Texas, like, beyond just basketball behind you is a big deal to them too. So makes sense. So they're excited about Texas.
Do you think the outcome of this basketball season is going to weigh on either of these fellas?
I didn't get that vibe. I was kind of like asking, I was like, hey, they've had some ups and some downs, and unless they just completely fall flat, Texas has been competitive in most games. They took Houston to overtime. They've shown they can play with anybody for the most part when they're on. But unless they completely the bottom falls out and just worst case scenario ending of the season, I think they're pretty. I think Johnson for sure. I think Cody's set. I think Cam Scott's set, but I think Trey Johnson's the ones everyone's kind of keeping an eye on. But he seems like he's happy with his decision, so I think all is good there.
Man, that's good stuff.
Yeah.
Hank, keep up the good work, my man. I always appreciate our Tuesday conversations.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for having me.
Thanks, Hank. Appreciate you, man.
See you.
There he is, Hank South, horns247.com. All right, before we get to the commentaries, Apple Leasing. Apple Leasing is going to put you in a new car. Oh, yeah. And you're going to get into a better car than you thought you could afford because you're not paying for the future trade-in value of that car, and you're picking any make or model of car. That's right, Apple Leasing. They don't care what car you pick. They just want you to be happy. So they're not going to muscle you to get into any certain kind of car. They just want you to make sure that you're picking the right car for you, and then they're going to go get it for you. It's like having your own car concierge. And, you know, if you had a bad leasing experience in the past, it's probably because you leased from a dealership. And look, the dealership's going to try and keep you in their car. Apple Leasing, like I said, they don't care what car you pick. So if you want to change make and model of car 2-3 years into the lease, no problem. The easy lease, everything about Apple Leasing is easy. And look, you deserve to be in a new car. You're going to be in traffic, especially here in Austin, Texas. So give Apple Leasing a call, 346-9977, or visit appleleasing.com. Tell them Chip Brown sent you. And Brain Vault mouthguard. It is the mouthguard that is changing the game. The Brain Vault mouthguard was in the Super Bowl. Look, the Brain Vault mouthguard is catching on with all of the top-end competitive athletes because it is the only mouthguard that is patented, proven to protect you, your competitors, from the effects of concussion. That's why it's called Brain Vault, because it's protecting the noggin. You want your competitors to play hard, but you want them to play safe. This is not some mouthguard you boil in a pot. This is a mouthguard fitted by dentists. It was developed by Austin's dentist, Dr. Greg Eckert, Dr. Ueckert. And look, if you can get your whole team together, they will do a group fitting. They will come to you for the group fitting. But just get your competitor protected. Go to brainvault.com to set up a fitting. And Tom McKay and Audiovisual Consultations, making sure that you are watching the big screen of your dreams, listening to the surround sound. How about some electronic shades, surveillance, new lighting? Audiovisual Consultations has got you covered. Here's the beautiful thing. All you have to do is call 255-8678. And Tom and his crew will bring everything to you. You don't need to go shopping. You don't need to do anything except make that phone call. And then watch Tom and his crew set everything up perfectly. You don't need to be trying to hang an 80-inch TV on your wall and have wires everywhere. Let Tom and his crew come and do it like magic. And Cover 3. Hey, Cover 3. Go get the Sean Adams prime rib sandwich. Make some plans for brunch on the weekends with the do-it-yourself Bloody Mary bar. Cover 3. High-end food and the perfect place to watch your team. We gave out an Olipop earlier in the show to Steve Sarkisian and the Longhorns for having 11 invitees to the NFL Combine. And that's where I'm going to focus the chip shot today, because this is the most Texas has ever had invited to the Combine. The real quick list, the quick rundown for you Longhorns fans. You've got Jonathan Brooks. You've got Keelan Robinson, A.D. Mitchell, Jordan Whittington, Xavier Worthy, tight end Jatavian Sanders, offensive tackle Christian Jones, defensive lineman Byron Murphy and Tavondre Sweat, linebacker Jalen Ford, and defensive back Ryan Watts. And, you know, Steve Sarkisian talked about this last week. He said that as the program progresses, this should become more of a regular occurrence where you're going to have double-digit players going to the NFL Combine. Last year, they had 5. The most since the draft cut from 12 rounds to 7 rounds that Texas had was 8, and that was in 2007 when you had Michael Griffin, your guy, Zay.
Yep.
Louis Bulldog, Michael Griffin, Aaron Ross, Justin Blaylock, Tim Crowder, Brian Robinson, Terrell Brown, Casey Studdard, all those guys who were on the 2005 national championship team. And that's, that was kind of the last, big round of draft picks for Texas. And no surprise, that was also the last time they were relevant, having won the, 05 national championship. You had some good drafts like in 2010 with Earl Thomas and that group, but nothing like this. So this is another area where Texas had been lagging. They're checking boxes that matter. Winning a conference championship, going to the college football playoff, now sending nearly a dozen players to the NFL Combine. Michigan has the most with 18. No surprise, they won the national championship. I think Washington has 13, and then Florida State with 12. Florida State went undefeated this year, and then you have Texas and Georgia at 11. So, Steve Sarkisian, the thing that you like if you're a Longhorn fan is that, Steve Sarkisian is doing the things that are elevating the program from a recruiting standpoint, high school players like Calvin Banks, transfers. We just got done talking about Isaiah Bond. They also have Andrew Makuba coming in, and big time players from big time programs now want to come to Texas on the offensive side because Steve Sarkisian's calling the plays and he's got a loaded quarterback room. They've seen the results. They saw Xavier Worthy become a freshman All-American. So that attracts A.D. Mitchell. A.D. Mitchell comes in, catches 55 balls for 845 yards and 11 touchdowns. He moves on to the NFL. And now Matthew Golden's coming in from Houston with the same intentions. And, the key, and I will continue to harp on this, is the defensive line recruiting. They took a little bit of a hiccup when Bo Davis went to LSU, but let's see how Kenny Baker, the new defensive line coach from the Miami Dolphins, how he settles in. His hire was done with intent and purpose. He's from the Georgia area. He's recruited Georgia, Mississippi, Alabama when he was at Western Kentucky. Those are areas that you need to find those difference-making defensive tackles. You got Terry Joseph still recruiting Louisiana, who does a good job. And look, you look at this staff, you look at the way they've recruited offensive linemen, running backs with Tashard Choice. Good heavens. I mean, that's another position, Zay. You watch for the portal in May. Like, can they really hang on to all these guys? You got Jaden Blue and CJ Baxter and Savion Red and Trey Wisner, and now Jarek Gibson and Christian Clark. I mean, it's amazing, that running back room. So that's what you want.
Yep.
You want them all in there fighting it out, and the coaches will determine who's got the wherewithal, the talent, the mental makeup to help Texas maintain this level of play and continue to stack up double-digit win seasons. That's another thing. It happened in 2018 when Texas went to the Sugar Bowl, but it wasn't happening on a regular basis like it was in the early 2000s under Mac. Now, landscape's totally changed. Going into the SEC, where Ole Miss looks like they're ready to pounce. Missouri, Georgia and Alabama are always going to be there. LSU, I mean, A&M just hired a new coach. What's he got? I mean, this is going to be fun, but I think you have to take days like this, only talking about it because the NFL Combine list came out today, and Texas has 11 players who've been invited, and that's a step in the right direction. Now, let's see how many get drafted, because Sark said we could have double-digit draft picks, and he said, they're looking at our program. They saw us in year 1, go 5-7. We didn't have any players, he said, drafted after that season. 2022, we go 8-5. We got 5 players drafted. Now we go 12-2. We got 11 players going to the combine. So definitely, I've said this a lot, and I'm not really, but I mean it. Sark has not made many sideways steps in the off seasons, and I think he's done a really good job of evaluating players, developing players, and so this is what the big boy football programs do. And today, another step, another box checked of Texas doing things that other schools used to hold against Texas in recruiting. So significant day. Good luck to those players who are headed to the combine. It's a great opportunity, and let's see how they perform. And it only takes one team to fall in love, Zay.
Yeah, that's all it takes. I'll never forget when Garrett Wilson was going on his recruiting tour, and Elijah Higgins, who went to Bowie, ended up going to Stanford, and now I think he's dabbling in the NFL. I think he was on the Dolphins roster a little bit, but yeah, he's a solid player. But both those guys, they were at Texas, and they were putting on the uniforms and stuff to take those pictures to see if you feel anything when you put that uniform on. Can you envision yourself playing with that same uniform on? That's why they do it for these kids. And I'll never forget, Elijah had his Instagram going, and you could hear Garrett Wilson in the back saying, man, I don't even want to be here, really. Texas don't put any NFL guys in. And it's like, dude, when arguably the best player to come out of this area in the last decade says something like that, like, that's your backyard. I know Garrett Wilson came from Ohio and stuff, so he was always, destined to be a Buckeye. I get that. But still, for him not to even think about Texas, like, yeah, you said it best. That shows where they've came from to where they are now. And when you hear Hank South talking about how Ryan Wingo, he probably wouldn't have came if it wasn't for Chris Jackson. Like, you just got Chris Jackson this past year. Like, Chris Jackson has barely been in the ATX. But that shows Sark is bringing in high-quality guys when other coaches go off and, have different careers somewhere else. I don't know, but you need that. You need guys like Kenny Baker with his background and all the great things that you hear about him. You need those guys to be brought in because, as a student athlete, you want to be developed. All the resources and stuff that can only take you so far. But if I'm not being developed, it don't mean nothing. I'm trying to get to the next level. NIL's cool now, but I want to be making money for the next 10 years or so in the National Football League. And I think Sark, having 11 guys going to the combine, getting to the CFP, playing in the Final Four, winning the Big 12 before you go to the SEC, we're seeing everything going the right way. So I'm with it. All right,
let's get to the right call.
Get to the right call. Before that, though, shout out to Covert BK. Been doing it for over 100 years. Y'all get out of those hoopties, man. Get out of those just beat up Pintos, them ugly buggies. Get out of that. Get you a Covert BK vehicle. 7 terrific brands to choose from: Dodge, Chrysler, Cadillac, GMC, Buick, Ram, and Jeep. You're going to find what you want at Covert BK because they are committed to providing customers with a high-quality selection of new and pre-owned vehicles. So you're going to get hooked up. And when you go to covertbk.com, you're going to see all the latest specials and inventory. Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever. All right, Chip. So a little bit of some messiness going on in the NBA that had a little bit to do with the trade deadline. I mentioned last week how the Dallas Mavericks got better by sending off Seth Curry and sending off Grant Williams and bringing back guys like Daniel Gafford from the Wizards and bringing in guys like PJ Washington. The Mavs are on a 5-game winning streak. So they made some good moves, but there's always something going on. You know what I'm saying? Grant Williams, who got shipped off to Charlotte, which that's his hometown, so he should be happy to be home. He said some very interesting things these last few days. When they asked him about, how he feels about being in Charlotte, he said this: everyone touched the ball. We trusted one another. A team that never played, practiced together. Every single person seemed like they had each other's back. And then he goes off to say, it's great to win for the city and play for the jersey that's across your chest, not on your back. Everyone touched the ball. Everyone trusted one another. So that makes you think about what's going on in Dallas, where he came from, which that was their big move in the offseason. They got Grant Williams from Boston. Grant Williams was a big reason why Boston had a lot of success with his 3-and-D mentality. And I was very confused on why it hasn't worked yet. I just thought it was because he's getting used to playing with a guy like Luka, playing with a guy like Kyrie Irving. And I guess it just went south. There was another rumor, Grant Williams, he's a Jordan guy, so he wears none but Jordan. So is Luka. Luka has his own shoe of Jordan. They said that Grant Williams stopped wearing Luka's shoes and started wearing Jason Tatum's shoes. And that his whole vibe in Dallas just rubbed people the wrong way. And I don't know. I really don't know. I mean, Luka, he seems like he could be difficult at times with the way that he talks to the refs and, kind of how he carries himself. He seems like he could be an asshole at times, but a lot of the greatest were assholes. Kobe was an asshole. Michael Jordan was an asshole. You make do with greatness. You adjust to the greatness. You know what I'm saying? If you're Grant Williams and you don't like how it's going here, and again, to Grant's credit, he came from a team that was in the Eastern Conference Finals. He came from a team that was in the finals a few years ago against the Golden State Warriors. So Grant's probably looking at these guys in Dallas like, yo, I've been there. I've been close. I don't got a ring, but I've been closer than you guys have. So what I saw up in Boston ain't what y'all doing down here in D-Town. And I don't know. Again, Grant didn't say any names, but his statements were very, very questionable. And look, I thought the Mavericks got better by getting Gafford and bringing in Washington. I take Washington over Grant Williams for what Dallas needs. I take that. But yeah, man, it just, Kyrie, he's had a past of not being the best teammate. And, this is the same organization that shipped off Jalen Brunson. Well, they didn't ship him off, but they weren't willing to pay Jalen Brunson. New York was. So I don't know. I really don't. I want to think Luka is a guy that's easy to play with, but hey, we'll see what happens with this new team. Again, I thought Dallas got a lot better and they've made the right moves to put them in position for the playoffs, but let's just keep our eye out on how things are operating for Mark Cuban's team and, Jason Kidd, who's also had some questions about his coaching style, being at 2 different stops before Dallas with Brooklyn and Milwaukee and both getting canned at those places. Let's just keep an eye out on the Mavs and how they do, especially when March and April come around.
Well, when you first heard they traded for PJ Washington, were you like, what was your initial reaction?
Good move. Great move. Yeah.
They gave up a first-round pick.
Yeah, and again, Grant Williams is salty because he knows it didn't work with him. And he's probably thinking, damn, can I at least get a full season? Maybe I'm a better playoff player than I am regular season player. Some guys are like that, But there's obviously something going on in the locker room to where him and Luka must have butted heads about something, because Luka, he won't back down. Luka will let you know, hey, you screwed up. I'm the one that everybody looks at after the game on why we didn't win or not. You messed up. Even though Luka's out here dropping 70 and dropping 50 in multiple games and stuff, Grant Williams is out here talking about how there's guys with the freaking Hornets that don't have no egos, that want to play for the team across the chest instead of the team or instead of the name behind. Like, that's pretty petty. Like, this is the Hornets. The Hornets are super toxic. LaMelo Ball's their franchise player. That dude is an absolute head case. So for Grant Williams to say that, that's very petty to say. And yeah, it just makes you think, okay, maybe everything in Dallas ain't what it seemed, which we bring on Trey Elling, who I'll be rocking with until Kevin Dunn comes along. Trey, you're a Mavericks fan. I know you don't watch the NBA much, but will you be surprised if you heard Luka Doncic was a little difficult to deal with as a teammate?
He's a whiny little European bitch. Of course he is.
I mean, when they put Kyrie Irving and Luka together, I was like, what on earth are you hoping to achieve here? So, like, do you think the Mavs are where they should be as the 8th best team in the West?
No. They should always be a top 5 team. When you have a top 5 player in the league, you should always be a top 5 team.
Exactly.
That's
in hindsight, was the Kyrie Irving trade move a bad one?
I wouldn't say it's bad. Like, when Kyrie's on the court, Kyrie performs. And Kyrie's been good. He hasn't been a head case. The only problem that he's had is injuries. And you kind of knew that going in. If you're Mark Cuban and the rest of that front office, you knew that Kyrie, being in his early 30s with all the injury problems that he's had throughout his career, that would, probably come up. But everybody's so worried about Kyrie and what he might say when he gets interviewed, that just kind of looks past the injuries at times. But they're always going to try to look for a Jalen Brunson type. And that's what hurts them the most. I think not keeping Jalen Brunson, they should have given him the money. Because that dude.
Like, if you'd have hung on to Brunson and just been patient.
Yeah.
Right?
I mean, I think they could have paid him enough. He wanted to be his own man. Like, it's not like they just ran him out and they weren't willing to pay him. Jalen Brunson, he wanted to be the top dog and his own man and run a team. And he would always be Robin to Luka's Batman. So that was always going to be an issue there. But I think if you would have paid him enough, if you would have paid him superstar max contract money, I know that's a lot, but Brunson and Luka, it worked. Like, they got to the Western Conference Finals, and if it wasn't for Luka being hurt / out of shape going up against, at that time, the most in-shape team in the Golden State Warriors with Steph Curry running around all day, then who knows? That was a bad matchup. But I would have stuck with that team because, hey, we're in the Western Conference Finals. We're only going to get better. Luka and Jalen Brunson are both under 30. They're only going to get better. They're just now entering their prime. Yeah, be patient with that, Cuban. But nah, Kyrie, as good as Kyrie is, Brunson's on another level right now.
All right. I agree. Yeah. I will let you fellas have some fun. Say hi to KD for me.
Appreciate you, Chip. Good show today, man.
Cheers. Let's do it again tomorrow.
Later, Chip. Welcome to 3 to 5 show. I called it Longhorn Misfits at one point. Nobody else likes that name, though, so we're just going back to 3 to 5 show. For the time being, I am Trey Elling. Usually Tuesday at around 3, I'm joined by Kevin Dunn. He will be with us in a few minutes. Had something business-related to take care of. Totally understandable. Thankfully, the guy who does the show before 3 to 5. It's nice enough to join me for a few minutes. He is, dare I say, my gum bro, Isaiah Collier.
Yeah, that's what the show's called. Whenever you and I are on, the Gum Bros.
Dude, I am 100% in on that action. I don't lean away from that.
Neither do I. Very comfortable with my sexuality. There is nothing wrong with two grown men with two different spoons sharing a lovely bowl of gumbo. Nothing
There are
wrong with that.
lot more vile things that get shared in New Orleans by two people, spoons or not.
Thank
You're
you.
sharing a bowl of gumbo, okay?
Thank
You
you.
need to recognize right now.
Yeah, don't let Bucky Gobble confuse your all's little minds out there and try to think there's something wrong with it. The guy that almost got us murdered in New Orleans that beginning of January. Don't let them confuse you.
The guy who, when he was able to get up and down off the ground on his own several years ago, was willingly taking shirtless pictures in bluebonnet fields.
Oh,
no, because I was snapping those pictures. And guess what? I took the Gumbros picture. I took those bluebonnet pictures too. I wasn't taking a selfie with Bucky also with my shirt off, because that would have been what some of these people are accusing us of here.
I forget about those photos, man. That was a really suspect time. Now, I love my blue bonnets. It represents my great state of Texas. Absolutely. But ain't no way you're going to find me spurs on my feet, wearing boots, shirtless, taking pictures, and a sea full of flowers. That's just not... That dude was a football coach, man. Come on, what are we doing?
Yeah, exactly. I feel like he had a top hat with him too.
Oh, he had some type of hat, like cowboy hat.
Yeah,
something. Damn.
So what do you think about my Luka's a bit of a European bitch take? Because slightly histrionic, of course, but it's hard to look at a team who, like you said, has a top 5 guy and isn't consistently finishing in the top half of playoff seeds. But that's been this team's reality for a couple seasons now.
Yeah, I'm always going to question Jason Kidd as the guy. I think it starts there. You know, I've always been one of those, it's hard to find former Hall of Fame players in any sport and make them relatable as a coach, because they were always on a different level than even the normal bench guys, the 7th, 8th, 12th man on the roster. They're always just a step above. So there's certain things they can't relate to. You know what I'm saying? Like the greatest coaches of all time, like Greg Popovich, he didn't even play a minute in the NBA. You know, Chuck Daly, he wasn't one of those guys. Phil Jackson was a role player. You know, Larry Brown, the list goes on to the biggest legends ever. They weren't those Hall of Fame player guys. The closest one was probably Larry Bird during those Pacers runs. But Larry, he doesn't have no trophy as a coach. So
he didn't even make it to an NBA Finals, did he?
Yeah, he did. The 2000 team that played against the Lakers.
That's right.
Yeah, he got them there then and got very close. Isaiah Thomas had a couple of good teams, but he couldn't figure it out. Magic quit mid-season. Back in the day.
That's just a Magic Johnson thing, apparently. Although I guess he was unceremoniously let go from that talk show gig.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm Jason Kidd being in Milwaukee. You couldn't figure it out with Giannis? Really?
Yeah.
Come on now. Budenholzer did. Now, I don't think he had Drew Holiday and stuff, but still, you couldn't figure it out with Giannis. And then you would hear the weird stories about how he would make those guys run and penalize guys for having Android phones instead of having iPhones and stuff, which that's a big problem for me too, but I wouldn't run you for it. You know, you just have bad taste in phones. That's all. But then in Brooklyn, he didn't do it right with KG and Paul Pierce and stuff. It's not like he's never had, no talent. It's just, I don't think Jason Kidd, I don't think he's it. He still has a lot to prove for me. So that's red flag number 1. And then Luka, he's gotten better just with his, attitude, I guess, this year, but he'll still have his moments and you'll just hear him talk. He has a smug way. He had a JJ Redick interview on their podcast. He just has I think I'm the shit and better than everyone vibe to him that I could see rubbing people very just wrong in the wrong way. I don't know what it is. Like, I love Luka. I think he's one of the best players I've ever seen in my life. It's ridiculous what he does. But I also think he could, a lot like a Jordan or a Kobe, he can rub certain people the wrong way because he's on another level than them.
It depends on whether or not he has the work ethic to back that up. And based on the conversations I've had with friends in Dallas and talking to you about it, it sounds like that hasn't always been the case for Luka. I mean, obviously he played a lot of last season overweight, which is still insane to me that somebody can play a basketball season and not be in tip-top shape. But he hasn't figured out the work ethic part of things just yet. And perhaps that's because the game does come so easy for him. And look, he doesn't need to rely on exceptional athleticism to still be good. He's got the world's greatest old man game going on right now.
Yeah. And look, you could see guys like Nikola Jokic. Nikola Jokic doesn't take the game as serious as some of the other greats that came before him. Like that's obvious. When he's out here talking about his horses, when you hear the things about him going back to Serbia and not picking up a basketball for months, like Kobe Bryant never did that.
Yeah.
Ever. But for Joker, with the guys that are around him, it just seems like it comes so easy to him. And him already being established as an NBA champion and already one of the greatest centers that we've ever seen, like Luka has a lot of that in him too, but Luka hasn't gotten over the hump yet. So you question those things. And it's a different position. Like being the point guard of a team and being the center of a team, even though Nikola Jokic is such a great passer, it's so different in how you have to be like as a leader and whatnot. And I'll take Mike Malone over Jason Kidd any day. Like Mike Malone, another guy that's, I don't know if he even played in the NBA. He just kind of paid his dues. Like Jason Kidd was thrown in as a head coach. He didn't have to be an assistant much.
Nope.
You know, you're just basing it off of how good he was as a player. Same with guys like Steve Nash. I never get that, Trey. I never get it. I'd rather have somebody that's got it from the mud, that definitely played, but he might not have been a superstar and worked his way up, being like an assistant to different types of, shooting coaches. I don't know what all the roles you have as a coach to, get it from the mud to be a head coach, but still like a Jason Kidd, I don't know if it's it. I don't know if Jason Kidd could like really talk to Luka as a man to where Luka's going to like respect it. You would think with how good he was, he'd be relatable that way. But do you ever really see Jason Kidd chewing out Luka on the sideline? I've never have.
DJ says, Joker got that old man game wise beyond years. You're right about that, and I need to amend my previous statement. Luka has the second best old man game on the planet. Best goes to Joker. No question about that, by the way. But back to the smug thing, like if that's rubbing you, the fan, the wrong way, who has a pretty good ear for this sort of thing and has obviously played a ton of sports and been around the sport a lot in your life, it's one thing for that to rub fans the wrong way. If that's how he's speaking in the locker room, his teammates are turning off to it too. And that's coming from guys who are reliant on his leadership in a sense, since he is that alpha dog on the Mavericks.
Yeah. And it's so easy to look at him like, oh, he's from Europe. That's just how they get down. But then you see how Giannis addresses himself with the media. Like he's always laughing and making jokes. He made like a weird joke about, he talked about having cuts on his arm and stuff for playing Joker. And he said, it's okay. My wife thinks it's sexy, so I love it. Like Giannis is, I don't know what that is kind of weird that she thinks cuts from another man's dirty ass fingernails like turns her on, but whatever. Love is love. I'm not gonna knock it too much. There's kinkier and dirtier stuff going on for other folks, but still, like Giannis, like that's one of my wife's favorite players, and that's because of how he carries himself off the court. Like Luka he just has like I'm better than you. Like I'm better than you. Now, let me sip my coffee at 9 p.m. type of vibe. And I'm not saying he can't be fun too. I've seen that, but I don't know. I got to see more from Luka, and Grant Williams' comments are very, very questionable.
Well, let us see. KD, you good?
I'm good. Done with the call, man. Thanks for letting me do my other job, yo.
Oh, of course. You kidding me? Zay?
Zay, you're the man, dude. Thank you.
Fellas, appreciate y'all. KD, what's up, man?
Good to see you, man. How are you?
I'm great. How you doing?
Dude, exhausted. Ready to I may take a nap at 5:01.
I feel you. I'm probably gonna nap right now, but y'all be cool. I'll talk to y'all later.
Sweet dreams, my friends. What is happening, buddy?
How are you, man?
I'm doing all right, like you, just going through the grind, but happy to be speaking to your beautiful face for the next couple of hours.
Yeah, I appreciate it. This is going to be a low energy show for me, at
Cool,
least.
because I drank coffee. I haven't been drinking a ton of coffee recently, but I drank coffee today, so I've got a little bit more energy than usual, which means that I'm like a sped up computer, I guess.
I almost went in. I don't know why I'm like having this weird, almost like I'm challenging myself, but it's not a challenge. I've proven that I can get off coffee whenever I want. But like I thought about it today and I was like, it's more, I know that the first time I do it, I'll be up too late tonight, and I've got shit early tomorrow. So
Oh, I had it 3 days ago and I was up until 1 o'clock in the morning. I was like,
Yeah.
oh, yeah, this is crazy how this affects my ability to sleep, even if I was done drinking it 12 hours ago.
Well, it's the equivalent of like when I'll quit drinking, I'll usually do the dry. I usually don't do January, but like you, or I just don't even think about it. I'm busy and it's like, shit, I haven't, oh, it was the last time I had a drink, and you may not even think about it. And you have one drink or two drinks compared to when you're drinking and, drinking regularly. And it's like, holy shit, man. It's like, I got to Uber home. You had one drink over 2 hours. Yeah. Which is a good sign, but it's also, you got to remember when you get back on stuff. So I didn't want to do that, but I apologize if I'm low energy, just running all over the place. And, my brain doesn't function well with too much chaos like that, but it's life. So I'm happy to have it.
All good. Well, congratulations. I guess you are a 49ers fan, but you're a 49ers fan at almost 46 now who takes these things with a very large grain of salt. So your team made it all the way to the Super Bowl, unfortunately falling a little bit short again. Still a good year for you guys, but once again, Pat Mahomes and the Chiefs proved that they are the creme de la creme in the NFL on Sunday.
Yeah, I'll get to that NFL related because I went back and looked at it after, and you asked me, and I didn't really know, but you said, is on the surface, is Steve McMichael a Hall of Famer? I was like, I don't think so. And he was the third best guy on that defensive line. We talked about William Perry. McMichael was better than him, and we knew it then.
That is true.
Now he wasn't as good as Dent or Dan Hampton, but they're Hall of Famers. But I was going through it, and he was fourth all time for sacks with defensive tackles, which blew me away because he got cut from New England. Some of that is he mentioned the 30 for 30, which I watched too, by the way, since the last time that we did a podcast. The 30 for 30s, there's so many great ones. It's by far the best thing ESPN's ever done. And
that was apparently a Bill Simmons brainchild too. I didn't realize that until a few weeks ago.
I believe that. I mean, no offense to Bill, because Bill's a super bright and creative guy, but that was not rocket science, right? Like some of the stuff I created at LHN, they're like, what a great job. You said to do something about the 2005 National Championship baseball and football team. And
it's like that really good joke that's just right there for anybody to get, but the comedian says it for the very first time. You're like, shit.
Damn.
I could have been able to do that one though.
Yeah. I mean, cooks and chefs have that, or restaurateurs. They'll go to a place and be like, fuck. All right. The thing about them that just go, all right, we're taking it back to our place.
Yeah.
And comedians do that too, but they get called out on it.
Yeah, you're able to do that in every walk of life except comedy. And the funny thing about that too, because I just read this book that went into a brief history of comedy, is comedy used to be all about comedians stealing one another's act and doing it on their local radio station. Like there's a very hand-in-hand nature to stand-up comedy and radio with regards to how both really got popular in this country at the same time. But at some point, stealing another comedian's bit became very taboo. Like the Who's on First bit that Laurel and Hardy did. That I didn't realize that wasn't a Laurel and Hardy original. I don't know who the originator was, but that was something that comedy duos were doing across the country at that time.
Right. I didn't know that either. It's funny you say that. I mean, we just always attribute it to that. I was going over some history stuff yesterday, and I always thought Churchill had this quote, and then I realized, and then I go through it, and they don't really know who it was. It was John Adams, maybe. That's the other thing too. It's where I love history, but I want to compile everything because, I mean, did you ever play the game of telephone in second grade? Did your teacher ever have you do that?
Oh, yeah.
I know they're second graders, but the older you get, you realize a lot of adults are just second graders that are bigger. But we couldn't document stuff back then. The further on or farther on you go back, it's like, well, shit, I mean, do we really know? So, but with McMichael, I'll say this: he had 95 sacks. That's fourth all time for defensive
95. Holy shit.
Dude, these stats blew me away because I knew him as a Bear and he was incredible. I mean, he really was. He was, they had Otis Wilson, Warble Marshall, Singletary, obviously.
Yeah.
That's the best defense of all time. And it's relatively speaking, people. But it's the best defense of all time. Probably Ravens 2000 would be the next one, right? Or right there with them.
Yeah, Cowboys had some really good defenses in the mid-90s, but probably not as good as those two teams. You're right.
Right. The Cowboys defense. I mean, there have been Steel Curtain, obviously. So
Giants defense of the late 80s, just because Lawrence Taylor was such a freak.
Carl Banks, Leonard Marshall, Jim Burt, who knocked out Montana in '86.
The two biggest humans I've ever met who I'm like, how the fuck are you this big? Were Leonard Marshall and Dan Hampton.
You met Leonard Marshall.
Those guys' hands. I felt like a 3-year-old. I'm like, oh my God.
So during the 30 for 30, which I'd seen, but it was interesting kind of seeing it again. You could just tell with his hands just how strong and big they were. On TV, you could.
McMichael or Hampton?
Hampton.
Yeah, no, his hand. I was like,
Hampton. I mean, they were just
right now. You are not human.
Right. Yeah. I mean, it looked like that on TV, and that's one of those when you actually shake their hand, and you and I have shaken enough freakish athletes' hands that it's like, holy shit, dude.
Yeah.
And you and I don't have small hands. We don't have Trump hands, but we don't have big hands.
Does Trump really have small hands? I know that's been the legend for a while.
Yeah,
I've not seen the photographic evidence. That is a funny rumor, though.
I've heard that, and like, who really cares?
Yeah, that too.
But if it fires him up, then it can be maybe funny, but yeah, I mean, but we've had hands that just you can't even see yours, and Hampton kind of looks like that. Usually it's an offensive tackle, like Leonard Davis had those hands, or a basketball player, like Dikembe Mutombo, or just up to your elbow. That didn't sound good.
Well, he could do that too with those fingers.
Yeah, we know that's false because I wouldn't be living right now. Yeah, 2-time first team All-Pro, 3-time second team All-Pro, and 2-time Pro Bowler. Shit, just get one list here. What is this, boxing? He was named the 19th. Yeah, okay. I mean, it's still close, but closer than I thought. And as I said, personally, I want him to get in. I want Eric Metcalf to get in. I mean, so, and obviously what he's going through with ALS, and which has been just awful. But yeah, I mean, this is what we can do on this. Go back, because we're just doing this off the cuff. We didn't prep for Steve McMichael to be brought up. And yeah, he should be in.
I'm glad to hear you say that, because I asked you last week, really not having an opinion one way or the other. Like, I have a very jaded opinion of Steve McMichael. A little bit that I interacted with him before the ALS diagnosis. He was a nice dude. I mentioned that I love the Longhorns, although he's a little bit ahead of my time. Always nice. And I remember him as being a good player as well, but I was also 8 at the time. And I don't have the memory that you do from your childhood, especially with regards to watching sports. So my opinion is, yeah, get him in. it's biased. And knowing the ALS diagnosis and not knowing how some of those stats played out, like hearing the statistical numbers, I think it's a great thing these in. It's not making any sort of compromise like what we regularly see out of, I don't know, the Naismith Basketball Hall of Fame, let's say.
Right, exactly. And football is probably somewhere in between the Naismith and baseball. The one thing you have to give baseball, if you're going to be Hall of Fame, go closer to we're going to be too elite than everyone gets into the party. For Hall of Fame, Trey?
Yeah, look, I agree with you. And that's what annoys me about Cooperstown over the last, 5+ years now, is that they're putting guys in who are borderline that probably were a part, like an integral part of the steroid era.
Now, Pudge Rodriguez was not doing that. Neither was Jeff Bagwell, to give you a couple of Texas guys there.
Sure. But keeping Clemens and Bonds out to prove some sort of large. Right. Like, all right, can we stop with the fucking sanctimoniousness, please? Like, let those guys in. They are representative of an era. There can be some way to denote that if you really want to, or you can let them in because they're two of the best baseball players of all time and two of the best of that specific era, too.
Oh, it's the best hitter and best pitcher of our lifetime.
Yeah.
That gets you in. So separate point, though, because I agree with that. I'm not saying that I'm all for what the writers do. Trust me, I'm not in the Baseball Hall of Fame. But so that's separate. And I totally agree with you. You're going to pick and choose and act like you know. And I mean, Pudge is the ultimate example. Pudge the next year in Detroit when his head got popped and the balloon got popped. And Pudge should be in. Maybe the best catcher of our life, or right up there. Defensively he is of our life. So, and probably all time. So he should be in, but that was so obvious and in front of them and they didn't do anything. What I'm talking about, though, what they've done for a long time is at times I think they get too elite. I could give you 10 guys that should be in right now who aren't, if I looked it up. But I mean, over the years, you can compile it. You're like, that guy should be in. But if you're going to be the Hall of Fame, you and I aren't getting into Taylor Swift and Kelsey's Super Bowl party postgame, nor should we. Usher is, though. And there may be some in-between ones there. Guy Fieri was at the game, probably gets in, but that's a borderline one. But be elite if you're going to be Hall of Fame.
Yeah, I like that. I agree. I would much rather be Baseball Hall of Fame than Basketball Hall of Fame, who lets any jamoke in at this point.
Right. And like anything in life, we've become so binary. There's an in-between there. You find the in-between in your life and that pendulum where it's kind of in the middle, you're going to be living a good life. It'll be pretty consistent day to day.
Yeah, that means being pretty even-keeled about things, taking things issue to issue, being willing to admit when you're wrong, going back and looking at things to see, was what I said just correct? Let me go take a deeper look here. And if I need to make an adjustment, I can do that, which is what you just did. Congratulations on being in the middle of that pendulum arc.
I appreciate it. Yeah, I mean, don't be tribal with shit. Don't be so stuck on your ego. I love saying I'm wrong, mainly because I'm right so often that but no, I mean, you're gonna be wrong all the time. Eat it up. It's a way to learn. So I learned a lot from that.
Yeah, it's funny you mentioned
someone I really like
because we as humans are tribal, we're communal, we're creative, we're social. That tribalism makes it hard to admit that you're wrong, though, because admitting that you're wrong, oftentimes means having to admit that the tribe is fucking wrong, too. And that'll really piss your people off, is saying, hey, guys, we may be wrong about this.
We should be communal. Communal is a great word. This is like equity versus equality here, versus equality. Communal is great. Tribalism's not.
Oh my God, dude. You just reminded me of something. I'm so glad you and I are on the same page.
So I'm in Hyde Park. And if I go to Avenue C and they're like, hey, bro, what are you doing over here? Dude, we're all in a community. Let's, we're having a barbecue. Let's hang out. We all live in this neighborhood. We're all stewards of it. We're part of a community. So let's be communal. Yeah, but they're like, bro, we're Avenue C, man. Like, ain't happening. That's tribalism.
Yeah, that has a more of a negative connotation. It still is natural human inclination to gravitate towards those that you align with. ideologically or otherwise, right? But to think of things more as a community versus a tribe, I think is a good thing too. You're right about that. Speaking of the idea of equity versus equality or inclusivity, these buzzwords that have become very
Equality is everything we've been looking for our whole life. Equity is something that has been totally thrown around and wants to be purpose driven at the end, which is not the way we should be living life. And it's what most good people have believed for a long time. We've made progress with that, and we don't need to ruin it now and teach our kids that just because you reverse it, because it's not going to help out society. You're just teaching the same fucking lesson the other way around.
Well, here's an example of society devolving as a result of those words. Because as you know, as I've told you, I think on this show and then off the air too, I am a de facto assistant coach on my daughter's basketball team. And this last weekend, we had a game on Sunday at 1:30, and we run through a 30-minute practice before the game itself to try and condense the process so it's not eating away at another night of the week to practice, even though that's good if you get at the high enough levels sports-wise. You want that practice on a separate day. This lowest level, introductory level, not that big of a deal. Well, this league has a word of the game or a word of the day, and it's a variety of shit that has to do with sports, teamwork, etc. Well, Sunday's word of the day was inclusivity, Kevin. And so I sat there and listened to the head coach.
Which is a great word, by the way.
It is a great word.
I'm talking straight definition of what we knew it as a kid.
But it's a charged word. You're right about that. I agree with that. Like true inclusivity is a great thing.
Yes.
The way that it's being used by these fucking hyper-aware, I hate the word woke at this point, these hyper-aware people that are trying to make sure that the idea of diversity, equity, and inclusion ends up everywhere in society have changed another basic word. This is like redesigning the human language to try and cater it to kids, but make sure it makes sense in modern times versus using the word that has been used up to this point, and that's not inclusivity. It's called fucking teamwork, which is what sports is all about.
Yeah.
But make it a much more difficult concept to grasp when you use inclusivity versus teamwork. But inclusivity is a very hot word right now. So that's why we went with that one. So I watched this coach stumble through trying to explain what inclusivity was because he was trying to like fucking shoehorn it into the supposed modern definition or the redefinition of that word. And I stopped him as the assistant coach, mind you, of this 3rd and 4th grade basketball team. I'm like, hold on. I'm like, you're doing great right now. Coach is doing a great job of explaining it to you guys. Let me put it a little bit simpler. Teamwork. That's what that means. Be a good teammate. Exhibit teamwork. Help one another out. Pass the basketball. Look for your teammates. If you've got the ball in your hand, you see somebody open, you're the teammate that receives that pass and you score a bucket. Go give your teammate a 5 and say, great pass. Thank you for that when you set me up for an easy basket. And then slinked back to the shadows where I sit as an assistant basketball coach for this 3rd and 4th grade team. I couldn't tell if he appreciated that or not. He kind of gave me a little bit of a look, and part of it looked like, thank goodness, I was just tap dancing there until somebody just stopped me and you were able to do that. And part of it, the look felt like, hey, motherfucker, I'm the head coach. I was trying to explain that one right there.
I'm the head coach. It's 9-year-old girls basketball. Come on.
It's co-ed technically, but yes, the point is still taken.
Well, everything's co-ed now.
Yeah. Oh, and guess what? The boys are still not passing it to the girls too, which is what it is.
Yeah, they're gonna find some Caitlin Clark who's just nailing everything, and all of a sudden she's just getting dimes left and right.
Well, Vivi got upset about it at first. I'm like, Vivi, I'm sorry. You are open some of the time and you're a good shot also. Like, I'm telling these kids to look for you because she's always under the basket also. I'm telling these kids, look for her. She will catch the ball and she will score points. And she's like, yeah. She's like, what if we just find a girls basketball league next season? I'm like, you know what? That's a great fucking idea. I will make it a point to do that.
God, I used to love in the Greg, some of the girls, some of the women players at UT, God, they could fucking shoot, dude. I mean, if they got, if they were open, it was like done. felt like B.J. Armstrong when John Paxson let the 3 go against Phoenix in '93.
Yeah, there were also a couple of women's players when you and I were in school at Texas that had the width of John Candy, who were not afraid to use that backside to get positioning too. And I had to defend a couple of them, and I had no fucking chance.
Yeah, no, you got killed a couple times. Yeah, such is life. All right, let's get.
Hey, no, real quick before we do that, what was the quote that you thought was Churchill, but happened earlier in history?
Oh, there were actually a couple.
Okay.
And so there's, I mean, I can maybe get to them. One was actually, yeah, that there were multiple ones. So one was if you're not liberal in your 20s, if you're not somewhat liberal in your 20s, you have no heart. If you're not somewhat conservative in your 40s, you have no brain. There were a couple other ones. Churchill has a ton, but apparently, I was actually looking for another one with Churchill, and that one came up, and I'm like, oh, I remember hearing that. And then they don't really know who that came from. It was just this huge, me with my brain. I mean, I was just going down all these rabbit holes. But yeah, there's some really good Churchill ones that I'll put together, but I don't have them in front of me right now.
Yeah, Churchill was a T-shirt motto machine.
Yeah.
Back around World War II. I mean, that guy was nonstop.
He really was.
The rhetoric.
So anyway, we talked at halftime, and I told you this is one of the worst Super Bowls I've ever seen in my life. Fair?
Yep, I agreed.
Niners were up. When I say, and I'm not one of these people, because it was 10-3. Nah, I've seen good 10-3 first halves. They're putting the ball on the carpet, and neither team looked that good, which kind of validated what I've thought about the NFL and UF all year, that no team's going to go down as an all-timer, and, but that was worse. But I was like, it was one of those that it kind of felt like Texas at times this year, that they should be up a lot more than this and probably need to be. This should be 17-23 to 3, not 7-3 or 10-3. That's what it was, right?
10-3, yeah.
And so I was like, all right, see what happens. But definitely was, I want to say bored, but that's the way it happens. I mean, you just get one game and everything's put on it. I mean, I had fun watching the NFL this year. I think probably even more fun than you.
Yeah, because my fantasy team sucked. When my fantasy teams aren't any good, I'm not having as much fun.
There you go. So watching the third quarter, just as a Niners fan, and like you said, like I've been rooting for them since '86, and like 88, 89, 90, when Marshall hit Montana from behind, the Roger Craig fumble, the Matt Barr field goal in Georgetown at my grandma's house, and just like almost started to cry.
Oh, did you not cry at that one? Wow, I cried pretty hard when the Oilers blew their lead to the Bills a few years later.
I did, but I held it back because at that point we hadn't gotten to a point where guys could actually cry.
Oh yeah, that was a few years later.
So for all the things were better back then, no, a lot of things are better now too, including and that's also kind of what we were talking about earlier. Even with the, as you said, the inclusiveness. There's a lot of good behind all that stuff. It could just go too far and get a little crazy, but like being open and I don't want to say left because that's not fair to the right, but a little bit more progressive about feelings and emotions is a good thing. And our generation was kind of the one that started with you can't really do that, to it's okay, which was weird for us.
Yeah, the music was really representative of that. Grunge, a lot of the grunge lyrics were about coming to terms with your emotions and mental illness issues. A lot of hip hop, a lot of storytelling in hip hop was talking about like the fucked up circumstances that you were dealing with. Great stories being told through that too.
Yep.
Getting back to the pendulum, apparently that is the theme for today's conversation. When that pendulum swung too far, though, with the millennial generation and Gen Z, all of a sudden it became all about your feelings versus bringing up your feelings, talking about your feelings. And ultimately, as that pendulum swings back, the younger generations will hopefully understand it is a healthy thing to identify, to acknowledge your emotions, let's say, but not let yourself become defined by those things. Like what you're becoming defined by or what you're being defined by is your response to those emotions and building a sort of resilience through that process. Because even though we live in the greatest time in human history, we all still go through hard shit. Joe Rogan says this on his podcast all the time. The worst thing that's ever happened to you is the worst thing that's ever happened to you. There are still fucked up things that people have to go through. Some who have a lucky, or some would argue unlucky existence, go through less hard things. But whatever it is that's fucking you up or making you mad or sad or happy or indifferent, like acknowledge that and make sure that if you need to make an adjustment there, you can do so to avoid the trap, that closed loop trap of going through it over and over again, and become much stronger in the process and much better able to deal with the bullshit of the world.
That was well said, man. You got to clip that and write it down. No, I mean, that was dead on. And so, yeah, I mean, it's frustrating because we only have so much time in life. So I'm sick of, fucking humans being morons and like, no. It's like, no. I've got like 20 years of good life left. Like, let's fucking get this shit straight. I'm sure, which is everyone has said throughout time. So that's life, Kev. But anyway, so lost in 92 when they played the Cowboys in San Francisco for the NFC Championship game. I knew the Cowboys were going to be great. I didn't know they were there yet. And I don't think a lot of Cowboys fans knew they were there yet. And Aikman's hitting Harper on square routes, or deep ends. And I'm like, fuck. And Cowboys beat them. And then 94.
Real quick, is there a difference between a deep end and a square route?
No, I mean, depth.
So square route is more in that 5 to 10 yard range, and deep end is 15 plus.
Square would be more, I think, 10, 15, and then
interesting. Okay,
deeper.
That's good to know the difference. I did not realize that.
Depending on your scheme, but I haven't thought about that or looked at that in years, so I should probably look at that because everything changes. I don't want to be give me a coordinator who I don't want to be Don Brown here. But anyway, going through the whole thing, it just, I obviously loved him a ton. The NFL with the salary cap, I really got outside of the NFL from 96 to, and probably some of that was the Niners. I mean, I still followed them, but it's weird with the NFL today, and it could have been back then, but there's so much parity that I just see if they're going to be good. And if they're not, then I totally tune out. And if they are, then I get into it. But it still doesn't really matter. And they lost 3 games in a row this year. And they were the best team in the NFC. And probably should have lost in the NFC Championship game. I mean, there's just such thin margin that until it gets serious, I probably don't get that serious about it. And I'm afraid that's going to be me with college football from this point on.
It's possible because the regular season does matter a little bit less. In some ways, it does matter more, though, because you can afford to lose a game or two and your season's not shot if that preseason goal was a national championship. But look, that's where I am with baseball now. As much fun as this Rangers run was in October and early November, I watched a couple of regular season games, and I didn't watch beginning to end either. I tuned in for bits and pieces of national broadcasts.
The NBA, college basketball, every other sport has been like that and turned into it more. I think part of that is us getting older and having a life and career and just family and just shit to deal with.
Diversified interest for sure, because it was about nothing but sports for me and probably you as, I don't know, fucking teenagers into our early 20s when things do start to change. Because actually, I feel like things started to change for both you and me around the time that we began hanging out too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you just get other interests too, which is a good thing. Yeah. And speaking of those other interests, I'll get to that. So I'm watching third quarter. The Niners needed to be up. They weren't playing well. Felt like they'd given this game in a lot of ways and picked the Chiefs to win. I knew that if Mahomes had a last chance that, you heard what I said last week about him. That's why I picked him. But I was wrong about this game. Let's get that straight. I picked the Chiefs in a tight win. 27-25, I believe. I was wrong about this game, which goes to show you that you talk about really being introspective. Niners dominated this game for the first 2.5 quarters.
Yeah.
And they've got holes, obviously. Every team has giant holes. There was no one that I was ever going to put in the top 10 of an all-time, Super Bowl winning team. And that was pregame. That was 7 weeks ago. That was 4 weeks ago. That's today. But it was frustrating, but I'm also thinking, well, I mean, if they win this thing, I'm never, ever, ever going to mention this in any type of braggadocious way the rest of my life. This is the 9th or 10th best 49ers team I've seen in my lifetime. I hope they win it. Get the ring. Stack it up. But I don't know. And so anyone can admit that. So but I'm definitely into it. There were, once you get to this point, and I realize really all year long, once I realized, in the last couple of years when I know they're going to be good, I'm in, and I'm in right away. But I didn't realize how much, like, with everything on the line, I was really going to care about it. And when they fumbled the punt, I was like, fuck it. You fucked this game up. You've given it up. Fuck you. I was like, I've already dealt with it with Texas. I'm not going to go through it. I've got too much shit to do tomorrow. I've got too much shit this week. So, boom, Stanley Tucci, CNN. Obviously, I'm recording the game. But I do this. I do this with Texas. I do this with all my teams. The anxiety gets so big for me which is funny because I used to call games and my pulse was just like a marathon runner. But as a fan, which has been back
calling Texas games, you're saying your pulse was steady.
Any of them, it was dead.
Baseball,
which is also why I hated it. I mean, it had just turned into robotic sex for me, and that was it. And so it's been fun the last however many years getting back into actually being a fan, because that is fun, and I could feel that. I'm like, fuck it, but I'm like, I'm going to turn back, obviously, but let me break it up here a little bit. Like, what's on? Stanley Tucci on CNN's doing which I never watch ever, so it's amazing I even went through there. That he's doing his Italian show, his Italy show.
Yeah.
And which is really good. And so I thought this would be perfect, right? So I tune in. He's in there's like 5-10 minutes of stuff I'm really into. And I'm like, all right, turn back. Commercial. I'm like, nope, I'm not going to do anything. I've had bad luck when I turn back and rewind. I did a lot with Texas. That almost always kills me. And yes, as much as you listen to me and think this guy be the last person to be superstitious, that's what sports does. And I don't have hats all lined up everywhere and fake witches doing shit and candles burning, but I will do that, knowing that I've got no effect on it.
You have a couple different comfortable spots in your living room. Will you switch seats at times?
No.
Okay.
I'm usually pacing during every game. I mean, I can't sit. And so I'm like, all right, go back to Tucci. Another really good thing. I think there was an American Built on CNBC or Fox Business, and I turn over there. Pretty good show.
What were they building?
Back to Tucci. It was Empire State Building. So, which I'd seen a little bit, but it was good. I was just getting my mind off of it.
Yeah.
The whole time in my mind saying they're going to lose. Like, because now Brock Purdy's got to go score. They're going to lose. They deserve it. But man, with the Greenlaw, with the just little things, they should have fucking won this game. They should have stolen one. And you'll be enough of an honest person when people go, oh, you think that team was really great? Fuck no. But they won it. Right? And also really down on the Chiefs, too. Thinking, at that point, when I turned over, the 3 best players in the game, by far, you really can't debate. Actually, I could probably give you 4. Bosa, Chris Jones, Chase Young, and who's the kind of wild card journeyman defensive tackle for the Chiefs, who was just blowing shit up.
Oh, that's interesting you said him. I was going to go with Juwan Jennings for the 49ers.
Yeah, I mean, he made the throw, but I'm talking like during the game, which is why that game was what it was for a majority of it, which was sloppy. But I don't mind defensive lines handling offensive lines. You want to get a little bit of balance there, but to me, those were the 4 best players.
Look, San Francisco's defensive line was so good in the first half that you needed to find a way to protect them by holding onto the football and not letting them get tired in the second half. And if there is a biggest sin for Kyle Shanahan in this game, for as much as is being talked about him choking off another Super Bowl, this one's a little bit different from the 2 previous ones. Obviously, the Falcons-Patriots game is its own thing, but to be up by double digits in the fourth quarter against Kansas City the last time stung. You were up double digits in the first half, as Jeff Barker pointed out, from 3-5 yesterday, but he also fucked this team by throwing it too much in the third quarter when they probably needed to mix in a little bit more in the way of a run game with Christian McCaffrey, 3 and outs, hardly any time of possession, and the 49ers defense had nothing left in the fourth quarter in overtime.
Totally agree. All that is completely correct. We talked about it last week. I was skeptical about both offensive lines, which is why I could never put them as, which is why they kind of also both had issues this year, and got hot and got some luck and made some plays and got into this game. That I was skeptical about both, but they should have relied on that a little bit more. But the reality is that the Kansas City defensive line is more talented than the San Francisco offensive line. I mean, Trent Williams got thrown into McCaffrey outside of the second possession where the all-pro, future Hall of Famer, just fucked up a whole, that's the stuff I'm talking about where and that was a legit fumble and a good play by Kansas City. I'm not saying it was like just spilled out. I mean, there were good plays being made by the defense, but the defense was dominating. The offense was fucking sloppy. And Kansas City's not that Kansas City. When San Francisco was up by whatever they were up in the other one with the Jet Wasp, I made a football for this. Can't believe I forgot it. Whatever Tyreek's play was, I knew the whole time with that secondary, I'm like, there's a good chance we lose this game because they're that explosive. Kansas City's different this year.
Yeah.
They're not explosive. They're Pacheco and run in 13 personnel, which we talked about, and really doing that. And Mahomes being more of a game manager, that probably gives him even more credit that he can do everything. He can be a gunslinger and he can also manage a game, which he did very well in this. But he got outplayed by Brock Purdy in the first half. And there wasn't much here. I think he was like 5 for 6 at one point deep in the second quarter because they're being very conservative, which is how they play. But I didn't trust either defensive line in this game or either offensive line in this game. And I think that got exposed. Anyway, long story short, I kept on going back and forth. I kept on getting commercials. So I didn't get back until overtime and towards the very end, which was actually good. I'm glad I didn't go through all that.
Well, Stanley Tucci helping to expand your Italian cooking skills and learning how the Empire State Building was built helped deflect that emotional capital for you. So,
yep, it's exactly what.
Way to figure out how to handle your emotions, unlike millennials and Gen Zers. Hey, speaking of a millennial and one who may not know how to deal with his emotions, if he had any emotions, it is BK. Hey, BK, I'm going to leave you on this as I go pick my kid up from school. We're just talking about possible Winston Churchill quotes. You're a big quotes guy. What's your favorite Winston Churchill quote?
Favorite Winston Churchill quote. Oh, you really did leave me on that one. Didn't even stay to hear the response.
Are you sick, buddy?
Yeah, I'm battling a little something.
What? Hey, Get a COVID test. I swear to God, half the people I'm talking to now have COVID.
Will that help me feel better?
No, you're right.
Yeah.
You're right. Work from home. It's not like you got an office to go into.
Right. I do actually plan on going to campus tomorrow in an effort to try to get more UT students to subscribe to Texas Sports Unfiltered. So I guess I have a chance to create a super spreader event.
Dude, they're spreading a lot more serious stuff than that. Don't worry. Their immune systems are functioning at a high level, like frontline Ukraine type shit.
Yeah, I'm more likely to get something than give something.
Yeah, right. Yeah. I hope I didn't give you anything, like, all of a sudden you get gonorrhea and you didn't even touch anyone, supposedly.
That's how the rash spreads in Lubbock, right?
Yeah.
Just like
at a foam party.
Oh, man.
President's Day foam party, right?
Is that still a thing?
President's Day or foam party?
Yes.
President's Day is, because I've been into a different world than you and I ever knew, right? Which is corporations. Although I'm not with corporation now, thank God. But I mean, people that really have the more 9 to 5. Hey, you get this day off, and days off that we didn't get. I will say this though, man. Props to you for giving all the boys Monday off for President's Day. I do like how you put on the text that, if any of y'all feel the need to really be on the air, let me know.
Yeah. That was
can't do crickets. I just gave a purr.
Yeah, that was like a drug test at a corporate job where if you failed it, you don't get the gig. If anyone was like, no, I really want to work that day, then you're done. You can't work with us anymore.
Yeah. Go enjoy your favorite president.
Yeah. President's Day. No, yeah, we will be off on Monday. And yeah, it's nice. We'll take some of the days we never got in the radio world, which I never quite got that one, right? It's like the week after the Super Bowl. There's almost nothing going on in the world of sports. It just sort of felt like a day that we should have been able to have off, but we never did.
And you're right, because there was one in the fall, and I don't think you did. I know in my many years, I never bitched about it, because if you tell your employees, if you break it out for them, or there's something so obvious and they get pissed, at that point, they're just being, a bee about it, as much as I'm pro worker and in our rights, but as are you. But there was a holiday in the fall, and I forgot which one it is. I've, had it off the last 2 or 3 years, but it was right after, usually Monday after a huge UT game. We in there, it's 3 to 4 hours. Fucking suck it up,
Yeah, that's like Labor Day for us, right? Labor Day is usually
Labor Day, yeah.
Yep,
yeah.
the Monday after the first college football game, which I think that's the case again this year.
Right.
Is it right? So it'll be, after Colorado State. Doesn't matter who the first opponent is. It's still the first game, but it will also be the week of the Michigan game, which is like, no, you really need to be talking about that game as much as possible. So,
yeah, we own a truck. We need to be, I know you want to go out tonight, but like at 1 a.m., you need to be running the food truck for South by Southwest downtown. Sorry.
Bingo. That's how she goes. This is how she goes. So, yeah, I heard y'all talking a little bit about the Super Bowl and how it was just
it hurts.
Yeah.
They should have won, and I say all that saying that either team should have won, and it's not like I don't have any call. Although I missed a lot of the fourth quarter, I've not had the heart to go back and watch it yet. I've still kept it, but I didn't realize how much it was going to hurt as I'm watching the game, because it's one of those you feel like you could steal. It reminds me a lot of Texas, Alabama. I never would have told you, and I said it before, that 2009 Texas is one of the great national championship teams, or anywhere near it. Neither was Alabama. And Greg McElroy's 56 yards passing would probably tell you that. It down 24-21 to Garrett Gilbert. If Colts in that game, they win. Sure. I don't necessarily have that here because I'm not sure if Greenlaw's in. They definitely win. It helps, but there were other issues they had. Shanahan has some blame. They just weren't locked in offensively at times. They couldn't block Kansas City because Chris Jones was a fucking beast. So was the defensive tackle I'm forgetting. But I felt like the action I saw, the 4 top players were all defensive linemen. 2 for KC, 2 for San Francisco.
Yeah, 69, Mike Pinnell. Is that the guy you're thinking of?
God. Do you see what he did to Trent Williams on that one play?
Yeah. That's the most 69 I've seen in a long time.
Yeah, that was 69 on top of 71. You know what 71 is, right? 2 thumbs up the bingo.
Oh, both in there.
I forgot. I heard that in college, and I remember the guy said it. I was like, I'm not sure you may be serious about that. And if you're 69, and that means you got a thumb. I know where your thumb is. Where's her?
Yeah, I don't know if I want to know.
Well, 71.
Oh, God.
But that was 69 on top of 71.
Yeah, indeed. I could almost taste. Yeah, I did. Good.
Mom will be happy about that one.
Good job. I could almost taste that joke from here. It's great. Yeah, Mom will not be happy about that one.
Neither of ours.
No. I think
I'm curious to get your thoughts. Am I being fair about this?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, it's just the Niners made too many mistakes. I think if I told you before the game that the Chiefs were going to have 2 turnovers, you would have signed up for it in a heartbeat, number one, and you would have said, all right, we just won the Super Bowl. Problem was the Niners also had 2 turnovers, and one of them led directly to a Kansas City touchdown on the very next play. That's it. I mean, Mahomes threw his first pick. It was his first turnover of the playoffs. That's huge. And then for Pacheco to fumble inside the red zone,
I know.
Huge plays. The problem was San Francisco they gifted 2 right back to Kansas City, which basically evened that out. If they have 1 turnover instead of 2, they're celebrating. But that was a total wash, even though the Chiefs gave it away 2 different times.
That's a good way to put a total wash. And that's where I want to be totally fair. With the Pacheco fumble, they were going in to score a touchdown, felt like it. And the way the Niners offense was, if you filled that punt and, you're still at your 25, I'm not going to, it's what I always laughed about with the USC fans, That kid doesn't count. Vince Young in the first quarter, his knee was down. It would have been 1st and goal from the 8. Oh, any defense is saying they're going to stop anyone at that point during that game?
Yeah.
Cute. Ramonsis, or Selvin or Jamal or Vince or David Thomas or Limas or Billy Pittman or Quan will be in the end zone shortly. Don't worry.
Mm-hmm.
But this game was different. I don't think Brock does that. So I think those 2 do cancel each other out. But to your point, the Niners, to me, as I said, wrong team favored, were an underdog for a reason. Because there were certain matchups that I liked, and it mainly was Mahomes. And I think that at the end of the day, I guess, came through. But they didn't have enough wiggle room to lose the turnover battle or to be as sloppy as they were with other stuff. Kansas City was sloppy, though, too.
They were. Yeah.
For 3 quarters.
Yeah, they were. And look, I thought Brock Purdy played pretty well.
That's where I say they should have won.
Yeah.
They caught a Kansas City. They didn't catch the Kansas City the last couple of years, which makes it more impressive for Kansas City, probably.
It definitely does. Yeah. I mean, it's I think, once again, another thing, if you would have told Niners fans that Brock Purdy was going to have the stat line he had with 0 turnovers, you would have signed up for it in a heartbeat. You go down.
I had at least one pick in this game, dude.
Yeah, I did too. My cousin did too.
Those corners are underrated, and they have been all year.
Yeah. I mean, L'Jarius Sneed is a top 5 corner in football. Yeah. And Trent McDuffie is turning into.
He's an all-pro.
Yeah, I mean, he's a stud. He really is. It's only, a 2nd or 3rd year in the league, and he's already as good as he is. So, yeah. No, he's look, it's just weird. If you rank the reasons why the Niners lost, Brock Purdy's so far down the list.
I think it gets me. That's a great point. If you rank why they lost, it's not why I thought they'd lose.
Yeah.
I thought if you would have told me all the things that were in place, I'm like, they're winning this thing. They're stealing this thing. And when you're that close as a fan, man, it's tough. So, yeah, not proud of it, but that's what I've learned to do. My dad didn't watch the whole Jordan, where that would have been, Jordan against Phoenix. Or no, Jordan against Utah, when he stole it from Malone on the double and went down and just had the 2 quick buckets. You know, the one that wasn't a push off, but the one before on the layup.
Yeah.
Just magically turned that game around. And I'm in the other room screaming. And I'm like, I go in there and I'm like, Dad, we're somehow up right now. He's like, what? And he was watching something else. So I come by it naturally. It's not healthy, but it's how I deal with stuff.
Yeah.
I always say it. So if they win, I watch that thing 3 times that night. But I got news for you. I watch it from the 4th quarter on. One thing I did do after the punt, I hit stop and save and then went around to make sure it wasn't still there and then went back and started because I'm like, I'm not going to watch any of this, win or lose.
Right. Yeah. It's a special kind of hell that 49ers fans have been in for the last 30 years. I'd really just argue the last 10 years, right? It's so different from Cowboys fans hell, right? Or the Cowboys just yeah,
better.
it is. It is. Like I believe me, I'd rather be a I'm glad I'm not a Niners fan, but I'd rather be a Niners fan than a Cowboys fan. There's no debate, right? It's better to get close to winning and actually win NFC championships.
But it's harder.
But it's like so the Cowboys obviously haven't been to the NFC title game since they last won a Super Bowl. I mean, the Niners in the last decade, and sorry to bring this up, but this is just the last 10 years alone. You guys have made it to the NFC title game 7 times.
Yeah.
And you've won 3 of them, but obviously you're 0-3 in the Super Bowl. So you're 3-4 in NFC title games and then 0-3 in the Super Bowl. So to get that close that often and to come up short every single time, like that is a special kind of hell. And it's, it's a big deal to make it that far. But ultimately, the goal for every player, every coach, every fan is to win the whole thing and to not find a way to do that despite being right on the cusp as often as y'all have. Like that is a special kind of misery that that team is putting you through.
Totally agree. Got a couple good experiences. I'm a Texas baseball fan, man.
That's worse than being a Niners fan in that standpoint.
I've been through number 2. Told you Augie and Skip used to prop up their coach's door. Nah, not that. I mean, we grow up. It's about to be President's Day, okay?
It's Valentine's Day tomorrow. I didn't know if you had a story.
For our last 2 presidents, okay?
Sorry. Yeah, just for those 2.
No, but Augie and Skip used to hold up the coach's door with the 2004 championship or runner-up. You know how many schools loved to have a runner-up trophy? If A&M had a runner-up trophy in baseball, hell, if they had a semifinals in baseball, they'd go fucking nuts over that.
They'd hang a banner or put it on the outfield wall or something.
Right. So it's all dependent. I mean, I think one thing, I mean, just following, I knew with the Bulls I was never going to have anything like that. That dynasties are so rare, and I think Kansas City has built one, certainly for modern day. But just winning a championship is so fucking hard, dude.
Yeah.
And I remember after 2002 in baseball, just thinking, God, I mean, it's just so hard to do this. So for the Mike Martins of the world, who passed recently, I mean, you really should look at, no, he went to Omaha 19 times, dude. He actually did play for it twice. And that there's just, it's also the sport. So what UCLA did in basketball, what USC did in baseball, the 2 best dynasties respectively in college basketball and college football history, bar none, were very impressive. There wasn't as much parity. And when you get parity in any industry or any market or any sport like this, you end up getting, it just ends up being a lot tougher to finish it off. So you're exactly right. It hurts and it's hell. I would also add this, though. Unlike UT baseball, and I like UT baseball more than the Niners. So, it's like having a child and a cousin die. A little different. But I was close to the cousin, though. But who were for the first 5 times they won it, and I was only a fan for 3 of them. Who are the Niners quarterbacks?
Joe and Steve.
Who are the quarterbacks for the 3 Super Bowls they lost?
Colin, Jimothy, Brockington. I've seen a lot of Shanahan to Andy Reid comparisons.
I'm happy to be there, is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
They lose to 94, and I'm still crying about it.
Yeah. A lot of Shanahan, Andy Reid comparisons. It's like, oh, maybe, Shanahan like Andy Reid will get over the hump at some point. But Andy Reid got that quarterback. Like, maybe Shanahan gets one. Maybe Purdy's that guy. Maybe he turns into something close to that guy. But, you need that guy. And that was the difference. Not that Purdy was bad like we talked about, but he wasn't Mahomes. Nobody is.
And that was the difference I saw tons of people say this. I think probably all three of us said it to some degree, if not outright. The difference in this game is going to be Pat Mahomes. And it was slightly, and it was late. And the Niners gave him too much stuff on their own accord, fucking up. And you get a winning team, a winning dynasty like that, they're going to find a way to win, which is also why I enjoyed my Stanley Tucci, because I knew what was coming.
Nice. Very good.
All right. What are you doing? Are you doing Dayquil, NyQuil? You beating off? What are you doing here?
I'm going to try all of those things, I think, and see which one works.
Well, don't do Dayquil and NyQuil. What, are you going to mix it up?
What does that do? Was that just offset?
It's the kid cutty mix.
Oh, I might do that. All
Hey,
right, boys.
what Churchill quote did you come up with?
You had a good one, but you can go back and look at it.
Thanks for the save there, KD. No, the man who says his wife can't take a joke forgets that she took him.
I believe he said that in the heart of the Blitzkrieg. That was a great citation by him and a good memory by you.
Thank you very much. Big Spanish history. I don't know where that guy's from. All right. See you guys.
See ya. Winston Spanish. Okay.
Do you need to do anything right now? If so, I can take care of some sponsorships.
Yeah, I can. I came flying in. I'll pee and get some more water.
Cool. Talk to you in a sec. While he does that, why don't I give some love to some sponsors, starting with my friends at Big Hat Spirits. That's right, bighatspirits.com. They are all about that cocktail in the can. Not an original concept per se, but they are redefining what cocktail in a can is and just how good it can be too. Not only do they have a variety of great flavors, everything from ranch water to jalapeno ranch water to the margarita, that prickly pear paloma, blackberry smoke, the Texas Mule, and for you non-alcohol fans, that margarita mocktail you hear Bucky talking about in the morning. It's not only great because of the flavors, also because it's very low in BS. You know that even though I do like the occasional adult cocktail, try to avoid polluting my body with added junk, and they're very low on the added junk. It's no syrups, no gluten, non-GMO, BPA-free, 100% natural, real spirits. That is right. You can go to bighatspirits.com to find out more info about this great product. And as importantly, because you're probably asking right now, where can I get the Big Hat Spirits cocktail in a can? Well, guess what? You go to bighatspirits.com, scroll down from the top of that website. There is a map of Central Texas, little icons as for all of the liquor stores and alcohol stores here in the greater Austin area that serves up Big Hat cocktails, bighatspirits.com. And now a word from our friends with Covert BK.
Hi, I'm Dan Covert with my wife Hayden. Welcome to Covert BK.
Our newest location in the gorgeous Hill Country includes Buick, GMC, Cadillac, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram, and hundreds of pre-owned and certified vehicles for you to choose from. We have 3 service departments that are ready to take care of your car, truck, or SUV with 86 service bays to accommodate any repair and get you in and out quickly. Come visit us today to select the vehicle you've been dreaming about.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
Thank you to Covert BK, and thank you as well to Tom McKay and Audio Visual Consultations.
Hi, this is Tom McKay, owner of Audio Visual Consultations, and we'd like to take a moment to thank all of our clients for making the last 25 years both fun and fruitful. For those of you who have not experienced our services yet, we'd like to invite you to give us a try for all of your home electronics needs. We take care of everything from surround sound home theaters and distributed audio to computer networks, home surveillance systems, to a new television in the living room or bedroom. And we come to you. There's no need to leave your home to find great pricing and incomparable service. No traffic, inexperienced sales geeks, or pushy showroom tactics. Just give us a call and we'll visit you at your home or business to take a look at what you really need. Just relax, hug your kids, and smile. We make your electronics and life simpler to manage. So give us a call and discover what over 7,000 families and businesses already have. Audiovisual consultations is the easiest, most complete way to enjoy today's electronics. Call us at 512-255-8678. That's 512-255-8678 or online at abconsultations.com.
Thank you to all of our sponsors here at Texas Sports Unfiltered. Without all of you, we would not be able to do this. We are eternally grateful for that support. Taking a look at the comments now, CB says, Churchill once said, if you're growing hair on your hand, you're doing it too much. Well done there, CB. Also adds that Tom Landry lost 2 NFL championship games and a Super Bowl before he won his first Super Bowl. Some great perspective there on Kyle Shanahan and why all is not necessarily lost for Shanahan. Still one of the best head coaches in the NFL after all. Oh, what else is on your mind today? I can always turn to the ideas notes app, I guess is what I have to call it, because I put it on my phone now.
We can do that. Quickly, I do want to finish off. The other thing, and BK brought up some good things. It has sucked. That's also why I wanted them when they had a chance to steal it in the first 3 quarters, steal it. Because this is not an explosive team. They were not going to come back from 11. And I think the game proved it out. It's also, as I said, I give more credit to Andy Reid and Mahomes to the point I'm about to get to, why it didn't crush me as much. Such a salary cap parity-driven era, and that's just true. That even at the top, it's like college basketball now, you know. We've had more top 10 home losses against unranked teams. Yeah, no shit. They're all the fucking, you know. Purdue's cute, and I haven't seen UConn, but everything below that I know for sure is just Kansas got blown out. Not even last night. They were missing guys. It's not shocking, and the NFL's a lot like that. I mean, it's made it really successful. They got all 32 markets invested. Hey, man, we won 2 games. We could win 10 next year. Well, that's a pretty quick turnaround, and so the fact that they're even there, a lot of that's been really good coaching. It's been Jim Harbaugh and Kyle Shanahan who have gotten them there with D'Amico Ryans and Robert Saleh. Really damn good coaches. Mike McDaniel, that have been able to craft teams with all the injuries and 53-man roster and salary cap and free agency. And they've also fucked up some drafts too. A couple of them. Solomon, that wasn't a good pick out of Stanford. Top 10, bust.
Yeah.
Obviously, the biggest one, you give up all that for Trey fucking Lance.
Yeah.
That gets most people fired.
They've had these successes despite some enormous missteps in the draft. And they've done a pretty good job in free agency and making the occasional trade, although Chase Young was a little bit up and down after he came to San Francisco. Ultimately, as you just said, he was one of the 4 best players on Sunday. So
yeah. So I'm not going to be Elon Musk and go to my financial, my family office, my financial just huge team. Be like, I only got a 22% return. You know, it's like, no, it's like, you know, understand the market and understand that, you know, you're doing okay. And that's the way I feel about it. But I think it also makes it even more impressive that Kansas City's been able to do it. And their gauntlet compared to the Niners to get there, I mean, much fucking tougher, dude. Not even close. So it's like, you know, tip of the cap. But I hoodwinked you and had you, and I just needed to execute. But I also would be the first to tell you today, and you know this about me, this is not a great Niners team. Happy they won it. It's a really good team, but I'm not sure they're that much better than the Chiefs or probably 5 or 6 other teams, maybe.
Now, how about the 2 previous teams they played in the playoffs? They very easily could have lost to both the Packers and the Lions. Shit. Lions especially. They fell down 17 in that game.
Yeah.
They just got a good version of Brock Purdy in the first half, who quite honestly was the biggest reason why they were up. Well, that and the fluke muffed punt, I guess, or whatever you call that, the turnover on the punt. Like Brock Purdy and that play were the reasons why San Francisco was up by a touchdown.
So even if you want to get real about it, I don't blame anyone on the muff punt.
No, that was a fluke play.
A guy's blocking, and if you've ever blocked on special teams like that, and I can only imagine at that level the speed, and you're trying to block, get Ray all set up for something, maybe get some, he's screaming whatever there is, fire, pretty much scram. Everyone has different terminology for that.
Bail.
Yeah, right. Well, it's a Super Bowl one, okay? So he may not hear that. And he's engaged blocking. It's a really short punt. It clips his heel. So at that point, you got to go after the ball. And he just, if you've ever gone after a ball like that shit can happen. And he just couldn't secure it. So I don't blame anyone on that. And Kansas City did what they needed to. And trust me, it stings, it hurts. And they had other opportunities, but that one doesn't. That's just bad luck. And Kansas City pounced on it.
Yeah, one of the enjoyable nuances of football is the ball itself and how unpredictable it can be when it bounces. Like, even though kooky things can happen with baseballs and soccer balls, there's still spheres that are pretty predictable. That football with its oblong shape, it's got points, hits an individual's foot and shoots hard in one direction.
Who's blocking and doing their job. The guy who should be telling him is doing his job.
Yeah.
Clearly, he didn't hear it. It's the biggest event every year in sports in North America. So, yeah, I'm guessing that, he probably didn't hear it. And shit, what are you going to do? Tell him to bail? He doesn't fucking know where it is. Dude, his fucking back's been to it the whole time.
And even though he didn't get it, it was a great play by McLeod to try and get that football. But that just gets back to the point of how unpredictable that ball is. Like, the announcers didn't even realize it. They're like, did he muff that punt? I actually saw it in real time for whatever reason. I was watching really closely. I'm like, oh shit, that hit the blocker's foot or something, and he saw that, and that's why he tried to pounce on that ball.
Right.
But it's
play, and that's also why I probably went to Tucci. I thought it ain't our night. And I know San Francisco was up then, but they were going to have to be up more than that, in my opinion, to win that game. Now, they had other chances outside of that. So, yeah, it'll go down as a great fourth quarter overtime Super Bowl and boring as fuck for 3 quarters.
Yeah, even though Tony Romo can be very hit or miss with his analysis in modern times, it oftentimes feels like he's not doing his proper homework. Like, he provided some really good analysis with Brock Purdy in the second half, and seeing or not seeing certain things that a couple more years in the league will be very beneficial for him to not only see what's coming, but to know what to check into as well. Because Kansas City got to a point on big down and distance plays where they were just bringing the house and relying on Brock Purdy not making the right throw down the stretch. And he made some throws, didn't make as many plays with his legs as he did in that Detroit game, but in crucial spots, he was just off target because there was pressure in his face, which gets back to your point also of the both offensive lines not being very good and the defensive lines really dominating. It was the Kansas City offensive line that did to San Francisco's offense what the Niners D-line did to the KC offense in the first half.
Agreed. When San Francisco's offensive line has looked good, this really goes back probably the last maybe 3 years. They had Mike McGlinchey at right tackle. I love him, Notre Dame guy. But when their offensive line has looked good, primarily it's a product of the scheme and not the offensive line.
Getting the ball out quickly.
I mean, just that whole stretch zone scheme with backs and a lot of horizontal jet sweep, crisscross scissor type action, which can keep guys, which can open up lanes, because you gotta really be disciplined with that and respect it. And so, and they've got this 3-level not only vertical, but horizontal crossers that they run, which can keep safeties back. So the offensive line, I did not feel good about that matchup at all. When Thuney's in for Kansas City, their offensive line's better than the Niners, in my opinion, but they still got issues. I mean, dog shit right tackle, who Chase Young was just fucking beating up. And Chase Young has not been, has had some hit or miss moments since he came over. And Chase Young was the MVP in the first quarter, probably, of that incredible scoreless first quarter.
Yeah, Chase Young or Bosa maybe. Although Bosa was more throughout the game. Like even as that line was just gashed, fatigued in the fourth quarter, Bosa was still doing a great job of as good of a job as you can do, I guess, on Mahomes of keeping that outside contained and forcing him to go further backwards as he was working his way to the sideline to the right.
He was great, man. Yeah, he'd dip in, and then Mahomes, we know what he wants to do, and then quickly, it's like, I'm contained, man.
It's like a defensive end shot fake. It was really cool to see that.
It really was, yeah.
He juked him into that move, but knew exactly what he was doing, it seemed like.
Yeah, it was like the opposite of Reggie White's move. What did they call that? There's some term for it. But Reggie White's move, which was to look like he's going to try to beat you off the edge, and then just fucking, move inside, and the inside hand with one hand could just throw you on your ass.
The preacher's curl?
It was not the preacher's curl. What was it called? Look it up.
Okay.
Or I'll look it up. Fuck you.
I'll look it up. Reggie White's signature
move name or something like that.
Watch former NFL defensive end Reggie White's infamous hump moves throughout his
career. Humpty dances. Yeah, that's exactly what it was.
Is that it?
That's it. That's it. The hump move.
All right, hold on. I'm going to watch it real quick. We can't play it because of copyright infringement. But let me watch it real quick.
You can't play Reggie White right now?
Dude, I don't know. YouTube's weird.
Yeah, y'all look it up.
Just the one arm. Good God, the one arm push with his right arm.
So you beat him up. You beat him on the edge, and you get enough of that. So let's say it's a right tackle or any back foot. So it'd be his right foot, but you get him enough on the way to their back foot because they have to get there to protect the edge. And once you get them on that, really a bunch of it on that foot, then at that point you can go inside. And he used his right hand. He used his inside hand, didn't he?
Yeah, it was always his right because he waited, like you said, it was that back foot or that outside foot that as soon as that step is being made, that's when he hits him and the guy has no chance. Some guys don't go all the way to the ground. Other guys do, though.
Yeah. No, they do. Best defensive end I've ever seen. Bruce Smith probably too. There's some great ones now. I mean, Garrett's obviously great. Watt's great. I think Bosa may be the one I'd take over all of them. And Chris Jones would still be the defensive tackle I'm taking. Although we saw some really good defensive line plays. So as boring as it may have been, I don't think it was boring. I just thought it was sloppy offensively and, with penalties and shit like that. But with Joe Thuney out, that line, both offensive lines had serious issues.
Yes, they did. Did you see the list of Longhorns who made the scouting combine?
I did. I mean, I don't know if I could give you all 11, but I probably could. But I saw CJ, I think Vogel put it out. I don't know if he was first. That's the first one I saw on Twitter, but
he wasn't first. No, it wasn't.
I reported it 5 minutes before. You ruined my career.
Tied for fourth most guys. Did you see the list of who had the most guys going to the combine this year?
I did not.
Okay, guess then. Top 3 and who tied Texas at 4?
I mean, I'll just say it because I mean Georgia's got to be in the top 3, right?
They're tied with Texas at 4.
Wow. Okay. Yeah. Is Missouri in there?
No.
I just wanted to throw kind of a wild card in there a little bit. All right, Alabama.
No.
Ohio State?
No.
What? All right. This is fun now. Michigan?
Yep, number 1.
Okay, as they should be.
I think they had 18 maybe. Number 2, I don't remember the exact numbers, 14 or 15 perhaps.
Washington?
Yep.
Are they 2?
They are. Number 3 had 12, I believe, one ahead of Texas and Georgia.
Number 3 had 12. I mean, this is where it could be funny because it could be like an LSU. Shit, it could be fucking A&M.
Neither of those 2 teams.
Florida State?
Yep, great call. Florida State, because they did have, look, I get it, quarterback's out.
Yep.
Their backups were shit. Shouldn't have made the playoff, but they did have a lot more talent than just the quarterback on that team.
Wow. That's funny how that list goes through really if you look at all 5, counting Georgia and Texas being tied for 4th, those are 5 of the top 6 teams in the country. And when Florida State was healthy, you could say 5 of the top 5.
Agreed. All right, as far as the 11 Longhorns, Jonathan Brooks, Keelan Robinson, A.D. Mitchell, Jordan Whittington, Xavier Worthy, J.T. Sanders, Christian Jones, Murphy, Sweat, Jalen Ford, and Ryan Watts. So I'll ask you the same question I asked BK on the midday show. Who do you think increases his draft stock the most after participating in the scouting combine at the end of this month in early March?
Well, it won't be Brooks, right?
I would be shocked if he is healthy enough to go through drills.
And I think he'll kill what he needs to, which is interviews and smart guy. He's focused. He's got a good story. He's been through adversity. I think he's going to crush that, which is what he needs to do. And if they ask him about blitz pickup shit, we'll be fine. If they ask him, about inside zone schemes, he'll definitely be fine. Let's see. Let me see if I can get it. Of all those guys, who could improve the most? Byron Murphy shot up the most, which is not totally surprising to me.
I think Byron Murphy's performance secures him as a first-round pick. So let's exclude Byron Murphy from the conversation because I don't want to say that's a given, but that seems very likely to me at this point, is that to go along with excellent game tape, people are going to see how big of a freak he is.
Agreed. Obviously, JT, it could help out a ton. All right, hold on. I'm getting the whole list here just so I have it in front of me. I'm such a visual person.
I do wonder what JT Sanders runs 40-wise.
I do too.
Because people are going to see his measurables and they're going to be blown away. Like we were talking about with Leonard Marshall and Dan Hampton. They're going to see just how massive of a human JT Sanders is in person and how well he moves for that size. And people are going to be having some second thoughts about him slipping into the latter part of the second round.
Yep. All right, Brooks. I just don't know how much during the combine offensive linemen can help themselves out. I'll tell you a guy who they're going to be blown away with, the size, and Jim Nagy has talked about this. Back Nagy, if you go back to his Twitter, and I have it on mine, Kevin Dunn 01. Before the Alabama game, he's the Alabama color guy, by the way, and Saban hired him right away.
The Reese's Senior Bowl, one of the officials,
head of Senior Bowl, the head is as powerful in that scouting world as anyone.
So fucking smart.
Most people get a former player, right? Which is fine and good for them. But that's how far ahead Saban was. And
that's him playing chess against everybody else's checkers.
Against everyone else, tic-tac-toe.
Or that.
And nothing. I don't know who Texas has now. Nothing against whoever that is. But I haven't listened the last couple of years, but whoever that is, if it's a former player, great. Which is what most people do. But yeah, that's where he is. But Nagy has a thing of Jones just standing before the Alabama game. And he said, that is what NFL people are looking for in an offensive tackle. Just the size, the width, how broad he was, everything. And I think Christian had a really damn good year. He's going to fucking blow people away with interviews. Super smart, very nice guy, engaging, just dynamic. I think Jones is going to help himself out a lot. I think Jordan Whittington is a guy. I would say, looking at it, obviously any of the receivers, I'll say in order: Jones, Whittington, Sanders, Ford.
I'm with you on, I'm curious about Ford for sure. I'm with you on Whittington, though. I think people don't realize the athleticism that he has. And gosh, Texas fans had a hard time recalling that athleticism from his senior year at Cuero, his first few years here, because he would display a little bit, but then he would get hurt. He stayed healthy these last few years. He just hasn't been asked to be the guy.
Yeah.
But you take the athleticism, the football IQ, the willingness to accept a role that isn't as glamorous as a number 1 or number 2 wideout at times, and not sulk at all, but just do his damn job to help his team win games. Like, if nothing else, he's going to end up as a great special teamer for the next couple of years. And I feel like he will eventually work his way into a wide receiver rotation too, probably sooner rather than later. But I feel like after he goes to the combine, he'll go from a guy who may have been seen as an end of draft or undrafted free agent rookie to someone selected by, I don't know, round 5 or 6, maybe.
Yeah. You're talking about Whittington there, 5 or 6.
Whittington, yeah.
Yeah. No, I think that's probably dead on. Yeah, and that's what we're talking about. I mean, obviously Murphy, and I think Texas has a chance to have 2 first-round picks. I think they will have 1, but I think they have a chance to have 2. And I think they're gonna have a lot of fucking second-round picks, which is great. We are very happy for that. It's been a long time since you've gotten to this spot. And I'll take that back. I wouldn't say Jones, because that's only going to be measurements and testing. And I think he'll test well. I hope he'll test well. The measurements will be there, and they'll get into that.
Look, I mean, if you're an offensive lineman, don't you just need to do a decent job with the bench press and you're good? Like, they're going to take any other number with a pretty large grain of salt, other than like the physical size measurements.
So look at the short shuttle. I mean, there's a lot of people that can extrapolate a 40 time from anything in terms of your overall
athleticism
and more ceiling for that, and almost genetic makeup. But I don't think they do that as much with offensive tackles. It'll be short burst. It'll be measurements. It will be strength. Vert can come into that too. That usually also is an under the hood type, just how fucking athletic is your makeup.
Broad jump.
Yeah, that could be too. So, I mean, even at his size, you take all that into account. But I wouldn't go that. I'm going to go Whittington 1, JT 2, Jalen 3, Christian 4, or Christian 3, Jalen 4. Like, I'm taking this list seriously. Obviously, AD and Xavier could be right up there. I think AD is anywhere from 30 to top 10 of the second round, and I think Xavier is a second round guy. I think there's, you gotta remember the NFL also is it's like the FBI. It'd be like if Elon Musk's wife was cheating on him. There'd be some of the most covert fucking PIs. We're not talking Magnum PI here. I mean, former Navy SEALs, the ones that got what's his nuts, Bin Laden, like that type of shit. So they do a lot of investigating, and they have been since freshman year. And there's a lot that goes into that. So I don't think there's anything with Xavier that would be bad, but I know that also just as receivers, the USC stuff, or maybe the drops, or, they're looking at everything. I've seen him on Twitter with a bunch of cars, but that also could be UT. So I have no idea, but I just constantly keep on seeing him in the second round, and that's what comes into my mind.
I'm curious to see how Worthy and Keelan Robinson run the 40. Like, Worthy does seem like if he reaches his potential, he can get low 4.3s.
If he does that, then all of a sudden that mock's going to turn around, probably.
Yeah, and does Keelan have speed in the 4.2s, upper 4.2s, maybe? I feel like if he's on that day, he might.
Yeah, he may. I mean, look, if those guys run 4.4s, they're good. They can't run 4.5s or 4.6s. So.
I'd be shocked if either guy ran a 4.5. I think,
and I don't think they will.
Yeah, 4.4 even seems like a bad day for both dudes. But if both can get into the 4.3s, or Keelan can creep his way into the 4.2s, that would be impressive. And I mean, that's another guy who could help his draft stock. But I think he is looked at as a gadget guy at the NFL level. Hell, he was a gadget guy at the college level. Like when he had a chance to be the guy, the Texas coaches were still giving heavy carries to Jonathan Brooks, or they were giving carries to younger guys who were better suited for the running back position when Brooks went down with that injury earlier this year.
I would think Keelan will be UDFA, and I think he'll get a chance, mainly because a lot like Roschon, talked about it last year, that Roschon made a lot of money and got drafted high. They thought he was a really good running back and knew who he was behind. So, but he was so good as a gunner and on special teams. You got 53-man rosters, man, which is insane. They should have 60, 65-man rosters. But the NFL doesn't want to pay. Well, it's fair. You're not making enough money.
Definitely don't guarantee your players' contracts.
Yeah, don't do that. That would be stupid. It's not like they're getting hurt out there. We're playing chess. That I think he'll get a chance because he proved so much special teams. Let's remember, not only as a returner, but as a gunner.
Yeah.
And so there's money to be made there, or at least an opportunity to be had. Ryan Watts will be interesting, obviously making the move to safety. He'll measure well. They're going to be like, holy shit.
Well, they'll look at him come up and helping in run support too, and also his pass defense at times, and realizing when he's not having to stay step for step with an athletic wide receiver, he could be decent in coverage. And there were times as a cornerback he was decent in coverage. Look at that Washington game where it was taking perfect execution of throws and catches to complete passes on him. And Washington was just on that day, so it was happening. But he showed out in ways that I think surprised a lot of Texas fans. So I think him as a safety is going to be a pretty fluid move. He may have to be a backup for a year, maybe 2 years, but ultimately his skill set is going to translate nicely to that position.
Agreed. Yeah, that's what I think, though. It's just so nice to have this many guys here. I mean, the last couple of years, what I've been doing for a living is, working with these guys, a lot of these guys in some sense. And it was just weird not having a lot of guys there, and to have 11. There are certain things you're going to see at this draft. And, I got ripped on. You don't like Texas. You're right about that. That when Joseph Osai, who I love and we worked with, I wasn't then, but they said, everyone's like, who'll be a first-round pick? I'm like, no, he won't. He's going to probably be a second or third-round pick. And not because I didn't love Joseph Osai. This is the polar opposite of the NBA draft.
Yep.
There are first-round guys that are going in the third round. Certainly second round. Where the NBA draft, you get to the 6th pick overall, and it's like, he may make the team, hopefully. And so it's so competitive, so hard. But you're going to see in the draft, you see in this, that why Texas is where they are right now. That they finally, flipped it. We'll see if they can keep that, because that seems to be obviously a hell of a lot more fluid. But I think Murphy will be a first rounder. I think Murphy could go as high as 12 at that level. People are really seeing what we talked about very early on, that there's an Aaron Donald feel to it. And LSU is a guy like that, Becton or BK. What is it? Maybe it's BK Becton.
Mekhi Becton, yeah.
And he's even shorter than Murphy, but he's a pocket pusher as a 3 technique. And those are becoming so needed right now. And their value has gone up, maybe not as much as running backs' values have gone down. That's hard to devalue something that much. But have gone up so much compared to back. I mean, like back in the day, you didn't look for a pass rushing defensive tackle. That wasn't the main thing you're looking for. But Murphy's skill set is getting valued more than Tavondre's skill set, who's not going to be a first rounder by all accounts. We'll see. Things could change. Going to be, I think, a damn good 2-gap run stuffer, but it's just what the NFL needs now.
Yeah, BK pointed this out on the midday show. A lot of it's going to come down for Tavondre as to where his weight is at the combine. He'll perform fine, but if he comes in looking out of shape, then that's going to dock him points, and it's going to drop him into the late second, maybe even the third round.
I think you're right. That could be it. And if he does test well and looks good, I mean, he could be a late first round pick.
Agreed.
JT could be a late first round pick. I doubt it. Funny enough, I've got, as much as I love both of them, you know how much I love both of them. I am kind of curious just how good Brock Bowers and JT are going to be as pros. I don't know. But I'm not as sold they're going to be all pros as other people are.
I think both are going to be really good.
Okay. I think that in my head, and I felt that for 2 years. And now for some reason, I'm having this internal dialogue, which is healthy. Shrink didn't think so, but she's full of shit. No, she's not. Fuck her. That I just, maybe it's a couple of my Georgia friends, Evan included. They're like, Bowers is not going to be all that, he's cracked up to be. And
wow,
Bowers is as dynamic of a tight end as I've ever seen in college.
Dude, it's incredible.
Like Kellen Winslow, Miami, that type of shit.
Yeah, I try to think about comps for both of those guys. For Sanders, it's so difficult because he is so massive, but he moves that well. There's a little bit of Antonio Gates in him, it feels like. Adequate blocker, but just does so much with the ball in his hands and just has a freakish chest radius too.
Is he that fast? Because, I mean, we saw him take off a lot, but it felt like it was more setup stuff, and he's a big guy who can catch it and go. But is he that fast? And that's my question with both. It's so good in college. Does it translate to the freakiest fucking planet on earth called the NFL?
It's a different stride, but yes, I think he is that fast. Like we saw it enough at Texas that yes, certainly some of it was schematic and him understanding how to run to open space. But we did see him outrun is maybe not the right word. We saw him take a tiny bit of space and not allow the defender to close the gap enough, considering how big he is, which led to huge gains. On top of him having a really high football IQ and understanding how to keep moving forward, even if you're going horizontal to get close to the end zone or all the way into the end zone. Now, Brock Bowers is a tougher one for me to just find that right comp because he is so dynamic. Kellen Winslow at Miami is an interesting comparison, but in terms of NFL guys and what somebody was able to do at the NFL level, like I feel like Kyle Pitts had that potential. He obviously hasn't gotten there, and maybe he gets unlocked now that fucking Pedo Arthur Smith isn't his offensive coordinator anymore.
He hasn't been utilized either. Hey, can I say this about Pitts in terms of we were talking about shaking hands earlier?
Yeah.
Holy fuck balls. He was tickling the back of my ear. I mean, mitts, bro.
Interesting. To go along with do we know what Brock Bowers' hand size is? Obviously, we will know this information by the time he gets done with the combine.
I don't know. I mean, I have no idea.
We know the hairline's not great.
Hairline's not great, but that means he's got a lot of sperm.
Oh, is that right?
I've heard that before. I had no fucking idea.
A lot of sperm. Oh my God.
Yeah.
Old husband's tale, I guess.
Yeah, right. Old bald husband's tale.
So you called me at halftime of the Super Bowl, even though you were behind in the game, I think. No, wait, were you behind in the game? Because you called me to comment specifically on the Usher halftime show. So you had maybe gone back to live, even though you hadn't caught up in terms of the gameplay. And we agreed that the halftime show thing is beyond us a lot of years, including with Usher, who you worked with Arista during your Real World days. I only remember a couple of songs of his.
Well, let's say that loosely. Although, with the show we did, we actually got respect as interns that we shouldn't have gotten.
Right.
But yeah, we promoted his first album. Him and some woman named Pink, who no one knew. We bring in focus groups. They're like, who's Usher and what's Pink? How funny is that, dude? Give Arista credit, because we had obviously nothing to do with scouting that. They were using MTV and our show to promote artists. It made a lot of sense,
Oh, very smart. Very smart. Obvious connection to some, back to a point earlier in today's conversation. But I know a couple of Usher songs. So already being that far behind the 8 ball for me, to watch a live performance that is skipping song to song to song every, 30 to 45 seconds, a minute if you're lucky. There's no way I was going to ever end up completely in on that. But I guess the performance is okay. There were roller skates that I missed at some point. He was a little bit gropey with Alicia Keys when she came out for her cameo. Ludacris came out. You told me we were on the phone when Ludacris came out.
Yeah.
That Ludacris is like 4'7" or something. How short is he?
I mean, I don't know, like 5'3", 5'4".
Legal little person, it seems like.
Yeah, I mean, he in person,
minus the afro. That's where the afro comes into play.
he used to always laugh with Malik. I'm like, dude, I'm a 1/4 inch taller than you with braids. You're posting me up with a fro.
Yeah.
Yeah, I watched it. I mean, it was it reminds me, it's funny because they've actually built the Super Bowl halftime show for older people or our age. That's what they're trying to get now. But you and I have been so old and just cut ourselves off from anything that we don't give a shit about, which most of new music I don't. Not saying it's bad. I don't know. I've got other stuff and I've got tons of music to listen to. Trust me. It's been around for a little while and I'm still loving it. So when I get bored with that, I'll join the club.
Yeah, there was a big argument in my household as to whether or not to watch the Puppy Bowl 20, or the Super Bowl halftime show.
Whoa. I'm guessing you're saying Puppy Bowl. I'm saying you and Calvin are saying Puppy Bowl.
I stayed completely out of it. I did not care. I was probably more amused by the Puppy Bowl because we ended up watching a little bit of both. But ultimately, Justine got to play the trump card. Justine, who is as go with the flow as just about anybody on the planet, never really has a strong opinion on what to do. She's just that easygoing. She's like, no, I want to see the Super Bowl halftime show. It's the one thing I want to see in this broadcast. So we said, okay, Mom, Super Bowl halftime show.
Good.
Yeah.
Little parental tip. I am going to go old man here. Stop letting your fucking kids make decisions. I remember when my parents we had a house, but they were into real estate. I probably get it naturally. They just were really into it, right? And I think most people are. I mean, it's like anything. It's fascinating to some degree to know about the market and the economy and how everything's affecting, around your environment. So we'd go to open houses, right? And I remember I would just tag along as a kid. I mean, what do you do as a kid? I got to go. And so it's cool going in these brand new houses and you go up and you're like, God, this could be my room. And then I'd start working on my parents on the way home. And they're just like, just stop. Just stop. All right. And I go, what if they're like, you don't make any of these decisions. Like if we're going to buy the house, it's going to be us. You have zero influence on this. And that's right. I remember one other story. This is going to sound harsh, but Bob was a great dad. And it was back in the time. And I'm not saying you should talk like this. I'm not saying you shouldn't though at times either. One night.
Back in the day when our meat was cooked beyond well done and our vegetables came out of a can.
Yeah. Oh, so much stuff is better now. Trust me. I more things probably than not. But we can also look back and go, that was a little better too. Maybe we should get back to that. We have experience.
Back when our station wagons, the very back seat was facing out the back to let those kids see when that car behind them was about to rear end the shit out of them.
Yes, exactly. So one night I go downstairs and mess with the AC. Remember the ACs back then? You have to kind of go like that. You never really knew. It was like 72. It was like an old speedometer.
The only thing less exact, the only
and-
thing less exact was the fucking car radio tuners.
Right, exactly. Oh God, you had no fucking idea. But I was sweating, and I had the fan going, and it was just one of those awful hot Austin nights, and I'm sweating. I'm like, get up. I'm like, fuck it. Like, I'm gonna go downstairs. So I turn on the light, go to the bottom of the stairs. I turn it down just a little bit. And that, feels good. I can go, feel it. And next morning, Dad comes up to me and goes, hey, did you mess with the AC last night? I go, yeah. I go, it was hot, so I turned it down. He goes, don't ever fucking do that again. I go, okay. I was like, can I ask why? And he goes, yeah, because I pay for everything here. So I'll go ahead and make that decision. You don't need to be making that decision at your age, unless you want to pay for the electric bill or chip in. I was like, I'm so glad he fucking said that to me. And I didn't even take it at that point. You know what I mean? That was not like parental abuse. Like, it's not like I would have filed I was like, it's fucking old Mick being an old Mick, But he's also right. He does pay for all this. And I probably shouldn't be fucking with stuff if he's trying to save money and I'm fucking with it.
No, it's a great moment in the history of Bob Dunn. Now, as things have evolved, to the conversation on acknowledging emotions but not being defined by your emotions from earlier, I think giving your kids a certain amount of autonomy is healthy to help them understand decision-making processes and weighing things out and understanding if you made a bad decision, why you did so. But there are certain things that you just need to put your foot down for.
Think about the autonomy they gave me compared to now.
Yeah, well, it's weird because the autonomy shifted. The autonomy back in the day was kind of out of necessity, where you were a latchkey kid. And so your autonomy was riding your fucking bike 2 miles to school, which is what we did in elementary school with my younger brothers too, by the way. So I would have been in 5th grade. One brother was in 3rd. One brother was in fucking 1st grade. And we were riding through parking lots down one of the busiest streets in the DFW Metroplex, fucking Trinity Mills, to get there. And, eventually we cut through neighborhoods and whatnot. And then we would come home and sometimes the parents wouldn't be home. So we would go play with neighborhood kids or play Nintendo or whatever else. So there was autonomy, but it wasn't as much of the day-to-day, what are we about to go do as a family? Where are we going to go eat? What would we like to do this afternoon? Certain things like that, taking their opinion into account without, while also understanding or letting them know at times, yeah, we value your opinion, but we're actually doing this. And if you're going to throw a fit about it, it means that we're spoiling you a little bit too much because you're acting like a fucking brat when you don't get your way. And therefore, we do need to dial back the autonomy deal.
You should take their opinion into account like a corporation does their employees. Which, I mean, you take it into account, but you make no fucking decisions here at all.
Sometimes I don't want to decide on where to go for dinner. So I'm like, what do you guys want to do? If you can come to a consensus, you get the pick tonight. Because your mom's not going to make the decision. She's going to say, oh, I'm fine with whatever everybody else wants. I don't want to make that decision either.
Were we, I mean, it's one of those I look back to. I may have been pissed. I mean, hell, I'm sure that I was like, this isn't fair. I don't remember that though. Like, were we pissed off that our parents made all the decisions? Like, I just thought that's the way it was because, one, they're adults. And I always, way before Bob said that, in my own head, I knew, well, y'all are paying for everything.
I would be
I
surprised.
brought in a goddamn penny in 13 years for this family. Our cat brings in more with rats and birds on the front step than I do for this place.
Although you did have more self-awareness and awareness of the world than I did at a similar age, we were both very fiercely independent, bordering on defiant with authority figures at times. So it would surprise me if your guttural reaction wasn't being a little bit pissed off, like, hey, motherfucker, I'm the kid in this relationship. I was really freaking hot and I needed to turn it down a little bit. I felt like I knew what I was doing. Now, am I going to do it again? No, because I am heeding Bob Dunn's warning, but I was hot. I think that matters for something too.
Yeah. You know what? And knowing Bob, he probably turned it down a little bit the next night.
That is, you know what? That is a great point. So it's taking that, it's not allowing Boy, this is funny because we had something happen with one of our kids.
I don't remember the next couple of nights being hot. And
there you go.
July, you think it cooled down the next day? No, it was the same fucking thing, right?
Oh, in July, you said. Yeah, in July,
Yeah,
no, it's
in
not
July,
any cooler in the dead of July. We had something similar like this. We've dealt with this with both of our kids where they just do something that's like, hey, ask us first. Because if you do, it's just going to piss me off because it's something that you needed to seek permission. I'm willing to have the conversation. I'm willing to see where you're coming from here.
That was
either allow it or meet you in the middle. Don't just do though.
That was huge with my parents. I would have let you go to Cuba and do some blow and rob some banks. You got to ask me though. You're 9. I do remember I was like 5 or 6. I don't know if your kids have ever done this. Getting back to you and I being naturally defiant and you know, not wanting to necessarily walk in step. I was really pissed off at my parents. So I packed my bag and I opened the front door and said, I'm leaving. And they go, all right, have a good time. You know, I'll give myself, I was like 2 hours in the woods and I'm like, all right, this is too much.
Oh, you actually did go to the woods for 2 hours.
Oh yeah.
Find any Playboys or anything? I feel like there were always Playboys in the woods in the 1980s.
We used to build forts. There's like big houses there now. JD Lewis actually lives where we used to build forts. And that was all woods. Most of Austin was all woods. I look at stuff now, and I talked about the New York. You can go to New York and look at Nick Toshis always said you can look at just a whole building of what used to be restaurants and bars and this, and they've all changed. But you can really look at it and just look at the structure and just close your eyes and remember the way it was when it was all places you knew, right? And I kind of do that now in Austin. The only difference is now there's construction like South Park Meadows or where I work off bee caves in between 360 and 71. Like, dude, that was all fucking woods. I was with some coworkers not too long ago coming back from lunch. They're like, so what was that? I go, woods. What was that? What was that? Woods. I go, Jack Brown Cleaners, I remember in 90 or that was there. I go, in County Line. Ta-da. You're not getting anything until you get to the backyard and Rosie's from this point on, brother.
Yeah, to be fair, the last apartment complex I lived in before moving to Oregon back in early 2008 would have been these apartments that were just before the Southwest Parkway exit going south on Mopac. Get the name of the apartments. Actually, a great apartment complex because they were out of the way. They were cool apartments, spacious, pretty affordable.
Where I lived?
Not Monterey Oaks.
Monterey Oaks. Yeah.
I forget what they were called. They were like tucked away right on the edge of the Greenbelt, and we had a trail into the Greenbelt. And I used it a couple of times, and I realized at that point in early 2008, yeah, we're probably better off with less woods because I'm not even kidding you, dude. It was like fucking hobo habitat central in those woods to the point that it was a slight bit unnerving and scary. I didn't go down that trail many times.
I'll take that over downtown.
Nope, I'm going downtown over hobo habitat.
Yeah, says someone who's never worked downtown.
Oh yeah. Oh, I see what you're saying. You'll take that over the hobos all over downtown. Look, the fucking voters voted to overturn the homeless camping allowance. The city needs to get its shit together and clear this stuff out again. I'm sorry, it's getting bad once again. And it's being allowed to happen despite the fact that progressive Austin voted that this is bullshit and it's bad for all parties involved.
I love how one side now of government can just not follow shit. And it's like, no, that's on the books, dude. That's a law. Like, sorry, I know that you disagree because you're so idealistic and for some reason have all this fucking self-hate, although you had nothing to do with any of this and you're trying to help out. I think instinctually you're a good person and have a soft heart, except for the politicians. I'm talking about the voters. Politicians don't give a shit about anything and just want their own money and their own power, and that's about it. So they don't give a fuck about any of us. Know that, left or right. But how are they getting away with not enforcing what's on the fucking books?
I don't fucking get it because
that's
the problem has gotten bad again.
That's federal too. Obviously, states like California, it's like, you know, they have their own crazy fucking laws. But even the sane ones, they're actually not enforcing. And by the way, little tip here. Here's another thing that's really pissed me off. We've had these things that over 1,000 years in society have been proven. Like when you have shit in front of you, when someone tells you, hey, dude, I've done this for 31 years. You're in your first year. Let me help you out and give you some great advice. That's the number one thing in the last 2 different jobs. Like that's the number one thing I've asked people. Let me find someone with experience and let me just fucking pick their brain and let me shut up and listen and take notes. Right. And it'll speed up the process. You'll be a lot happier and more successful. And we haven't learned from past obvious experiences, good and bad, stuff we should change, stuff we shouldn't do. And it's fucking frustrating, man. You know, it's moronic is what it is. And I'm at the age now where I'm just like, I'm worried about kind of where we're going and have been worried, but we can't, there's some things we can't continue to go on this path. And history told us this a long time ago. That's what scares me the most. The pandemic stuff, that was so that I just don't blame many people for that outside of probably how it got released. But
I don't blame many people in the general public because the messaging was strong. I blame a lot of people in positions of power who were very clearly going for a power grab as much as they were trying to protect the public.
That's fair. Yeah, I'm talking more about the public in that one.
Yeah.
But even some local people or not that high up that were just maybe trying to follow stuff or be safe and didn't really know because I think there's a lot of uncertainty. But there's some stuff that's pretty obvious, and we're repeating history, and I just don't know why. Why are we fucking ourselves up this much?
Well, I feel like specific to the homeless camping allowance, that a lot of liberal/progressive cities are allowing the problem to get bad again because the Supreme Court, I believe, in the next couple of months is supposed to be ruling on a lawsuit that was brought forth by a couple of homeless people, probably against a West Coast city.
Pro bono.
It being illegal to keep somebody from camping out on the sidewalk and how that's against their constitutional rights. Now, logic would tell you that a conservative court would say, yeah, nice fucking try. You don't just get to park it wherever you want to. There are certain laws and regulations within city boundaries. And if you can't abide by those things, then there are consequences. Now, what I'm fascinated to see is oftentimes the supposed 2 political parties will come together in the strangest of ways.
I love when they
the general public. So this will be a great test case for that. If for whatever reason that is allowed, then all of a sudden it's going to force me to ask some additional questions as to what the fuck is actually going on here.
I love when they really come together. One, they're much more together than any of us think behind closed.
Oh, yeah.
Make them money and to keep on selling weapons to other countries who will then use them against us.
Keep us arguing about football issues too, by the way.
Right.
Like figurative football issues.
Go take care of 9 other borders except for our own. Yeah. They're the most liberal fucking countries in Europe are really hardcore about their border. That's a no-go. Legal immigration is great. Treating them, if it is illegal, is obviously what we should do. This is not that fucking. It may be hard to figure it out, but it's not that hard. Most of Americans come together. It needs to be legal. It's not sustainable. If it is illegal, let's treat them like human beings and ship them back as humanely as possible, right? I got one more quickly.
Let's go.
Do you ever use, speaking of Bob, I'm going to hit Bob back after that AC.
Please tell Bob hello for me.
Fuck him. All right, I'll tell him hi. But yeah, we need to all get together, man.
Oh, yeah.
You know, if it's Bob, we're meeting at Austin Landing Cattle or Chinatown. He can't get too out of his comfort zone. He's a busy man these days, retired, doing nothing, looking at Notre Dame message boards.
Let's do Austin Landing Cattle. I've never been there before, and I say great things about it. It's an institution. I've passed by it 1,000 times, but I've never actually been inside.
It may be my favorite steak in Austin, and some of that's me being all Austin. But that's the steak I've had the most. Probably, well, I have Bob's with all the clients we took there outside of Bob's, but the one that I would go to was Austin Landing Cattle.
Does it have that Hofbrau Steakhouse quality to it? I'm talking about the old school
Hofbrau
Steakhouse on West 6th.
Absolutely. A little bit.
I loved that place as a kid.
Yeah, a little bigger, but yeah, it's got that feel. It's a better steak too, and I love the Hofbrau.
Yeah.
My mom used to love their salad. God, that salad dressing.
Oh, that lemon vinaigrette. Oh, it was simple. It wasn't even lemon vinaigrette. I think it was literally lemon and oil and a little bit of salt.
It was lemon and oil. I made a dressing. It's funny. I once I get something down, I mess around too much. So I usually oil to the acid is 3-to-1 in a vinaigrette, and that's just too much oil for me.
Yeah.
So I made a bigger portion, I guess the other night for my arugula, and it's a lemon vinaigrette, but mine's got more balsamico and some teriyaki, some Worcestershire, some Japanese mustard, some, it's got different shit, and I don't want it to be as oily.
Yeah.
And I let it sit a couple days, stirring it, and I think I did the right thing. I mean, it's not like I put them all together. I mean, I distributed the oil after I had everything combined and did it in small batches, but it's just too oily.
It's funny you say that because I've had to cut down on the amount of oil in my chimichurri, and I cut down on the oil a little bit, but I've gone from having the chopped up parsley just in a half cup to really packing it in there, because the parsley is what helps to make a big difference in cutting through and I guess diffusing the olive oil in that mixture.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
Well, I've been making these ahi tunas. I don't want to tell anyone. I'm going to stop because they're going to run out. They don't supply them enough. But I can make that for lunch with just rice with even got some butter. What is that? Butter lettuce, which I love.
Yeah.
You can turn that into. There's so many different things you can do. But I'm cooking a ton of fish lately, which is good. I'm feeling better.
Great.
So getting back to Bob. Bob used to always say this, and this is one of those that I just don't hear this a lot anymore. And I think a lot of it is I don't hear a lot of people say like we used to back in the day. Hey, do you mind? What's the time? Remember back in the day?
Yeah.
I know you get on watches, but there were no cell phones. If you're out somewhere, there's a good chance someone may come up and be like, hey, I see you have a watch. Mind giving me the time? I don't know why they all talk that way, but it felt like that in my head. And my dad will always oblige. I think people with watches kind of felt, you needed at that point. Like your buddy with a pickup truck. Why the fuck am I parking this thing everywhere? This is a pain in the ass. Hey, man, can you help me move? I got no one. I'll do all the moving. I just need the truck. I'll buy you a 12-pack. There we go. I knew it'd be worth it. But so he always did that. But he used to always he would like add a very simple but unnecessary math problem into it. All right, what time is it? That's 1/4 till. That's the bottom of the hour. What was the other one? There's like a medium, or I forgot what there was like
half past.
It's a half past. Just fucking say it's 1:45, bro. Just say it's 12:30. Like,
How many Baker's dozen?
God
damn it. Is that 11 or 13? I can never remember. Is the baker ripping you off, or is he hooking you up because you go there all the time?
Baker's dozen?
Yeah.
Baker's dozen's 13.
I'm kidding. I'm making the point that you're making.
I didn't hear the beginning. But no, and the other thing too is like if you're not that we ever would have been at Disney World, y'all are lucky. Both my parents have still to this day thank me that I never asked to go there. But I asked them to go to a lot of other places. So if we're stuck out at, for them, Dishfalk Field, although they wouldn't think that was stuck. And someone asks, it's like, you may not know. It's been a long day. We're at regionals. I'm not sure if it's 12, 1, or 2. We've been hanging out with Scott Wilson and them too. So I'm really not, what is it, Tuesday? Just give them the exact date. Do people still do that? I'm going to start doing that on my phone. If anyone ever asks me again, we are 16 minutes till launch. And the launch being 2.
I thought you were gonna say. I thought you were gonna go date and say, "Oh well, we're We're 16 days from the start of the next month. Oh, fuck, it's February. Is it a leap year? Or not? Is that the 12th or the 13th? Why can't you just tell me the number, you motherfucker?
Yeah, just give it to me. You know, it's like every industry too. And I've really gotten a good firsthand seat, you know, radio, TV, finance, real estate. And they all love to use these acronyms to make themselves sound smarter and to make it, oh, God, we're coming full circle. I love this. And to make it more exclusive. You don't want to come here. You can't deal with this. Trust me. We're talking high IQs and balls the size of whatever. Big time brains. You can't do this. You hear about the ECO and the ACH and the 222 and you figure it out. You're like, oh fuck, you guys were talking about vanilla ice cream. Well, you know, I'm not that fucking dumb. I can figure this out. Oh, you kept on saying that in meetings because you didn't really want me to learn because you're threatened because I may be smarter than you. Huh.
Yeah, there's going to be no softer landing to this show than right now. So great job today, my friend. Love you.
Love you too, brother. Let's talk. You coming out Friday? I know you guys will be at Kalahari. By the way, quickly, what are y'all doing tomorrow? You're not doing anything, are you?
I am doing the midday show and then heading over to...
Day.
Huh?
Valentine's Day. Are you and Justine?
Oh, we're going to be going down a bunch of fun water slides with no long lines in between.
I don't know if you're talking about Kalahari or not, but have a good one.
A little bit of both. Hey, yo, for Kevin Dunn and everybody else at Texas Sports Unfiltered, I am Trey Elling. Thank you so much for tuning in today. Subscribe to our YouTube channel if you have not already and download that free app. You can search Texas Sports Unfiltered in the Apple App Store or Google Play App Stores. We will talk to you starting tomorrow at 8 a.m. with Bucky and BK. In the meantime, have yourselves a great rest of the day and hook 'em. Okay!